The life needed for the Baryon Mode is not yours, Naruto, but mine. Kurama's voice grew fainter, its massive body beginning to fade, yet its tone carried a sense of detachment. Kurama. Naruto, who had already prepared for his own dissolution, was blank in the mind, staring blankly at the Nine Tails gradually vanishing. This was the companion who had been with him since birth, through mutual hatred, mutual torment, mutual support. But never separated. Now it was going to disappear to help him. Naruto's heart felt as if clawed by a beast. He, the strongest ninja in the world, the seventh Hokage of Konoha, the great hero who had saved the world more than once. Uzumaki Naruto, this great ninja, at this moment, turned back into the lonely, helpless, yellow-haired child. An indescribable fear made him collapse to the ground, wanting to cry out for Kurama to stay, but before he could even open his mouth, Kurama had already extended a fist and stopped in front of him. This was their ritual. Whenever they touched fists, they could share each other's hearts. Naruto stared blankly at the Nine Tails, whose body was already somewhat blurred at the giant fist stopped in front of him. After a long moment, he reached out his hand and touched fists with Kurama for the last time. Slap. Naruto in reality woke up with a start, exhausted, lying on the ground, feeling the tailed beast aura that was no longer inside him, mumbling helplessly, Kurama. Kurama's consciousness was also fading. It was a tailed beast, a mass of chakra, not an ordinary life. In essence, the Nine Tails would not truly die. Over time, as chakra recondensed, it would be reborn. But as the strongest tailed beast, the Nine Tails, since its birth guided by the Sage of Six Paths, had been manipulated and sealed by some, but had never truly. So although theoretically it could be revived, it was not sure if it could be reborn, and more importantly, it did not know how long the rebirth would take. At the last moment of dissolution, the final thought that flashed through the Nine Tails' mind was just a wish, hoping that its rebirth would not take too long at least, so that it could see Naruto again. With this thought, the tailed beast Nine Tails completely disappeared from this world until its chakra condensed again and it would revive. That should have been the case. But the next moment after Kurama lost consciousness, it only felt an instant of regained clarity, then an extremely strong yet oppressive aura filled the surroundings, making it feel uncomfortable. What's going on? Am I revived? Kurama, without experience of revival, was dazed for a moment. When it tried to reevaluate its state, it found that it was not fully revived, not even half. Damn. Who did this to me? The Nine Tails roared in fury, but beyond anger, it also felt a pain originating from itself and the surroundings. The surroundings were filled with black mist and a sinister aura, a restless and oppressive atmosphere, making its heart wild and anguished, as if trapped in a prison for torturing prisoners. Could it be an enemy again? Had someone set a trap in advance during its revival? But this feeling was utterly disgusting, yet somewhat familiar. Its body felt bound by something invisible, and around it countless malicious presences surged, making the Nine Tails both startled and angry. It subconsciously shouted, Naruto, something's wrong here, how are you? After shouting, Kurama quickly realized, no response. The unique resonance of the perfect Jinchuriki with Naruto was gone. Was Naruto gone? An indescribable emotion surged in Kurama's heart, mixed with a nameless anger and a feeling of helpless failure. Its revival had taken too long. Had Naruto already? Moi. Suddenly Kurama, who had lowered its head, sensed something. A strange sound of surprise escaped its mouth. Those huge fox eyes revealed full confusion and joy. The response just made had received feedback. It sensed Naruto. Although the aura was very weak, it was undoubtedly Naruto's response, but that response was filled with fear and curiosity. However, the joy of regaining what was lost made Kurama not particularly care about the emotions in that response. It just mobilized the remaining power and pulled the responding Naruto over. And then, looking at the yellow hair so familiar to it, and the 6 whisker-like marks on the face, there was no doubt that the owner of the fear-filled expression with wide-open mouth was Naruto. But Kurama looked at the little brat sitting on the ground in front of him, trembling all over, but still staring at it wide-eyed, even daring to point at it. The Nine Tails was trying to match this image with the Naruto in its memory. M.O. Monster. After trembling for a long time, Naruto finally let out a scream, then scrambled to his feet and ran around wildly in place. Though this dark place had no sense of direction, the little brat was just running in circles. But his behavior still pulled Kurama's wandering thoughts back. The fox flicked its tail and slammed it heavily on the ground. Boom. The immense force hitting the ground instantly shook the entire space, and even sent the little figure screaming and stumbling, falling face first with a hard crash. It hurts. What are you doing? Little Naruto, whose face was red from the fall, covered his nose with tears flowing, the intense pain temporarily making him forget fear. He rubbed his face, actually daring to vent his anger directly at the Nine Tails behind him. Why, it's bleeding. Calm down, this is your inner world, where is the physical entity? The Nine Tails snorted, but the huge airflow from its mouth again blew the little Naruto off balance. As the latter struggled to get up again, the Ninetales explained, "Stay calm, I won't hurt you. Don't imagine anything else. You are hurt now and blown over by my breath, all because of your own imagination." After struggling to stand up, little Naruto rubbed his face, not seeming to have taken Kurama's words to heart. But after this commotion, he seemed to have lost most of his fear. Even Kurama could feel the coldness in the surrounding atmosphere dissipate. Then little Naruto turned around, his big blue eyes looking at the Ninetales seriously for the first time. And Kurama, looking at the other again, confirmed a fact. Less than the size of its claw, the slightly oversized scarf and mismatched goggles, and the orange-gray jacket with the whirlpool crest. This was Naruto at 3 or 4 years old. Tailed beasts are condensations of chakra, not traditional living creatures. They are essentially energy. Thus the Ninetales was not surprised by its own resurrection. After all, when fighting an enemy like Isshiki Ōtsutsuki, the Baryon Mode it provided to Naruto was essentially using its own energy as fuel. But the burned-out chakra transforms into another form. Although not completely gone, it is like water turning to gas. After burning its chakra, the Ninetales could no longer maintain its physical form. It simply takes time for the chakra to recover and condense back into a tailed beast form, so the Ninetales knew its resurrection was inevitable. But looking at the young Naruto in front of him, the situation was certainly not the resurrection the Ninetales had expected. It required a period of time to resurrect. When did time ever go backward? So where is this place? Hey, upon closer look, you're locked inside. This door is huge. Hey, say something. What kind of monster are you? Why are you here? Hey, if you don't talk, I'm leaving. Listening to the noisy sounds, the Ninetales, already in this eerie atmosphere, scratched the floor with its claws in irritation. Damn it. Forget it. Hey, Naruto. The Ninetales' sudden voice startled the curious Naruto, who answered instinctively, yes. Go and tear off this 8-trigram seal. It's very uncomfortable for me in here. The Ninetales extended its sharp, long claws and tapped on the bars and the talisman attached to them. How do you know my name? Young Naruto rubbed his ears, then followed the Ninetales, pointing to see the seal attached to a bar in the center. The strange patterns on it made him hesitant, and he stood frozen in place. What's wrong? Go tear it off. The Ninetales looked at the frozen Naruto and said somewhat impatiently, "You're not afraid it'll come out and harm you, are you?" Huh, if I tear it off, you'll come out. Young Naruto asked belatedly. Then why don't you tear it off yourself? I can't reach it. The 8-trigram seal prevents me from even extending my claws if your heart is not shaken. TCH. Anyway, just go tear it off. The Ninetales was a little depressed. It began to miss the Naruto who was in sync with it, not this little brat in front of it. And even though the Ninetales repeated this many times, young Naruto still kept looking up at the talisman on the bar. After a while, he looked again at the Ninetales locked inside the bars, then walked over, touched the bars, tried to reach his hand in a little, then pulled it back, his expression thoughtful. So Naruto had been wary of him even when he was little. That's right, wasn't the hardship he suffered in his childhood precisely because of the fox's demonic nature? The Ninetales watched young Naruto thinking, and some thoughts crossed its mind, causing a wave of frustration. After a long while, hey, if you don't want to tear it off, watching Naruto still standing there motionless, lost in thought, the Ninetales thought a lot as well. Just as it was about to speak, Naruto interrupted it. Yash, I've got an idea. Wait. Young Naruto slapped his left fist into his right palm, thought for a moment, then broke into a bright smile. He dashed off. Under the Ninetales' astonished gaze, he stood directly in front of the bar with the seal, looked up at the towering fox, took off his scarf and the jacket with the Uzumaki pattern, then tied them together into a knot, looking reluctant. Naruto, what are you doing? Huh, what else? I'm going to climb up and tear off that paper for you. He tied the bundled clothes around his waist, then handed the extra length to the Ninetales inside the bars. Here, pull me up, otherwise I can't reach. The Ninetales looked at the unconventional boy and was momentarily stunned. Hurry up, it's cold in here, young Naruto urged. So he was thinking about how to get up. You're willing to help me? The Ninetales asked instinctively. Weren't you just scared? Huh. Anyone would be scared seeing a giant like you for the first time, but it's okay now. Naruto flashed a brilliant smile at the Ninetales and gave a thumbs up. Seeing you feels familiar, and you're not annoying, and you don't reject me like others do, so of course I'll help you. The Ninetales was stunned for a moment, but then its huge fox mouth curled slightly, and the anxiety that had been there since awakening vanished. The one in front of him was still the familiar Naruto. The Ninetales extended a claw, pinched the clothes, and lifted him. As he rose, young Naruto felt the fabric too tight around his waist, and squirmed for a moment, but soon reached the... Then Naruto, without hesitation, reached out his small hand and grabbed the seal on the bar. With just a little force, he could tear off the seal binding the Ninetales. But the next moment, a slender arm grasped Naruto's little hand and gently pulled him back. You can't, Naruto. Huh. Hearing the voice, Naruto instinctively tried to turn around, but suddenly felt dizzy and lost consciousness. The Nine Tails watched Naruto's body disappear before it with interest, not surprised. Instead, it turned its gaze to the figure that had suddenly appeared because of the seal. Although I left a portion of chakra as a backup, I didn't expect the seal's effect to be so poor. In just a few years, it could already permeate and control Naruto. The moment young Naruto disappeared, the golden-haired man put away his gentle smile and turned to look seriously at the fox behind the cage. Nine Tails, you truly are powerful. Fourth Hokage, bluffing Shueman. The Nine Tails grinned. What, you left this chakra precisely to prevent such a time and reinforce the seal on me? The fourth Hokage of Konoha, the yellow flash, bluffing Shueman. Once a legendary figure who raced across the ninja world, now his face was heavy, even somewhat desperate. He didn't understand why the backup he left for Naruto had been triggered so soon. The moment he touched young Naruto, the Nine Tails had severed the connection with Naruto. It was the Nine Tails initiative. It hadn't even given him time to warn Naruto. This ability to freely control Naruto's inner space shouldn't be possible for the Nine Tails still inside the seal. Moreover, in the memory of the clone of bluffing Shueman formed from the chakra left behind, the Nine Tails inside Naruto's body was not even in its complete form at this time. The legendary tailed beast is even harder to deal with than I imagined. Bluffing Shueman sighed. But he didn't intend to waste words with the Nine Tails. He had limited chakra left and needed to reinforce the seal quickly. But before bluffing Shueman could act, the Nine Tails' next words made him freeze. Come here, it'll give you some chakra, so this body of yours doesn't disappear. The Nine Tails swished its tail and said casually. Beside the lamppost where snowflakes were falling, little Mingren slowly opened his eyes and subconsciously uttered the words he had not yet finished. You are. Looking at the familiar surroundings, little Mingren scratched his head in confusion and examined the area. After a moment, he looked down doubtfully at his intact clothes and the red scarf still neatly wrapped around his neck, then mumbled drowsily, was it a dream? Before him, there were no towering railings nor the giant monstrous fox behind them. Only the familiar surroundings. This dream was so vivid as if it had happened right before his eyes, and unlike ordinary dreams, he remembered it with such clarity. But he was still just a child, thinking he had truly fallen asleep under this lamppost. He stood up to head home, when suddenly, as if sensing something, he let out a surprised sound. How strange. It's snowing today, yet I don't feel cold at all. Mingren rubbed his palms, which no longer bore the red marks of frostbite from previous days, and felt a warm, comfortable sensation throughout his body. This made him very happy, and he revealed a satisfied smile. Then he recalled why he was here. He had just escorted that strange, white-eyed little girl home. Could it be that he had walked only a little farther and then fallen asleep by the roadside? His body seemed too weak. Should he go eat something tomorrow? Alright, he had no money. Maybe he should find something to eat outside. Little Mingren walked away while pondering, completely unaware that not far behind him a Konoha ninja wearing a forehead protector had revealed himself. Bored, he flipped open his notebook and recorded. The target stood still for 3 minutes, during which there was an unusual fluctuation of chakra, reasonably suspected to be a psychological gap after contact with the Hyuga clan compound. Recommend providing some supplies to increase goodwill. With a few quick strokes, the Konoha ninja closed his notebook, vanished in an instant with a body flicker technique, leaving no footprints or traces on the ground. Perfect tailing. Unfortunately, it was completely observed by 2 pairs of eyes. So this is the treatment your son, the 4th Hokage bluffing Shueman's own child, receives in the village. Well, you can probably calculate that he's only 3 years old now. Joey lay on the ground, yawning lazily, watching bluffing Shueman's gloomy expression outside the bars. This is all just an illusion you've woven, trying to make me lose my composure and release you. That's what I should think, but I can't deceive myself. Everything you've said is probably true. Bluffing Shueman stood still for a moment, then slowly exhaled and said, lying is a human skill. This old man has no such boring, hypocritical hobby. Joey replied. Bluffing Shueman's blue eyes examined his own body, feeling the surging, uncontrollable chakra of Joey swirling around him. Though it was still the familiar, eerie red chakra, he could not sense the pervasive malice and impulsiveness from when he had dealt with Kushina. After all, this old man is still sealed, so I can only share this much power. Joey, as if reading Shueman's thoughts, continued to explain. But for this body of yours, this amount of chakra is enough to keep your soul intact for a long time. Why? Bluffing Shueman asked. Joey did not answer directly, instead recalling the past. The lonely figure who lived alone in the village, the youth who was treated coldly despite doing nothing wrong, the one who was constantly manipulated by others for control, the Mingren who only learned of his origins when he saved everything. He did not deserve such a fate. This old man doesn't know how to teach people ninjutsu. Isn't it better to let you teach your own child? Joey gave a perfunctory excuse. Though bluffing Shueman could see that Joey had other reasons, there was no way to force it out if the other didn't want to speak. Furthermore, as Joey said, being able to watch over Mingren in this form and even find ways to teach him to grow was an acceptable outcome for Bluffing Schumann, who had died early with a guilty heart. Then why don't you let Mingren actually release your seal? Wolfeng Shuimin changed the subject. Not now. Jiwei was not hiding anything on this matter. A hint of vigilance gleamed in those huge fox eyes. Once the seal is released, this old man's chakra is beyond Mingren's current control. If my chakra is detected, then the one who attacked you before will act again. And the current Konoha can't be counted on to help us. That masked man, Yuzhibo Ban. Wolfeng Shuimin said in a deep voice. No, Ban is dead. That person is your disciple Yuzhibo Daitu. Jiwei's words stirred 1,000 waves in Bluffing Schuimin's heart. He never dreamed he would hear Data's name in this place. Impossible. Don't be impatient. This old man will tell you everything. Jiwei looked at Bluffing Schuimin, knowing the other was still wary of him, but he didn't. Though he didn't know why he had been resurrected in this era, Jiwei recalled the threat of the Ōtsutsuki, and even the long-lived tailed beast shuddered. But in Jiwei's heart there was more of an unyielding pride than fear. What was the Ōtsutsuki clan? He and Mingren had defeated the godlike Ōtsutsuki Isshiki before. They had lurked in the shadows then. Now that they were starting over, he could change everything and trample the entire Ōtsutsuki clan underfoot. At that moment, in the Konoha Hokage's office. I understand. You've worked hard. The third Hokage Yuanfei Risen listened to his subordinate's report, took a long drag from his pipe, and showed a relaxed expression on his slightly aged face. A child's jealousy or admiration is a kind of negative emotion causing a slight leakage of Jiwei's chakra. No need to make a fuss. Yes. The Konoha ninja who had been tailing Mingren stood before the Hokage with great respect. Hearing Yuanfei's reply, he had no objections. Then he'll return to continue the mission. Oh, no rush. The third Hokage stood up from his office chair, chuckling and waving his hand. You don't need to continue the mission afterward. Go rest. They'll go out for some air. With that, the third Hokage walked slowly out of the room with his hands behind his back, leaving the Chūnin alone. After a moment, the Konoha Chūnin sighed, pulled out his notebook from his pocket, and handed it behind him. A hand reached out from the darkness and took the notebook. A faint sighing voice sounded before the ninja. Yuanfei has already sensed your identity. Return to route. You don't need to concern yourself with Jiwei anymore. Yes. The Konoha Chūnin's voice was still as simple as ever. The night grew deeper, and the once brightly lit Hokage office was completely shrouded in darkness as the people left. Shimura Danzo, the Hokage's advisor of Konoha, the leader of the organization that governs the darkness of Konoha, forming the light and dark sides of the village's high command alongside the third Hokage on the surface. He believed his own achievements far surpassed those of the third, yet he was strictly forbidden by the third from participating in any matters concerning the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki Naruto. Danzo tried to open the notebook, but when he turned the pages, the text that should have been written with special ink twisted on its own then turned into a black flame that consumed the notebook. Then Danzo recalled the Chūnin who had been standing nearby earlier, remembering how the man had answered like a machine, and a glimmer of understanding dawned on him. Sealing technique. The implication that the third Hokage Sarutobi was trying to warn him irritated Danzo, but at this moment the third, known as the Professor of Ninjutsu, and bearing the title of the strongest Hokage resounding across the ninja world, made it impossible for Danzo to openly confront him. He could only turn and leave in frustration. Meanwhile, in Naruto's inner spiritual space, all of this. Minato Namikaze listened to the Nine-Tails' unabridged account, his mind reeling with shock. He had never imagined that the events behind this would trace back to the mother of the Sage of Six Paths, the origin of all shinobi. Ōtsutsuki Kagaya, the Sage of Six Paths, Ashura Indra. Knowing all this, what do you plan to do? The Nine-Tails grinned at Minato's expression. Still planning to keep your guard up against me? Minato remained silent for a long time, and the Nine-Tails waited patiently for his answer. Your other half is with my soul in the hands of the Death Reaper summoned by the dead demon Consuming Seal. After a long while, Minato chose to trust the Nine-Tails. To reunite your complete form, we first need to undo the dead demon Consuming Seal, allowing my soul to bring your other half back to the real world. But neither you nor I can do that at the moment. No matter. Just tell me the method. Hearing Minato's reply, the Nine-Tails remained noncommittal. Indeed, it had explained the future situation to Minato and pointed out that the other half of its body sealed by Minato and given to the Death Reaper was. The Nine-Tails knew well the character of Minato and Kushina. If it truly returned to the past, Minato would undoubtedly be one of the few people in the world who would unconditionally help both it and Naruto. The chakra he had left within Naruto was linked to his soul, a trump card left for Naruto. In the past, no, in the future, Naruto once nearly succumbed to its temptation during a rampage, but was stopped by Minato's contingency. The fourth Hokage, every step this man had arranged before his death had been calculated countless steps ahead into the unknown future. At this moment the Nine Tails was not complete. Even if its seal were undone given young Naruto's current abilities, there were likely no fewer than a dozen people in the ninja world who could easily suppress them. Those who coveted its power would all become threats to Naruto. The Uchiha Uchiha, the Akatsuki Oro. Those who coveted its power would all become threats to Naruto. The Uchiha Uchiha, the Akatsuki Orochimaru, the other four nations. All would come eventually. Even Konoha itself at this very moment. The Nine Tails was no ignorant beast. Having witnessed the darkness of human nature within its Jinchuriki, it understood perfectly that one must never gamble the future on the so-called goodness of humanity when lacking sufficient strength. Once it had been indifferent, but after forming a bond with Naruto, it naturally had to consider his safety. Once the dead demon-consuming seal is undone, what do you intend to? Minato asked. After reclaiming your power, will you leave Naruto's body? Leave? Though it still all seems unbelievable, Nine Tails. Minato gradually absorbed the shocking news. His tone was no longer as steady, but he remained calm. You no longer feel malevolent to me now? I don't even find you dangerous anymore. If this is the case, I have no reason to keep you sealed. After reclaiming your full power, my 8 trigram seal won't be enough to restrain you. The world is vast and nothing can bind you. Don't you desire freedom? Freedom? The word, not unfamiliar to the Nine Tails, made it pause. It looked at the golden-haired man before it, and a familiar face seemed to appear in a haze accompanied by his voice. Kurama, have you ever thought about where you'll go in the future? After all, if I grow old like the third Hokage, my lifespan will eventually end. The Nine Tails continued listening. I think it's fine if Jinchuriki end with our generation. After that, you and all of you will be free. In the memory, the man wearing the 7th Hokage's Haori stretched lazily in his office, grinning as he gazed at the sky. At that moment, Kurama didn't answer, merely closing his eyes lazily and lying down in his inner world. He had used action to evade the man's roundabout proposal. After a long silence, the Nine Tails snorted dismissively. Humph, Minato, you're still so dull. I've said I'm not as hypocritical as you humans. No more testing. If I leave, wouldn't Naruto, as the Jinchuriki, lose his life? Rest assured he'll watch him fulfill his dreams and then enjoy his retirement. Hearing the Nine Tails reply, Minato, appearing in the inner world, revealed his trademark warm smile for the first time. Then I'm relieved. You're relieved too soon. However, the Nine Tails' sharp retort left Minato no leeway, making him slightly awkward. But soon the Nine Tails' words turned Minato's expression serious. The third Hokage is coming to see Naruto. By the stream, a layer of snow covered the riverbank, and the surface was frozen in a thin sheet of ice. Little Naruto, dressed in rather thin clothes, was carefully examining spots where fish might be. Naruto, who should have been home sleeping, felt ravenously hungry. Moreover, he didn't feel the slightest cold in this snowy weather, so he had decided to come out in the middle of the night to catch fish. In winter, fish in the frozen stream would doze off, making them easier to catch than usual, a tidbit he had learned long ago. Yo-ho-ho, Naruto, what are you doing here? At that moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi, draped in the third Hokage's Haori, approached Naruto with a chuckle and greeted him. Grandpa. Seeing the visitor, Naruto was exceptionally enthusiastic, waving his hands in the air with a bright smile. The third Hokage walked toward him, taking advantage of the night to remove his Hokage cloak, folding it carefully and holding it in his arms. When Naruto clearly saw the visitor, all he could make out was a kind old man dressed in a slightly thick cotton coat. Naruto, long time no see. The third Hokage chuckled, patting his little head. Yeah, I haven't seen you for a while, Grandpa. How have you been lately? I'm doing great, Grandpa. You should take care of yourself too. Oh, don't worry. Look at me, I may be old, but I'm not so frail that you need to be concerned. Saying this, the third Hokage glanced at the frozen river where a small crack marked the spot Naruto had been standing, chipped out with a stone. Lost in thought, Sarutobi chatted with Naruto about everyday matters before shifting the topic. Naruto, it's so late, and you're still here. It'll get colder as the night goes on. No worries. I figured fish would be sleeping, so now's the perfect time to catch them. I'm not afraid of the cold, Naruto replied, but then... Achoo! Wait, why do I suddenly feel so cold? Naruto was about to tell the old man that had felt warm all over today, but suddenly a chill wind struck, making him sneeze repeatedly. The little boy looked confused. Seeing this, the third Hokage showed a warm smile. Grandpa, why are you carrying that cloak, but not wearing it? Rubbing his hands together, Naruto asked a little sheepishly. Upon hearing Naruto's question, the third Hokage laughed and said, I'm not cold either. How about you wear it? Though it was a question, Sarutobi didn't wait for a reply. He had already seen through the child's secret wish and spread the Hokage cloak over Naruto's. The cloak, far too large for Naruto's slender frame, wrapped him like a blanket, and the slightly distorted words, third Hokage, covered his little head. While putting the cloak on Sarutobi, Hiruzen had already checked Naruto's entire body in that instant. No leakage of the Nine Tails chakra. No abnormalities. The third Hokage had reached his conclusion. Grandpa, this cloak is really nice, but it's dragging on the ground and getting dirty. Unaware of the inspection, Naruto hugged the Hokage cloak tighter, and seeing the part trailing on the ground felt a pang of regret. It's fine, it's fine. Naruto the Hokage is like a village elder. In other words, if my clothes keep you warm, it's worth getting dirty, the third Hokage said with a hearty laugh, then stood up and pulled out his pipe from his sleeve. You were planning to grill some fish, right? You've treated me a few times before, so this time let me treat you. Then the third Hokage narrowed his eyes, twirled the pipe in his hand, and with the tip pointing at the frozen river, he let it fly like a shuriken. Whoosh! A crisp sound cut through the night in Konoha. Only when the ice cracked did Naruto react, quickly turning to look at the river. There, wedged into the crack he had just made, was a pipe, its tip submerged in the water, piercing a hapless river fish that had been swimming by. Wow! Amazing! Naruto stared in awe. Haha, looks like we're lucky today, the third Hokage said, still beaming. Alright Naruto, go fetch the fish. He'll start the fire. A flame kindled in a campfire by the riverbank with 3 unlucky fish skewered around it, their skin sizzling and a fragrant aroma drifting. The old man and the boy sat casually on either side, but this time Naruto didn't just stare at the roasting fish, instead he looked thoughtfully at the cloak he was wearing. Grandpa, what is a Hokage? Finally, unable to contain his curiosity, he asked the third Hokage about the term the old man had mentioned more than once. You finally asked. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought to himself. A Hokage is like a village elder or a village chief, the third Hokage explained kindly. The village chief's duty is to protect the entire village and all its residents, to maintain order and to establish rules. In short, it's to manage all the work of the village. But it's not about being above everyone else. For example, like now catching fish with you to fill your belly. The Hokage can take part in that too, because you're also a member of the village. Naruto. Oh, I see. Naruto seemed to understand, then looked up at the towering Konoha building in the distance. Seeing Naruto's expression, the third Hokage thought for a moment and finally brought up the words he had planned. At the same time, the Hokage is the most trusted and recognized person in the village. Only those whom everyone acknowledges can become Hokage, because they must protect the peace of the village and everyone's lives. As expected, when the third Hokage mentioned trust and recognition, a distinct light flickered in Naruto's eyes. That was exactly what he longed for. Seeing his goal achieved, the third Hokage said no more and continued to carefully wipe the fish blood from his pipe. His first purpose in coming was naturally to check whether there was any problem with the Nine Tails inside Naruto. For the village, the safety of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki was crucial. Also on the way here, he had eliminated many of Danzo's spies. Danzo's obsession with the Nine Tails made the third Hokage uneasy, reminding him of how after the Nine Tails rampage a few years ago, Danzo had been unusually focused on the Nine Tails, sealed by the fourth Hokage at the cost of his life, could be controlled by the Sharingan's ocular power. Sarutobi could well imagine what Danzo, who had always coveted the position of Hokage, intended to do. But the Uchiha clan's suspicion was indeed too great. Everyone knew that the Sharingan was the Uchiha's bloodline limit. No one else could possess that power to control the Nine Tails and attack Konoha. So the third Hokage had tacitly allowed Danzo's various harsh measures against the Uchiha clan. The second Hokage had also done the same. However, for the third Hokage, he hoped that Naruto, as the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, would become a Konoha shinobi who embraced the will of fire. He had once heard Minato Namake's mention that the Eight Tails Jinchuriki of Kumogakure could freely control tailed beast power in battle, a power even greater than that of the current Raikage whom Minato had faced. Therefore, it would be best if Naruto could grow up with the dream of becoming Hokage from a young age. Third Hokage. Inside Naruto's inner world, Minato Namikaze's expression was complex. He discerned the third Hokage's intentions and also understood what Hiruzen Sarutobi, who had already retired but was reluctantly forced back into the position of Hokage, sought. What he desired was to maintain balance and stability, the equilibrium among the 5 great nations, the stability within Konohagakure. It was akin to the policies set by the previous Hokage. Although during his own tenure the third Hokage had fully supported his reforms and changes within the village after his sacrifice, the third, who had no choice but to return to the position of Hokage, had already lost that enterprising spirit. As a former Hokage himself, Minato Namikaze fully understood the third's thoughts and actions, but the one who ended up as the sacrifice was his and Kushina's only child. It seems you've noticed too. Naruto as an orphan was hidden away, and after leaving the Konoha orphanage, it was that kid Sarutobi who secretly looked after him. The Nine Tails' voice rang out at the right moment, though tinged with a hint of sarcasm. He may not have treated Naruto like the fools in the village who see him as my true self, but neither did he keep Naruto's identity well hidden. He should have enjoyed the status of a hero's son. On Noah's the vessel that sealed me since childhood, he was already a hero. However, Minato Namikaze was not as furious as the Nine Tails had imagined. Instead, he looked at the Nine Tails with a hint of ease. Minato's gaze made the Nine Tails uncomfortable. It bared its fangs and asked, "What's wrong?" "I'm just grateful." Minato Namikaze looked at the Nine Tails with a smile. "Grateful that Naruto has you a companion who stands up for him, and you said his future is filled with countless comrades." "Enough, shut up, Minato." The Nine Tails, clearly unaccustomed to such sentimental topics, let out a cold snort. "I've told you this much. Now you know what to do right." Before Minato Namikaze's azure eyes flickered a red glow. The Nine Tails' unique chakra, immensely powerful. "As long as I'm still in the seal, I can't use my power freely. And it will affect Naruto's own chakra, so I need to pull my chakra back as much as possible." The Nine Tails remained lying on the ground, looking listless. In doing so, Naruto's own chakra potential will keep increasing, but someone needs to guide him to learn and grow stronger. Kushina's Uzumaki bloodline. Minato Namikaze understood what the Nine Tails was referring to. Naruto's own chakra was naturally the vast chakra unique to the Uzumaki clan, which would grow as he matured. The Naruto before me, the Naruto of the past, know the future Naruto. Not that either. Why not call him Naruto of the past future? Or since he's already the strongest ninja in the world, and the 7th Hokage, what about calling him famous Naruto? The Nine Tails seemed unable to find a suitable term. Minato Namikaze, catching on, said with a straight face. The Nine Tails was speechless, then ignored Minato's airhead remark, and continued, "Anyway, that Naruto never reconciled with me early on, so his development of his own power was insufficient. And am not well versed in these matters. Minato, I've already told you about the enemies Naruto will face." With that, the Nine Tails' massive body rose. In front of Minato Namikaze, the tailed beast that had lived since the time of the Sage of Six Paths exuded an aura that shook even the 4th Hokage. "This time I won't give those scum a chance to strut before Naruto." With that, the Nine Tails' massive body rose. In front of Minato Namikaze, the tailed beast that had lived since the time of the Sage of Six Paths exuded an aura that shook even the 4th Hokage. "This time I won't give those scum a chance to strut before Naruto." And might not be humans. The snowfall intensified during the night. Noticing this, the 3rd Hokage sent young Naruto home after he finished eating the grilled fish to his heart's content. After watching the light in Naruto's room go dark, the 3rd Hokage withdrew his gaze. His kind smile vanished as he spoke into the shadows of the night. "From today onward, no one in the Umbu is allowed to approach Naruto." From the shadow under a street lamp, a Konoha Umbu operative in a strange mask emerged, looking surprised. He stood behind the 3rd Hokage in silence, waiting for further instructions. "He'll arrange for others to contact Naruto from now on. The Umbu seems to have been corrupted too deeply in the darkness." The 3rd continued, his gaze growing sharp and profound. "To make Naruto a Jinchuriki who can protect the village, he needs to be given emotions. Notify Shukaku. Tomorrow bring me the list of young teachers and Chūnin from the current ninja academy." "Yeah." The Umbu acknowledged the mission and vanished again. Inside the room, Naruto, who had barely yawned before feeling overwhelmingly sleepy, hurriedly changed into his pajamas while half asleep, then fell onto his pillow and sank into a deep slumber. Inside the spiritual world, Naruto is asleep. "Are you ready?" The Nine Tails, who had been sensing Naruto's state after withdrawing its power, opened its eyes and looked at Minato Namikaze, who was sitting cross-legged nearby. The red chakra cloak that had enveloped Minato Namikaze, the Nine Tails' unique chakra, was now gone. Having fully mastered this portion of the tailed beast's chakra, Minato turned to the Nine Tails. "Anytime. By the way, according to your plan, how much of the techniques I teach Naruto in his dreams will he remember when he wakes up?" "Depends on his comprehension. Generally about half is good enough." The Nine Tails sounded equally uncertain. "But as I said before, to avoid arousing suspicion in the dream I create for Naruto, he won't realize he's dreaming. So he can't communicate with you normally." "Hey, interesting. In the past I used this method to make Naruto relive the same dreams over and over, forcing him to sink into loneliness. So I'm not sure about the actual effect. It might even be less than 20%. 20%. Minato Namikaze touched his chin and pondered for a moment, then showed a confident expression. "That's enough. What do you plan to teach him first?" The Nine Tails was curious. Minato Namikaze's answer caught the Nine Tails off guard. He replied without hesitation. "Sealing jutsu. That little brat is." A passerby with a contemptuous gaze. "Don't go near him. Don't get close to him." A passerby pulled his child behind him, looking at him with disgust. "Damn it, why did the Hokage-sama bring this brat out of the orphanage?" The Konoha ninja, wearing a forehead protector, didn't hide his disgust either. Clearly the sun was so warm, but why did he always feel so cold? Young Naruto walked on the street with his head down, puzzled and confused by the reactions of the people around him. He didn't understand why he hadn't done anything wrong, yet everyone in the village seemed to hate him so much. At that moment, a slightly dirty ball rolled to a stop at Naruto's feet. Naruto looked up in the direction the ball came from, and saw a child about his height waving to him, signaling him to pass the ball back. A smile appeared on Naruto's face. Just as he was about to pick up the ball and go to the child's mother suddenly appeared, grabbed the child, and disappeared from Naruto's sight, leaving his smile frozen on his face. He stood there holding the ball, looking around. Somehow the people who had been sneering and whispering had disappeared, and the whole world seemed to leave him standing alone. The bewildered yellow-haired boy looked down at his hands, but they were empty. The ball was gone too. He was just standing alone with no one. Naruto. A voice that seemed familiar suddenly called out from behind. A blond man stood behind him, calling out with a face full of guilt and love. But Naruto ignored him, still standing there blankly. It's no use, this is his dream. Kurama's voice chimed in, explaining to Minato, Namikaze, he has never seen your face. In his memories and his dreams you cannot appear. I see. Minato Namikaze nodded, but his gaze never left Naruto in the dream. Kurama was not human. It knew well that it couldn't understand the complex emotions Minato was feeling, nor did it intend to. It just reminded him again, as I told you before, transform into someone Naruto knows so you can approach him in the dream. Only after he reacts to you in the dream can you truly influence him and begin teaching him. Minato nodded again, but still stood behind Naruto, not taking Kurama's advice. He just called Naruto's name once more. This time, however, after calling Naruto's name, Minato added, your mother Kushina loves you very much. As if hearing a certain word, a pair of figures appeared before Naruto. It was a mother leading her child to eat ramen. They walked ahead of Naruto with bright smiles while Naruto stood still watching them disappear. He still didn't hear Minato's call, giving no response. But Kurama seemed to understand what Minato wanted to do, and this time, in Naruto's dream, people and events kept appearing around young Naruto, then disappearing. There were indifferent passers-by, groups of mean kids who mocked him, occasionally the third Hokage, who rarely gave him some warmth, and more often himself crying in a corner. Minato stood behind young Naruto, watching every person and every face that appeared. He even saw some people he once knew in his memory. They had never shown such expressions, but always wore respectful looks. But in front of Naruto, he could see the genuine malice in these people. Perhaps it wasn't directed at 3-year-old Naruto, but this malice truly weighed on Naruto. Minato stood behind young Naruto, repeating similar words, but each sentence was slightly different. Every word from Minato was filled with love, guilt, and a positive attitude. Kurama observed the father and son like this, until after a moment it spoke, time's up. As its words fell, the scenery before Minato changed. Young Naruto's figure disappeared, replaced by a dark, deep, enclosed space, and the massive body of Kurama behind the bars. Is it over? Minato closed his eyes as if recalling everything he had just seen, then asked. In dreams, the perception of time is different. You might think it's only been a moment, but in reality, it's already morning. Kurama yawned, looking at Minato. Naruto is awake now. Is that so? Time flies. Minato didn't hide his sorrowful expression. So what did you accomplish all night? Kurama half closed its eyes, asking Minato with a hint of sarcasm. You haven't forgotten that you're dead, have you? Minato didn't speak at first, but after a moment he reminded, please observe Naruto's reaction after waking up. Any changes? He's lying in bed in a daze, muttered Mom, and then. Kurama seemed to understand something, adding. Then he said something like Hokage and recognition, then got up to get some breakfast. Minato listened to Kurama's description, recounting calmly, comparing the nouns he mentioned with Naruto's. Minato listened to Kurama's description, recounting calmly, comparing the nouns he mentioned with Naruto's current state, as described by Kurama. After a while he came to a conclusion. Less than 20%. For one night it seems not even 10% effect. I couldn't even convey his mother's name in one night. Minato sighed. I was hoping to at least comfort him in the dream. At least that's what Kushina would have done. After all, Naruto has no memory of what you and Kushina look like. Kurama said, as if making up for him. You keep mentioning her, but to the current Naruto it means nothing. It's easily forgotten, even in dreams. Huh. Kurama's tone suddenly rose with surprise, making Minato start to pay attention. What's wrong? Kurama did not answer. Meanwhile, in reality, Naruto, who was bored while soaking instant noodles, dipped his finger in some water and was drawing on the table, muttered, Gio, what nai? Perhaps it's not as bad as you think. Kurama glanced at Minato and grinned. Since he appeared in the sealed inner space of Naruto for the first time, Minato showed a genuine smile and couldn't help muttering to himself, Kushina Naruto is really a good child. The streets of Konohagakure were filled with laughter and joy. Not long ago the village had finally signed a peace agreement with Kimogakure, restoring a measure of peace that brought smiles back to the faces of the villagers. This mission was quite exhausting. Kimogakure finally calmed down. Where should we eat today? A female ninja, just back from her assignment, stretched her arms and chatted with her teammate as they walked. Ramen, her teammate replied instantly. Again, every time you return to the village you always go for ramen, the female ninja sighed. It's really delicious. Oops. The teammate turned to explain the charm of ramen, but accidentally bumped into someone. The small figure stumbled backward, but before the ninja could catch him, he performed a graceful back handspring, landing steadily and straightening up. Great skill. The Konoha ninja's eyes lit up, but he quickly apologized. Sorry, little one, I wasn't watching where I was going and bumped into you. When he saw the other's face, he froze instinctively. The other seemed accustomed to this reaction, merely glancing up and casually saying, "I'm fine." Then under the Konoha ninja's gaze, he walked away. Was it an illusion? As they passed, he thought he heard a faint mutter, "Ramen." "Hey, what's wrong?" The female teammate walked up and tapped the Konoha ninja. "Oh, nothing. I just didn't expect to run into this demon fox." The ninja, who had become a Chūnin last year, had a complicated expression. 4 years ago, his mentor had died in the Ninetales rampage, and he could not forget that resentment. But toward the one the Hokage called the demon fox's incarnation, he actually felt little malice. Having been on missions outside the village, he knew more than those who stayed inside. Compared to the true darkness of the ninja world, what was a mere child, who was the Ninetales Jinchuriki? So that's him, right? The female ninja blinked curiously, watching the retreating figure of the blonde boy. He doesn't look special. Let's go which ramen shop. I've lost my appetite. Besides, it's so hot today. The Chūnin shook his head and sighed. Forget it, it'll treat us to a big meal. The female teammate was naturally more than happy. This was Naruto's daily life. Accustomed to the villagers' discrimination, Naruto no longer cared as much as before. Instead, he began pondering the strange occurrences of the past half year. Whenever he slept, he vaguely dreamed of a warm figure who seemed to speak to him at length, but upon waking, he could never recall what was said. And each time he woke, he would inexplicably perform movements he had never done before. Just like the moment he was bumped into, his body instinctively executed a back handspring, as if he had done it countless times, yet he had no memory of it. These unsettling occurrences were becoming frequent. For instance, he felt a strange familiarity with things he had never seen, and he could read words he didn't recognize. Moreover, Naruto looked up, squinting at the sun nearing its zenith, and saw people seeking shade under eaves and trees. Yet he felt no heat, just as he had felt no cold during the snow. But for some reason, every time he woke up, he was ravenously hungry, as if he had been running for hours. Growl. His stomach grumbled at the wrong moment. Embarrassed, Naruto rubbed his belly and fished out some stained coins from his pocket. Sigh. Thinking of the ramen the two had mentioned, he was torn. The village provided a monthly allowance, but it was meager, at least for him now. Sigh. Thinking of the ramen the two had mentioned, he was torn. The village provided a monthly allowance, but it was meager. Meanwhile, in Naruto's mental world, two beings were engaged in a mild debate over his meal situation. There is a ninjutsu that uses chakra to transform earth and water into edible food. It doesn't taste great, but it fills the stomach. It was used by many on the battlefield. Minato Namikaze pondered seriously. If I start teaching today, Naruto might learn it by next month. No, we agreed not to teach ninjutsu yet. If Naruto uses a technique no one has seen before, it will invite unnecessary suspicion. Kurama flatly rejected, then rolled his eyes. You're too worried as a father. Sarutobi won't really let Naruto starve. It's my fault I didn't save money for him. If I had listened to Kushina and hidden some pocket money under the bed, I could have left it for Naruto. Minato was still regretting, making Kurama roll his eyes again. The fox inwardly scoffed. Minato was indirectly blaming him for the attack on. Alright, trust Naruto to handle this himself. Only taijutsu training won't raise suspicion. Kurama swished his tail, then asked, as for sealing techniques, as long as he doesn't use them in reality, it's fine. And even if he does, it's fine. The sealing techniques I'm teaching are from the Uzumaki clan. Besides, the third Hokage, only Jiraiya Sensei is familiar with them. Minato explained. Either way, they won't harm Naruto. I can guarantee that. Jiraiya. If you don't need to tell me about him. Kurama felt reassured at the name. He knew Jiraiya's character better than Minato, having witnessed the days he spent with Naruto. Oh, by the way, I know why you insist on teaching Naruto sealing techniques first, but I must remind you again. Kurama emphasized, don't let Naruto know about our existence too early. It could cause many unnecessary troubles. Minato looked at Kurama, who had returned to resting inside the seal. Though his expression remained calm, a doubt lingered in his mind. Kurama had left Naruto's training to him, claiming he could only give the boy-tailed beast power, but didn't know how to teach humans, so Minato should start from the basics. But he felt Kurama's purpose wasn't just that. If the godlike enemies it spoke of truly existed, why wasn't it the least bit anxious? Ramen, it's really delicious. Young Naruto, emerging from the ramen shop, rubbed his round belly with sheer delight. It was his first time having such freshly made ramen, not the instant kind, and it was incredibly fragrant. Moreover, the uncle who made the ramen was very kind. Even though Naruto didn't have enough money, he didn't make things difficult for him, nor did he refuse to sell like other shops. I must come again when I have the chance. Thinking this, Naruto turned to look at the shop sign and memorized it. Yao Ramen. Just as Naruto was stepping out of the ramen shop, two figures approached him, one tall and one short. They were chatting and laughing, and the shorter one was about Naruto's height. Both wore dark-colored clothing. "Big brother, can you practice shuriken with me today?" "Sure." Were they brothers? As they passed Naruto, the training they mentioned piqued his curiosity. He instinctively turned to look and noticed a conspicuous fan-shaped emblem printed on the back of their clothing. My. Sensing Naruto's gaze, Uchiha Itachi's peripheral vision also fell on Naruto. Is it him? For instance, that Naruto was a Jinchuriki. But that had nothing to do with him today. He withdrew his gaze and continued looking at his younger brother, saying, "But I can only stay with you for a little while." For instance, that Naruto was a Jinchuriki. But that had nothing to do with him today. He withdrew his gaze and continued looking at his younger brother, saying, "But I can only stay with you for a little while. I have some other matters to attend to later." Etched. The younger brother was clearly disappointed. But before the younger brother could whine, Uchiha Itachi was already smiling at him without speaking. Uchiha Sasuke, evidently accustomed to his brother's tactics, reluctantly said, "All right, but you have to." Sensing something, Uchiha Sasuke also turned to look at Naruto, who was still studying them. He then asked politely, "Hello? Is there something you need?" "Oh no." Surprised that the other had spoken first, Naruto was momentarily at a loss. But soon he displayed his characteristic talent for being familiar. I heard you were going to practice shuriken. Can I join and watch?" Of course not. The clan's shuriken techniques. Uchiha Sasuke certainly didn't want anyone to disturb the rare time he had to play with his brother. Besides, the clan's shuriken techniques couldn't be shown to outsiders. Why was this person so strange? Didn't he know such basic common sense? Uchiha Itachi had also intended to politely refuse, but before he could speak, he suddenly noticed Naruto's stance. Although they were just casually strolling and chatting on the street, when Uchiha Itachi looked at Naruto squarely, he noticed that the boy's posture gave him a sense of a ninja, hiding his openings ready to strike at any moment. This kind of demeanor was very common among battle-hardened shinobi, but this child should never have left the village. Uchiha Itachi was a true genius. Moreover, since the Third Great Ninja War broke out in the year after his birth, he had followed his father to the battlefield from a young age, and his logic of thinking about everything was completely different from that of the villagers. Having become a genin at the age of 7, he felt a trace of curiosity toward Naruto. "I'm sorry, but not this time. If you're interested, maybe we can do it together another time." Uchiha Itachi took over the conversation from his younger brother Sasuke, exchanged a few polite words with Naruto, then pulled Sasuke away. Naruto, though rejected, wasn't too disheartened. After all, it was the norm. But for some reason he felt quite concerned about the other person. As for the shuriken mentioned just now, Naruto was indeed quite interested. It was that same feeling again. He had never heard of or seen a shuriken before, but when he heard the word just now, he felt an inexplicable familiarity, as if he had seen it more than once in his dreams. The place they went to. Was it the riverbank? Naruto recalled. My Hokage's office. The list on the third Hokage's desk gave him a bit of a headache. The uniform surname in the name column made him frown involuntarily. The Uchiha clan, geniuses truly emerged in endless succession. This time the advisor's suggestion is to continue denying the Uchiha clan A and BU positions while reducing their promotion quotas for Chūnin and Jonin. Nara Shukaku, the strategist of the My Hokage standing before the third, analyzed, "It's still the opinion of continuing to suppress the Uchiha clan." "What do you think?" The third Hokage exhaled a puff of smoke and looked up to ask. The fourth Hokage's sacrifice and the Nine-Tails rampage have made the villagers' guard against the Uchiha clan too obvious. If we continue to put pressure on them in our handling, I'm afraid it will be hard to convince the public. Shukaku gave his reply almost without much thought, clearly already well aware of the thoughts regarding the Uchiha clan. "So you think we should promote this batch of clan members?" The third Hokage's had obscured his eyes, making it impossible to read his thoughts through his expression. Shukaku glanced at the third's demeanor and did not respond immediately, as he had just done, because he knew that the third was not satisfied with his answer. "This batch of Uchiha clan members has already fully met the criteria for promotion. We can't simply deny them promotion without any reason, can we?" The third Hokage, who received no answer, did not press further. His withered fingers tapped on the list. "The Uchiha are also members of my. Such behavior is unjustifiable, but never mind. Send word for Shursui to come." Yes. An ANBU member who had been standing by materialized from the shadows and then vanished. The afternoon sun was still scorching. In the sweltering heat, two figures moved swiftly through the trees, one behind the other. Then the figure in front suddenly stopped, turned around, and called to the one behind, "Itachi, let's call it a day." Uchiha Itachi, who was following closely, quickly halted and looked with some confusion at the handsome figure standing on the branch ahead with a sword on his back. "What's wrong, Shursui?" "Emergency. I have to go first." Uchiha Shursui turned around and smiled gently at Itachi. Seems like today's not the day. I was planning to teach you a move so you could show off in front of your little brother. Alright. Hearing that Shursui had important business, Uchiha Itachi naturally wouldn't stop him. He'll go back and see how Sasuke's practice is going. Come find me when you're free. With that, Uchiha Shizui's figure vanished from the branch. Itachi, watching his friend leave, turned to go back and find Sasuke. Just as he returned to the riverbank, he heard a shout. Watch out. A black shadow shot through the air toward Uchiha Itachi. A shuriken. Someone attacking. Uchiha Itachi, without turning his head, sensed it before he even landed. In midair, he instinctively drew a shuriken from his waist and flung it precise and swift, like an arrow of light, shooting toward the dark shadow. Clang. The shuriken hit the shadow, deadened, but contrary to Itachi's expectations, the incoming shuriken was unusually fragile. It shattered into several pieces upon impact and fell to the ground while his own thrown shuriken continued its trajectory without losing momentum. Watch out. The warning cry came belatedly. The other party hadn't even realized that Itachi had already counterattacked and was still foolishly trying to. Was it an accident? It was only then that Uchiha Itachi saw clearly that what his shuriken had struck was just a piece of gravel. He immediately understood. The moment he landed, he almost simultaneously drew a kunai from the other side, and with an even more exquisite technique hurled it toward the shuriken that had just flown out. Thud. The kunai launched later arrived first, striking the hollow center of the previous shuriken with lightning speed, forcibly redirecting it and sending it flying into a tree on the other side. This was the reason Uchiha Itachi had been praised as a genius by everyone since childhood, his godlike shuriken technique. Wow! The slow-reacting young Naruto exclaimed in amazement. He was the one who had just called out in warning. He had been playing by the river skipping stones when suddenly a person dropped from the sky. Seeing that the other person was about to hit the stone he had just thrown, Naruto hurriedly warned him. Yet in the next instant the other person threw a shuriken that shattered his stone dead center. What stunned Naruto even more was that the shuriken seemed to change direction on its own. It was flying toward him one moment, then abruptly veered off to that tree. Amazing. Of course Naruto hadn't noticed the second kunai thrown by Uchiha Itachi. Mistakenly believing that the shuriken could turn, he quickly ran up to Itachi and exclaimed in admiration. Is it him? Uchiha Itachi straightened up at this moment, and looking at Naruto's appearance felt a jolt in his heart. The reason he had mistaken the other's thrown stone for a shuriken attack was precisely because the stone's speed and trajectory were very close to that of a thrown shuriken. Even his younger brother Sasuke, who had started training with both him and their father, couldn't achieve such an effect with real shuriken. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki must be about the same age as his brother, right? Was it just an accident? I was just playing by the water. I didn't mean to throw it at you. Naruto, seeing that Uchiha Itachi was only staring at him without speaking, felt a bit nervous and quickly explained, I didn't expect you to jump down from the sky either. Then, as if worried the other might misunderstand, Naruto threw the remaining stones in his hand toward another direction, saying, see him just playing like whiz, whiz, whiz. Uchiha Itachi watched the stones that Naruto casually threw. Each one followed a perfectly standard shuriken arc. This made Itachi realize that the earlier incident was no accident. The boy indeed possessed the skill to throw even stones with standard technique. No, it's nothing. After a moment of silence, Uchiha Itachi gave a standard smile. Sorry to bother you. With those words, Uchiha Itachi vanished in front of Naruto with a body flicker, leaving Naruto standing there still stunned. So cool. Naruto's eyes sparkled with stars. The ninja in the village he had encountered were mostly lazy middle-aged men. He had never met a ninja only slightly older than himself like this, and it was an eye-opener for him. I didn't ask his name. Huh. With his hands behind his head, Naruto was savoring the other's cool combo move when his gaze was suddenly drawn to a glint of light reflecting from a tree trunk. It was the shuriken that Uchiha Itachi had thrown. Wow, a real shuriken. Naruto's eyes lit up. He hurried over and was about to pull out the shuriken stuck in the tree when he noticed that a long, slender kunai was also pinned to the ring. Why is there also a kunai? Not understanding, Naruto examined the two different ninja tools in his hand. Under the sunlight, the pitch-black blades gleamed, evoking a chill in his heart. After playing with them for a moment, Naruto put them away. Then, feeling a bit guilty, he looked around to make sure no one had seen him, and with a sudden impulse, he hurried home. They'll return them to him when I meet him again. It's not stealing if I just play with them for now, right? Naruto thought to himself. Meanwhile, the departed Uchiha Itachi slipped into a small grove in another direction and soon returned to the training ground of the Uchiha clan. At that moment, Uchiha Sasuke was panting and sweating profusely as he practiced with shuriken. His expression was focused. He had not relaxed just because Uchiha Itachi had left him an assignment. Seeing this, Itachi's face softened, and he stood silently behind him. Hey! Sasuke continued throwing shuriken, but most missed the target and fell to the ground. Those that managed to hit the target did not embed deeply. Damn it, why can't I throw like my brother? Is it because I'm not strong enough? Sasuke, somewhat annoyed, waved the shuriken around in frustration. Throwing shuriken isn't about strength. Technique is the key. Uchiha Itachi spoke up. A big brother. Sasuke turned around in surprise at the voice, and seeing his big brother standing right behind him watching, he asked a little sheepishly, "Brother, didn't you say you had something to do? How come you're back so soon?" "I'm done. Come, I'll teach you," Uchiha Itachi said gently. Then he personally adjusted Sasuke's posture, trying to help him memorize the standard movements first. With Uchiha Itachi's help, after a whole afternoon of training, Sasuke could barely manage a few shuriken that hit the bullseye, but most still missed the target. This was not because Sasuke was stupid. After all, such practice relies on feel. The Uchiha clan were natural-born ninja prodigies. For them, diligent practice would eventually lead to mastery. For ninja, no matter how outstanding their talent, most of those praised as geniuses essentially need to continuously work hard to improve their. Under the glow of the setting sun on the way back, Uchiha Itachi carried his younger brother Sasuke on his back, reflecting on the things that had bothered him today. Aside from Shizui's sudden departure, the fact that Naruto could throw even stones with such effortless skill also puzzled him. Could someone have been teaching him since childhood? Meanwhile, at home, Naruto was secretly rubbing his hands together in excitement over the ninja tools on the table. Just now, when he was playing with the kunai, a sudden inspiration struck him. He seemed to recall a strange symbol that had appeared in several of his dreams, and it seemed to be engraved on the kunai. What's it called? I remember something with flying. Naruto racked his brains, recalling roughly the pattern. He picked up a brush he had found somewhere at home and began to draw the symbol from memory. Flying Thunder God Mark. The Ninetales, watching this scene from the inner space, was startled. But after looking a bit longer, it snorted disdainfully, "All wrong. The beginning is slightly correct, but the rest is completely off. No rush." Hearing the Ninetales' words, Minato Namikaze, who was preparing tonight's lesson by the side, smiled and said, "Take your time." The twilight slowly faded and moonlight spilled over the land. After a full afternoon of training, the Uchiha brothers had enjoyed a delicious dinner prepared by their mother and now sat in the courtyard to cool off. Sasuke reclined, gazing at the moon with a look of ease, feeling thoroughly satisfied with the afternoon's practice. Just as he was about to chat with his brother, he realized that Uchiha Itachi had left without a word, leaving him alone to watch the moon. Meanwhile, the departed Uchiha Itachi was in his father's room at home. In Uchiha Itachi's memory, ever since his father had taken him away from the battlefield, he would like today give him a secret signal at the dinner table, one that neither his mother nor younger brother could understand, to invite him to the room for a private conversation. "Did you encounter the Ninetales Jinchuriki today?" Uchiha Fugaku Itachi, and Sasuke's biological father, and the head of the Uchiha clan, was a man of stern and imposing character. "Yes. He is a key target under the village's surveillance. Once you have any contact with him, all your actions will be monitored by the Umbu." Uchiha Fugaku looked at his son, who kept his head lowered, and spoke in a deep voice. "Our Uchiha clan already draws the village's attention easily. You must minimize behaviors that could attract the Hokage's notice." "Yes. Itachi, you have always been a sensible child. I have great confidence in you." Fugaku's expression softened slightly upon seeing Itachi's response. "Because of our Sharingan, the greatest suspicion regarding the Ninetales rampage has always fallen on us. It's fine in other areas, but we must completely distance ourselves from anything related to the Ninetales. Moreover, I have a mission for you." "A mission?" Uchiha Itachi looked up at his father. The latter gazed at his son and slowly said, "Join the Umbu, Itachi." Every major ninja village had a special force directly under the Kage, separate from the standard rankings of Genin, Chūnin, and Jonin. In this era, ninjas were more often mercenaries hired by various villages to serve various industries. But the Umbu was different. Joining the Umbu meant casting aside one's name and identity, becoming a blade that moved in the shadows and obeyed only the village's high command, no longer possessing self-awareness. Uchiha Itachi naturally understood what the Umbu was, but he did not understand why his father wanted him to do this. The Uchiha clan was the greatest family in Konoha village, both in terms of strength and history, but their status within the village did not match their reputation. The Uchiha clan was responsible for the village's police force, but this was merely a facade. Because of the existence of ninjas, most security commissions were actually handled by the ninja mission system under the Hokage's office. The Uchiha clan's police force was more of a bad guy role, handling many tasks that were unpopular or offensive, which further strained their relationships with other villages. In this situation, his father's clan had always emphasized calmness and forbearance at clan meetings, urging them not to be the first to stand out and stir up, and now his father wanted him to join the Umbu. "Itachi, you have always been very intelligent. You should understand that the clan's current environment is too passive." As if sensing Itachi's thoughts, Fugaku explained, "The war is over, and there will be a period of peace. The clan's young and capable members will keep increasing. But more people means less to eat. The Uchiha clan is under the vigilance of Konoha's high command, so they will inevitably continue to weaken the clan's influence within the village. The most direct evidence is that I have repeatedly submitted requests to increase the number of clan members allowed to participate in ninja exams, but they are always rejected. The police force is ultimately a village duty. If ninjas cannot go on external missions over time, resentment will Uchiha Fugaku, seeing that Itachi seemed to have realized something, tapped the floor with his finger. We need someone who knows what the big shots in the Hokage's office are really thinking. A spy. The word instantly flashed through Uchiha Itachi's mind. It was a term all too common on battlefields, almost synonymous with being a ninja. His father wanted him to join the Yumbu, so he could directly relay the Hokage's orders to the clan. Had the internal conflict within the clan already reached such a level? At this moment, the boy, only 4 years older than Naruto, was no longer thinking about the concerns of his peers. He realized the weight behind the task his father had entrusted to him. But Itachi still showed no change in expression. He merely replied flatly, "Yes." Just then he had wanted to bring up the topic of Naruto's impressive shuriken jutsu, which he had discovered when his father mentioned the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, but he silently kept it to himself. The boy who had accepted the clan's mission to become a spy in the Yumbu was now preoccupied with many conjectures. At that moment, he did not wonder how someone his father had described as a heavily guarded Jinchuriki could have mastered shuriken jutsu. The boy who had accepted the clan's mission to become a spy in the Yumbu was now preoccupied with many conjectures. At that moment, he did not wonder how someone is. Although his expression revealed nothing, Itachi felt a stifling sensation in his chest. He wanted to confide in someone, but knew he could not speak of these matters. So he returned to the courtyard, saw the small figure, and instinctively called out, "Sasuke-you." Uchiha Itachi's voice stopped abruptly. He saw his younger brother, already asleep, slumped on the ground. His gaze softened. Shaking his head, he lifted Sasuke, glanced at the bright moonlight above, and carried him inside to put him to bed. Then, along the street under a lamppost, Uchiha Itachi, unnoticed by passers-by, made an inconspicuous scratch on the lamppost with a shuriken, a signal he. After doing this, he appeared like a child out for a stroll. After dinner, his expression relaxed and natural. As he walked into a dark, empty corner, a familiar voice sounded behind him. "Calling me so urgently, what's up?" Uchiha Shursue, his mentor and friend, stood behind him, smiling lightly. During the Third Great Ninja War, Konoha gave birth to several figures whose names resounded across the shinobi world. Aside from the most dazzling yellow flash Minato Namikaze, who later became the fourth Hokage, there was the young prodigy who carved out the reputation of Shursue of the body flicker in the same war, Uchiha Shursue. He was the true leader of the contemporary Uchiha clan, and countless people sang praises of his talent without end. He was a descendant of Uchiha Kagami, a member of the second Hokage Tobirama Sunjust Guard unit, just like the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi. As the descendant of a comrade, Uchiha Shursue was different from other Uchiha clan members. The third Hokage's trust in him was very solid. Shursue was one of the few contemporary Uchiha who still deeply understood the will of fire. Even at the end of the Third War, Shursue supported Minato Namikaze's succession as the fourth Hokage refused the clan's and others' attempts to push him into competing with Minato, and willingly returned to the clan to serve dutifully in the police force. After Minato's sacrifice, when suspicion of the Nine-Tails rampage fell upon the Uchiha clan, Shursue had already returned to serve the Hokage. He knew well that his actions would invite misunderstanding and hostility from his clansmen, but to ease tensions between both sides, Shursue chose to sever ties with the clan and silently guard the village's peace from the shadows. To someone like him, the appearance of Uchiha Itachi was a great joy. Itachi was one of the rare few in the Uchiha clan who could truly understand him, though he was still too young to stand on his own. Shursue placed his hope in the future, that the two of them could serve the Hokage together and ensure lasting peace for Konoha. This was also why Shursue had always been willing to teach Uchiha Itachi. He had been instilling in Itachi the way of thinking and understanding of the will of fire, hoping that Itachi would not be like those in the clan who only knew how to complain about fate. After leaving the Hokage's office, having received the third Hokage's response regarding the promotion quota for the Uchiha clan, Shursue intended to return to the clan to observe their reactions. However, he soon noticed a street lamp that bore a mark. This was a signal between him and Itachi, so he followed Itachi to this place. Hearing Itachi's account, Shizui's expression remained calm, but inwardly, he knew Fugaku very well. Though he was the head of the Uchiha clan, he was not a radical. For him to go so far as to send his own son Itachi as a spy in the Yumbu showed that the pressure within the clan had become immense, so great that he had to resort to such an unwise measure. "Itachi, you had better repeat every word you exchanged with your father exactly as they were said. I need more precise information." After briefly understanding the situation, Shursue frowned, but soon relaxed his brow when he saw the rare anxiety on Itachi's face. He did not want to put more pressure on Itachi. For an 80-year-old Uchiha, Itachi, the burden of being torn between the clan and the village was far too heavy. These matters should be resolved by himself. Hearing Shizui's steady, slow, and powerful words, Itachi nodded and relayed to Uchiha Shursui the exact conversation he had with his father from memory. Understood. But what is this about contacting the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? Shursui nodded and then asked. Itachi then told Shursui about his encounter with Naruto after they had parted that afternoon, including their brief meeting on the street earlier. He knows shuriken jutsu. Self-taught. Shursui blinked. As a publicly known Konoha Jonin, and secretly a Hokage Direct Special Ninja, he naturally knew about Naruto's situation. When he heard Itachi say that Naruto was practicing shuriken with stones by the river, he paused, somewhat intrigued. But only somewhat. After all, he was a member of the Uchiha clan. Regardless of whether the third Hokage and other Konoha higher-ups trusted him, they would never allow an Uchiha to get too close to the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Nor would he deliberately invite unnecessary suspicion. More importantly, the urgent matter at hand was the conflict between the clan and the village. With that thought, Uchiha Shursui pondered for a moment and reached a conclusion. Itachi joined the Umbu. Uchiha Itachi remained silent, waiting for Shursui to continue. As expected, Shursui added, "But I neither want you to become a spy for the clan, nor to blindly follow the village. Try to see everything with your own eyes and forge your own path." As he spoke, Uchiha Shizui's pupils began to transform eerily. A crimson Sharingan slowly unfolded with 3 small tomo rotating around the pupil, and then it shifted into a shuriken-like shape. The Mangekyo Sharingan. It is through these eyes of mine that I see the path I must walk. Itachi, you are not meant to be my subordinate or my shadow. You must see your own future with your own eyes and make decisions that you can truly approve of. Uchiha Shizui's words brought a sudden clarity to Itachi. His gaze grew resolute, as if he had made an important decision. Time flew by, and another half-year passed. It seems we can only stop here for today. As Naruto's figure disappeared, Minato Namikaze smiled, though a trace of wistfulness lingered. Unlike the Nine-Tails, although he also remained in Naruto's mental ceiling space after the Nine-Tails shared its chakra, to preserve this chakra clone of his, he could only act within this spiritual world. He could not leave, could not observe the outside world, could not be free, as if sealed away. He did not know if this was the Nine-Tails' way of taking revenge on the one who sealed both him and Kushina, but Minato Namikaze did not feel much resentment in his heart. Rather, he felt a sense of gratitude toward the Nine-Tails. As a father, he had failed to fulfill his duties, and he was deeply remorseful for the loneliness Naruto had endured. And as a Hokage, having learned from the Nine-Tails about the so-called future, he understood the gravity of that crisis. The Ōtsutsuki clan. Any one of them could destroy the entire shinobi world, and there was an entire extraterrestrial race of such beings. Minato Namikaze admitted that when he first learned of the future enemies from the Nine-Tails, his naturally cautious and rational mind immediately assumed the Nine-Tails was speaking nonsense. But soon he judged that the Nine-Tails had no reason to deceive him. Assuming everything was true, Minato Namikaze's mindset, he was already a dead man. The world of the living should have been none of his concern. But now that he existed in a peculiar way through the Nine-Tails, he no longer thought that saving the world. Teacher Jiraiya had once said that he might be the child of prophecy, and later he entrusted that responsibility to his and Kushina's child. It was both a resignation and an expectation. Informed by the Nine-Tails, Minato learned how much Naruto had sacrificed to truly save the world. He felt proud and deeply moved. Yet even so, this child's fate was still so fraught with hardship. Even as the strongest in the shinobi world, he still faced life threat. All of that was his fault. That was what Minato Namikaze thought at that moment. He decided to help the Nine-Tails and change Naruto's fate by his own power. You didn't correct Naruto's flying thunder god mark. Why? The Nine-Tails raised its head, looking at Minato Namikaze standing still. According to your statement, after testing if a technique and memory are not systematically taught for more than a month, Naruto will most likely forget everything within 3 days. But for the past 3 months, you haven't taught him anything about the Flying Thunder God. Won't that make all your previous efforts futile? Flying Thunder God. Hearing the Nine-Tails question, Minato Namikaze was momentarily taken aback. He collected his thoughts and resumed his smile. Naruto has already learned it. You didn't correct Naruto's Flying Thunder God mark. Why? The Nine-Tails raised its head, looking at Minato Namikaze standing still. According to your statement, after testing if a technique and memory are not systematically taught for more than a month, Naruto will most likely forget everything within 3 days. But for the past 3 months, you haven't taught him anything about the Flying Thunder God. Won't that make all your previous efforts futile? Flying Thunder God. Hearing the Nine-Tails question, Minato Namikaze was momentarily taken aback. He collected his thoughts and resumed his smile. Naruto has already learned it. Already learned. Nine-Tails was also extremely shocked, but quickly recovered. You mean he used the Flying Thunder God this morning? But when did you teach? I see. It's a sealing technique. That's right, the Flying Thunder God technique is actually a combination of sealing technique and ninjutsu. Wolfing Shuemin nodded, casually shaping a shuriken out of chakra, and pointed to the Flying Thunder God mark on the shuriken. The mark itself is based on sealing logic. It allows one to imprint one's own chakra onto any surface, which then serves as a marker to teleport the body. The subsequent time-space aspect of the Flying Thunder God is a manifestation of ninjutsu. As we agreed not to teach Mingren ninjutsu first, the Flying Thunder God, with only its sealing aspect, would appear to outsiders as nothing more than Mingren's doodles. Without sufficient ninjutsu training, he cannot travel any significant distance. With Shuemin's explanation, Ninetales understood. No wonder no one in my village, after Shuemin mastered the Flying Thunder God, even his 3 personal guards could only perform it together. The key point lay in the nearly lost sealing techniques. The Flying Thunder God required both considerable proficiency in sealing techniques and extremely high demands in ninja. No wonder no one in my village, after Shuemin mastered the Flying Thunder God, even his 3 personal guards could only perform it together. Ninetales couldn't help recalling that in the future Mingren had also attempted to recreate the Flying Thunder God, but he had never systematically studied sealing formulas, focusing only on time-space jutsu was naturally insufficient. No wonder Shuemin's mastery of sealing techniques was so profound that he could execute the Flying Thunder God with such miraculous skill. Even that brat Shinsho Feijian was inferior to him. Is this explanation clear enough? Watching Ninetales still deep in thought, bluffing Shuemin spoke. Does it help you understand ninja? Not long ago. At first I thought you were just concerned about Mingren, but later I noticed you've been paying attention to everything I said about ninjutsu. Shuemin, when did you figure it out? Ninetales grinned. Not long ago. At first I thought you were just concerned about Mingren, but later I noticed you've been paying attention to everything I said about ninjutsu. Wolfeng Shuemin did not hide anything, meeting Ninetales' slightly threatening gaze. If you simply want to understand ninjutsu, you could have just asked me directly. Ninetales fell silent. It was thinking. It was a natural chakra aggregate. The most powerful living being in this world, a tailed beast inherently capable of freely controlling chakra, just like the one-tail and other tailed beasts. Thus they had a shortcoming that wasn't exactly a shortcoming. They had never learned human ninjutsu knowledge, could not even understand or perform the myriad strange powers of these ninjas. Even though most of those powers were far too weak for a tailed beast, their underlying principles were not simple. Ninetales and Mingren started from the same point. It was learning too. As for the purpose of learning these techniques, Ninetales didn't know whether it should tell Shuemin the truth. After that possibility flashed through its mind, Ninetales decided not to tell anyone. On this matter, anyone could leak it after all. That might be a purpose unacceptable to humans. I just want to understand. But even if you don't want me to learn secretly, there's no helping it. This place is under my control. Of course not. If you want to listen, it's no problem. Although the Flying Thunder God is a technique from the Scroll of Seals in my, for you Ninetales now. Wolfeng Shuemin broke into a smile. You should also be considered a member of my TCHM, just on the same side as Mingren. Ninetales scoffed at Shuemin's good-natured demeanor. That's good. Shuemin put on a natural expression. But Ninetales didn't press further, which let Shuemin breathe a sigh of relief. Of course he knew that Ninetales had its own goals. After all, they had spent nearly a year together in the inner world, and his understanding of it had deepened greatly. But Ninetales wasn't the only one with ulterior motives. Shuemin's decision to teach sealing techniques first naturally had its own selfishness. He still wanted to give Mingren a backup plan. The topic between Ninetales and Shuemin ended there. This was normal for their relationship. During the year in the inner world, apart from discussing Mingren and future events, they spent most of the time in mutual silence. But they were not without topics. On the contrary, they had many things they left unsaid, both knowing well. For instance, Xuanwejik Sinai and the chakra she left in Mingren's mental space. Here comes the tonkatsu ramen. With Uncle Yael's enthusiastic shout, the last steaming bowl of ramen was pushed in front of an eagerly waiting Mingren. Whoop! Mingren shouted excitedly, quickly picking up a mouthful of hot noodles, slurping them down, without even waiting to cool them off. Soon he was sweating profusely from the heat, but he couldn't stop his chopsticks. Several layers of empty bowls were stacked in front of him. He had been eating from afternoon to evening, as if he was famished. Seeing Mingren's hearty eating manners, the little girl sitting next to him was blushing deeply. She dared not look directly at him, only occasionally stealing a glance before lowering her head shyly. That. Chutian, looking delicate, held out a handkerchief with both hands toward Mingren, her eyes fixed on her own toes, her voice soft and faltering. Slurp, slurp. Huh. Oh, thanks. Mingren, stuffing noodles into his mouth while thanking Chutian, indistinctly took the handkerchief, wiped his forehead, and finally lifted the entire bowl to drink up the broth. Phew. It's been so long since I last had ramen so satisfying. Mingren patted his round belly, smiling at Chutian. Thanks for treating me. You should try some too, it's delicious. Hearing this, Chūtian looked at the bowl in front of her, which was several times larger than her face. The noodles had almost become soggy in the soup. Chūtian seemed not to have heard Mingren's words. She nodded to herself, her little hands clenched slightly, as if giving herself courage or doing mental preparation. Mingren tried to call her several times, but Chūtian remained silent. He scratched his head in confusion, then suddenly caught sight of a figure outside from the corner of his eye, and quickly stood up. After a long while, Chūtian finally gathered her courage, and spoke in a voice as soft as an insect. Mingren-kun today is really. Thank you. And. Con. Congratulations. I wish you. Turning around, she realized Mingren had already left at some point. Chūtian stared at the empty seat, dazed, looking very disappointed. Little girl, how do you know Mingren? Uncle Yao glanced at the untouched noodles and the girl's undisguised disappointment. His curiosity burning, he asked with interest. Let us go back a little earlier in time. Another night of dreams ended and Mingren let out a long yawn. He had begun to get used to the daily occurrence of dreaming. Although he could never recall the content of his dreams, each time he woke up he felt an immense comfort, a special warmth, as if someone had listened to his loneliness and sorrow, and then continuously encouraged him. This nearly dissipated the resentment that came from the cold stares and mockery he usually endured. More remarkably, even though the dreams brought him great comfort, Mingren had no desire to indulge it. It was an indescribable feeling, as if every time he woke up a new goal surfaced in his heart, something he wanted to accomplish, like, the milk has expired. Mingren shook the milk carton in his hand. Normally a carefree person who paid little attention to such details, today he was unusually picky about his food, only to find that few of his household supplies could be considered safe. It was as if someone had specifically reminded him to check the expiration dates. He'll eat out. He casually shoved the milk back into the cupboard, changed out of his pajamas, and headed out. When he opened the door, the warm sunlight fell on his face, forcing him to squint instinctively. This had become routine. He often slept until noon, as if the time in his dreams was more important. Fortunately, the October sunlight was not harsh, only warm. Speaking of which, today was a special day. Inside the Rishion clan compound. Ningxi wins. That's enough. At the referee's command, Ningxi's somewhat sharp palm wind stopped less than half a finger's width from his opponent's forehead. Under the admiring gaze of his opponent, Rishion Ningxi withdrew his hand and bowed, signaling the end of the match. As expected of the genius Ningxi, his gentle fist has reached such a level. Even elites from the branch family 5 years his senior are no match for him. Let alone the branch family. Among the young generation of the main family, no one can defeat this kid. Rishion Nichao left behind a good son. The Rishion clan members' conversations were filled with admiration, but to the 6-year-old Ningxi many of those words felt. These people always appeared to be praising him, yet unconsciously they kept emphasizing the distinction between the main family and the branch family, as well as his father, who had died a violent death. It was as if they were telling him not to be complacent, that he was merely a caged bird. Next should be the young lady Chūtian, right? A member of the main family who had already competed took a deep breath, then looked around. Where is she? Come to think of it, the young lady hasn't been here since. At that moment, at the back door of the Rishion residence, Rishion Chūtian was crouching in a corner. As a major clan in Leaf Village, the main family's etiquette naturally forbade the young lady from adopting such an undignified posture, but Chūtian could no longer care about that. She was terrified. Chūtian had never understood fighting. Why did the clan members who usually spoke kindly to each other become so serious during these matches, disregarding pain and injury just to prove something? Even brother Ningxi, who used to be so kind to her, had inexplicably come to dislike her, and in their previous matches he had shown Chūtian feared pain, feared injury, and also feared hurting others. Though she wanted to run away, she understood that escape was impossible. It's so scary. The more she thought, the more shaken she became. She curled up in the corner, burying her head in her knees. Yo hey, what are you doing? Just then a greeting so naive it sounded innocent rang out. Startled by the voice, Chūtian looked up instinctively and saw a boy with yellow hair smiling brightly at her. It was him. Chūtian was taken aback. She recognized Mingren. One winter before, when she got lost and was bullied by some bad kids, he had helped her and walked her home. Later, Chūtian had deliberately asked about his name. Xuanhua Mingrenyu. Hello. Why are you here? Chūtian responded softly, her voice too faint, so Mingren instinctively leaned closer to hear her. Poof! Kyushin's face turned red instantly as Mingren approached. But for Mingren, he was delighted. Because most of the time when he greeted people, few in the village would respond, and most of his peers gathered to mock him for being an orphan. Hello. Mingren scratched the back of his head and chuckled. Just passing by. I was about to get breakfast. Ere should I? The sun was high in the sky, forcing Mingren to correct himself. Oh. Chūtian nodded, and the two fell into an awkward silence. So you still haven't told me what you're doing. But Mingren was an impatient sort, and soon brought the topic back. Inside the spiritual world witnessing this scene, Jiuwei let out a sound of amusement. What's wrong? Wolfing Schumann, who was nearby, heard Jiuwei's noise and asked curiously. Well, how should I put it? Jiuwei glanced at Wolfing Schumann, thought for a moment, and said, Mingren is truly your son. He's exactly like you when you were young. Oh no, even earlier than you. What are you talking about? Intrigued by Jiuwei's words, Wolfing Schumann put down his work. In the spiritual world, many imagined things could be conjured, and since his chakra body didn't need sleep, he had been able to research many ninja techniques, even when not in Mingren's dreams. But any research could wait when his curiosity was piqued, especially since Jiuwei's remark made him think of something a father couldn't help but care about. See for yourself. Jiuwei didn't keep him in suspense. He slightly altered the nature of the chakra he provided to Schumann, allowing him to also temporarily access Mingren's external vision. Schumann felt the scene before him change. The dark, cold ceiling space gradually faded, replaced by the sight of Mingren talking to a young girl he didn't recognize. The next thing Schumann saw made him understand what Jiuwei had meant. Even if no one else acknowledges you, I can be the only one who believes in you. Have confidence in yourself. Mingren suddenly reached out, grabbing Kyushin's small hands that were pressed against her sides, and encouraged her with wide eyes. Little Kyushin's face was so red it seemed ready to steam. What's wrong? Seeing the little girl on the verge of fainting, Mingren looked puzzled. Then the big brain suddenly caught on. You're still scared, right? That's okay, I'll go back with you and cheer you on. Poor little Chutian could barely hear what Mingren was saying at this point. Her naturally shy nature had overwhelmed her mind, leaving her to only nod along blindly. The loser steps down. As a defeated Hyuga clan member from the branch family reluctantly left the arena, Hyuga Niji, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, opened them and awaited the referee's announcement. He and Lady Hinata were the final match. Originally, before this, the heads of the main and branch families should have exchanged words. But everyone in the Hyuga clan knew that Niji's father was the head of the branch family, and last year, to avoid provoking the Cloud Village, he had been forced to commit suicide and disgrace his body, even taken away by the Cloud Ninja. Because the Cloud Village wanted the Hyuga clans Byakugan. This was a family disgrace, so no one would bring it up on such an occasion, nor would anyone tell Niji the truth. In fact, had it not been for young Niji's extraordinary talent and performance, which earned him the title of the Hyuga clan's greatest genius, the branch family, to appease his emotions, had delayed selecting a new leader, still honoring the deceased Hyuga Hisashi as the branch family head. Young Hyuga Niji, more mature than most adults already attending the Ninja Academy, deeply understood that his performance determined many things. He dared not relax for even a moment. Main family Hyuga Hinata. As the referee called out, a small figure emerged from behind the main family crowd, lowering her head timidly under everyone's gaze. Branch family Hyuga Niji. Niji slowly walked to the opposite side of Hinata and assumed the starting stance of the gentle fist. Seeing Niji's posture, Hinata belatedly raised her hands into a guard. Alas, the heir of the main family will never amount to much. Compared to Niji, she's far too inferior. Though the whispers of the onlookers were soft, Niji could still hear them. To be honest, he did not dislike this nominal younger sister, the young lady of the main family. But he hated the main family, and after learning of his father's tragedy, he hated even more the caged bird seal that bound him to the main family. Given this premise, all he could see was Hinata's identity as the main family's young lady. No matter what dreams or hopes for the future he harbored, it was useless. His entire existence revolved around her. Moreover, Hinata's excessively timid demeanor infuriated Niji, for it constantly forced him to ponder. What meaning did his life and his father's life truly? Ready. The referee assessed both sides and was about to give the order when, "Go for it, Hinatakin." Suddenly a loud yet untimely shout echoed across the Hyuga clan's courtyard. Everyone turned their heads toward the sound, including the two combatants. There atop the high wall, a head of yellow hair gleamed brilliantly under the sunlight. Naruto stood with arms crossed, completely unbothered by the many Byakugan eyes of the Hyuga clan, and cheered for Hinata again. "Don't be afraid, fight well." "Oh, and you there, you fight well too." Hyuga Niji, seeing the boy flash him a thumbs up, instinctively replied, "Aw, thanks." But he quickly realized, this was the Hyuga clan's internal match. How could outsiders be allowed to watch? Almost in the next instant, as Naruto on the wall let out a cry of surprise, a branch family expert from the Hyuga clan appeared behind him, expression cold, reaching down to seize Naruto. This was a Hyuga clan guard. Though not registered as a ninja in the village as a master of the Hyuga clan, most members who had trained in the Gentle Fist and Byakugan were far stronger than ordinary Konoha ninja. Even Chunin-level fighters could rarely match them in close combat, let alone a child like Naruto, who looked no more than 4 or 5 years old. To this Hyuga, the possibility of failure never crossed his mind. But the moment his hand was about to touch Naruto, he suddenly saw a blur and grabbed empty air. Almost instinctively, he activated his Byakugan. The special dojutsu with its nearly 360-degree vision allowed him to immediately spot Naruto, who had already left the wall and was lying on the ground behind him. Was it luck? He slipped and fell off dodging by accident. Seeing Naruto at the foot of the wall, the guard found an excuse for his failure. After all, he would rather believe it was a coincidence than accept that a mere brat could evade. Naruto-kun. Hinata looked worried. That kid. Uzumaki Naruto, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Meanwhile, Hinata's father Hyuga Hayashi, standing at the center of the crowd, was thinking of other matters. As the head of Konoha's oldest clan, he knew more village secrets than most. He knew Naruto's true identity, the son of the fourth Hokage, descendant of the Uzumaki clan. And he also understood the attitude of the village's higher-ups led by the third Hokage toward Naruto. He knew Naruto's true identity, the son of the fourth Hokage, descendant of the Uzumaki clan. And he also understood the attitude of the village's higher-ups. Stop, don't trouble him. Thinking this, Hyuga Hayashi glanced at his daughter's expression within the arena and at Niji, who was also watching that direction. He called off the pursuing clansmen. Just keep him outside. And you go check the surroundings for anyone else. The match continues. Hearing the clan heads order, everyone redirected their attention. Hinata, hearing that her father would not cause trouble, breathed a sigh of relief, silently thanked Naruto for his encouragement, and refocused her concentration. Thanks to Naruto's shout, her nervousness had eased considerably. As for Niji, he grew curious about Naruto. He knew how closed off the clan was. Yet when someone spied on their internal match, the clan head showed no intention of pursuing the matter. Who was that guy? But Niji, after all, was the Hyuga clan's unprecedented genius. Almost instantly, he cast aside all distraction. The two on the field quickly refocused on each other. Hinata, no longer afraid, reassumed her stance. Then ready. The Hyuga, acting as referee, glanced at both, then waved his hand. Begin. Kid, get lost. Hearing the sounds from inside, the Hyuga guard chuckled, standing atop the wall and looking down at Naruto. That old man just said to keep me outside. Naruto, standing on the ground, wiped his nose and looked up. I'm not watching, but can I stay here? You little, huh? The Hyuga guard's forehead veins bulged as he was about to teach the brat a lesson, but then he noticed. If this kid had really slid down the wall, why wasn't there a single scratch on him? As a guard of the Hyuga clan, Rishiang Hongzwa considered himself well-traveled and knowledgeable. The fact that Naruto bore not a single scratch could only mean one thing. He had indeed dodged his attack and deliberately moved to the wall. Under his Byakugan, crude techniques like substitution or body flicker could not possibly go undetected. How had he managed it? Hey kid. Rishiang Hongzuo's gaze shifted. Though he did not believe it inwardly, he had to admit that he might have underestimated the boy. Kid. Hey old man, my name isn't Kid. It's Xuanhua Mingren, and I'm going to be Hokage someday. Naruto looked up and corrected Rishiang Hongzwa. Hokage. Hearing Naruto's aspiration, he instinctively wanted to mock him, but he held back. Instead, he slowly activated his Byakugan, and as Naruto looked on with slight confusion, he said, "Let me be clear, I have no grudge against you, and I don't care about your dreams. But I'm curious about your power." Almost like a sneak attack, Rishiang Hongzwa, before Naruto could even react, channeled his chakra flow and burst forward, striking out with a palm. There was no movement that could escape the Byakugan's sight. Just how had this brat dodged his earlier grab? Let these eyes see through it. This palm strike was his full strength. There was no way the kid could withstand it. In that instant, Naruto pulled another shuriken from behind his back. Meanwhile, inside the courtyard, the battle was about to reach its conclusion. The opponent's palm strikes were fierce and swift. Hinata could not even counterattack, let alone defend against all of them. Niji's attacks came like wind and rain, and in a moment of carelessness, Hinata's defense was broken by a palm strike to her shoulder, causing her to lose balance and fall to the ground. Is this the end? Niji stopped his attack and stood still, waiting for the referee's announcement. It was always like this. Once the main family's eldest daughter fell, the clan match would end. She would never have the courage to stand up again. It's not over yet. But Hinata, lying on the ground, tremblingly pushed herself up, her face unable to hide the pain. Though there were no visible injuries, the gentle fist unique to the Hyuga clan was a martial art that struck internal injuries and pressure points. Even though Niji and Hinata were just children and their sparring did not use chakra, the essence of the gentle fist remained unchanged. The absence of visible wounds did not mean Hinata was unharmed. On the contrary, due to internal injuries, her entire body ached excruciatingly, and standing was barely possible. Compared to before, you've shown a bit of fighting spirit. Niji was about to continue when, boom, the courtyard wall suddenly exploded, and a figure flew and landing right in the middle of the arena. What happened? An enemy attack. This is the main house of the Hyuga clan in Konoha. How could there be an enemy? The crowd was thrown into chaos, but the Hyuga clan was an elite assembly. Almost the moment the wall exploded, several figures rushed to protect Hinata and Niji, while other experts immediately subdued the intruder. Under the Byakugan, the dust from the collapsed wall was nothing. Kafutsume. The figure offered no resistance, but quickly identified himself. Under the Byakugan, the dust from the collapsed wall was nothing. Kafutsume. The figure offered no— It was indeed Rishiang Hungzwa, who had gone to intercept Naruto. He looked equally bewildered at the crowd. Why is everyone surrounding me? Why, oi? The group exchanged glances. One elder spoke up. I should be asking you why you broke the wall. Weren't you watching that kid? How did you end up fighting him? Me? Broke the wall. Rishiang Hungzwa was utterly confused. He quickly turned to look at the wall. Impossible. I was clearly aiming at that brat. Huh. Rishiang Hungzwa stared in disbelief at the gaping hole in the wall, while Naruto stood perfectly intact outside waving at him. Whoa, old man, thanks. Now I can see much better. Then Naruto, completely unbothered by the countless Byakugan trained on him, looked around, his eyes brightening as he spotted Hinata surrounded by guards. Hey Hinata, are you done? Did you win? Then Naruto, completely unbothered by the countless Byakugan trained on him, looked around, his eyes brightening as he spotted— But before she could step forward, Rishiang Rizu appeared before Naruto, his authoritative Byakugan looking down at the boy. What? I was just waiting outside as you ordered. Naruto felt a little creeped out by the gaze, as if his whole body was being seen through, so he quickly explained. Hearing this, Rishiang Rizu looked down at where Naruto stood. Indeed, it was outside the wall. Only now the wall was gone. But that was not what concerned Rishiang Rizu. He had seen Naruto before on the road, and through his Byakugan, he had observed two different chakras inside him, one repelling and one merging with the other. The Nine-Tails chakra and his own. But now why was the surging chakra within him so pure? Could it be that the seal left by the fourth Hokage grew stronger as the Jinchuriki aged? The Nine-Tails chakra and his own. But now why was the surging chakra within him so pure? Could it be that the seal left by the fourth Hokage grew stronger as the Jinchuriki aged? Perhaps this child would not become what the third Hokage had envisioned. His potential might be far greater than imagined. Today's clan match ends here. Rishiang Rizu turned to the crowd. The final match is won by Niji. Hungs will come to my room later. The rest of you go back. Yes. Though puzzled, they obeyed the clan head's orders. Mingren, is it? Then Rishiang Rizu looked back at Naruto, his expression calm. Next we have our own clan meeting. I'm afraid we cannot invite you to join. Ahaha, of course. Naruto grinned, awkwardly, clearly understanding the dismissal. Also his stomach was growling. After all this, it was already after. Rishiang Rizu then turned away from Naruto and walked over to Niji. He nodded slightly and said softly, well done. I dare not accept it. Rishiang Ningxi showed no gratitude for the clan head's praise, his expression indifferent with a hint of disdain. Hinata, your friend, came to cheer for you. He'll prepare a gift for him later. You can take it to him. Patting his daughter's head, Rishiang Rizu said something Hinata had never expected. You did well today. Father. Hinata stood frozen. Although there was a minor episode as Hinata Kosuka followed Hayashi away, the crowd gradually dispersed. Some among them retained memories of Naruto, such as Niji and others, but due to Hayashi's immediate intervention, most people never associated the incident with Naruto. They merely thought the young lady was playing with this unpopular child in the village. Later, Hinata, holding a small wrapped gift, found Naruto, who was about to have lunch. She initially intended to simply give him a return gift as her father had instructed, but as she handed him the gift, Naruto suddenly froze, then uttered words that caught Hinata off guard. Is this a birthday present for me? Today is your birthday, Naruto-kun. Hinata stuttered, her heart nearly skipping a beat. The teacher at the orphanage said my birthday is October 10th, so I guess so. Naruto took the gift with a moved expression. Can I open it now, eh? His birthday. Should I also give him a gift? Because we're friends. Naruto-kun. Hinata quickly interrupted Naruto, who was about to unwrap the gift. What do you want most right now, eh? Because she was thinking so much, her habit of speaking softly had even changed. What I want most? Of course I want to eat Ichiraku ramen, preferably tonkatsu ramen, with an extra egg. Naruto replied with a laugh. Then he'll treat you. Hinata responded instinctively. Edge. Will Hayashi Hyuga notice anything? When Hayashi had approached Naruto earlier, the Nine-Tails had severed the chakra sharing, so Minato naturally couldn't see what happened next. After all, Hayashi's Byakugan was so profound that if he discovered the state of Naruto's inner world, it was hard to say what actions he might take. I have retracted all my chakra. Not even the Byakugan, let alone the Rinnegan, can detect anything. The Nine-Tails sneered. That's good. But it's wonderful that Naruto has made a friend. Minato Namikaze, hearing the Nine-Tails' explanation, though he had no concept of the Rinnegan's power, trusted that it was safe. But what did you mean earlier when you said Naruto is like me? I was never one to attract so much attention. It seemed that seeing Naruto make a friend had put Minato in such a good mood that he even joked with the Nine-Tails. I wasn't referring to personality. The Nine-Tails glanced at Minato, then narrowed its eyes. Hinata Hyuga, she's your daughter-in-law, at least in the future, I experienced. Daughter-in-law. Minato was taken aback, finally understanding what the Ninetales had been hinting at. He himself had saved Kushina at the academy, and their bond had... But Naruto is still a child. Isn't this too early? Even in the war era, we didn't start so young. But the Ninetales said they do end up together. So is it still early love? The yellow flash of Konoha, the heroic fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze, fell into a contemplative stage that every father inevitably experiences, or rather a dilemma. That girl's personality is completely different from Kushina. Naruto won't bully her in the future, will he? Seeing Minato trapped in his thoughts, the Ninetales had no interest in discussing these topics. After all, some time had passed and Naruto was most likely no longer near the Hyuga clan. At this moment, no one should be able to see. The Ninetales released a bit of its chakra, and Naruto's current situation appeared in its mind. An unexpected figure emerged. Itachi Uchiha. Itachi was also surprised. He had just finished an ANBU mission today, exhausted both physically and mentally, and hadn't paid attention to his surroundings. Passing by Ichiraku Ramen, he was stopped by Naruto. What is it? Itachi asked softly. He still remembered his father's warning as a member of the Uchiha clan. He should minimize contact with Naruto, the Jinchuriki of the tailed beast, to avoid misunderstandings. Burp, I came to return this to you. Naruto, who had eaten a bit too much ramen, fumbled around his body and pulled out a kunai. Just as he was about to hand it over, he saw Itachi Uchiha also draw a shuriken and pointed at him. Realizing his reflexive reaction was overly sensitive and caused a misunderstanding, Itachi, though inwardly embarrassed, put away the shuriken with a stoic expression. Then, under Naruto's slightly apologetic gaze, he reached out and took the kunai and shuriken Naruto offered. This. I picked it up by the river last time and wanted to return it to you, but I never ran into you. Naruto rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. I definitely didn't try it myself, or wanna. I know. It's indeed my ninja tool. Itachi Uchiha interrupted Naruto's rambling, then pointed to the flying thunder god mark on the handle of the kunai. What's this? Oh no, I forgot to wipe it off. Naruto was startled, then quickly explained. Oh, it's just something I scribbled. It's just hard to erase. Is that so? As if feeling he had already spoken too much with Naruto, Itachi said no more. He put away the shuriken and kunai, thanked Naruto, and vanished before his eyes. So cool. Seeing Itachi's body flicker technique again, Naruto's eyes sparkled, and he grew even more eager to grow up quickly and attend the ninja academy. After all, after today's birthday, he would be 5 years old. In 2 more years, he could go to school and learn real ninjutsu. Speaking of birthdays, Naruto hadn't yet opened the gift from Hinata, but it was the first time he had received a birthday present. Should he prepare a return gift for her? Oh, speaking of which, I dreamed today that someone wished me a happy birthday. Otherwise, I wouldn't have remembered my own birthday, and then I wouldn't have met a friend who gave me a present. Thinking this, Naruto felt even more that his dream was filled with luck. How is it? Have you received any missions from the Umbu regarding our Uchiha clan? No, I haven't. It seems the village hasn't caught wind of the clan's movements. That's fortunate, I suppose. In the dimly lit room, Uchiha Itachi, clad in his Umbu attire, was conversing with his father. After a moment, Fugaku glanced up at the ceiling and said to Itachi, You don't need to wear that gear at home. It wouldn't be good for your mother or brother to see you like this. Go change. Understood. Uchiha Itachi knew this was his father's way of signaling that the topic was over, which didn't surprise him. The sudden appearance of chakra on the roof suggested an uninvited guest had arrived. Given that his father hadn't refused the visitor, it was likely another Uchiha clansman planning the rebellion. Itachi's expression remained unchanged as he left the room. He didn't linger outside to eavesdrop. There was no point. The information flowing through the Umbu was far more extensive than Fugaku imagined. The clan leader believed the village was unaware of the Uchiha secret rebellion, but in reality, not only did the village know about the rebellion, but it had also identified all the participants. Even his own father, Uchiha Fugaku, was on the surveillance list, and the Umbu assigned to monitor him was none other than Uchiha Itachi. Itachi walked toward his room, but instead of changing his clothes, he took out his Umbu mask and put it on. Then, channeling his chakra, he used the transformation technique to slightly alter his build and height. After all, he was still in the Uchiha clan compound, and he couldn't risk being recognized. Finally, Itachi left a clone in his room to impersonate him, while his real body leaped out the window. Like a phantom, Itachi moved through the night, his Umbu gear blending into the shadows. Without attracting any attention, he reached the secluded forest where his friend awaited. You're here, Itachi. Uchiha Shursui locked eyes with him, activating his 3-Tomo Sharingan, which then transformed into the Mangekyo Sharingan. The moment Itachi landed, he too activated his 2-Tomo Sharingan. As the Tomo slowly rotated, a third one appeared in his eyes. This was their agreed-upon signal. The Sharingan was the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit, impossible to counterfeit. Among the Uchiha, only a few knew that Itachi possessed 2 Tomo, but none knew he had already awakened 3. How is it? After confirming each other's identities, they began exchanging information. Unlike Itachi, Shursui had no good way to gather intelligence with him. He was the Uchiha's strongest member on the surface, yet he had completely sided with the Hokage. This made many in the clan regard him with caution rather than trust. So Shursui relied on Itachi to learn the clan's movements. So the clan members can't wait any longer. They've even stopped discussing in the clan meetings. It seems conflict is imminent. Hearing Itachi's description, Shursui frowned. The situation was even more dire than he had imagined. Itachi, I don't understand. Itachi finally voiced his question why. It wasn't a genuine inquiry seeking an answer, but a self-deprecating lament of his helplessness. I don't understand either. The war just ended not long ago, yet they treat the village's peace with such disregard. Uchiha Shursui, whom the third Hokage had praised as an Uchiha who deeply understood the will of fire, stood firmly on the village's side. So many heroes sacrificed their lives to end the war, and now it will reawaken because of these people's infighting. What they seek has always been different from ours, Itachi. Shizui's voice was heavy with melancholy, but soon his familiar calm and confidence returned. But I will stop this. He'll join you. No, Itachi. Shursui interrupted him, his expression grave. I despise those in the clan who blindly follow the radicals. It's not just their actions I detest, it's that they don't even know what they want or why they do it. I don't want you to lose yourself thinking you must follow my path out of respect or friendship. Saying this, Shursui walked up to the bewildered Itachi, extended 2 fingers, and tapped him on the forehead. Smiling, he said, try to find your own path and answers. Use your eyes to witness and reflect what is right and what is wrong. If after thinking it over you still believe helping me is the right choice, then meet me at the usual place tomorrow. Shizui's voice faded along with his figure, and in that moment Itachi's confusion dissipated. He was genuinely grateful to have a friend like Shursui. His strength was not just in combat, but in his depth of thought. In Itachi's eyes, Uchiha Shursui was a great ninja with the mindset of a Hokage. Shoo! Itachi slipped back through the window into his room. Glancing at the clone sitting obediently on his bed, he dispelled it. Big brother. Just as Itachi was about to change out of his umbu gear, a childish, yet energetic voice rang out from outside the door. Footsteps approached, followed by a knock. Brother, are you asleep? Not yet. Itachi quickly slipped into a casual outfit he had tossed aside earlier and opened the door. There stood his younger brother Sasuke, a small figure with a hand raised to knock, his face brimming with excitement. What is it? Take me training tomorrow. I've been practicing hard every day. I can already hit the target. Sorry, Sasuke, another time. Itachi interrupted him before he could finish. Big brother has something to do tomorrow. Then, the day after, Sasuke pressed, unwilling to give up. Forgive me, Sasuke. Remembering Shizui's words, Itachi shook his head, then extended 2 fingers and tapped Sasuke on the forehead, gently pushing him back. Sasuke, who had been so excited, now looked utterly dejected. He turned to leave. Watching his brother's retreating figure, Itachi's eyes dimmed. Then, as if remembering something, he called out, Wait, Sasuke. That's a mark left by someone I know. It might be some kind of spell pattern, but that person's shuriken jutsu was exceptional, worth learning from. Itachi replied, Compensation, you can use these. They're my usual tools. Sasuke took them delighted and played with the shuriken for a moment. Then he pointed at the symbol on the kunai's handle and asked, Brother, what's this? That's a mark left by someone I know. It might be some kind of spell pattern, but that person's shuriken jutsu was exceptional, worth learning from. Itachi replied. Oh, Sasuke didn't pay much attention. Overjoyed at receiving his brother's gift, he happily scampered back to his room. Meanwhile, another person wasn't nearly as thrilled about receiving a gift. What a coincidence. Naruto examined the gift Hinata had given him. It was ironic. He had just returned someone else's ninja tool, and now he received one himself. It was also a kunai, but with a slightly different shape. Instead of the usual four-bladed design, it resembled a trident. And on the kunai was a symbol that felt vaguely familiar to Naruto. If Minato Namikaze could see it, he would instantly recognize it. A kunai he had once marked with the Flying Thunder God technique. Lord Kurama. Kurama raised its head, gazing at Minato Namikaze before it. Lately, after getting accustomed to communicating with it, the man seemed fond of addressing it this way. How should one put it? Kurama did not really mind Minato's politeness. After all, in Kurama's memories, Minato was the very culprit who without a second thought split it into 2 halves and sealed them separately. Though there was the connection with Naruto, it was better not to get too familiar with each other. What is it? Shouldn't you be preparing today's lesson for Naruto? It's still a while before Naruto's usual bedtime. I'd like to ask you some questions. Minato gazed at Kurama's impatient demonic pupils, hesitated for a moment, yet still asked, In the future you described the one who fought alongside Naruto was Sasuke Uchiha. Indeed. Though there was quite a bit of trouble at first when facing formidable enemies, the only ones in the ninja world who could stand and fight were the 2 who received the old sage's gifts. Kurama recalled briefly, then looked at Minato and teased. When facing Madara Uchiha and Kagaya Ōtsutsuki, you were revived and joined the battle, but you didn't contribute much. Is that so? Then that future self of mine was truly inadequate. Hearing this news, Minato felt somewhat helpless, but inwardly his heart tightened. Kurama had already mentioned that his future self was revived by the forbidden technique Edo Tensei, invented by the second Hokage. But according to Kurama's description, his combat prowess would not be much weaker than his living self. Even so, he still couldn't accomplish anything. So what do you want to ask? Seeing Minato's expression, Kurama, with its ability to sense negative emotions, roughly guessed what the man was thinking and interrupted his contemplation. Sorry. I wanted to ask, what happened to the Uchiha clan? Minato Namikaze snapped back to reality and apologized. In your description, Obito, Itachi Uchiha, Madara Uchiha, and Sasuke Uchiha all seemed to play the role of Konoha's enemies at certain times, but there was no mention of any Uchiha clan member resolving. Because they're all dead. Kurama directly told Minato the result. And this answer was undoubtedly unacceptable to Minato, who had already suspected. Why? Know who did it? How would I know? Isn't it good that all those Uchiha brats are dead? Kurama had no fondness for those humans with Sharingan. After all, that bloodline limit, an aberrant offshoot of the Sage of Six Paths bloodline, possessed the ability to control tailed beasts. There was simply nothing for Kurama to like about them. Having long suffered from it, Kurama remembered being utterly delighted inside Naruto's inner world when it learned of the Uchiha clan's Then when did it happen? Minato asked in a deep voice. Time. Kurama was taken aback. In its eyes, such a trivial matter was not worth noting. Perhaps the Uchiha clan was important to the entire Konoha, but only at this moment. The rise and fall of human clans meant nothing to it. Even the once invincible Senju clan had faded into the sands of time. So what of it? Let me think. It seems. Alright. It should have been around the time Naruto entered the Ninja Academy. For a while the people around him were also discussing the Uchiha. I can recall it because I heard that annoying surname during that period. It must have been around then. Kurama searched through its memories of the time when it resided inside Naruto's body. To be honest, it was not easy to recall, because back then Kurama was mostly venting its anger and didn't pay much attention to what was happening around Naruto. Then that would be just 2 years from now. Minato calculated the answer, his brow furrowing. If that's the case, there should still be a chance to ease the conflict now. Lord Third, could it be that in these few years? Minato will give you a piece of advice. Suddenly an immense and overwhelming pressure descended upon Minato Namikaze. The weight was nearly insurmountable, forcing Minato to drop to one knee, his face contorted. Kurama's pupils, visible within the bars of the cage, narrowed. Gone was the lazy and familiar demeanor of the past year. Anyone who saw this scene at that moment could only think of one thing. Fear. I don't know what you're planning, and I have no interest in finding out. You are Naruto's father, and I trust you mean him no harm. But Kurama's enormous pupils exuded a soul-shaking intimidation. But don't try to use your ideas to make Naruto do something pointless, like saving those Uchiha wastes. You might think the Sharingan can serve as a check on me, but it's meaningless. Minato Namikaze's red chakra had already surged into a tangible form, taking the shape of a fox, firmly binding his limbs so that he couldn't even raise his head. Any change you make that doesn't help Naruto will only put him in greater danger. You know absolutely nothing about the Ōtsutsuki clan. The pressure withdrew. Minato Namikaze, as a mere chakra spiritual entity, gasped for breath. If this body could sweat, he would have been drenched by now. Kurama, why is it so strong? Minato's heart wavered. In that instant, the overwhelming pressure and intense chakra he felt. If his perception was correct, the power displayed by Kurama, which should have been only half of its true body, already surpassed the Kurama of his memory at its peak. I understand. But Minato quickly composed himself, concealing his inner shock. As a top-tier ninja, his psychological fortitude was on full display. When he raised his head, his expression had returned to calm, betraying not a trace of turmoil. Oh, I remember now. Seeing Minato's expression, Kurama reverted to its lazy demeanor, lying down in the space behind the bars, and said casually, it was probably Itachi Uchiha Sasuke, Uchiha's older brother. Though he might have been acting under someone's orders, it was heinous enough. Uchiha Itachi. Minato Namikaze had an impression of him. He was Fugaku's son. That meant it's about time. Naruto's asleep, Kurama reminded him, and then the dreamscape expanded. The figures of Minato and Kurama vanished once more from this space. This time, Mingren's dream was rarely graced by the presence of others. In the past, the others who appeared were mostly faceless passers-by, lacking distinct features or personalities. But this time, a lively young girl stood before Mingren, her cheeks flushed crimson. What caught Shumen's attention even more was the pile of various steaming and fragrant ramen stacked beside her. The girl was none other than Rishiang Chutian. Young Chutian said to Mingren with a lively demeanor, Mingren-kun, this is a birthday gift for you. Wow, that's great. The dreaming Mingren let out a joyful cry, leaped into the ocean of ramen, and began slurping it up in large mouthfuls. He completely ignored whether there were others around him. This is the peculiarity of dreams. They can amplify a single emotion. Such a blissful scene indicated that the day's experiences had brought Mingren immense joy and satisfaction. Even the turmoil that occurred at the Rishiang residence earlier did not manifest. At that moment, the dreaming Mingren did not notice that Shuemin stood behind him, watching his joyful demeanor, and softly said, "Happy birthday, Mingren." This was what he should have done as a father. Regrettably, he was already dead, and being able to wish Mingren a happy birthday in this way was an unimaginable luxury. Prior to this, he had spent a week reminding Mingren in dreams that today was his birthday, urging him to find friends to spend it with, and to eat something good. This was also the subconscious reason why that morning Mingren suddenly cared about whether the food at home had expired. Then he took a deep breath, as if recalling the overwhelming pressure that Jiwei had just exerted on him, and pondering whether to. After a long moment he said, "From today, I intend to begin teaching Mingren ninjutsu. Is that acceptable, Lord Jiwei?" Shuemin looked up and inquired. Although he could not see Jiwei, he knew the other was there, and could hear him. After a moment of silence, Jiwei's voice echoed around Shuemin. "Are you certain that in such a short time Mingren has already mastered the sealing technique?" "Of course." Wolfing Shuemin smiled. "Mingren's talent surpasses even his father's." Shuemin's confidence left Jiwei speechless. It couldn't help but recall how Mingren had once been called a dead last by countless people, a fool who couldn't even learn the most basic 3 techniques, and had failed the exams 3 times, enduring cold stares and mockery. Yet now the 5-year-old Mingren was praised by the 4th Hokage, a genius ninja said to overshadow anyone, as having talent surpassing his own. Could it be that he had truly hindered Mingren so severely? Jiwei thought uncertainly, feeling a faint twinge of guilt arise in its heart. However, outwardly it responded to Shuemin with composure. "You handle this as you see fit. I'm not as skilled as you in this area." Wolfeng Shuemin nodded, then conjured a piece of paper in the dream. This was paper for testing chakra nature. Although Jiwei had mentioned earlier that Mingren's chakra nature was wind, that was after the transformation of his chakra's nature. As the day's dream faded, Shuemin returned to the inner world of Mingren's spirit. Unexpectedly, Mingren has water nature chakra potential in addition to wind. Why did the future him not exhibit this nature? When Shuemin came before Jiwei, Jiwei asked. Because at this moment, completely unaffected by Lord Jiwei's chakra, Mingren's original chakra nature is not necessarily the same as the chakra nature after future. In your memory, Mingren's chakra nature is actually not his original nature, but the product of fusion with your chakra under the influence of the seal. Under such circumstances, no one can predict what changes the chakra nature will undergo, but I have conducted some research on this. Shuemin explained. Furthermore, according to what you said, Mingren has very good potential for training in the forbidden technique, multiple shadow clone technique left by the 2nd Hokage, as well as the current flying thunder god technique. So I speculate that Mingren's constitution might be similar to that of the 2nd Hokage. That brat Shinsho Feijian. Jiwei recalled, indeed, remembering that white-haired fellow. By the way, the multiple shadow clone technique that Mingren often used was developed by this guy, as well as the impure world reincarnation that would later cause the Ninja World War. In comparison, his remarkably proficient water release techniques seemed somewhat ordinary. Tisk, speaking of which, the techniques that Kid developed and the mess he left behind really caused a lot of trouble for Konoha. Fortunately, he died early, otherwise if he had been Hokage for a few more decades, who knows how big the problems would have been. Moreover, with chakra possessing 2 or more natures, Mingren likely also has a Kekkei Genkai. Huh, you Wolfeng Shuemin are not ordinary. Jiwei suddenly realized Juxunae's. So it seems Mingren should also be able to awaken the Kekkei Genkai of the Xuanhua clan that Juxunai possessed. When Jiwei mentioned his wife's name, Shuemin's emotions stirred, but he quickly steadied himself. So regarding the Kekkei Genkai of the Xuanhua clan, can you guide Mingren to uncover this power? Jiwei asked after a moment of silence. I can try my best, but the hope is slim. After all, this ability inherited through bloodline can only be truly awakened by members of the Xuanhua clan. I understand. I know what you mean. Jiwei interrupted Shuemin's words, understanding. You should be well aware that Juxunae's chakra was left by you inside the seal. Before Mingren unseals my seal, even I cannot draw out her chakra. So that's the case. After receiving Jiwei's clear reply, Shuemin showed an expression of certainty. Otherwise, do you think I deliberately prevented Mingren from seeing his mother? Jiwei snorted coldly. How could that be? I have always trusted you, Lord Jiwei. Shuemin said with a sincere smile. Speaking of which, the ninjutsu you taught Mingren today? Once Mingren uses it outside, it will likely attract the attention of some people. Jiwei shifted the topic back. Although based on past experience it's unlikely for Mingren to remember it in just one night, he has always learned these Naruto advanced jutsu very quickly. But that is something Mingren will have to face sooner or later. Shuemin also looked up at the dim ceiling, but there was light in his eyes. And I believe he will be even more outstanding than I imagine. Jiwei recalled that once when Jixinai had lost her tailed beast and was extremely weak, she had been able to immobilize him at his peak with just this technique. That was indeed a formidable power, one that even a tailed beast or a Hokage could not shake. The unique Kekkei Jinkai power of the Xuanhua clan combined with the guidance of the genius ninja Bluffing, Shuemin from childhood. Jiwei couldn't even imagine how brilliant Mingren's achievements would be in this life. However, this was also necessary. Facing an enemy like a god, one must first possess the power to defy the gods. This is also the reason why the Nine Tails has preserved Bluffing Shuemin's chakra from the very beginning. As for Xuanhua Jixingnai, the Nine Tails consciousness could sense that special motionless chakra within the seal it was trapped in, a chakra that even it could not guide. Unlike Shuemin Jixingnai's chakra was almost completely fused with the seal, she herself was dwelling upon the seal. To release her, the sealing technique must be undone. Suddenly the Nine Tails seemed to think of something. It glanced at Shuemin, who seemed to sense its speculation, and responded with a bright smile. "As expected of you." The Nine Tails finally understood why Shuemin had taught Naruto the sealing technique from the beginning. His calculations had threaded through countless steps from the very start. From the very beginning, without even confirming any situation, he had left Naruto ample backup plans. Any ninja pales in comparison before him. That was the most fitting evaluation others had of this young fourth Hokage Bluffing Shuemin. While Naruto was still in his dreams, the sky was just barely light. In a hidden corner of my village, the third Hokage, surrounded by Umbu guards, looked at Yuzhibo Shui kneeling before him, a look of relief on his face. "Jishui, the hard-won piece of the village depends on you to maintain it. Are you ready?" "Yes, I will not fail the mission." Yuzhibo Jishui raised his head to accept the order. At this moment his eyes were the unique four-cornered pattern, the Mangekyo Sharingan, that possessed the power of alteration of heaven. Alteration of heaven was the unique ability of Yuzhibo Zishui's Mangekyo Sharingan. It could forcibly alter the thoughts of others and plant those thoughts deeply into their minds. What made it even more powerful was that if the target did not surpass him in ocular power, the technique was almost impossible to resist by individual will. It was the strongest illusion guaranteed to succeed. At this moment, he was the strongest among the Yuzhibo clan. This power, almost miraculous, now slumbered within Yuzhibo Zishui's scarlet eyes. It was also his confidence to change the village's internal strife. He would use alteration of heaven to alter the thoughts of Yuzhibo Fuyue and other clan elders, making them truly understand the will of fire, understand what my still scarred by war truly needed, and protect the village's peace. That guy Jing may have passed away untimely, but having a descendant like you, he should be very comforted. The third Hokage looked at Jishui, his eyes full of gentleness. Yuzhibo Jishui was a descendant of Yuzhibo Jing, who, like the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, had once been a disciple and guard of the second Hokage. They shared a deep bond, one that could even be called a life-and-death friendship. Thus, the third Hokage had watched Jishui grow up and naturally knew that this child's intentions were sincere. For this reason, he overruled opposition and suppressed others' opinions that wanted to strike first against the Yuzhibo clan, still giving Jishui such an opportunity, first betting the entire village's fate on him. This was indeed a sign of great trust. "Go, young man. The village's future is in your hands." The third Hokage adjusted his Hokage hat, then gave Jishui a reassuring smile. "As for an old man like me, I will smooth the path behind you." "Yes." Hearing the Hokage's trust, Zishui's heart surged with emotion, but more so a heavy burden settled on his shoulders. With that, after responding to the third Hokage, his figure vanished before the eyes of Sarutobi Hiruzen and the Umbu behind him. Shunshin no Shursui. His reputation for the body flicker technique during the Third Great Ninja War was comparable to the yellow flash of Mui's fourth Hokage. This was his second trump card. With this ability, no one in Mai could ever detain him. The surrounding trees and flowers were rushing backward. Zishui's figure flashed like lightning toward the Yuzhibo clan's location when suddenly a black shadow blocked his path. Instinctively alert, Yuzhibo Jishui had already drawn a shuriken, but after recognizing the figure, he quickly lowered his guard and halted. "Lord Danzo." The Sharingan could see through ninjutsu and jinjutsu, so it was impossible for anyone to deceive him with the transformation technique. The one blocking his path was none other than Shimura Danzo, one of the village's high-ranking officials. This man was also a comrade who had fought alongside the third Hokage and Zishui's elders, a respected senior to him, and had even shown kindness to the descendants of his old comrades when Jishui was young. Although some of the things done by this man who led the village's dark organization route were not tolerable in Yuzhibo Zishui's eyes, he understood that the man's actions were also for the sake of Mai. For this, he felt more understanding than resentment. On this basis, Jishui even held a trace of admiration for Danzo in his heart. After all, a man who was willing to dirty his own hands to uphold the will of fire was also a strong one walking his own path. At least at this moment, Yuzhibo Jishue had little guard against Danzo, even believing they were comrades fighting for my word. Jishue, have you already confirmed with Sarutobi? Half of his body wrapped in a robe, Danzo glanced at Yuzhibo Jishue, lowering his guard, then casually eyed the distance between them and asked, stopping your own clan and standing with the village. You will face malicious criticism and live under the incomprehension of your clansmen, just like that Hitaki Tsukumo. Have you truly thought it through? Danzo, while speaking words of comfort and understanding, slowly approached Yuzhibo Jishue. Behind him, several Umbu figures had appeared unbeknownst to Wen. But if one looked closely, their attire was slightly different from regular Umbu. The patterns on their masks were more fearsome. They were members of Mui's Deepest Darkness, the organization root. However, although Yuzhibo Jishue immediately noticed the increase in people around, considering that Danzo was the leader of Root, having escorts seemed natural, and he did not find it suspicious. But this single judgment would make him regret for life. Lord Danzo, I have already prepared. Yuzhibo Jishue was looking at Danzo with a determined expression, about to express his resolute conviction. Danzo also showed a look of relief, as if about to reach out and pat his shoulder in encouragement, but suddenly a change. It all happened too suddenly. In pain, Jishue covered his eye socket with his left hand, letting out an agonized cry. In desperation, he hurled shuriken at Danzo with his right hand, forcing him back a few steps, then immediately used the body flicker technique to escape. Danzo retreated and landed unhurriedly. He didn't even glance at the wound on his arm from the shuriken. Instead, his eyes gleamed with delight as he fixed his gaze on the bloody palm of his right hand, the blood-soaked Sharingan. A cruel smile spread across Danzo's face. Go capture him. The next moment, the root ninjas behind him vanished from the spot, as if they had never been there. Meanwhile, Uchiha Shizui's figure darted through the forest, but his speed was no longer what it once was, no longer bearing the glory of the Shunshin Shursui of His left hand pressed firmly against his eye socket, but it could not staunch the blood that streamed down relentlessly. The searing pain, the blurring vision, and the deep-rooted panic and confusion within his heart caused his physical strength and judgment to drain away at a frenzied pace. The searing pain, the blurring vision, and the deep-rooted panic and confusion within his heart caused his physical strength and judgment to drain away. What troubled him was that he had used a genjutsu to control Danzo in that instant, yet the next moment the other had already taken his eye. What had happened in between? When? How? No, the crucial point now was that Danzo had never trusted him, a member of the Uchiha clan, from the very beginning. Whether he took his eye to reduce the Uchiha clan's combat strength or for other purposes was no longer important. What should he do? He would die. This was the first thought that surfaced in Shizui's heart, a primal survival instinct urging him to flee Konoha immediately and escape to the ends of the earth. Losing one eye was grievous, but not fatal. Yet staying in Konoha, continuing to be entangled with them, would truly put his life in danger. But another thought in his heart suppressed his survival instinct almost instantly. If he did not stop them now, the civil war between the Uchiha clan and the village would be inevitable, and Konoha would know no peace. Swish. As if to deliberately confirm Shizui's thoughts, two shuriken with explosive tags shot from behind him at extreme angles. Shursui twisted in midair, dodging one between the two blades, caught the other, and hurled it back behind him. Boom. The shuriken struck its pursuer with precision, the blast of the explosive tag drowning out a scream. Uchiha Shursui did not look back, seeming to have grown somewhat accustomed to the pain. Shursui no longer pressed his bleeding eye socket. With a twitching expression, his hands moved rapidly through hand seals as chakra surged within him. But in the next instant, a shadow burst from the explosion's smoke, diving straight at Uchiha Shursui and pinning him to the ground. Cut his tendons so he can't resist. His companion behind him called out quickly. However, before the former could act, with a thud, smoke billowed from Shizui's body, and he was replaced by a log. The substitution jutsu. When the root ninja was stunned, as he looked up to find Shursui's successive explosions sounded around him, the effects of explosive tags. Several less cautious root members were caught in the sudden blast, cutting off the pursuit while erasing all traces of his passage. Was that judgment made in that single instant? Truly a fearsome man. In ninjutsu, the substitution, clone, and transformation techniques are known as the three basic arts. Generally, these elementary techniques are mere low-level illusions to powerful shinobi, better replaced by higher-level jutsu. But Uchiha Shursui had honed the three basic techniques to a supernatural level. Even the simplest substitution jutsu left none of the pursuing root members able to see through it. The root members exchanged glances, their expressions complex. All were stunned by Shizui's instantaneous reaction and judgment, yet the mission must continue. Spread out and search. Inform the others if found. Seal off all routes to the Hokage's office and the Uchiha compound. Even if we lose him, it doesn't matter. He can only go to these places. Huh, huh, huh. Hidden in a certain spot, Uchiha Shursui breathed heavily. As a seasoned ninja, he had grown somewhat accustomed to the pain of losing an eye, but the double toll on his stamina and concentration hampered his movements. And more critically, he had no intention of leaving. I can't stay here long either. Gazing at the hazy sky, Shizui's mind flashed through several figures. Some he could have trusted, some who should have appeared. But in the end, the image settled on a face that was somewhat young yet mature in expression. It was Uchiha Itachi, with whom he had made his pact. His hand slowly traced over his remaining eye. Now that he could think more calmly, he understood Danzo's objective. Kodo Amitsukami. How I never thought I'd forget so simple a truth as possessing a treasure is a crime. Shursui laughed bitterly, but in the next instant his expression shifted and he vanished from his spot. Found him here. A summoning beast that could track blood scent emerged at Shizui's former hiding place. The pursuing ninja, seeing the blood on the ground, realized he had just fled. They sent signals to their comrades and immediately gave chase. This hunt would continue unbeknownst to anyone in Konoha. Swish. The moment a shuriken flew, 3 more followed, striking the first and deflecting it thrice, ultimately redirecting it back toward Uchiha Itachi himself. Catching the returning shuriken casually, Itachi ceased his training, staring at the blade in his hand, lost in thought. Today was the day he had agreed upon with Shursui. He too had to make his decision. Choose the village or choose the clan. Even now he had no answer. So he came to the training ground yet. Uchiha Itachi looked up. A black crow circled above him, but it was strange. Half its body and wing were tattered, and it vanished the moment Itachi saw it. Itachi's expression shifted from confusion to sudden alarm. That was Uchiha Shizui's. He immediately left the training ground. This is the end, Uchiha Shursui. Shursui was now surrounded by the pursuing root members. His body could no longer support shaking off these enemies, each of whom was at least of Jonin level. Moreover, he could not lead these pursuers to the meeting place with Itachi. If they discovered Itachi, Uchiha Shizui's face darkened at the thought. The enemy clearly had no intention of letting him stall further. Almost simultaneously, over a dozen of them, Shizui's remaining Sharingan spun to its limit. In his vision, he saw 3 men rushing forward in a wedge formation, 5 behind them beginning hand seals, and 2 more on the flanks readying shuriken for ranged harassment. There was no way he could escape again. No escape, no avoidance. Then faced the enemy heat-in. Boom. The charging root members were sent flying backward. The others behind them stared in shock at the figure that rose from the ground, momentarily halting their hand seals. A divine green skeletal giant enveloped Uchiha Shursui, its eerie green light seeming to mock the feeble power of these Jonin-level root members. Susanoo. Uchiha Shizui's face twisted with frenzy. For the first time, he unleashed the true power of his Mangekyo Sharingan before the world. It's actually Susanoo. He's not even in its initial form. At this age. Far more powerful and dangerous than I imagined, Uchiha Shursui. At that moment, in an unnoticed corner, a masked man was quietly observing everything happening here, using the crimson Sharingan hidden behind his mask. Uchiha Shizui's performance shocked him somewhat. Although the village of Konoha was perpetually covered by a barrier, making it impossible for any non-villager to enter or exit without detection. But it had no effect on him, because he was a genuine Konoha villager, albeit one who was already dead. Naturally, neither the vast barrier nor the barrier sensing squad hidden in Konoha could detect him. Free to come and go, he had now entered the village again. Just as during his last visit to Konoha, he happened to tail Uchiha Itachi's squad on a mission. He killed Itachi's teammates, forcing Itachi to awaken the Uchiha bloodline, limit the Sharingan. He held some expectations for the Uchiha clan stemming from the original source of the Uchiha clan in Konoha. The Uchiha clan brimming with geniuses, might they possess the power to journey with him to a new world. But this time his return to Konoha was, according to his original plan, he should have already established a foothold in the hidden mist village, but he encountered unexpected setbacks there. As far as he knew, the opponent did not possess such power to resist him. But the truth was that the power unleashed by the opponent far exceeded his own at the moment. If not for his Sharingan's unique space-time ninjutsu, he would have nearly fallen halfway. In short, due to a series of changes, he ultimately failed to smoothly carry out his plan and came to Konoha seeking allies who could help. For instance, Shimura Danzo, an ambitious man. If he were to reveal some interesting current state of the hidden mist village to him, even without showing himself, Danzo would likely pull off some incidents that could throw the mist village into complete chaos. As luck would have it, he happened to witness this scene. But he did not get too close. The root organization had no shortage of sensor-type ninja, and being discovered would— This? What is this? The root ninja were utterly astounded, staring at the colossal Susanoo of Uchiha Shursui. As human beings, the fear and dread they had trained from childhood to suppress now surged into their hearts. But they were given almost no time to continue their shock. The Susanu's attack arrived in an instant. Boom. With a single slap of its enormous palm, several root ninja, who were still forming hand seals and attempting close combat, were directly crushed into pulp. Flee. The remaining root members made a snap decision, but it was too late. The moment they thought of escape, Shizui's Shunshin had already brought him, along with the godlike Susanu. The outcome they faced was only one death. Uchiha Itachi had already arrived at the agreed location. In his haste, he barely noticed whether there were any signs left by Shursui along the way. That tattered crow filled Uchiha Itachi with dread. He recognized it as Shizui's jutsu, a signal Shursui had once mentioned to him, and there was only one situation in which he would use this signal. He's in mortal danger. Shu. As the last root member collapsed unconscious, Shursui, unable to sustain the Susanu, clutched his eyes in pain and gasped for breath. He recognized it as Shizui's jutsu, a signal Shursui had once mentioned to him, and there was only one situation in which he would use this signal. He's in mortal danger. Lapse. This deepened his judgment. The true hidden power within the village was far from simple on the surface. Once the civil strife began, the fighting would never cease. Not only the Uchiha clan, but even as the third Hokage's confidant, he had no idea that Danzo's root harbored so many undisclosed forces. By now he had realized that Danzo was also one of the instigators of this turmoil. If the civil war erupted, the root organization, originally meant to protect Konoha's deepest shadows, would likely not side with either party, but would participate as a third faction. Danzo's ambition. What is his goal? The entire Konoha. Or else? Shursui suppressed his doubts. As a Konoha ninja, he had only one obsession at this moment: to complete his mission. His figure vanished again, and the masked man who had been observing from the sidelines appeared. The space around him twisted, and then the ground covered with blood and corpses was all cleared away. Watching the direction Shursui had disappeared, he seemed thoughtful, his eyes holding both wariness and anticipation. But he dared not follow because he did not know the ability of Shizui's Mangekyo Sharingan. Even during the recent fight with the root ninja, Shursui had not used his ability. The effects and variables that the Mangekyo Sharingan's ability could produce. There was probably no one else in this world who understood them better than him. Shursui. But when Uchiha Shursui dragged his exhausted body before Itachi quickly went to support him. Noticing the blood streaming from Shizui's eye socket, Itachi showed a terrified expression. What happened? Itachi asked urgently. However, Shursui did not reply immediately. Instead, he looked behind him warily, then his gaze moved up and down incessantly, as if searching for something. Seeing Shizui's behavior, Uchiha Itachi did not hesitate, and directly activated his 3-tomo Sharingan to search for the enemy's traces alongside Shursui. Yet no matter where he looked, he found nothing unusual, not even a small animal that could be used as a surveillance substitute. But Itachi did not doubt Shizui's actions. He understood Shizui's personality. Still keeping his Sharingan active, his expression grew increasingly grim. After confirming that he could not detect the enemy on his own, he stopped searching, and pulling Shursui disappeared from the spot. As the two Uchiha vanished, the place fell into absolute silence. Even the occasional sound of insects crawling through the grass seemed, after a long while, truly vigilant. In a twist of the void space, the masked man's figure spiraled out like a phantom. The crimson Sharingan behind his mask slowly reverted from a 3-blade shape to a 3-tomo state. His tone was slightly helpless. Even after pulling away so cautiously, I was still detected. I had to stay in the other dimension, unable to follow. Pity I didn't bring Zetsu along. Even Zetsu can't silently infiltrate Konoha's barrier. I almost missed such an interesting event, but if I linger any longer, I might be discovered. It seems it's not the time to look for the Jinchuriki and those fools. The masked man glanced at the dense forest behind him, through the gaps of which the red rooftops were faintly visible. The Hokage's office in Konoha. Hokage. Humph. The masked man let out a sardonic laugh. This is far enough, Itachi. Shursui suddenly called out to stop Itachi, who was still moving. The two figures halted on the edge of a cliff. Itachi supported Shursui and glanced around, speaking uneasily. The terrain here is open with no good hiding spots. Do you have some other plan? Before Itachi could finish, Shursui straightened up, looked at him, and shook his head. No need to be on guard. There are no ambushes or pursuers. Is that so? Hearing this, Itachi breathed a sigh of relief. Then wait here. They'll go notify the medical unit to send someone. But Shursui reached out to stop Itachi from leaving. He had regained his composure. It was Danzo who took my eyes. At these words, Itachi halted. The Uchiha clan's coup is nearly at an irreparable point. Ever since the Nine Tails incident, the clan has been isolated by the village because the suspect possessed the Sharingan. Danzo's action shows that even within the village, I am not trusted. In this situation, even if the third Hokage wishes to maintain peace, he stands alone and can do nothing. Shursui calmly analyzed the situation with Itachi as if he were not the one gravely wounded. I had intended to use the Mangekyo Sharingan's Koto Ematsukami to correct this situation, but if I survive now I no longer have enough ocular power to change the status quo. Moreover, the ability of Kotoame Tsukumi creates fluctuations in the desires of people's hearts. At this moment, it poses a greater threat to the village's higher-ups than the Uchiha clan's coup. Not only will other nations exploit the weakness, but Konoha itself will fall apart. I want to entrust my left eye to you, Itachi. As he spoke, Shursui reached up and dug his fingers into his own eye socket, and with a deep press, he literally tore. But the excruciating pain that would be incomprehensible to ordinary people did not even change his expression. He remained perfectly calm. Watching this, Itachi's heart was deeply moved. Just as Shursui was the one who understood Itachi best in the world, Itachi also understood his best friend's thoughts and feelings. Just like the will of fire he had always upheld, he was still burning himself to protect the village. A crow flew across the sky and shattered into pieces between them. Along with the crow, the Mangekyo Sharingan in Shizui's hand also. I have indeed received it. Itachi looked at his friend who was still bleeding profusely with closed eyes, and his heart trembled. At this moment he had no one to trust but himself, yet he was still giving everything he could for the village. What was the path he sought? Itachi, have you found your answer? Although he had lost his eyes, Shursui seemed to see the confusion on Itachi's face and asked. Itachi hesitated. I see. Itachi, I regret that I cannot accompany you in your search. Shursui waited a moment, hearing no reply from his friend, and felt a slight regret, but did not show it. Now I will die. Because changing the situation of the Uchiha rebellion requires my death as a crucial element. Although the clan was unwilling to acknowledge me, everyone knew I was the strongest of the Uchiha. Even the radicals thought that once the coup began I would still participate out of clan loyalty. That kind of thinking is like a spark. Once ignited in people's hearts, it cannot be stopped. The mission I accepted before the Hokage was to stop this internal conflict, and I will fulfill that path with my death. Shizui's steps halted at the edge of the cliff. Itachi, do not stop me, and do not try to stop me. You are my best friend, and the most satisfying companion on my journey. Forge your own path from mine, and move forward toward the future you believe in, no matter the outcome. I trust you, and be careful of Danzo. He possesses a strange technique that can twist reality, very similar to our clan's secret arts. Do not confront him unless necessary. After saying this, as tears of blood fell from Itachi's Sharingan, Shursui threw himself backward into. It was so resolute and clear, but was it his determination to protect the village that was so strong, or had his heart completely died? Itachi did not know. He only knew that the moment Shizui's body plunged into the abyss, his own body uncontrollably lunged forward. The ever-composed Uchiha Itachi shed 2 streams of blood tears watching his friend's body fall endlessly. His outstretched hand froze in midair. He knew that Shursui would not grasp his hand, and that his own action would only disappoint Shursui if seen. And at that instant the 3 tomo around Itachi's pupil spun wildly, and the blade-shaped Mangekyo Sharingan gleamed with a crimson light in his eye. Then Itachi rose and left the place without attracting any attention. He quietly returned to the clan as if nothing concerned him, and simply stood before his father's door. Through the thick wall he softly said, Uchiha Shursui is dead. He then departed silently. The room, which had held some noise, fell into utter silence. Itachi did not know how many people were inside, but he knew that this single sentence would change the Uchiha clan tonight. At least it would pour cold water over their fevered minds and hang a sword of Damocles over them. After Itachi left, Root Shinobi arrived at the cliff. They looked at the bloodstains on the ground and the bottomless abyss, and after a moment of silence, searched below. We want him alive if possible, dead if not. The next day, almost simultaneously within Root's headquarters and the Hokage's office, both received an unexpected, yet chilling answer. Uchiha Shizui's body has not been found. The masked man sat in a chair. Beside him stood a bizarre figure, half white and half black. They both stared at Shursui, who lay on the table. The Shunshin of Konoha's Shursui. You saved him. Zetsu's voice was hoarse and unpleasant, yet still carried surprise. Not exactly. At least for now, he's not out of danger. He could die at any moment, so it's not really saving him. The masked man replied coldly, his gaze fixed on Shizui's body. Indeed, and I must remind you, if you don't decide soon, he really will be beyond saving. You need a new ally to deal with that guy from the Mist Village, don't you? Zetsu chuckled, then added, but according to my intelligence, his loyalty to Konoha is unshakable. Besides, he's even more injured than you were back then, and without Madara's help. Shut up. I know. The masked man cut off Zetsu's mockery. He stood up, walked to Shizui's side, squinted at the chest that was barely rising and falling, and directly thrust his hand through Shizui's heart. In that instant, Shursui, still unconscious, stopped breathing. The village feels so strange today, Naruto muttered as he walked down the street, glancing around. Though the shops were open as usual, and the crowds bustled with their everyday rhythm, he couldn't shake the sense that something in the atmosphere had shifted. After walking a bit further, Naruto noticed the crowd ahead parting to leave the entire street empty. At the center of the street, a ninja wearing a Konoha forehead protector was escorting a man forward, their expressions grim and tense. What happened? Naruto stepped back among the crowd. As the man passed by, he instinctively glanced at the clothing and spotted a somewhat familiar emblem on the back of the escorting ninja's attire. It was a fan-shaped crest. Wait, I remember that. Naruto stopped in his tracks, a faint memory stirring. How many of the Uchiha clan have been caught now? They're supposed to be the police force, but they're betraying their own duty. It's disgraceful. Well, that's the Uchiha clan. They never do anything good except cause trouble for us. I heard several ninjas died this time. Sigh. And a member of the police force acted as an inside accomplice. The murmurs wove together, and Naruto pieced together the gist of the matter from the fragment. In short, it seemed a traitor from the Uchiha clan, the ones responsible for village security, had allowed ninjas from other villages to infiltrate. Fortunately, Umbu members had discovered and stopped them in time to prevent leaks of confidential information. But many Umbu had also fallen. The third Hokage was furious, and now they were rounding up Uchiha spies. Notably, even when Naruto simply stood aside to listen, several people noticed him and pointed, avoiding him with cold glances. Hey, Naruto didn't understand, but a faint ache settled in his heart. Though he was curious about the Uchiha affairs, the icy stares people gave him hurt more. Now he only wanted to flee the crowd, to stop caring about village matters, and to silently head to the training ground alone. But he didn't notice that every time he went to the training ground, a pair of pale eyes would secretly peek from the crowd, shyly watching him from behind. The village's turmoil soon passed. After a few days of tension, calm returned. But no one knew how fierce the undercurrents beneath that placid surface. In Naruto's dreams these days, Minato had been teaching him basic ninjutsu. It was as if sensing Naruto had begun training on his own, Minato slowed down the advanced techniques and instead focused on solidifying the fundamentals. But what frustrated even a Hokage-level figure like Minato was that Naruto, with his amplified instinctive emotions in dreams, resisted theoretical knowledge with remarkable stubbornness. Once when Minato tried to demonstrate the basics of Genjutsu, Naruto, already asleep, almost dozed off again in his own dream. That wasn't the most exasperating part. What made Minato even more speechless was that Naruto wasn't alone. Another student who never revealed her true form and hid behind to listen also hinted that the theory was too dry and nearly put her to sleep. This made Minato's lesson preparation suddenly much harder. But he wasn't one to be defeated. After some hard work, he successfully mastered a special ability, how to teach like a stand-up comedy act. Waking up refreshed, Naruto felt his mind bursting with knowledge and ideas he wanted to put into practice. Full of motivation, he quickly washed up, grabbed a carton of milk and bread had bought a few days ago, and rushed to the training ground. Along the way, he was excited. While stuffing breakfast into his mouth, his hands were already practicing hand seals. Over the past year, he had grown accustomed to waking up with new skills and muscle memory had never learned before. He would immediately review and practice them, the best way to remember the techniques. Behind him, a small mushroom-like head peeked out from behind a utility pole. Hinata's cheeks flushed as she secretly followed, thinking Naruto-kun is always so diligent, training so early every morning. She didn't realize that sneaking out of her house at the crack of dawn every day was in its own way equally diligent. Just as Naruto arrived at the training ground, had grown familiar with over the past few days, he heard a strange shout, "Oda!" Then came a thunderous crash, and even the ground trembled. Well, what's going on? He had discovered this training ground a few days ago, and had been practicing here alone. No one else had ever come to this rundown spot. Well, what's going on? He had discovered this training ground a few days ago, and had been practicing here alone. No one else had ever come to this. Naruto hurried over to check. Inside the training ground, a man with a watermelon-patterned bowl cut and a bright green training suit was leaping around like a whirlwind. He moved with a tornado-like speed, letting out strange cries as his fists and feet struck the wooden posts with explosive impacts. So that's what the sound and vibration were. Konoha. Whirlwind. Seeming to grow more excited, the man with the watermelon haircut shouted, and then executed a spinning kick that whipped up a gale, snapping the thick elephant leg posts in half and scattering them across the ground. Returning to the village after a mission. This kind of workout is just what I needed. He stopped midair, landed, wiped the sweat from his brow, and flashed a bright grin that revealed 2 rows of gleaming white teeth. Alright, next up, 100 laps around the village on my hands. He finally noticed Naruto, who stood dumbfounded nearby, and greeted him. Hey kid, what a wonderful morning, isn't it? Youth is burning at moments like this. Naruto was stunned. He had never seen this man in the village before, but the Konoha forehead protector at his waist marked him as a village ninja. But that wasn't what mattered. In his memory, very few people ever greeted him so willingly. He didn't even know how to respond. Well, a morning hour is worth 2 in the evening. Showing up early here means you've got the fire of youth in you. Oh, and a young lady too. The man seemed unbothered that his greeting didn't get an immediate reply. He waved casually at Naruto, and someone behind him then gave a thumbs up. How about it? Let's do 100 laps around the village on our hands as a warm-up. Saying this, the green-clad figure had already appeared in front of Naruto, grabbing his hand, and Hinata, who was hiding in the nearby bushes, without waiting for consent. But just as he was about to start running with a laugh, he suddenly froze. As if belatedly realizing something, he turned his head to look at the two children. He was holding his eyes twitching and his smile stiffening. Wait, look closely. Isn't this the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki that Jonin are forbidden to interact with and the young lady of the Hyuga clan? What do you say? Should we make a move? Ah, that suspicious guy has directly laid hands on the young lady. The Hyuga clan guard hiding in the shadows watched as Hinata was grabbed by the man with a bowl cut and instinctively moved to rush out. Wait, I recognize that guy. He's my guy who was recently promoted to special Jonin in the village. He may be a bit odd, but there's no problem. Wait, I recognize that guy. He's my guy who was recently promoted to special Jonin in the village. He may be a... Sigh, I can't understand why the young lady is so tirelessly tailing that little brat every day, and why the clan head not only turns a blind eye, but also arranges for the two of us to provide full protection every day. The guard who had been about to rush out heard his companion's explanation, stopped his action, and complained. Hey, whose fault is it that you failed to stop that demon fox brat? The companion teased. Maybe the clan head saw your foolish appearance back then, thought this kid was hiding his true abilities, and had us follow the young lady to investigate. I told you I didn't fail to stop him, it's just that somehow Hyuga Hongzwa got flustered and was about to defend himself, but soon fell silent. Because something had changed over there. Hinata. Naruto, slow to notice, finally saw little Hinata being dragged out by Might Guy. However, the shy Hinata could only stare at Naruto, who was so close to her. Her flushed face made a hissing sound like a boiling kettle, and then she heard a soft pong in her ear. She fainted with steam rising from her head. Hey Hinata, what's wrong? You there, what did you do to Hinata? However, little Naruto couldn't understand what was going on. Seeing that just by looking at Hinata her face turned red, and she fell backward unconscious, he immediately looked up at Might Guy and shouted. Huh. Guy also looked innocent, but before he could explain, little Naruto suddenly turned his body in the opposite direction along the hand that was holding him, instantly breaking free of Guy's grip. Then he pulled Hinata's body and shook her. Hinata, wake up. Are you okay? This kid. Guy instinctively looked at his own palm. Although he had been careful not to use much force for fear of hurting the two children, and had even let go voluntarily, the escape move Naruto had made instinctively in that moment was extremely standard. It was impossible to be so adept without sufficient training. Taijutsu is different from ninjutsu and jinjutsu. It requires more sweat to achieve results. If Naruto had relied on astonishing strength or speed to break free from Guy's grip, Guy wouldn't have been so shocked, since the rumored Jinchuriki can draw on tailed beast chakra. But this escape move was almost instinctive, not innate strength or some talent. His movements were extremely standard, showing he had received specialized training for this. But who in the village had been in contact with him? Or had he trained this himself? If it was self-taught, then what level had he reached? Guy, who had been about to leave, watched Naruto continuously shaking Hinata. Suddenly an idea struck him, and he swiftly reached out his hand toward the unsuspecting Naruto. His movement was swift as lightning. Before Naruto could react, Guy's hand had landed on his shoulder and pulled him away. Alright, if you keep shaking her, you'll scramble her brains. Just let her sit aside for a while. Okay. Naruto, who clearly didn't fully understand the situation, finally realized he had been too concerned. Watching Might Guy settle Hinata aside, he thanked him. Thanks a lot. You may be odd, but you're still a good guy. Good guy? Ha ha ha. Hearing Naruto's evaluation, Might Guy let out a hearty laugh, his 2 rows of big white teeth gleaming with astonishing brilliance. Of course, the most friendly and wonderful ninja in Konoha, the blue beast of Konoha, that's me, Might Guy. This guy is really a special jonin of the village. Hyuga Hongzwa, hiding nearby, twitched his mouth. This clown seemed to have something wrong with his head. We were in the same year. He really is that kind of person, but this guy is very strong. Back then he even defeated a classmate from the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Obito. Not only that, he has always been a fierce rival to that Kakashi Hatake. The other Hyuga clan companion said, as if recalling his childhood. Anyway, he's a good person. That Kakashi Hatake. Hearing the name of the village's highly renowned jonin, Hyuga Hongzwa clicked his tongue. The name of Konoha's technician, the copy ninja Kakashi, was famous throughout the ninja world. This weirdo who looked like a rare beast was actually his rival. At this moment, Might Guy looked at Naruto. How about it, kid? I see you were also planning to train here. Unfortunately, this training ground was accidentally destroyed by me. As compensation, let me introduce you to a better training spot. How about we train hard over there? Naruto recalled the shocking scene he had just witnessed on the training ground. Naturally, he was eager to train with such a powerful person. Excited, his eyes sparkled with stars, and he agreed wholeheartedly with both hands and feet. However, he still looked at Hinata lying on the side and asked with some concern, "Bushy-browed uncle, can I take her home first, and then come back? Isn't it not good to leave her here alone?" Bushy-browed uncle. This address made my guy a bit helpless, but he wasn't the type to care too much about such things. He just looked at Hyuga. Hinata rubbed his chin, his gaze moving between Naruto and Hinata, and suddenly laughed. "How youthful. You don't need to worry about her. There are 2 of her family members watching over there. However, young lady of the Hyuga clan, and the 2 behind you, would you like to come and sweat together?" This last sentence was not directed at Naruto, but at Hinata, who was lying on the side pretending to be unconscious because she was too embarrassed to face the situation. "We've been discovered." Hinata lying on the ground, and the 2 Hyuga bodyguards behind her were embarrassed. "Hey Shueman." Joe, who had been observing the outside world, suddenly asked, "Mate Kai, do you still remember him?" "Kai, is that Kakaxi's friend?" Shueman, who was fervently preparing lessons, looked up with some confusion. "What's wrong with him?" Nothing." Joe wagged his tail. He had heard about Mate Kai from Mingren, how he had once caused the nearly invincible Yuzebo band, after absorbing the 10 tails, to suffer a great loss. Unfortunately, he had not witnessed it himself. Later, when he saw the already crippled Mate Kai, he could not sense even a trace of the power that could rival the 6 Paths Sage. Perhaps this is a very good opportunity. Joe raised his full attention. Shinobi capable of fighting against the combat power of the Daitongyu clan were rare in this world. How about it? Isn't this place more suitable for you than the small training ground from before? Mate Kai laughed heartily and said to the people behind him, "This is the training ground the village assigned to me after I became a Jonin. Even compared to the training ground of your Rishion clan, it's no less impressive, right? But after each mission, I still habitually go back to the old place to practice. Unfortunately, this time I was too excited, and I usually didn't have anyone maintain it, so it's temporarily unusable." Mingren looked around excitedly. Kai's training ground was several times larger than the previous public training ground in the village. The field was rich with target setups and various mechanisms. Even a quick glance at the dense forest above showed it had been specially trimmed with bizarre and diverse routes, perfect for training the body flicker technique. It's far more than just not inferior. Rishion Hungzwa withdrew his gaze and sighed. "This is a Jonin exclusive training ground. There's no better place in the entire village." "But I'm sorry, Kai," another Rishion clan member said to Kai. "Although you mean well, the Rishion clan's secret techniques are not for outsiders. We can't perform them in a place like this." You know me." Kai looked at him with a puzzled expression upon hearing the address. "Oh, your face looks so familiar. Why don't you recognize an old classmate?" "Old classmate? Ah, you're Rishion." "Rishion." Kai squinted and looked him up and down, feeling extremely embarrassed inside. In fact, he had recognized the man earlier, but completely forgot his name, so he deliberately pretended to be a stranger. "Rishion Itai." Rishion Itai introduced himself helplessly, as if he had long been aware of Kai's habit. "You're still the same as before, remembering no one's name except Chimu Kakaxi's." "Ahaha, Itai. How could I ever forget your name? Old classmate, you've become handsome after not seeing for so long. I just didn't recognize you at all." Kai let out a forced laugh to cover his embarrassment, then patted the other's shoulder. "Since we old classmates haven't seen each other for so long, how about we enjoy our youth by sweating it out? Let's do 50 frog jumps around the village, what do you say?" "No thanks, no thanks. Anyway, as I just said, we're just here to protect the young lady. We won't participate in other things." Rishion Itai pointed at his companion Hungzwa. "The 2 of us are at least Jongren level. This kind of training is just..." "You can't say that, old classmate." Hearing Yatai's latter words, Kai suddenly became solemn. His hand on Rishion Yatai's shoulder suddenly tightened into a grip, causing the latter to wince in pain. "The war just ended not long ago, and you've already let your guard down. If I right now..." Rishion Itai and Hungzwa were both startled. In the instant his words fell, Mate Kai had already appeared beside the unresponsive Rishion Chūtian, his fist swinging toward Kyushin's little head. The movement was so swift that one couldn't believe he would stop. At that moment, Chūtian was completely unaware of anything. "Stop!" The 2 Rishion members hurriedly rushed to stop him, but their abilities were far inferior to Mate Kai's. They hadn't even managed to get close to him. "The Rishion clan is also a major clan in the village, but I didn't expect its members to be so slack. Just scaring them, and they can't even stop me. I need to teach them a lesson and remind them." Kai was not entirely carefree. Although he was cheerful by nature, he was very delicate inside. The Rishion clan and the Yuzebo clan were both major clans of Konoha. As a Jonin, Kai naturally understood the conflict within the Yuzebo clan in the village at that time, and he did not want the Rishion clan to follow suit. Especially the words just spoken by Rishion Itai. Having the strength of a Jongren, but not participating in village missions, only serving as a clan bodyguard, such behavior was dangerous. As for this attack, Kai, whose taijutsu had reached an astonishing level, could naturally control his movements to an extremely precise degree. Not to mention that this punch appeared unstoppable. Even if it had already touched the opponent, he could control the force to ensure the opponent was on. But before Kai could withdraw his hand, Kyushin's figure actually disappeared from under his fist. Kai, who had punched air, as well as Rishiang Itai and Rishiang Hanzwa, were all stunned. Then a faint voice sounded. "Thick eyebrow uncle, what are you trying to do?" Mingren was holding Chutian, standing 3 meters away from Kai, looking at him with a somewhat dangerous gaze. "Oh, it's a misunderstanding." Realizing the situation, Kai straightened up and subconsciously prepared to apologize and explain, but a thought suddenly crossed his mind. How did he just do that? That's astonishing. Was it the body flicker technique? Even we didn't detect it. The 2 Rishiang bodyguards were even more shocked and immediately stepped between Kai Chutian and Mingren, assuming a defensive stance. They had just been negligent, now they had to be vigilant. Mingren-kun. Chutian only then noticed she was in Mingren's arms and spoke subconsciously. Her face was flushed, completely unaware of the tense atmosphere on the field. Chutian, go over to those 2 white-eyed uncles first. However, Mingren did not continue joking around. Instead, he kept his eyes fixed on Kai's figure, revealing a seriousness completely beyond his age. Very dangerous. This is troublesome. If he didn't explain now, Mingren's hostility was quite obvious. Kai observed Mingren's attitude and thought to himself, but in the end he chose not to speak, still puzzled. Hans would take the young lady Chutian away first. Rishiang Itai suddenly said to his companion, "Although I don't know what's gotten into Kai, if the young lady gets hurt, I'll be okay." Rishiang Hanzwa looked at the bewildered Chutian, who didn't know what was happening, then glanced at the still silent Kai. Although he didn't understand why the situation had suddenly turned like this, he swallowed nervously and took Kyushin's hand, ready to leave. Whooshed. The green figure again appeared beside Rishiang Hanzwa with lightning speed, once again throwing a punch at the little girl. But this time, his gaze did not linger on anyone from the Rishiang clan, instead it was fixed on Mingren. However, Kai's fast punch missed again. "Go quickly," Mingren shouted at the 3 Rishiang members behind him, who were sweating cold sweat. "He's serious? What happened?" Rishiang Itai looked at the spot where he and the young lady Chutian had just been standing. Now they were far away. And Rishiang Hanzwa was even more shocked. He seemed to understand what had happened to him earlier at the Rishiang clan's wall. Serious. Jiwei heard Mingren's judgment and couldn't help but feel speechless. "Hey Shumin, it seems you need to teach Mingren how to judge others' intentions. This is such an obvious test of him, and he's almost revealed all his trump cards to the other party. But the other party has no killing intent, not even hostility. After all, Mingren is only 5 years old." Wolfing Shumin, who had also connected to Jiwei's chakra and was watching Mingren, was also helpless, but also felt a sense of pride. It seems the level of Konoha's Jonin is getting higher and higher. With such a simple test of Mingren's skills, it seems Mingren's Flying Thunder God technique can no longer be hidden. At this moment, Kai, looking at Mingren, radiated an astonishing aura from his entire body. This intense presence made everyone swallow nervously and break out in cold sweat on their backs. Truly remarkable. Kai murmured. Then with a sudden flash of brilliance in his eyes, he looked at Mingren and gave a thumbs up, exclaiming loudly, "I watched your body flicker technique twice and couldn't detect it. How did you practice it? Teach me." Mingren, Jiwei, and Bluffing Shuimin were all taken aback. "Is he an idiot?" Jiwei mercilessly remarked. "No." However, Minato quickly realized. "I've seen the fastest body flicker users, and even they couldn't escape my notice. Even the swiftest Shursui, or even Kakashi's body flicker occasionally eluded my gaze." But Guy suddenly clenched his fists, tears streaming as he looked up at the sky. "Compared to them, you're still so young, yet I couldn't see through your all this. Am not." Naruto, caught off guard by Guy's abrupt shift, was about to explain his actions when he heard Guy suddenly punch the air and roar. "So this is the burning flame. The badge of youth is passion. I'm getting fired up too. Hey kid, what's your name?" My name is Uzumaki Naruto." "Naruto-kun, how did you master such an incredible body flicker?" Guy, now thoroughly excited and ignoring the Hyuga members, pulled Naruto aside. "Such a powerful flicker. You must have trained since childhood, right? Do you run hundreds of kilometers, no thousands of kilometers, through the forest every day?" "Yosh, take me to try it out now." Without waiting for a reply, he grabbed Naruto and leaped into the dense forest of the training ground, vanishing from Hinata Hyuga and the others, leaving no room for refusal. They were left exchanging bewildered glances. "So, are we fine now?" Hyuga Kosaku turned to Ichida, incredulous. "Were we just saved by..." "Although I doubt Guy has ill intentions, you're right. Anyway, Lady Hinata, let's head back first." Hyuga Ichida, as if recalling something, "Naruto-kun." Hinata gazed worriedly in the direction where Guy and Naruto had disappeared. Unbeknownst to them, a few masked Umbu figures had hurriedly followed. In the dense forest, Guy was dragging Naruto up and down, moving with a swift, yet slightly comical flair. Especially with little Naruto being held like a ribbon, fluttering up and down until his eyes became dizzy and replaced by spiral-like patterns. Huff 6 minutes and 30 seconds, a new record. What a wonderful warm-up. As Naruto was nearly shaken senseless, Guy finally stopped, wiped the sweat from his brow, and exhaled in relief. Ugh. Leg. The moment his feet touched the ground, Naruto vomited his undigested breakfast, leaving his stomach. Naruto felt as if the world was spinning, stars flashing before his eyes. No one else here. Guy surveyed the surroundings, confirming that the Umbu tales he had sensed earlier had not followed. He turned to Naruto, dropping his playful expression. Big Guy, what are you trying to do? Naruto wiped his mouth, looking up in shock. The speed of that run was incredible. Was this bushy-browed guy even human? I need to tell you something. Meanwhile, back at the Hyuga compound, Hayashi Hyuga listened to Kosaku and Akita's report, frowning. Meanwhile, back at the Hyuga compound, Hayashi Hyuga listened to Kosaku and Akita's report, frowning. An incredibly powerful body flicker. Yes, the Nine-Tails brat. I mean, Uzumaki Naruto's body flicker is so formidable that he could protect Lady Hinata even under a Jonin's attack. Head of the clan, the Leaf Shinobi, openly attacked Lady Hinata. This matter. I know. You may leave. Hayashi didn't let them finish, waving his hand. Then, as if recalling something, he issued a puzzling order as he walked out. By the way, spread the news of Uzumaki Naruto's mastery of the body flicker. Let as many people know as possible. As Hayashi left, Kosaku and Ichida exchanged puzzled looks. Why would the head of the clan want us to do this? Maybe he wants to publicize it so he can pressure the Leaf higher-ups. After all, my guy is a Tokubetsu Jonin. Perhaps he intends to use public opinion. Anyway, the head has given orders. Well, just do as he says. Standing outside the door, a hint of nostalgia flickered in Hayashi's pale eyes. Is it your Flying Thunder God technique? I'm sorry. My curiosity caused such a powerful technique to be exposed. Guy, well aware of how sensitive Naruto's identity was, patted his shoulder. But it's okay. Few people saw it, and they probably can't recognize what the technique is. Just remember, never use this technique in front of others. And remember, your body flicker is incredibly powerful. Got it? Yes, Guy had deliberately played the fool to cover for Naruto. In truth, the second time Naruto used it, Guy had already recognized what he was performing. It was the signature space-time ninjutsu of the legendary fourth Hokage, the Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze's Flying Thunder God. The Flying Thunder God technique, a ninjutsu developed by the second Hokage Senjutobirama, was listed among the most difficult to master and stood as the most miraculous space-time ninjutsu of all. The records passed down in Konoha contain numerous ultra-high-level ninjutsu, their difficulty reaching a level that even among jounin only a very few could, though unable to master them to avoid ignorance of certain techniques. In special circumstances, Konoha's jounin were required to learn to identify these jutsu formulas. Thus, my guy as a jounin knew of the Flying Thunder God technique. Moreover, the fourth Hokage was the teacher of his rival Kakashi. The fourth's fame as the Yellow Flash stemmed from the Flying Thunder God technique, which had rendered countless merits in the Great Ninja War. So upon observing Naruto a second time, Guy realized what Naruto had mastered. He did not know the truth that Naruto was the fourth Hokage's son, or even if he did, it would not change his thoughts at that moment. Because Naruto was still too young. The decryption methods for most of Konoha's sealing scrolls containing high-level ninjutsu were known only to jounin. Thus, even if Naruto came into contact with a sealing scroll, no one could help him unseal it to learn the techniques within. He instinctively suspected that someone intended to use the Nine Tails within the Jinchuriki to cause chaos, and thus had taught him the Flying Thunder God technique from the sealing scroll. But Guy had to admit that with his own brain, he could not figure out how the person who taught Naruto that technique would use the Nine Tails. Moreover, this matter was not easy to discuss with others. Though Guy as a jounin was usually carefree and seemed brainless, he was actually clear-headed. Within Konoha, the high-ranking officials and the populace were not all on the same page. Neither the root organization nor the prestigious clans necessarily shared the same mind as the ninjas led by the Hokage. Regarding the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, the Hokage had issued an order to all ninjas above Chūnin that was the simplest, clearest, and most indisputable. Minimize all contact, treat him as a stranger. Guy himself had followed this principle. Initially, when he encountered Naruto and the others, he was more interested because he noticed that someone from the Hyuga clan was with Naruto. Logically, as the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Naruto could not have any Konoha ninja who could teach him ninjutsu. Even if there were, they would likely be only Chūnin. Logically, as the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Naruto could not have any Konoha ninja who could teach him ninjutsu. Even if there were, they would likely be only Chūnin or even ordinary people unaware of the truth. If any ninja above Chūnin had contact with him, the Umbu would surely notice. Under such circumstances, how could he possibly be allowed to wander around so peacefully? As he speculated, if the village's ninjas could not approach Uzumaki Naruto, the tailed beast Jinchuriki, then who could teach such a young child such a high-level technique? The appearance of the Hyuga clan led him to a dangerous suspicion. The village's prestigious clans possessed numerous experts at or above Chūnin and Jounin level, and with their extensive connections, if they colluded with the Umbu and communicated with the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Thinking back to the Nine-Tails rampage a few years ago, the Uchiha clan's suspicion remained unresolved. Might Guy felt he had discovered a monumental secret. If mishandled, the village would surely fall into a terrible calamity. That was why he had taken Naruto and even shaken off the Umbu. At this moment for Guy, there was only one person in the entire village he could trust. He did not realize that his own actions were, in a sense, quite dangerous. In the Hokage's office, Guy has kidnapped Uzumaki Naruto. The third Hokage, busy with official duties and troubled by the disappearance of Shursue, heard the Umbu's report. He was taken aback, then asked instinctively that, yes. He was shouting that Uzumaki Naruto possessed an incredible instant movement technique, and then he pulled him away and vanished. The Umbu are still an incredible instant movement technique. Naruto. The third Hokage was even more puzzled, but he quickly replied, I understand. However, I know Guy. Naruto should not be in danger. Sarutobi, I heard someone kidnap the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. This is not something you can handle casually. Two elderly Konoha advisors, a man and a woman, barged into the Hokage's office with an accusatory attitude. Deploy all Umbu immediately to find the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and capture that Might Guy. Hamura Koharu. The third Hokage looked up at the two. They were the village's advisors, and like him, had been members of the second Hokage's guard unit in their youth. Your information is indeed swift. The Umbu only notified me, and you are already here. This. Udatain Koharu was momentarily speechless. She could hardly say that a member of Danzo's root organization had informed her, since the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had previously strictly forbidden Danzo and Root from contacting the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. These matters are not important. The key point now is the whereabouts of the Nine-Tails. The other advisor, Mitokado Hamura, was clearly prepared and maintained a tough stance. Konoha cannot endure another Nine-Tails rampage. Besides, with Uchiha Shizui's situation, could it be that the Uchiha can no longer wait? Dispatch Umbu to the Uchiha clan compound immediately. This matter likely has nothing to do with the Uchiha clan. I understand Might Guy's character. He probably just got carried away by his discovery. Don't overreact. Sarutobi looked up sharply, not expecting the other to bring up Shursue and the Uchiha under such circumstances. Wasn't that adding fuel to the fire? This is not an overreaction, Sarutobi. You still don't understand. Mitokado Hamura was dissatisfied with Sarutobi's attitude and was about to emphasize how dangerous the situation between the Uchiha and the Nine-Tails was. Bang! The sound of footsteps not concealed rang out. Almost simultaneously, Might Guy, clad in green, burst into the Hokage's office shouting, Lord Hokage, I have urgent intelligence. Guy. Sarutobi Hiruzen in his Hokage robes paused for a moment upon seeing him, then noticed he had come alone, and his expression turned serious. Where is Naruto? Mingrun. He went home. Meitokai hurriedly said upon hearing this. Are you looking for him? I was wondering why I was suddenly chased by the Umbu. Kai said nonchalantly, as if reporting a trivial matter, instantly plunging the entire office into an eerie silence. Just then another Umbu rushed back from outside. He was about to report when he looked up and found the Hokage's office crowded with people. The lively scene left him at a loss, and he stood frozen in place. The third Hokage recognized this Umbu as the one he had stationed near Mingrun's house, and told him to speak. Yes, reporting to the Hokage-sama. Uzumaki Mingrun has just returned home. After observation confirmed no one was following. He is safe and sound. Additionally, the Umbu glanced at Meitokai, and the two advisors standing nearby organized his words slightly, and said, I discovered that members of the Root organization seem to be searching for someone's whereabouts. Someone. The third Hokage looked at the innocent-looking man with the bowl-cut hairstyle before him, and guessed that they were looking for him, and the already returned Mingrun. That Tawanzang fellow increasingly disregards me as Hokage. Since Mingrun has returned safely, advisors, the matter is resolved, isn't it? Ignoring Meitokai's winking and grimacing, the third Hokage glanced at the Umbu who had just arrived, and said, Go inform Tawanzang to come to the Hokage's office. And by the way, tell him to rein in his actions. The two Umbu acknowledged and left while the two advisors, unable to hide their embarrassment, slunk away. After all, they had just confidently claimed the matter was related to the Yuzhibo clan and had spoken of some earth-shattering event. When only the third Hokage Yuenfei Risen and Kai remained in the office, Yuenfei said with a hint of helplessness, Stop making faces. Tell me what, oh Lord Hokage, it's like this. Upon hearing the third Hokage's words, Tokai quickly withdrew the wink he had used to signal him, and with a professional and solemn expression befitting a jonin, he said, "Initially on my way back from a mission, I encountered the Rishion clan and Uzumaki Mingren at the training ground." As Kai described, the third Hokage's brows furrowed deeper. "After shaking off the Umbu, I intended to bring Mingren directly to you, Lord Hokage, but unexpectedly, I couldn't control him at all." Kai said this with an embarrassed look. No matter how I tried to lock onto and capture him, the next moment, he would appear 2 or 3 meters away from me, and it definitely wasn't some technique like the body flicker technique. He was extremely proficient in the flying thunder god technique. Then I thought since he had such means there probably wasn't anyone who could trouble him, so he said he was going home. But shortly after we parted, a group of Umbu members suddenly appeared on the road and tried to arrest me. I had intended to rush to your side quickly. I understand the course of events. Don't worry too much about the Rishion clan matter. It's a good thing that little girl became friends with Mingren, but the flying thunder god technique's difficulty in combining sealing techniques and ninjutsu. Since Bluffing Shuiman no ninja of Jonin rank or above in the Leaf Village has learned this powerful time-space ninjutsu. Even I, known as the professor of ninjutsu, spent a tremendous amount of time to barely grasp it, and I am far from being able to use it as freely and practically as those two. The flying thunder god technique's difficulty in combining sealing techniques and ninjutsu is such that even Shuiman's former guard squad required 3 people to perform it simultaneously. Regardless of who taught Mingren, he is only just over 5 years old. Such talent is unheard of. Could it be a backup plan left by Shuiman? The third Hokage became somewhat dazed at this thought. To be honest, the fourth Hokage Bluffing Shuiman was once the successor he considered most perfect, impeccable in his methods and means of village governance, as well as in his personal strength and character. Even when Bluffing Shuiman had earned immense renown in the Great Ninja War and succeeded to the position of Hokage, he could already envision the future prosperity of the village. Even those 2 old friends just now and Tuanzang, who had some complaints, had to admit that Bluffing Shuiman's tenure as Hokage held a promising future. Oh, what a pity. The heavy blow of losing the 4th Hokage Bluffing Shuiman during the Ninetales incident is also one of the fundamental reasons for the village's current heightened vigilance toward the Yuzhibo clan. You should go back for now. They'll go see Mingren later. The third Hokage, dismissed Tokai, looked out at the night, pondered for a moment, and removed his Hokage hat. After a while, the third Hokage appeared at Mingren's doorstep in a simple robe, gazing at the dark window, his thoughts drifting. This house was not the one the 4th Hokage had lived in, but was allocated to Mingren through the orphanage by the 3rd Hokage, and it couldn't be too conspicuous. The reason for this was mainly that the 4th Hokage's residence and identity were too sensitive. Behind Bluffing Shuiman's legendary reputation in the Great Ninja War lay countless hatreds and blood debts. The Cloud Village had never ceased its hostility toward the Leaf. After the Ninetales incident, the Leaf was too weak. When the Cloud Village falsely accused the Leaf's major clan, the Rishion clan, and demanded the corpse of Rishion Richa, the Leaf could only yield. The fundamental reason was that the Leaf truly had no capital to stand up to them at that time. If even the Rishion clan had to yield, it was even more so for Bluffing Shuiman, who had once driven back the Cloud Village single-handedly. If they were to learn that he had a surviving child, and that child was the Ninetales Jinchuriki, what would they face? He felt indebted to this child, but as Hokage he had no choice. Yuanfei Risen sighed inwardly, then did not go upstairs but turned and left in another. Hokage Grandpa. Mingren, did you go out to buy something? The third Hokage asked, first startled, then wearing a cheerful expression. There's no food at home. Today I met a strange uncle who took me on a long walk, and I was so tired that I only slept a little before my stomach started growling, Mingren complained. Then he reached into the bag, rummaged around, pulled out a box of instant noodles, and handed it to the third Hokage. Grandpa wants some. The third Hokage saw Mingren's attitude, and his smile grew even kinder. It's not good to eat instant noodles. I can't go catch fish in the middle of the night, can I? Mingren casually complained, then put the noodles back, rummaged for a while, pulled out 2 ham sausages reluctantly, put one back, and handed the other to the third Hokage. Then have this, please. The third Hokage looked at the small Mingren extending the ham sausage, took it, and examined it. Then goodbye, Grandpa. It's late, go back. And then Mingren waved his hand, said goodbye to the third Hokage, and dashed off home, his figure quickly disappearing from the third Hokage's sight. Looking at the ham sausage in his hand, then at the retreating figure, the third Hokage stood there for a long while before suddenly speaking. Tomorrow have Yuruka and Kakashi come to my office. And also summon Tokai. Yes. The Umbu, who had been hiding in the shadows, acknowledged the order. The sunlight scattered as always upon the streets of my village, marking the beginning of a new day. Lord Huiying. At that moment, a young man wearing a forehead protector with a conspicuous scar on his face nervously knocked on the door of the Huiying's office. Pushing the door open and catching sight of the familiar brim of the Huaying's hat, he hastily bowed and said, "Chūnin Iluka reporting for duty." "Oh, Iluka, you're here quite early." The third-generation Huaying looked up from the documents he was reviewing, smiling warmly at the man. "Wait a moment, let me finish some matters." After approving a few reports and setting them aside, the third generation turned his gaze back to Iluka, who was still tense and stiff. Leisurely, he took out his pipe from his robe, took a puff, and said, "Don't be nervous. I just wanted to check in on how things are going. How are you finding teaching at the Ninja Academy?" "Well, it's quite good. I've discovered that I actually enjoy being a teacher." Iluka instinctively started to use a formal reporting tone, but under the third generation's gaze he gradually relaxed, revealing a somewhat embarrassed smile. Many of the children at the academy are quite mischievous, but they've been taught by their families to some extent, so they do take their lessons seriously. After all, the war ended not long ago, and many villagers still bear the scars of conflict in their hearts. The third generation took a draw from his pipe and sighed. "That's why we need to let the children learn at the academy. Otherwise, the atmosphere of war and killing might take a whole generation to dissipate. Only by keeping the children together for a long enough time can their innocence fade a little slower. I've received quite a few reports about you, and many of them recognize your teaching abilities." The third generation picked up several stacks of reports from the desk and said cheerfully, I don't deserve such praise." Iluka blushed. "Lord Huaying, may I ask why you summoned me today?" "I've digressed again." The third generation Huaying shook his head as he spoke. "I called you here today to talk about Xuanhua Mingren." "Xuanhua Mingren?" Iluka lowered his eyes. He naturally knew what that name represented. "Iluka, your parents were heroes of my ninjas who sacrificed their lives to protect the village during the nine-tailed demon fox's rampage." The third generation stood up, walked over to Iluka, and patted him on the shoulder. "And you have already moved past that tragedy. So I want to know, how do you view Mingren now? How do I view him?" Iluka closed his eyes, his expression complex. "Lord Huaying, to be honest, I still hate the nine-tailed demon fox. But I also know that Mingren is not the fox. However, at least for now, I still cannot look at him as just a child. That is how most people in the village see him, as you should know." The third generation, as if expecting Iluka's answer, quickly picked up the thread. "He is very lonely in the village with no elders to rely on. He has grown up all by himself, a solitary child. But he has never complained to anyone. He is a strong child." The third generation's words made Iluka think of himself, and he was visibly moved. He too had lost his parents in the nine-tailed demon fox's rampage. In the village, being naturally introverted, he always maintained an optimistic facade, but he alone knew how terrifying loneliness could be. More than overcoming his shyness, what he feared most back then was the alienation of others. If it hadn't been for the third generation's help back then, giving him warmth in the village and the care of an elder after losing his parents, would he have been able to grow up to this point, even becoming a teacher at the Ninja Academy, to instruct others? The third generation looked at Iluka's expression as if reading his thoughts and smiled slightly as he returned to his seat. "Hey, race the thing, I want Xuanhua Mingren to enter the Ninja Academy this year." This year? Iluka was taken aback. If I'm not mistaken, he's only 5 years old now. The academy rule states that children can only learn ninjutsu at 7. Exposing a child to ninjutsu too early could be harmful. Soon he'll turn 6 in the second half of the year. And if you're concerned, you can get to know Mingren first. I believe he needs to study at the academy. The third generation looked cheerfully at the earnest and responsible Iluka, but am worried that even at the academy he might still be isolated by others. So I'd like to ask you to look after him a bit. "I understand." Iluka was silent for a moment, then took his leave under the third generation's gesture. He still had doubts in his heart, but he didn't intend to press for details. Although he was not strong in combat, he was not foolish. The third generation Huaying had specifically summoned him, which meant this matter was rather important. Still, he planned to first get in touch with Xuanhua Mingren and confirm things for himself. Moreover, the fact that the Huaying had sent an umbu to find him had kept him awake all night, wondering what it could be about. In the end, it was just about Mingren's schooling. How was he? After Iluka left the office, the third generation asked softly, addressing the empty room behind him. He seemed to be pondering why you were telling him all this at first, but after hearing about Mingren, his attention shifted entirely to thinking about the boy. A slightly languid voice came from outside the Huaying's office window. "He didn't even notice my arrival. That's a bit careless for a ninja." "Haha, Iluka is an excellent teacher at the academy. You haven't seen his skills in handling those kids, so don't judge him by your own standards." The third generation laughed heartily, then turned to the white-haired masked man, half leaning by the window. "Let's go for a stroll." Kaxi adjusted his forehead protector, which covered his Sharingan, and used the body flicker technique to appear beside Then the third generation and Kaxi walked along the streets of Mai. Amid the bustling crowd, few passers-by paid them any attention, as if they were completely invisible. "So how are you finding it?" After leaving the Umbu, have you gotten used to carrying out missions? The third generation chatted with Kakashi, as if they were discussing everyday matters. Not bad. Kakashi's reply was somewhat lackluster. For him, a former Umbu captain returning to the daily life of a jonin didn't feel particularly natural. I read your mission reports. Why don't you accept the subordinates assigned to you? I'm more used to working alone. Jinin. No, I'm not yet ready to lead others. Kakashi seemed to realize something, a hint of a bitter smile on his face. Lord Huiying, it seems you're about to give me some trouble. How could that be? The third generation laughed, then raised his pipe to point at a building ahead. We're here. That's where Mingren lives. Kakashi looked up the somewhat dilapidated house before him, leaving him dazed. Could it be that his teacher's orphan lived in such a place? Yet this sentiment vanished in an instant. After 7 years in the Umbu, Kakashi had witnessed countless shadows, and knowing full well what a Jinchuriki represented, he understood the predicament of the third Hokage before him. After all, in the days when his own master's wife was also a Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, she had been under constant surveillance until his master became. Let's go up and have a look. Seeming to read Kakashi's thoughts, the third interrupted his reverie. I'll also discuss that matter with you. Following the third Hokage upstairs into Naruto's room, they found it empty. Kakashi surveyed the surroundings, the spacious floor and windowsills that were not entirely dead angles. With the light, he easily spotted several points ideal for external surveillance of the interior. Perhaps due to professional habit, Kakashi subconsciously sought out the hidden eyes of the Umbu. But to his great surprise, he found no trace of any Umbu. I've already withdrawn them, the third said. For some time now, there have been no Umbu around Naruto. That could be problematic. After a moment of silence, Kakashi spoke with a hint of confusion, given Naruto's identity and the danger of the Jinchuriki. That's why I summoned you today, to make this problem no longer a problem. The third casually touched the wall and windowsill inside the room. The brim of his Hokage hat shaded his eyes, making him inscrutable. I need you to assassinate Naruto. Unaware of what was happening in his home, Naruto was training as usual. He was currently in the training ground that Guy had brought him to earlier. As Guy had said, the facilities and everything else in this training ground were far superior to the old one, making it perfect for Naruto, who had numerous ideas to try. Before leaving on a mission, Guy, the bushy-browed man, had spoken to Naruto, offering this training ground as a gesture of apology for the earlier unpleasantness. Naruto could use it freely and could bring any friends along without worry. All equipment and repair costs would be on Guy. Naturally, Naruto didn't hold back. And today 2 other figures were training alongside him. One of them was young Hinata. Ever since she had fainted from embarrassment when Naruto got close to her, shy Hinata had thought about keeping her distance, observing him from afar without causing trouble. But every time she started tailing him, Naruto would notice and immediately run over, dragging her to train together. Hinata simply couldn't refuse Naruto's request. Once she actually began training, Hinata was astonished by Naruto's taijutsu prowess. Though her own skills were lacking, as the eldest daughter of the Hyuga main house, she possessed the necessary insight. Hinata could be certain that even Neji, who was praised by the elders in the clan tournament, was far inferior to Naruto. Moreover, the clan guards, whenever they saw Naruto taking her hand, showed no objection at all, acting as if, young lady, just go ahead, and even urged her to hurry. This struck Hinata as very strange. But young Hinata had no idea that besides the 2 guards, her father was actually hiding in the distance, observing with. Indeed, after the reports from Hinata Hongzwa and Hinata Yida, Hayashi Hyuga could no longer restrain himself. For the past 2 days, he had been personally following his daughter. First, he was genuinely worried about Hinata's safety, especially after the incident where Might Guy had easily bypassed the guards. Hayashi's first reaction was to forbid Hinata from going out alone. Second, he was curious about Naruto. While observing Naruto's training, Hayashi gained quite a few surprises. With the Byakugan, which offered the best observational ability in the ninja world, and the clan's complete inheritance, Hayashi concluded that Naruto's training level was far from that of someone with no guidance. He had a truly skilled teacher behind him, someone of a very high caliber in the ninja world. From shuriken jutsu, taijutsu to chakra control and other basic training, just a few days of observation revealed nearly perfect standards. Was it the third Hokage, the professor of ninjutsu, personally? But as the head of the Hyuga clan, he quickly dismissed that possibility. He knew very well that no expert in the village would secretly teach Naruto. The problem of a Jinchuriki's chakra going berserk was something no village had solved. Once the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki lost control, those ninjutsu would become weapons to destroy Konoha. What exactly was the third Hokage thinking? Another noteworthy point was that Naruto's teaching ability also shocked Hayashi. When he saw his daughter Hinata trying countless times to understand Naruto's "you just do this, then this, then this" teaching method, he could barely restrain himself from rushing out and shouting, "Don't mislead the students." Fortunately, Hinata finally realized she couldn't grasp Naruto's overly impressionistic teaching and timidly protested, asking to study on her own. Only then did Hayashi's anxious heart calm down. He was truly afraid that Naruto would lead Hinata's training astray, causing her to abandon the Hyuga's thorough inheritance and instead study that incomprehensible learning method of the kid. What surprised Hayashi even more today was another figure in the training ground. A boy of about the same age as Naruto, wearing dark gray to almost black clothes embroidered with the familiar Fan Clan emblem. Uchiha Sasuke. Damn it, hey, how did you throw that shuriken? Sasuke asked unwillingly after several failed attempts. Let me see. Naruto looked at the shuriken Sasuke had thrown. The first one landed beautifully on the bullseye of the distant wooden post. Where did your second one go? He asked with some confusion. At Naruto's genuine question, Sasuke blushed. After a long moment, he pointed to a nearby tree. Naruto squinted and finally spotted a star-shaped shuriken reflecting sunlight on that tree. Let me see. Naruto looked at the shuriken Sasuke had thrown. The first one landed beautifully on the bullseye of Naruto casually pulled out his own shuriken and threw it at the wooden post in front of Sasuke. With a crisp ding of metal, the shuriken in midair made an inexplicable turn, flying toward the one Sasuke had stuck in the post. Then Naruto's shuriken lodged firmly above Sasuke's with another star-shaped shuriken precisely sandwiched between the two. Wow, Naruto-kun, you're amazing. Hinata stared in awe. That's exactly it. How did you do it? Sasuke exclaimed at the sight. In his memory, only Itachi could do that, so he had been shocked earlier when he saw Naruto practicing shuriken jutsu. And seeing that Naruto was not much older than him, a competitive spirit surged within him. As a result, wherever Naruto trained, Sasuke appeared. The shift in his attitude, from wanting to beat Naruto to seeking his guidance, took less than a day. The gap was too vast. After the boisterous trio finished their training, the sun dipped below the horizon, and it was time to go home. Sasuke was the first to leave. After repeated attempts to replicate his opponent's technique, he ultimately failed, so he threw out a self-proclaimed tough line. This training ground doesn't suit me. He'll study it properly back home. I won't lose to you next time. Then he dashed off in a flash. Naruto reasonably suspected that he went to seek advice from his older brother. After all, as he himself had said, his own technique was learned from that brother. It made more sense to go directly to the source. Moreover, Naruto noticed that the kunai Sasuke had thrown was the very one he had returned to Uchiha Itachi, a kunai with the flying thunder god mark Naruto had carved during his first attempt at the technique. But this didn't matter much. After all the kunai had been returned, Itachi could give it to whomever he pleased, so Naruto didn't dwell on it. Naruto-kun, you'll be going too. Hinata's face flushed crimson, her voice barely a whisper. I had hoped to invite you to eat ramen. She was not shy, she had simply exhausted herself trying to keep up with Naruto's training in the afternoon. Her energy was, at that moment, she could barely manage to walk home, let alone accompany Naruto for ramen. The short rest she had taken had just allowed her to recover enough to oh, it's fine. He'll go by myself. You should head home and rest. Naruto was also drenched in sweat. Looking at Hinata's timid expression, he felt a hint of admiration. He knew well how difficult it was to persist in the dream training he had devised. In the beginning, he had fainted from exhaustion multiple times. Although Hinata hadn't fully grasped his teachings, she had managed to imitate his actions by watching him. As Hinata left, Naruto stopped his constant waving and smiling, a somber look settling on his face. Making friends was joyful, but the feeling of being the only one with nowhere to return to after parting was painful. It was truly unbearable. Meanwhile, Hinata covered her face at the corner, as if belatedly realizing something. Her already flushed skin seemed about to boil. She couldn't tell whether it was from exhaustion or the embarrassment of noticing her own sweat after saying goodbye to Naruto. Go back. Have the clan's nurse take care of you tonight. Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded in her ear. Overestimating yourself. Forcing yourself to follow a training regimen unsuited to your constitution will leave hidden injuries. Hinata stared blankly at the person standing before her, hands tucked into sleeves. In her memory, he had never spoken to her like this. Perhaps the change Naruto had brought to her was not limited to her personality. At the Ichiraku ramen shop, Naruto set down his empty bowl, scattered the few coins from his pocket on the table, and turned to leave with a carefree stride. He had always been like this, at least before Hinata ate ramen with him. Although the owner Tucci was kind, Naruto always ate quickly and left if he was alone. He didn't want to affect Tucci's business. Many customers would turn away if they saw Naruto inside. Though Tucci never mentioned it, Naruto, who had always been sensitive to others' stares, could not fail to notice. In the past, Naruto might not have paid attention, but through his training, he became more adept at discerning the sounds and movements of others. Moreover, for some unknown reason, he could faintly sense the malice directed at him. He could tell which people avoided him because of his presence. This ability was strange, as if it had suddenly manifested one day. He needed no training to perceive it. That was why he quickly accepted the company of Hinata and Sasuke. He sensed no malice from them. Malice was a feeling difficult to describe. If he had to make an analogy for Naruto, it was like the stinging pain of a shuriken cutting through the skin. Most people's malice toward him felt like a single shuriken. But now as Naruto took a post-dinner stroll with his hands behind his head, a chill ran down his spine. He felt a tremendous malice, as if a rain of hidden weapons were about to pierce his body. Killing intent. Inside Naruto, the Ninetales suddenly woke with a start. Is it him? What's wrong? Minato Namikaze asked urgently. However, Minato received no response. Since he had awakened, even when he and Kushina had faced the Ninetales before, he had never seen the Ninetales like this, completely ignoring him, utterly focused with nothing else worthy of its attention. Was Naruto in danger? Minato quickly reached that conclusion. Simultaneously, the moment he realized Naruto might be in trouble, he was horrified to discover that the 8 trigram seal he had left in his lifetime, the seal that bound the Ninetales' immense power, which only Naruto himself could unlock, had loosened. The kunai that flew through the air missed its mark. The target, who should have been impossible to evade, had vanished. Kakashi appeared at the spot, forcefully pulling the kunai from the ground, and withdrawing the chakra he had attached to it for control. Who are you? Naruto's voice rang out, filled with displeasure. However, the sound came from behind Kakashi, not from where he had been standing before. He didn't leave any flying thunder god marks along the way, so he dodged this ambush purely by reaction and shunshin. Kakashi didn't turn around, twirling the kunai in his hand. The mask of the Umbu concealed his surprise. So what Guy said wasn't just to cover for him. These were Kakashi's inner thoughts. His posture remained motionless. Meanwhile, Naruto, who had received no reply from behind, grew impatient, but also a little. That intense killing intent was the strongest malice Naruto had ever felt. In that instant, it felt as if he had been frozen in place, unable to move. But somehow at that very moment, a surge of scorching power seemed to well up from within him, instantly restoring control over his body, allowing him to evade the. Yet he was still a child who had never witnessed real combat. Though he could sense killing intent, he didn't understand what it was. So much so that he even dared to show himself, thinking that after creating a safe distance one can relax, or even failing to be aware of the opponent's tactics or whether they have allies. This is a grave mistake. Just as Naruto scrutinized the standing figure of Kakashi, the languid voice had already resounded behind him once more. When Naruto abruptly turned around, a bluish-white electric arc coiled around a single finger, piercing straight through Naruto's shoulder. Yet despite this successful strike, Kakashi was bewildered. He had deliberately left Naruto time to turn, hoping to force out his flying thunder god technique. So why hadn't he reacted? The lightning release chakra dissipated from his finger as Kakashi hurriedly prepared to administer first aid to Naruto. Though the injury wasn't fatal, having a child's shoulder pierced by lightning release without any defense could leave permanent damage if not treated properly. It was merely because Naruto's body flicker technique while dodging the shuriken had been so astonishing that Kakashi instinctively raised his speed to that of a Chūnin, thinking it would force the boy to reveal his hidden trump card, but in the next moment, however, Kakashi sensed something amiss. There was no real sensation of piercing. This body was a fake. With a bang, the injured Naruto in front of him dissolved into a puff of smoke. A clone technique. Hey, you think you're the only one who can use? I saw through your standing clone long ago. Naruto's voice, wise beyond his years, rang out again, unexpectedly behind Kakashi, as if to show off. The distance between them was exactly the same. True. With such a proficient body flicker technique, it's only natural that you would also know the clone technique. Kakashi realized he had been too anxious and let his judgment falter. If he had observed more carefully, even at the moment of striking, he would have noticed that the Naruto before him was merely a clone. But everything had happened too smoothly. Naruto's reaction and subsequent performance were simply too impressive. Kakashi couldn't help but marvel inwardly. The most basic 3 body techniques in the shinobi world, the clone technique, transformation technique, and substitution technique, were already mastered by many students who had yet to become genin. Beyond those, there were the advanced 3 body techniques, the paralysis technique, body flicker technique, and concealment technique. A shinobi's proficiency in the 3 body techniques often represented the lower limit of their strength. A ninja who couldn't even use these techniques, was likely a weakling, while the higher one's skill in them, the stronger the shinobi. Moreover, many high-level ninjutsu were extensions and developments based on these 3 body techniques, and countless tactical confrontations between shinobi were contests of these very arts. For instance, Kakashi's own favorite lightning clone technique was a prime example. Even those who reached the pinnacle in any aspect of the 3 body techniques became figures whose names resounded across the ninja world. Hey, glad you know it. Hearing Kakashi finally speak, Naruto couldn't help but lift his head in a proud posture. Yet beneath his bravado, Naruto felt a vague unease and confusion, though he didn't know who the masked figure was or why he had attacked him. They were still in the village of Konoha, and no matter who this person was, it had been a while since he first struck. Why hadn't anyone come? As if sensing Naruto's confusion, Kakashi chose not to enlighten him. He knew his time was limited, he could not delay any longer. Then under Naruto's puzzled gaze, Kakashi removed his mask and opened his left eye. A crimson 3-Demo Sharingan. Kakashi couldn't help but recall the mission entrusted to him that morning by the third Hokage. Forgive my refusal. At the time, upon hearing the third Hokage's proposal, Kakashi had responded almost instinctively. The third Hokage said nothing, merely tapping his pipe. Lord Hokage, I understand your intention is to test his hidden abilities, but he is still just a child. Kakashi wanted to say that Naruto was the son of the fourth Hokage, his own master, but he refrained from mentioning that connection. Because he understood that it was precisely because of this relationship, and the fact that he could never truly harm Naruto, that the third Hokage had chosen him for this task. Having been the captain of the Umbu, he had been exposed to many of the village's darkest missions and understood the power dynamics among its factions. Yet in the Hokage's eyes, his identity was clean. He was not a spy for anyone else. Having been the captain of the Umbu, he had been exposed to many of the village's darkest missions and understood the power dynamics among its factions. Yet in the Hokage's eyes, his identity. Moreover, he possessed a 3-Demo Sharingan, making him the most suitable person in the village, aside from the Uchiha clan, to suppress the Nine Tails. And the Hokage would never trust the Uchiha for such a task. Kakashi, you should understand. Seeing that Kakashi had seemingly grasped the situation, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, finally spoke. Ever since the death of the first Hokage, Jinchuriki of tailed beasts have been used as weapons of war by every village. Among the Jinchuriki, the Nine Tails' power is the most formidable. Even under the control of the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques, Kushina lost control and went berserk more than once. Konoha's attitude toward the Nine Tails has never been friendly. So the village has been monitoring Naruto all along, and can confirm that there is no one secretly teaching him. Kakashi seemed to understand. Correct. And I have personally verified this. There is absolutely no such person. The third Hokage took a slow puff from his pipe, and continued, furthermore, the damage from the Nine Tails rampage has made the ignorant commoners in the village hostile toward Naruto. Not to mention the other counselors, led by Danzo. They have repeatedly proposed brainwashing Naruto outright, or even following that scoundrel Orochimaru's example, to turn the Nine Tails into a complete weapon just like in other villages. So merely suppressing their opinions and actions to allow Naruto freedom within the village has drained my energy. This is all I can give him, and only this much. No matter how much I wish, I cannot grant Naruto the treatment befitting a hero's descendant. The third Hokage let out a long sigh. I have failed Minato and Kushina. The third Hokage's words weighed heavily on Kakashi. He had never imagined Naruto's situation could be so dire. But isn't Naruto currently safe? He wanted to say Naruto was doing well, but looking at the rundown room, he couldn't bring himself to utter such a lie. Indeed, he could have grown up safely, but now that is no longer possible. The third Hokage finally revealed the true reason. The talent he has displayed is far too great. Though few know of it now, it won't stay hidden for long. And his strength to some people is not a good thing. Power that cannot be controlled becomes a threat. Some fear that the Nine Tails rampage will come again, though no one believes that Naruto will surely stand with the village. Once his power becomes uncontrollable, the only choice is destroy it. The third Hokage silently added in his heart, just like the Uchiha clan. But this matter he would not, and could not speak it out. The third Hokage's words finally made Kakashi understand the crux of the problem. You are the Hokage. Hokage. Even the Hokage's actions cannot exceed the bounds of what people allow, otherwise peace will be lost forever and authority will crumble. The third looked out the window at the entire village, his eyes filled with nostalgia and sorrow. So at that time I chose Minato. He became Hokage, and I would support him from behind so the village could have a chance for more peaceful development. Kakashi looked at the third Hokage and suddenly remembered. He had once heard that his teacher Minato Namikaze became the fourth Hokage precisely because this old man overruled all objections, forcefully silencing other voices, including even his own disciple Orochimaru. His expectations for the fourth Hokage were probably beyond anyone's imagination. Minato was the most suitable person I have ever seen to become Hokage. His sacrifice back then made me feel a sense of unworthiness. He shouldn't have sacrificed himself so young. If I could, I would have traded places with him back then. So Kakashi, when I learned that Naruto might have some contingency left by Minato, my thoughts changed. I think Minato might have other plans for Naruto's life. I don't know what they are, but I believe he would never do anything dangerous to Konoha. As I said, even though I don't know where Naruto's power comes from, I originally planned to enroll him in the Ninja Academy. Only when he can master the ability to protect himself can I give him enough freedom. The third patted Kakashi on the shoulder, and then said word by word. And as for proving that Naruto possesses this power, Kakashi, I will give you a stage where no one will disturb you. At that time you will give me the answer. It will be you, Hatake Kakashi, who proves that even a powerful ninja like you cannot kill the 6-year-old Uzumaki Naruto. Only with this evidence, only by confirming that it is impossible, can everyone abandon their attempts to kill Naruto. The third's eyes blazed as if with fire. If it's Minato's Flying Thunder God technique, it can certainly be done. Recalling this, Kakashi's Sharingan was already activated. At that moment, Naruto heard an extremely piercing chirping sound in his ears. The massive visible chakra was gathering on the man's hand, flashing with dazzling brilliance. Kakashi's gaze was resolute. The light bursting from the lightning in his palm even made it impossible for Naruto to see his face. He lightly dropped the sentence, "Dodge it, and then you will gain freedom, Naruto. Otherwise, you will die." Like 1,000 birds chirping at once, a technique that even the fourth Hokage Minato once praised for its power. It was the only original jutsu of Konoha's genius ninja Hatake Kakashi. With the Sharingan's enhancement, it was enough to cut through lightning. Strength Jutsu Lightning Cutter. Chakra stimulated his body to accelerate. Kakashi turned into a bolt of lightning and vanished from his spot in an instant. Boom. The thunderous roar from the lightning release was enough to shatter mountains and rocks. The ground cracked under the drag of chakra in Kakashi's hand, and countless fragments of stone flipped and shot into the air. Naruto stared in shock at the lightning bolt hurtling toward him. His eyes, mind, and body all screamed warnings. Can't block it, can't block it, can't block it. Must dodge. When the lightning cutter technique was mere inches from Naruto's face, he finally activated the Flying Thunder God. Whoosh! The activation of the Flying Thunder God was completely without warning. This is what makes space-time ninjutsu so difficult to guard against. Even in the face of lightning, Naruto easily dodged. However, he made a mistake. Although this mistake was only due to his lack of real combat experience and could not be considered his fault, anyone would naturally avoid it after sparring with others. But how could Kakashi, a battle-hardened veteran, fail to notice? Just as Kakashi had noticed during his pursuit, Naruto had not left any Flying Thunder God marks along the way. He had only left one mark during the fight. And as a 6-year-old child who had never been on a battlefield, his reaction was already quite perfect. But Kakashi, as a disciple of Minato Namikaze, was one of the few in the ninja world who understood the Flying Thunder God technique. The true essence of the Flying Thunder God's phantom-like movement is to prevent the enemy from knowing where you will appear. Once the enemy can predict your location, the Flying Thunder God is no different from an ordinary body flicker technique. But Naruto, the mark he left during the fight was only at the spot of his initial body flicker. Almost at the instant Naruto disappeared to dodge, Kakashi had already turned his head to look at Naruto's location, his 3-demo Sharingan spinning. And Naruto, upon landing, immediately looked up to confirm Kakashi's figure naturally meeting his gaze. This was Naruto's second mistake. Another power of the Sharingan is Jinjutsu. Is this where it ends, eh? Although his performance was already excellent, lack of experience can still be fatal. As expected, it seems that Naruto cannot reveal his abilities as the Hokage wished. At the moment the Jinjutsu succeeded, Kakashi looked at the bowed Naruto and sighed inwardly. If Naruto had used the Flying Thunder God to flee far away, he would have already passed the test. But Naruto, inexperienced and perhaps unaware of the magnitude of the danger, actually chose to teleport to his own location. This decision ultimately made him defeated. Kakashi suddenly froze. He realized that the scenery around him had drastically changed. The cracked stone marks left by the residual power of Lightning Cutter had vanished. Not only the marks, but the entire ground had disappeared. Everything around was dark and chaotic. Even the Sharingan could not see through it. Am I under Jinjutsu? Kakashi's first reaction was to disturb his chakra to try to break the Jinjutsu, but before he could begin, an overwhelmingly vast pressure surged toward him from the front. A fear and terror that Kakashi had never experienced in his life surged up violently. In the face of this pressure, he felt as if he had returned to the past, to the cave at the Canopy Bridge. You are. His pupils trembling violently, Kakashi could barely stand, staring in disbelief at the colossal fox silhouette that appeared before him. The demon fox-tailed beast, the Nine Tails. The Nine Tails aura was overwhelming, and Kakashi suffered another intense mental attack. Kakashi spat blood and fell to the ground. His left eye throbbed, and he could feel moisture on his palm covering his eye. Blood was trickling from the corner. At that moment the Nine Tails withdrew its aura, merely casting an indifferent glance at the fallen Kakashi. At that moment the Nine Tails withdrew its aura, merely casting an indifferent glance at the fallen Kakashi, its 9 fox tails swaying behind it. It vanished as suddenly as it had appeared. Don't let it happen again, Kakashi. Before he could understand what the 9 tails meant, Kakashi felt the world spinning in unbearable pain. Ugh. Suddenly waking with a start, Kakashi was drenched in sweat, panting heavily. He quickly reached for his left eye. It was intact without injury. What just happened? It was only then that Kakashi belatedly looked around. Naruto was already gone. But this did not disappoint Kakashi. Instead, it gave him a sense of relief at having survived a disaster. Lord, third this matter. Might be even more than you imagined. Kakashi gave a bitter smile. But merely recalling the majestic and terrifying figure he had just seen, he could not muster any other thoughts. And whether it was an illusion or not, he felt that beside the fox silhouette he had just seen there seemed to be another human figure. At that moment, the fleeing Naruto was staring wide-eyed at Sasuke, who was secretly training in the forest. The kunai with the flying thunder god mark was exactly in Sasuke's hand. The startled Naruto also showed a look of shock, staring at the kunai's tip, just inches away, a few strands of his golden hair, sliced off. Careful, careful, it's Uchiha. Sasuke's eyes widened. You, how did you appear? Naruto suddenly appeared before him, startling him so much that he nearly threw the kunai, stammering. This was the secret base of Itachi and himself. Although it was actually a place where Itachi practiced in his early years, and now rarely visited, no one else should know about it. Moreover, it was precisely because he had made harsh remarks to Naruto that morning that he sneaked out to practice at night. More importantly, this was within the Uchiha clan. Oh, it's a long story. I was also desperate, trying any remedy. Naruto gently pushed aside the kunai, still pointed at his head, with his finger, chuckling. No worries, just pretend I wasn't here. Let me find this. Found it. As Naruto's words fell, Sasuke saw him suddenly disappear before his eyes again, leaving him stunned. He quickly rubbed his eyes, even wondering if he was hallucinating from over-practicing. At that moment, Sasuke desperately wished he could awaken his Sharingan. Naruto's figure reappeared, but this time he neither returned home, nor to the previous spot. Instead, he arrived at the earlier training ground. Uncle Guy once said this is the training ground assigned to the village's Chūnin. I wonder if I can find other ninjas here. Naruto looked around, puzzled that no one noticed him being ambushed in the village. If not for having just used the flying thunder god technique to see Sasuke, he would have thought something had happened to the entire village. Naruto, what are you doing here? However, before Naruto could begin his search, a familiar and kind voice sounded behind him. He saw the third Hokage dressed in ordinary robes approaching like an old man taking a stroll. Grandpa Hokage. Naruto looked at the visitor in surprise and hurried over. Listen, just now I. The third Hokage listened to Naruto's description, his expression growing increasingly serious. He nodded. Don't worry, Naruto, I understand. They'll have someone handle this dangerous situation immediately. Are you injured? No. I was very careful. That guy had lightning in his hand, I didn't dare touch him. Naruto said somewhat ruefully. Sorry, Grandpa Hokage, I didn't see what that person looked like. Is that so? What a pity. Hearing this, the third Hokage felt relieved. It seemed that Kakashi wouldn't need to leave the village for now. Naruto kept recounting the danger he had just encountered, and the third Hokage nodded repeatedly. It seemed that Kakashi had done a thorough job. However, regarding the escape method at the end, he would still need to confirm the details with Kakashi later. When Naruto had nearly finished speaking, the third Hokage finally seized the opportunity to interrupt him. Naruto, come study at the Ninja Academy. The third Hokage suddenly spoke, his expression serious. Although the village will do everything to prevent such dangerous situations, this world is inherently dangerous. At present you have some ability to protect yourself, but a ninja's battle is not only about running away. If you truly dream of becoming Hokage, then learn enough skills at the academy and become a remarkable ninja. School. Naruto was stunned. And you can also make many friends. The third Hokage put away his seriousness and smiled, winking at him. After Naruto finished describing his experience, the third Hokage, having obtained the information he wanted, did not leave immediately. He merely mentioned the school matter, just enough to plant the idea in Naruto's mind. Soon the third Hokage took Naruto back to the road home. Along the way, Naruto was on high alert, scanning the surroundings, even jumping up and down. In contrast, the third Hokage, who was ostensibly protecting Naruto, maintained a cheerful demeanor like an old man who had just finished dinner and gone out for a stroll. It's just ahead. Grandpa Hokage, be careful. What better hide? As they approached the location, Naruto quickly hid behind a tree, squinting as he surveyed the area, then cautiously waved at the third Hokage. All right. Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled, joining Naruto's antics. He was in a great mood. Even if Naruto suggested relieving himself on the Hokage monument, the third Hokage would probably watch with a smile. Hiding behind the tree, Naruto made feints with his hands and abruptly popped his head out, a comical sight. Finally, he mustered his courage and leaped out with both hands full of shuriken, only to freeze in shock, his vigilant expression turning blank. Although it was already night, the street was as usual, with many pedestrians coming and going, some of whom were familiar faces to him. There was absolutely no one there just moments ago. Even the cracks and rubble that Naruto was certain had been on the ground had vanished without a trace. What's going on? Naruto felt utterly bewildered. It seems the danger has passed. The intruder must have fled without succeeding. I'll see you here, Naruto. The third Hokage nodded. Rest assured, I'll have others search for the enemy immediately. No matter how they infiltrated the village, it won't happen again. Grandpa Hokage, you can't be careless. Though still anxious, Naruto looked at the calm street and forced a resolute expression. Don't worry, I'm not someone to be trifled with. Whoever that bastard is, I'll find him myself, and give him a thorough beating. Kakashi, who had been watching from a hidden spot, felt a sudden chill run down his spine. Naruto's words made him uneasy from the bottom of his. The Nine-Tails aura was truly. I'll be looking forward to that, Grandpa. The third Hokage showed a gratified smile as he watched Naruto head home. Only after Naruto disappeared at the end of the street did the third Hokage look up at the sky. Though the starlight was faint, his eyes held a vast shimmering sea of stars. The Nine-Tails, who had observed the entire incident, did not retract its perception after the third Hokage appeared. Instead, it grasped the situation without the third's awareness, and its gaze unwittingly fixed on Minato Namikaze. Was this part of your plan? How could it be? Minato Namikaze smiled, but the Nine-Tails, having spent so much time with him, could easily detect his perfunctory tone. That meant this was indeed within Minato's expectations. Ever since he taught Naruto the sealing technique and the flying thunder god, the Nine-Tails had repeatedly confirmed with him what would happen if Naruto ever exposed the flying thunder god technique. The Nine-Tails had even prepared to forcefully activate its own contingency if Naruto was ever in danger. But Minato's answer had always been resolute. There will be no danger. I trust Konoha. That confident expression reminded the Nine-Tails of Naruto, who had once declared he would become Hokage. Truly like father, like son. Come out. After parting with Naruto, the third Hokage did not go straight home. Instead, he returned to the entrance of the Hokage building, put away his pipe, and slowly exhaled. You've worked hard, Kakashi. Lord Hokage, if possible, I would have preferred to rest first, and then report to you. Kakashi, who had been following the third Hokage, revealed himself, one hand supporting his forehead, his white hair hanging limply, his spirit utterly drained. The third Hokage, who had been maintaining a calm demeanor, was startled when he turned and saw Kakashi's miserable state. He had assumed Kakashi was merely unable to handle Naruto, but now it seemed the elite Jonin and former ENBU captain had suffered quite a bit at the hands of this 6-year-old. Nevertheless, Kakashi maintained his professionalism. Though he complained, he immediately began his report. Naruto is an exceptional child, far more so than even you, Lord Hokage, might have anticipated. Kakashi recounted everything he had experienced in detail. When he mentioned that Naruto had forced him to use the Sharingan and Chidori with just the body flicker and clone technique, the third Hokage was already deeply surprised. He naturally knew Kakashi had other means, but when had Naruto's fundamentals become so strong? He knew Naruto practiced diligently, but to be able to spar with Kakashi. Finally, as you predicted, Lord Hokage, under the threat of Chidori, Naruto used the flying thunder god to completely vanish before my eyes. Given his reaction speed at that moment, I couldn't track him. Kakashi rubbed his temples again. Naruto's talent was awe-inspiring to the point of fear, reminding him of another young genius he knew well. Itachi Uchiha. No, considering his age, Naruto's performance far exceeded even Itachi's, who had stunned everyone when he joined the ANBU. Truly. But from what you say, Naruto didn't attack you. Why are you in such a state? The third Hokage looked at Kakashi's condition, puzzled. Maybe I didn't rest well after the last mission. Using Chidori again might have disrupted my chakra. Kakashi was also confused. Why was he in such a terrible state? Alright, go home and rest. We'll discuss the rest tomorrow. Seeing that Kakashi seemed fine, the third Hokage patted his shoulder, signaling him to leave. As he patted his shoulder, he subtly channeled a bit of chakra, but found nothing. It wasn't a genjutsu. It seemed Kakashi really was in poor condition. Realizing this, the third Hokage no longer worried. After all, the goal had been achieved. Then I'll take my leave. Hearing the undisguised joy in the third Hokage's voice, Kakashi let out a sigh of relief. In Konoha, few knew that Naruto was the son of the fourth Hokage. Kakashi, as a former ENBU, was in a sensitive position. He couldn't even approach Naruto like Guy could. So this mission, if it brought a good outcome for Naruto, was his way of doing his part. Wait. As Kakashi turned and walked away, a sudden pain in his head dissipated, and he remembered something. With a start, his expression turning horrified. How could I have forgotten to report about? Without thinking twice, Kakashi instinctively wanted to return to the Hokage building. But the moment he turned, the pain vanished again. He stood there, his mouth opening beneath his mask, yet no sound came. What is happening to me? I'm so tired. Kakashi felt his strength drain away, his mind growing foggier. No, I'm going to lose consciousness. Yo, if it isn't my eternal rival Kakashi. Two souls appeared abruptly before Kakashi, and the boisterous voice continued, fancy meeting you here. I was just doing my post-dinner hands. Two souls appeared abruptly before Kakashi, and the boisterous voice continued, fancy meeting you here. I was just doing my post-dinner handstand walk around the village. Want to join? Huh? What's wrong, Kakashi? The newcomer was none other than Might Guy in his green jumpsuit. He immediately noticed Kakashi's abnormality, executed a perfect backflip, and dropped his playful demeanor. It's nothing. Just a bit dizzy. It's fine. Kakashi glanced at Guy. He knew Guy wasn't involved in this mission and confidentiality was paramount. He offered no explanation. A handstand walk after dinner. Aren't you afraid of throwing up? If you're really that bored, go home and sleep, or buy me a bottle of water. Water. Got it. Guy laughed heartily. Just as he was about to dash off, he suddenly spun around and delivered a chop to Kakashi's forehead, catching him off guard. Do you really take me for a fool? Do you think I can't tell you're not okay? If it's something related to a mission that you can't discuss, I won't pry. I'll take you home. Kakashi, clutching his head, endured the pain. He thought this single blow hurt more than the previous pain, but he slumped down, waving his hand. No need. I'll rest a bit. It's fine. Really? Really? Guy stared at Kakashi, who was sitting on the ground with wide eyes, clearly not trusting him. After a long pause, you might as well take me home. Kakashi finally gave in to his friend's stubbornness. Being stared at like this, people might get the wrong idea. So he relented. That's more like it. Guy flashed a brilliant smile, then hoisted Kakashi over his head, laughing loudly. Then we'll frog jump all the way to your house. Begin. Spare me. Kakashi jolted up and down in the air, felt his heart sink. He prayed no one would witness this scene, and his body seemed to grow even worse. After Kakashi left, the third Hokage waved his hand, instructing the ANBU to summon the village's advisors. He couldn't wait until the next day. It wasn't that he didn't trust Kakashi. On the contrary, precisely because he trusted Kakashi enough, the third Hokage didn't want him to remain involved. He knew his old comrades too well. His earlier order to withdraw the ANBU surveillance and seal off the streets would have already caught their attention. If Kakashi were present to explain, they would only suspect it was a stage performance by the third Hokage and Kakashi. The third Hokage took out his pipe, entered the Hokage building, and waited quietly in his office. He looked up at the portraits of past Hokages on the wall, his gaze lingering on the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. After tonight, Naruto would at least gain the right to move freely within the village. Then he could begin paving the way for him. Minato, I don't know exactly what you want, Naruto. Just as I supported you to become Hokage back then, I will continue to support your decisions. The third Hokage silently vowed. Meanwhile, back at home, Kakashi had expended great effort to convince Guy that he was merely weak and nothing serious, finally managing to send him away. But as soon as Guy was out of sight, the pain in Kakashi's head vanished again, and everything related to the Nine Tails came flooding back. This sensation made Kakashi dizzy, but his experience allowed him to make a quick judgment. He rushed to the bathroom mirror, tracing the source of the dissipating pain, and lifted his clothing. Then he clearly saw a very faint but conspicuous mark on his neck. This discovery made Kakashi's face darken. This is a sealing technique. The Nine Tails sealed inside Naruto had placed a sealing technique on me in that instant. How is that possible? I've never heard of the Nine Tails possessing such an ability. Moreover, Kakashi extended his right index finger to gently trace this mark, yet apart from feeling a cold touch, he sensed nothing at all, as if the mark were merely his illusion. He did not even detect the chakra that the user would ordinarily leave behind in a sealing technique. How could this be? Kakashi furrowed his brow. As far as he knew, the nine-tailed beast had been regarded as a natural disaster in the ninja world since ancient times. Ever since it came under Konoha's control, its abilities had been meticulously analyzed and recorded. However, no records had ever indicated that the Nine Tails possessed any ability related to sealing techniques. Moreover, although he had been caught off guard at the time, he had remained vigilant. The Sharingan, which could control the will of tailed beasts, had not exerted any effect either. Even with the Sharingan's enhancement, he had failed to perceive how the Nine Tails had placed this seal upon him. Kakashi attempted to control his thoughts several more times, then gradually summarized some of the seal's effects. First, the effect of this unknown seal seemed to be linked to his own will. Whenever he wished to speak of the Nine Tails to others, the seal would react, and judging by what had happened before, it appeared that if he voluntarily brought up the matter, he would fall into a state of forgetfulness. It was not a rewriting of memory, but rather a technique closer to puppetry or manipulation. From what he understood, it was somewhat similar to the unique chakra strings used by Sunegakure's puppet masters. Essentially, it should also be a method of controlling human behavior through chakra. Yet the mark left by the Nine Tails was not particularly hidden. It simply and easily allowed him to detect it. Was the Nine Tails sealing technique not sophisticated enough, or was it merely a warning for me? Kakashi dared not speak rashly, but this was certainly not good news. In the ninja world, sealing techniques were also arts that very few could access and learn. The reason Kakashi had some understanding of them was due to his past experiences. He was a disciple of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. The fourth Hokage's mastery of sealing techniques was exceptional, so the sealing knowledge Kakashi possessed was partly taught by Minato himself. With his current level of sealing expertise, he could not discern the principle behind the mark on his neck. Even less could he guess the purpose of the seal the Nine Tails had placed on him. Did it not realize that by doing so it was actually exposing itself? In any case, he first needed to think of a way to bypass this seal and inform the third Hokage. After all, any information concerning the Nine Tails was no trivial matter for the village. However, just as Kakashi was about to try recording the intelligence through means like writing a letter without relying on his subjective memory, he suddenly stopped. He thought of Naruto. The pen in his hand began to tap against the paper in a slow rhythm, ink bleeding outward. Everything the third Hokage had done was to grant Naruto freedom. A 6-year-old who could escape an elite Jonin's assassination and scathe the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. No one in the village would threaten him, and everyone would recognize him as an unprecedented genius. But only if he was sufficiently safe. Not only Naruto's own safety, but also that he must never jeopardize the village's security. That was the third Hokage's aim. What he wished was for Naruto to acknowledge and inherit the will of fire to turn the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki into a protective force for the village. But if he reported the information about the Nine-Tails, the village would once again face the threat of the Nine-Tails resurgence. Then, all of this would vanish, and even Naruto's life would become a choice, the only child Minato Sensei left in this world, and the village's safety. Kakashi fell silent. He inexplicably recalled his former Umbu teammate Uchiha Itachi. That child, even younger than himself, had been consistently praised by teammates after joining the Umbu, but what Kakashi saw was the worry and pain on his face that utterly belied his age. As the Umbu captain, Kakashi had once been approached by Itachi with a question. That day, leaning against a tree trunk, without his mask, Itachi looked at the resting Kakashi and asked, "Senpai, your Sharingan was entrusted to you by a friend. In that case, must you answer your friends well?" Kakashi understood what Itachi was referring to. Uchiha Shursui was his eye in Itachi's possession. Having been tempered in the Umbu for many years, Kakashi realized it almost instantly, but before he could press further, Itachi was unwilling to continue. Itachi's back at that time seemed to accuse himself of having accomplished nothing. Although Kakashi had left the Umbu as an elite jonin, he was naturally aware of the conflict between the Uchiha clan and the village's leadership. As members of the Uchiha clan, both Itachi and Shursui faced the same dilemma, the choice between clan and village. Whether he had found an answer and what decision he had made remained unknown. After standing still for a moment, Kakashi abruptly got up, entered the bathroom, splashed cold water on his face, forcibly mustered some energy, and turned to leave his home. Without changing his jet-black ninja attire, he did not head to the Hokage building. Under the night, he walked alone. Along the way, Kakashi encountered no one, or rather he intentionally or unintentionally avoided everyone, until he arrived at Konoha's Hero Cemetery. Gazing at the massive stone monument in the center, he lowered his head. This was the memorial stone of Konoha, recording the names of ninja who died as heroes, engraved with the names of those who perished in the great ninja wars or sacrificed themselves to protect the village. Kakashi's gaze lingered on the names he had seen countless times: Uchiha, Obito, Minato, Namikaze, Kushina, Uzumaki. Looking at those names, he suddenly recalled a person not listed among them. His father Tsukumo Hatake, whose lonely yet great figure once faced an agonizing choice during a mission between fulfilling the mission as a ninja for the village or abandoning the mission to save comrades. He chose the latter. But his fate left an indelible mark on Kakashi. Your father as a ninja broke the rules by abandoning the mission to save his comrades. He is unworthy of being a ninja. Konoha's white fan cast aside the glory of Konoha. Perhaps he couldn't bear the pressure and took his own life out. The voices of the crowd echoed in his memory. Kakashi, then a child, stared at his father's body, who had taken his own life at home, in disbelief. But the next image was a Sharingan-wielding boy with goggles grabbing his collar with furious eyes. His soul was so... But the next image was a Sharingan-wielding boy with goggles grabbing his collar with furious eyes. His soul was so blazing, his gaze so resolute. The boy roared at Kakashi's wavering expression, as if shouting at the present him, "Kakashi, remember, those who break the ninja rules in this world are scum." The boy's expression was resolute, his words thunderous. Those who break the ninja rules are scum, but those who abandon their comrades are worse than scum. At that moment, a light drizzle began to fall. Kakashi let the rain soak his white hair, reaching up to touch his forehead protector. The Sharingan hidden beneath seemed to pulse, as if trying to tell him something. His expression gradually softened. Ninja village comrades mentor. All these thoughts that had once plunged him into self-doubt echoed in his mind. Suddenly he understood. Father Obito, you were right. This time I won't regret my choice. Kakashi made his decision, and the mark on his neck silently vanished as if it had never existed. But he did not notice this, still speaking his resolve to the memorial stone. This time I will protect Naruto, and I will protect the village. I will bear this responsibility if the Nine-Tails truly threatens the village's safety. Minato Sensei, this time. Leave it to me. A flicker of change appeared in his eyes. At this moment, Kakashi Hatake, the genius ninja who set the record for the fastest promotions to Chūnin and Jonin in Konoha's history, was about to experience a drastic shift in his fate. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage looked at the silent Danzo and the two Konoha advisors. Their expressions formed a stark contrast with his own. The third Hokage exuded an air of confident strategy, while the other three wore expressions so grim they seemed ready to drip with gloom. As the third Hokage had anticipated, they received word immediately that the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki had been attacked and escaped unscathed. More importantly, from the intelligence, they all recognized who the attacker was, but they tacitly understood not to mention it. Because their informants had given a resolute answer, Kakashi Hatake had used his full strength. This result left Koharu Udatane and the others speechless. As they looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi's smug expression, they couldn't help but recall. The last time that old man had worn such an insufferable look was when Minato Namikaze was confirmed as the fourth Hokage. Then regarding the lifting of the house arrest and full surveillance of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki Naruto Uzumaki. The third Hokage looked at his old friend's silence, not giving them a chance to stall, and the proposal to allow him to train in village techniques. Any objections? Upon hearing this, Konoha advisor Hamura Mitokado seemed about to argue further, but seeing Danzo still sitting there in silence, he apparently acquiesced. After all, in the ninja world, strength was the true voice of authority. A genius who at the age of 6 could escape unscathed from a full-force assassination attempt by a former Umbu captain without even using the power of the tailed beast within him. Such talent and ability, coupled with the identity of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, was enough to leave everyone speechless. After all, the previous Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Kushina Uzumaki, even as an adult, could not fully control the Nine-Tails' power and often experienced to show such performance when the Nine-Tails chakra and Naruto's own chakra were interacting. This even made them wonder just how sublime the fourth Hokage's sealing technique was. Meanwhile, the Nine-Tails, who was watching Naruto, who had fallen into a deep sleep while struggling in class, suddenly sensed the dissipation of the seal. It paused for a moment, then let out a faint chuckle. Faster than I expected. Well done. The Rain Village lay within the Rain Country, a weak nation nestled in the crevice between the land of earth, the land of wind, and the land of fire. The country itself was far from formidable, hardly deserving of the name. Yet the Rain Village boasted a fearsome ninja of great renown, Hanzo the Salamander, also known as the Demigod. During the Second Great Ninja War, a middle-aged Hanzo overwhelmed the three Konoha ninjas, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade, dominating their battle and even bestowing upon them the title of the legendary Sannin. Strength was the foundation of all things. Even in the weak Rain Village, the mere name of Hanzo the Salamander was enough to deter ninjas from the three great nations from attempting any mischief within its borders. It rained perpetually in the Rain Village, the entire hamlet steeped in an impenetrable thick mist of rain. At that moment, two uninvited guests clad in black robes embroidered with red clouds and wearing conical straw hats stealthily arrived in this village that saw few visitors. This rain, one of them murmured, furrowing his brow the instant he stepped into the village and felt the raindrops. He seemed to sense something amiss. A strip of black cloth was bound over his eyes, but the contours of his brows and face suggested he was still young. However, the exposed skin revealed an unnatural pallor. It's a ninjutsu disguised as rain, akin to the barrier of Konoha. Anyone touched by these raindrops will be sensed by that man. His masked companion spoke with indifference. Ninjutsu. Even beneath the black cloth, the former assumed a scrutinizing demeanor. A perception-type ninjutsu covering an entire village. On such a scale. Before he could finish his exclamation, someone appeared before them in an instant. A body flicker technique. It was a woman with short, dark blue hair that lacked luster. Her delicate features were accentuated by a slightly cold expression, adding a touch of icy beauty. She too wore a black robe embroidered with red clouds, just like the two visitors. It's you. Upon seeing the masked man, she frowned slightly. Take us to him. We have tasks for you all. The masked man's voice shifted slightly, becoming deeper and more somber. Follow me. The woman nodded, then led the two toward the heart of the village. The most bustling area of the Rain Village was its center, a commercial street that looked no different from any other except perhaps for being less prosperous. But at the sight of the blue-haired woman leading the group, they held their tongues. Passing through the center and proceeding further inward, they arrived at a raised platform. But at the sight of the blue-haired woman leading the group, they held their tongues. Passing through the center and proceeding further inward, they arrived at a raised platform from which the full panorama of the Rain Village could be seen. Just as the demigod Hanzo the Salamander of the Rain Village had once stood here ruling and monitoring the entire village. The woman led the two to the entrance of a secluded courtyard, then through a dim corridor ascending to the platform. There a man with orange hair stood with his back to them, surveying the Rain Village beneath his gaze. Your arrival this time means you're confident. As they drew near, the orange-haired man turned around. What was startling were the black rods piercing his nose and earlobes. His expression was cold, as if he were not a living being. But what drew even more attention were his eyes. Their pupils bore spiral patterns, as if possessing the power to see through all things in the world. Allow me to introduce the organization's new companion. The masked man stepped forward, then leaned against the wall, gesturing toward the black cloth-wearing man. Uchiha Shursui. Shursui of the body flicker from Konoha. The woman murmured involuntarily upon hearing the name. Uchiha Shursui, his eyes still covered by black cloth, was even more shocked. He recognized those eyes. They were the legendary Rinnegan of the Sage of Six Paths. The Uchiha clan of Konoha. Pain gazed at the blindfolded Shursui and suddenly struck without warning. But the moment Pain raised his hand, Shursui's figure vanished from the spot. A shuriken hurtled through the air toward Pain's forehead. Yet before the shuriken could reach Pain, Shursui saw it repelled by an invisible force flying back toward him at even greater speed. But Shursui's body flicker technique was not for naught. Almost as the shuriken was deflected, he vanished again, reappearing behind Pain with his hands already forming the tiger seal. That was the seal for fire release. Seeing this, the blue-haired woman moved to intercept him, but Pain spoke. Conan, no need to intervene. Then Pain slowly turned around, and Uchiha Shursui released his formed hand seals. Throughout this, the masked man remained silent, merely watching the events unfold from start to finish. Exquisite body flicker technique, but if that is all you have, it would be more merciful for you to die here. Pain glanced at Shursui's loosened hands, then dismissed him, turning instead to the masked man. Are you certain that adding him is enough to deal with the fourth Mizukage of the Mist Village in the Land of Water? Don't forget how you narrowly escaped last time. I don't know why the beast inside him has grown so much stronger than before, but... The masked man snorted coldly. It's only that powerful. Last time he merely pretended to be under my Genjutsu and launched a sneak attack. This time he won't have that chance. Whatever. If you believe it's sufficient, then so be it. Pain cut off the masked man's words. As before, I will occupy the others in the Mist Village and provide cover for you. You and he will accomplish the capture of the tailed beast. If this attempt fails, I will consider carrying it out myself. Of course, if it truly doesn't work, we'll have to rely on your personal intervention. The masked man raised no objection to Pain's leader-like tone. He turned to Conan and said, Conan, the pace of recruiting new members needs to be accelerated. Seemingly displeased with being called by her first name, the woman cast a sharp glance at the masked man and Uchiha Shursui, then coldly said, just focus on your own tasks. With the exchange concluded, the masked man and Uchiha Shursui departed from the Rain Village that night, setting out on the road to the Land of Water. You don't seem to hold as much authority in the organization as you claimed. At least the two members we met today don't appear to like you much. Even with the black veil, Shursui had no trouble traveling at night. Of course, after all, ours is merely a relationship of mutual exploitation. The masked man stopped mid-run, surveyed the surroundings, and said, we'll rest here tonight. I'm tired. Then, without further explanation, the masked man had vanished. Standing in place, Uchiha Shursui clearly hadn't expected this move from the other party, showing both caution and helplessness. His hand touched the black cloth covering his face. He knew he had once lost his eyes, but beneath this black cloth he indeed had a pair of intact eyes. They were someone else's eyes. The Akatsuki. This name had once appeared in Konoha's Umbu investigation records, but only in a few brief mentions. Was an organization that had briefly flourished in Amagakure. But they never expected that this organization concealed an even greater secret. He himself had ended up here because of learning this secret. In a peculiar space, the masked Uchiha Obito was facing a wall covered with information about many shinobi from the ninja world, lost in thought, when he suddenly spoke. What's the situation? Another masked man appeared behind him, precisely the one who had been with Shursui earlier. He removed his mask, revealing a pure white, yet somewhat sinister face, extremely eerie. I've finished communicating with Pain. We're now on our way to Kirigakure, and should be able to begin the operation in about 3 days. Then, hesitating to speak, White Zetsu looked at the intently focused Uchiha Obito and said, Are you really going to let Uchiha Shursui capture the tailed beast alone? His power is sufficient. Obito casually removed the information about Shursui from the wall. I transplanted his relative Uchiha Kageme's Sharingan into him along with Hashirama's cells. Although he lost the ability of the Mangekyo Sharingan's Kotoame Tsukumi, his other abilities are stronger than before. In terms of combat capability alone, he is even stronger than I am now. But the opponent is the fourth Mizukage. You weren't even a match for the Three Tails back then, White Zetsu remarked deliberately. Yagura Karatachi. Obito stopped his movements and looked at the information about Kirigakure on the wall with a complex expression. The fourth Mizukage, Yagura Karatachi, was a youth with pink pupils and the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails. Obito, driven by hatred, had once used his Sharingan's Genjutsu to control him and initiated the Blood Mist Village in Kirigakure as revenge. He made the shinobi of Kirigakure fight each other, sending only the survivors on high-difficulty missions, which led to a constant stream of defections and assassinations of high-ranking officials. This brought genuine pleasure to the already deranged Obito. After all, during the Third Shinobi World War, Rin had been implanted with the Three Tails by them, hoping to use her as a Jinchuriki to harm Konoha, which ultimately led to Rin dying at Kakashi's hands. However, for some unknown reason, just a while ago when Obito was planning to use Yagura's body to study how to extract the tailed beast from a Jinchuriki, he suddenly broke free from the Jinjutsu control and severely wounded Obito before he could react. Had it not been for the special nature of Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan Kimi, being a space-time ninjutsu, and his body containing nearly half Hashirama cells, Obito might have perished at his hands. The opponent was able to maintain reason while fully tailed beastified and unleash powerful attacks, just like the perfect Jinchuriki mentioned in the records left by Madara Uchiha. However, the power he erupted with far exceeded the records of the Three Tails that Madara had given him. It should be noted that a Jinchuriki with tailed beast chakra is not subject to Jinjutsu control. The Sharingan actually controlled the Three Tails within him. It should be noted that a Jinchuriki with tailed beast chakra is not subject to Jinjutsu control. The Sharingan actually controlled the Three Tails within him. But the Three Tails must have undergone some change, breaking free from his Jinjutsu, though he did not know the process. This change left Obito both shocked and furious. After all, the opponent was the fourth Mizukage. Even if he withdrew, the memories controlled by the Sharingan would not disappear, and the opponent might follow the clues to discover the Akatsuki and himself prematurely. Therefore, he wanted to eliminate this threat as quickly as possible. He had to get rid of him before he could clean up the mess he had left in Kirigakure. If he really couldn't handle it, at least he had to extricate himself, though being targeted by a ninja village would restrict his movements everywhere. If he loses, it doesn't matter either. Obito gathered his thoughts and expressed his own idea. I haven't revealed my true identity to anyone. All they know is that the enemy has a Sharingan. If Uchiha Shursui fails in this fight, I see. Then he will become your scapegoat, making them think that Uchiha Shursui was the one who had been controlling the Mizukage all along. White Zetsu suddenly realized, moreover, you didn't change Shizui's appearance for this very reason. Konoha's Shunshin Shursui is quite famous. If he falls into Kirigakure's hands, then Konoha won't be able to clear itself of suspicion. After all, Konoha can't publicly use Shizui's death as evidence. Obito sneered. Let the villages fight each other like dogs, even start another shinobi world war if possible. Truly a brilliant and ruthless method. But then what about the ultimate goal of capturing the tailed beasts? White Zetsu sighed, then asked, if we really lose Uchiha Shursui, the new combat power you've worked so hard to obtain, won't the next steps be stalled again? The current Uchiha clan doesn't only have Shursui. Obito's gaze settled on the information about the Uchiha clan on the wall, and what he was looking at was a person who looked young, but had a mature expression. Uchiha Itachi. Good, it seems you have everything planned. Then I'll go back and continue monitoring Uchiha Shursui for you. White Zetsu no longer had doubts. Then a black shadow merged into his body, turning his pure white face into a black and white split, making it even more eerie. Then he put on his mask and said, but I still hope he can directly defeat the fourth Mizukage with Pain's help. That would make your plan much easier to execute. Obito did not reply, lost in thought. He was still somewhat uneasy because the records left by Madara had not been too wrong before. Logically, the Three Tails' power should not have been so strong. Was it just a coincidence that the information about one-tailed beast was wrong? Or had the other tailed beasts also? At this moment, the Nine Tails inside Naruto suddenly opened its eyes. Having lived for ages and long received malice, it rarely felt a barely suppressed joy. As if sensing the Nine Tails' emotion, Minato Namikaze, who was meditating nearby, also turned to look at him. He felt a trace of unfamiliar, yet familiar energy, making him uncertain. However, the Nine Tails did not hide anything. Seeing Minato's gaze shift, it grinned and released a bit of that energy. This is natural energy. Minato was astonished. Mayaboku Mountain, Ryuchi Cave, and Shikatsu Forest. These are the three great sacred grounds for mastering sage arts in the ninja world, where the sovereigns are not humans, but the summoning beasts that practice these arts. Mayaboku Mountain lies concealed within this vast world, a realm inhabited by the toad summons. At this very moment, the great toad sage slumped upon his lofty perch, let out a low contemplative murmur. He opened his somewhat clouded eyes, muttering to himself, something has changed. Strange, I cannot see clearly. Hearing this, a young toad nearby lifted its head, ready to inform the other sages. Their venerable ancestor always awakened from slumber to deliver prophecies, each proclamation bearing crucial intelligence that could shake the very foundations of the ninja world's myriad powers. But before the young toad could depart, the great toad sage blathered for a while, then suddenly widened his eyes. This is. Startled by the commotion, the young toad stumbled and fell, landing belly up, and hastily asked, Great Ancestor, what is the matter? Extraordinary, extraordinary. The great toad sage ignored the young toad's query, clicking his tongue in ceaseless wonder. Not long after, other toads who practiced sage arts in Myaboku Mountain rushed over. Among them, the venerable pair Fukasaku and Shima stepped forward, observing the great toad sage still muttering, and asked with some confusion, "What has happened to the great sage? Has he completely succumbed to senility?" "You are the senile one." Hearing such irreverent words, the great toad sage finally regained his composure. He gazed at the throng of toads gathered below, and declared in a deep voice, "Just now I saw the future. Is it concerning the ninja world? Should we inform Jiraiya?" "No, it has nothing to do with him." The great toad sage's previous prophecies had always revolved around the child of prophecy. Assuming this would be the same, the toad sages were astonished when the great toad sage uttered his next words. "I have witnessed a new heritage of sage arts born in Konoha. Natural energy." Minato Namikaze instantly recognized the pure energy that the Nine Tails was coalescing. His master Jiraiya had once taught him the sage arts of Myaboku Mountain, and though he was not adept, he had still learned them. Sage mode is a state achieved by blending natural energy with chakra, forming a unique sage chakra within the body. Unlike ordinary chakra, sage chakra cannot be gathered while fighting. Once depleted, the user exits sage mode, and it is extremely taxing on stamina. Sage chakra can exponentially amplify the power of original techniques, even surpassing the limits of ordinary ninjutsu. Techniques that utilize sage chakra were also called sage arts by Master Jiraiya. But at this moment, the natural energy swirling before the Nine Tails gave Minato a faint impression, though weak it felt akin to a slow organic growth of chakra. More importantly, Minato glanced at the bars formed by the combination of the 4-symbol seal and the 8-trigram seal, along with the talismans that signified the seal was intact. The Nine Tails was still within the seal. It had no physical form. How could it extract natural energy from the spiritual world within Naruto's mind? In Minato's eyes, the Nine Tails had become increasingly enigmatic. Though what the Nine Tails had told him was beyond belief, Minato Namikaze, a man of great insight, could discern that the story was not fabricated. Moreover, it was merely a possible future. Changes made now could alter that future, and he was striving toward that goal. Yet he could not fathom the Nine Tails at this moment. The Nine Tails had once informed him that the Ōtsutsuki clan possessed the ability to absorb chakra, and as beings composed of chakra, the tailed beasts were inherently powerless against the Ōtsutsuki. Thus, the Nine Tails had pulled him out to teach Naruto, assuming it relied on Naruto's growth. But during this period, the Nine Tails had rarely communicated with Naruto. What was it truly doing? And now the natural energy that the Nine Tails had condensed gave Minato a bold conjecture. However, "Lord Nine Tails is my seal, already a mere form." Minato Namikaze wore a helpless expression. "How could that be? I am still trapped within the seal, unable to gain freedom." The Nine Tails immediately retorted, but anyone could hear the utter indifference in its tone toward the seal. Where was the slightest hint of a being bound without? "I rather suspect Lord Nine Tails actually enjoys being in this seal," Minato silently mused, but his emotional intelligence was not low enough to voice that thought aloud. The Nine Tails' good mood came and went swiftly. After displaying the natural energy, it lay back down on the ground motionless. Over the past nearly 2 years, the interaction between the Nine Tails and Minato had always been like this. After a few casual exchanges, they would each fall silent, engrossed in their own pursuits. Having learned of the future, the weight on Minato's heart had never lifted. He believed the same was true for the Nine Tails, which had somehow returned to the past through it. After all, according to the information from the Nine Tails, in the future of the ninja world, there was virtually no combat power capable of facing the Ōtsutsuki clan alone. Even Naruto and Sasuke, who had received gifts from the Six-Path Sage, could barely hold their own against a single Ōtsutsuki. Moreover, had it not been for a fatal weakness in the Ōtsutsuki named Isshiki, as mentioned by the Nine Tails, they might not have been able to defeat that enemy, even with the Nine Tails sacrifice. For a battle-hardened veteran like Minato, upon hearing this news, his first reaction was not how to deal with that one enemy, but rather, what if multiple Ōtsutsuki attacked simultaneously? Minato Namikaze had earned the title of Yellow Flash of Konoha through the blood-soaked battlefields of war. He understood very well that in the future described by the Nine Tails, the entire ninja world was not even qualified to wage a true war against the Ōtsutsuki clan, and the Ōtsutsuki would not forever send only 2 or 3 members to this world. Both the man and the beast were seeking their own ways to break the deadlock. Whether it was the Nine Tails or Minato Namikaze, they were both aggregates of chakra, which meant they did not need to sleep. However, the principle of balancing work and rest was something Minato, as a former Hokage, naturally understood. In other words, although they did not need sleep, they still required alternative means of relaxation. For instance, when Minato taught basic ninja lessons to the 2 beginners at night, his time with Naruto allowed him to unwind. The Nine Tails, on the other hand, devoted all its time to its own plans, occasionally relaxing by observing the world through Naruto's perspective during. And the sole purpose of all this was their shared recognition that the future the Nine Tails had experienced was far too hopeless. They needed to change everything and forge a new future. On this point, they were in tacit agreement. The fourth Mizukage of Kirigakure has gone missing. Staring at the urgent intelligence that had arrived this morning, the third Hokage furrowed his brow and spoke in a grave tone. Last year, the Land of Water sent an official communique to the daimyo claiming that their Kirigakure village had been infiltrated by spies from our Konoha, causing countless casualties among their shinobi. They demanded that we hand over the culprit and directly accused the Uchiha clan of being responsible. Inside the Hokage's office, Nara Shukaku, renowned as Konoha's strategist clad in a wild-style cloak with his hair tied in the traditional Nara topknot, stared at the intelligence with a headache. Even a man as intelligent as he who relied on his wits had to admit that the current situation was almost insurmountably dire. They produced a portrait, albeit with some changes, but it was unmistakably Uchiha Shursui. It cannot be ruled out that someone used the transformation technique to incite discord between the Land of Fire and the Land of Water. Kirigakure sees this clearly, which is why they have only issued a written warning through the daimyo for now, but... The third Hokage took a deep drag of his old pipe. The smoke he exhaled lingering like the clouds of doubt in his heart, refusing to dissipate. But that technique capable of controlling tailed beasts and casting Jinjutsu. Aside from the Uchiha Sharingan, there is no other possibility. Nara Shukaku completed this crucial piece of information. On this point alone, Konoha cannot evade blame. Damn it, Uchiha. That name was something the third Hokage wished would vanish from his ears. Ever since the rebellion was temporarily averted, Danzo and his associates had arrested the radical members of the Uchiha clan on various trumped-up charges. Of course, the reasons they gave in the third Hokage's presence were utterly justified. Why should the crime of plotting rebellion go unpunished? These arrests, intended to suppress the Uchiha clan's influence, were conducted publicly in the village. For the villagers, their perception of the Uchiha clan was bound to change. The fear that had begun with the Nine-Tails rampage had gradually transformed into loathing during this period. And as Hokage Sarutobi knew all too well that the Uchiha members taken away by the root organization would never be released. But how could the relatives of those arrested who had been taken away and never returned accept this quietly? The conflict between the village and the Uchiha clan would only intensify with no end in sight. Moreover, the person who had been the best candidate to suppress the Uchiha clan had now appeared on the ninja world's wanted list, accused of assassinating the Mizukage and destabilizing Kirigakure. Konoha naturally could not own up to such a grave crime. But Uchiha Shizui's death was an unspeakable darkness for Konoha. As long as the Uchiha clan remained openly associated with Konoha, the village was in a very passive position. Amidst this internal turmoil, external pressure was also mounting. Under the dual strain, both Sarutobi Hiruzen and the Uchiha clan were forced to make a decision as soon as possible. They both knew clearly that this situation was like a barrel of volatile explosives plastered with explosive tags. Just a single spark could send the entire Konoha flying skyward. For the third Hokage, who sought peace and stable development, this was absolutely unacceptable. They'll go to the Uchiha compound again to talk with Fugaku. Seeing the Hokage's expression, Nara Shukaku sensed trouble and tried to salvage the situation. There's no need for it. However, at that moment, a cold and hoarse voice came from outside the door. Danzo, with half his arm and face wrapped in bandages, strode in with the imposing presence of a hunting leopard. Shukaku, please leave for now. Seeing Danzo, the third Hokage, who had been deep in thought, suddenly spoke, instructing Nara Shukaku to exit the Hokage. Nara Shukaku, who had intended to say something more, paused upon hearing the Hokage's order, then could only bow in resignation and take his leave. After stepping out of the office, Shukaku leaned against the door, casually formed a hand seal, and released a silencing barrier that enveloped the office, isolating himself as well. He then stood guard, preventing anyone from approaching. He knew full well that the conversation taking place between the two men inside would decide the fate of the Uchiha clan, and what they were discussing could not be known by a third person in this village. How did Shursui die? The third Hokage stared at Danzo standing before him, his voice cold. That's not important, Sarutobi. You know the purpose of my visit. Danzo ignored the question, speaking dismissively. The second Hokage's actions were not mistaken. The Uchiha clan is inherently evil. Not only did they conspire in the Nine-Tails rampage within the village, but they also attempted to control tailed beasts and seize power in other villages. The ambition of this clan is just like that of their ancestor Uchiha Madara. Enough, Danzo. There is no solid evidence for any of this. The third Hokage suddenly stood up, but he clearly could not intimidate his old comrade who knew him too well. Danzo continued speaking, as if unaffected. Evidence. Hiruzen, you are still so naive. Danzo let out a cold laugh. You are the Hokage of Konoha, standing in the light. And I, the root, take root in the darkness. In the darkness, no one sees what we do, and no one cares about what we do. People only see the results. The third Hokage fell silent. He understood the implication of Danzo's words, and he also knew that this was the most reasonable solution at present. A shinobi was never meant to be righteous. What do you plan to do? Finally, the third Hokage made his decision. Uchiha. Itachi. The door of the Hokage's office swung open from inside. Nara Shukaku instinctively turned his head only to see Sarutobi Hiruzen clad in the Hokage's robe standing alone by the window exhaling puffs of smoke. Shukaku stepped forward, not bothering to see where Danzo had hidden or how he had left. He simply waited silently for the third Hokage. The next topic he raised would reveal his decision. Shukaku, your son Shikamaru will be entering the Ninja Academy next year. Yes. Shukaku hesitated for a moment before replying. What a pity. He's a year behind Naruto. I thought Shikamaru's usual temperament would get along well with Naruto. The third Hokage turned around, his expression now devoid of any hesitation or indecision, as if nothing had happened, casually chatting about family matters. Perhaps I shouldn't have rushed Naruto's enrollment. It's fine. It had to be arranged sooner or later. And come next year, they'll still be in the same school. After all, these aren't war times. A 6-year system means children always get to know each other easily. Shukaku continued the conversation. Yes, these aren't war times. By next year, everything will be over. The third Hokage murmured. They seemed to be discussing matters of children's schooling, but both understood the deeper meaning. The fate of the Uchiha clan seemed to have been sealed at that moment. Teeth brushed, clean face washed, clean clothes still old. Naruto looked at his attire with a hint of disdain, but soon a smile spread across his face. But I've washed them thoroughly. Good time to go. Opening the door and stepping into the street, Naruto felt that even the sun seemed warmer than usual. His mood was exceptionally bright. For today was his first day of school. When Grandpa Third Hokage notified him, Naruto was overjoyed. He was still a child after all, no matter how strong he had become. The Ninja Academy, a place where the village's children gathered, naturally filled him with anticipation. He envisioned making new friends, meeting classmates, getting to know teachers, and even learning new ninjutsu. And so his journey as a ninja was about to begin. He took a deep breath, shouting inwardly, "Ninja Academy, here I come." Yet the next moment, when Naruto arrived at the school gate with a beaming face, the joy on his face gradually faded. "Mom, don't see me off. I'm already grown up. I don't want to go to school, Dad. Let's go home. Hey, be good, and remember to get along with your older brothers and sisters." At the bustling school gate, parents and children chatted and laughed together. This scene stirred the deep-seated loneliness Naruto had hidden so well, once again rising in his heart. He felt as if an unfathomable chasm separated him from the crowd, one he could not cross, dared not approach. Even facing an unknown assassin's blade, his first battle had never frightened him so. At the bustling school gate, parents and children chatted and laughed together. This scene stirred the deep-seated loneliness Naruto had hidden so well, once again. "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Naruto froze, and before he could grasp the source of that chakra, two familiar voices, "Naruto-kun, good morning." "Hey, Naruto." He turned to see Hinata, Hyuga, and Sasuke Uchiha standing behind him, greeting him. Hinata was still easily flustered, while Sasuke wore his usual, slightly arrogant expression. "You too?" Naruto stared at them blankly. "Didn't you say you weren't enrolling until next year?" How could I let you get ahead of me? You're already so much stronger than me, and you want to start school a step earlier." Sasuke snorted, his words contradicting his true feelings. "Just wait. In school I'll surpass you and show you the power of the Uchiha clan." "Well, Naruto-kun, Sasuke-kun, and I both begged our families to let us start school early too," Hinata explained softly, glancing at them. I hope it won't cause you any trouble." "Of course not." Naruto was so moved, he almost cried. Then, as if remembering something, he peered behind them. "Who came with you?" It's just school. We're not little kids who need family to escort us. Are you treating this like a game of house?" Sasuke, taking Naruto's question as an insult, snorted again. His voice wasn't quiet. Nearby children being escorted by parents heard this and prepared to glare at whoever was so audacious, but when their parents saw the emblem on Sasuke's clothes, their expressions changed, and they quickly pulled their children away. The Uchiha clan, in the eyes of most, was not someone to trifle with. "My family." Hinata hesitated, but before she could finish, another voice, one Naruto had heard but didn't recognize well, sounded. "Lady Hinata, please don't wander off and approach these outsiders. It causes trouble for me as your guard." Neji Hyuga approached with a cold expression. He too was enrolling this year, but he had not expected to be unable to escape the fate of protecting the main family even here. He couldn't understand. He, as a branch family member, had fought hard to be allowed to attend the Ninja Academy, hoping at least during this year to put aside his branch duties. Why had the main family's young lady, originally scheduled to enroll next year, suddenly come to school as well? And why was he assigned by the clan head to guard Hinata? Was his life truly inescapable from the main family's control? Outsiders. Hearing this, both Naruto and Sasuke shot unfriendly glares at Neji. Neji glared back with his Byakugan undaunted. In his eyes, Naruto and the others were merely playing at being ninja. Even if Naruto had caused a stir at the main family 2 years ago, In Niji's view, it was just the family not holding a child accountable. Looks like you want to fight, Sasuke said, staring at those pale eyes. As the second son of the Uchiha clan head, he saw no reason to back down before the Hyuga. Oh, this. Please don't. Hinata, nervous, stammered and waved her small hands, trying to stop the tense standoff between the three boys. Just then a boy with a bowl cut and thick eyebrows passed by. Unlike the other children laughing and playing, he was drenched in sweat, as if he had just run for 2 hours. Drawn by the commotion, his eyes gleamed with envy and fighting spirit. They're so lively over there, making friends so quickly. This is my chance to surpass others. After school, I'll do 5,000 push-ups. Meanwhile, a girl with her hair in a bun who had been persuading her parents to go back to their weapon shop noticed the group. She tilted her cute head, observing them. What a strange bunch. Hope I don't get involved with them. Oh my lord Hokage, this year's students are quite troublesome. Irika, who was in charge of welcoming new students, muttered to himself as he watched the scene. Remembering that the third Hokage had told him he would arrange for the Uchiha and Hyuga children to join Naruto this year, he felt a headache coming on. But as a teacher, Irika was responsible. He quickly strode over and shouted, "Hey you lot, stop arguing at the school gate. Come and register." In the distance on a utility pole, Itachi Uchiha, who had followed his brother from home, watched his younger brother's expression with an impassive face. Beside the pole, Hayashi Hyuga stood with his hands tucked into his sleeves, his pure white eyes like telescopes watching his daughter's flustered look. A faint, barely perceptible smile crossed his face. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage gazed into a crystal ball, a gratified smile spreading across his face. Naruto is starting school today, isn't he? I wonder if he'll get used to it. Will he? Just watch for yourself. Kurama grumpily opened his chakra perception again for Minato. The man had been muttering all morning about how he had failed as a father. Did he think this was a church confessional? Tall trees sprouted new buds, withered branches fell and turned into nourishment. Before long, the lush green leaves would once again grow thick enough to canopy the sky. Yet he paid it no mind, gazing at the corpse on the ground and sighing. We almost let this traitor slip away with the village's intelligence. If that information fell into the hands of other— Yet he paid it no mind, gazing at the corpse on the ground and sighing. We almost let this traitor slip away with the village's intelligence. If that information fell into the hands of other great nations, border conflicts would reignite and countless more comrades would fall. Yet he paid it no mind, gazing at the corpse on the ground and sighing. We almost let this traitor slip away with the village's intelligence. If that information fell into the hands of— The wounded Anbu took a side path to the village hospital for treatment, while Itachi removed his mask before returning to the village. Before submitting his mission report, he took an unfamiliar detour to a modest yet cozy tea stall where he favored the sweet treats sold. Before submitting his mission report, he took an unfamiliar detour. The girl who had been ordering ahead of him glanced back at Itachi, promptly changed her order to double the amount, then turned with a beaming smile. Itachi, her smile was like a blossoming flower, her beautiful large black eyes curving into crescent moons as if they radiated light. Itachi's stoic expression finally softened. In a hurry. The girl appraised Itachi's attire, then glanced at the bench beside the stall, extending a silent invitation. Next time. Oh, all right, I'll pack it for you then. With that, she deftly skewered the dumplings handed over by the shopkeeper, then pulled a fine silk scarf from her bosom, tied it into a bow around the skewers, and handed them to Itachi with a smile. Eat them while they're hot, don't let them cool. Itachi reached out to take them, and she drew another fresh scarf from her other side, gently wiping the faint dust from his cheeks and temples. They're all clean. Sensing his gaze lingering on her, she tilted her head, with a bright smile, her beautiful jet black hair cascading like a waterfall. Itachi fixed his eyes on her face, on the tear mole beneath her right eye that was so captivating, and whispered, "Quan, thank you." "You're what?" she replied with a smile. Inside the Hokage's office. After completing his report, Itachi stepped out and encountered Danzo, who was just arriving. Itachi, as if seeing a stranger, indifferently shifted aside, quietly waiting for Danzo to pass. Danzo, equally ignoring Itachi, strode straight into the Hokage's office and closed the door. Bang! Hearing the door shut behind him, Itachi, who had been looking down as he left, finally turned his gaze to the code left on the wall by Danzo as he passed, and the time that code indicated. At night, Itachi knelt before his father, answering his questions about the village and the clan's planned rebellion. Itachi responded like a machine. He no longer tried to stop the maddened radicals within the clan. In the years since Shizui's death, he had understood that the Uchiha clan could no longer be halted. His father, the clan head, was like a charioteer, driving a runaway carriage with no choice but to whip the reins. And the future his father had shown him, using the Mangekyo Sharingan before the steel in the forbidden ground, only reinforced this belief. Words alone could not prevent disaster, whether natural calamity or man-made catastrophe. He left his father's room, the clamorous voices still echoing in his ears, unsettling him. Nizan. A small figure suddenly threw itself into his arms. Sasuke looked up, not noticing the fatigue on his brother's face at that moment, and blurted out, Nizan, take me for training. That Naruto guy at school today, using only taijutsu, he beat that Hyuga. Sorry Sasuke, next time. Before his brother could finish, Itachi had already reached out and tapped his finger on Sasuke's forehead. The latter winced, holding the red spot, and looked up at his brother with a hurt expression. I used a bit too much force, Itachi sighed inwardly, but his expression had already hardened, leaving behind a sulking Sasuke and his mother, who was comforting him as he turned and left the house. That night there was no light. Itachi looked up at the street lamp nearby. It had been deliberately damaged. He walked straight into the dark forest, and after a short distance he reached the restricted area of the Uchiha clan grounds, the Naka Shrine. Before, when he met with Shursue, they were always under the light. Now even that faint light could not be possessed. A sudden, inexplicable thought crossed Itachi's mind, but then his attention focused on the figure emerging from the shrine. How do you know who I am? The man with the strange striped mask stood at the shrine's entrance, the crimson Freedomo Sharingan in the dark mask's eye socket, staring directly at Itachi. Since you attacked me when I was 8, I've been investigating your identity. No matter how well you hide, there will always be traces to uncover. And only the Uchiha clan knows about this shrine. Sensing the masked man's killing intent, Itachi's pupils slowly changed. As the three tomos spun rapidly, blade-like patterns manifested in his eyes. Mangekyo Sharingan. Seeing this, Obito's heart leaped, and he was about to use Kemui to escape, but Itachi immediately retracted his Sharingan. His next words intrigued Obito, making him pause. Uchiha Madara, I need your help. Tell me more. When Itachi revealed his intended action, Obito's heart nearly burst with elation. He understood that another awakened one of the Uchiha clan, one who saw through the shinobi world, had emerged. But he could not show it, not even a hint of anomaly, because for now he was Uchiha Madara, not Uchiha Obito. Then, as we agreed, Uchiha Itachi withdrew his gaze and prepared to turn away. If you ever find yourself with no way out, consider joining my organization. Obito suppressed his excitement, extending an olive branch. Your organization? It is called Akatsuki. There you will find surprises. With that, space twisted and Obito vanished before Itachi. Itachi watched silently, uncertain if the other was still observing him, but his mission had only just begun. On his way back, as he passed by the river, a voice suddenly called out, Itachi, what a coincidence. Itachi instinctively looked toward the graceful figure standing by a bonfire on the riverbank, waving at him. Her smile was as clear as ever. He knew she liked to watch the scenery by the river, so meeting her was no surprise. But what truly surprised Itachi was the blonde-haired boy standing beside Uchiha, Quan, cramming grilled fish into his mouth. He knew she liked to watch the scenery by the river, so meeting her was no surprise. But what truly surprised Itachi was the blonde-haired boy standing beside Uchiha. This was Uchiha clan territory. Why was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki here? The river reflected the starlight, and the shadows of the boy and girl drew near and parted in the rippling water. Uchiha Izumi smoothed her hair and subtly shifted her seat closer to Itachi, her heart racing a little faster. Under the cover of night and the flickering flames, Itachi could not see her blush. How do you know Uzumaki Naruto? Itachi glanced at the pile of fish bones scattered on the ground and at the now sleeping, satiated Uzumaki Naruto lying nearby. He shook his head. No, rather, how did you manage to bring him into the clan compound? Konoha had strictly forbidden any contact between the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and the Uchiha clan. Although the prohibition had been lifted earlier, the Uchiha situation was too sensitive. Not only were there villagers, but many within the clan also harbored covetous intentions toward the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Not at all. Naruto-kun always comes here on his own. Didn't you know? Izumi was surprised by Itachi's question. I often see Sasuke walking home with Naruto-kun after school. Sometimes after overtraining, Sasuke can barely walk and Naruto-kun carries him home. Is that so? Itachi was taken aback. Since Sasuke started school, he had not paid much attention to his daily life. At home, he often heard Sasuke mention Naruto's antics, followed by pleas for special training to surpass him. Had their relationship already grown this close? You used to be a brother who never let go of his little brother. Now you don't even care about who's around him. Oh, speaking of which, I saw Sasuke today. He's not the unlikable kid he used to be. Cool and handsome, just like you were in school. And now he calls me big sister instead of being rude like when he was little. Uchiha Izumi smiled, her eyes narrowing, as if reminiscing about the days she and Itachi had attended school together. But back then Konoha was still at war, and the academy period for children like them lasted only 3 years. Moreover, Itachi had been exposed for using shadow clones to attend classes, so he graduated early and became a Chunin to go on missions. By the time I graduated, you were already a Chūnin, Izumi said with emotion, then added regretfully, it's a pity we never got to go on a mission together. That's nothing special. Yeah, there will always be opportunities. even if not as ninjas in the future in life. Realizing she had inadvertently revealed her feelings, Izumi let out a forced laugh, her smile brimming with a maiden's heart. Yet looking at Izumi like this, Itachi felt a pang of pain, because just now the fate of the Uchiha clan had been sealed. Itachi's silence made the girl awkward. She turned her gaze to the distance. It had always been like this. She had never received a response from Itachi, nor had she been rejected. As the silence stretched between them, the only sound was the crackling of the burning logs. Naruto, lying nearby, continued to snore, but beads of sweat on his forehead grew more numerous. Pretending to sleep while lying next to a fire was exhausting. "Sai, how long do I have to keep up this act?" Naruto had actually woken up long ago. Overhearing their conversation, especially Izumi's gentle voice, he immediately understood the situation. Though young, his rough-and-tumble upbringing had taught him much about such matters. Wishing to be a good wingman, he continued to feign sleep, thinking it would be amusing to listen to sweet nothings. But then everyone fell silent, and he only felt hotter and hotter. So hot it was as if he were really being burned. Naruto squinted, peeking behind him. A small flame was stubbornly crawling up the hem of his clothes, eager to cover his entire body with warmth. "Whoa! Fire! Fire!" Naruto yelped, leaping 3 feet into the air and diving headfirst into the Naruto-kun. Uchiha Izumi rushed over, but before she could stand, Itachi was already standing on the water, pulling Naruto up. Thanks. Naruto felt embarrassed, not because of the fall, since he could already walk on water using chakra, but because his commotion had surely ruined the atmosphere. He felt genuinely sorry for that. However, as Uchiha Itachi pulled him up, he whispered in his ear, "Stay away from the Uchiha, because they might want to use the Nine Tails inside you to reenact the Nine Tails rampage, overthrowing Konoha for their revolution." Itachi did not say that out loud. After giving Naruto the warning, he quickly returned to the shore, his indifferent demeanor leaving Naruto dumbfounded. Naruto could sense a dense wave of negative emotion emanating from Itachi, almost stinging his skin. Something that hadn't been there when he... Naruto could sense a dense wave of negative emotion emanating from Itachi, almost stinging his skin. Something that hadn't been there when he... "Let's go. It's late." Itachi noticed the increasing number of furtive glances watching Naruto, then stood up and said to him, "I'll see you out." "Oh, no need, I'm fine on my own. You take Izumi-san home. Goodbye." Naruto was good at reading the room. He patted his backside, stood on the water, waved at Itachi and Izumi, and the next moment, with a poof, he turned into a puff of smoke. A shadow clone. Not only the hidden observers and Izumi, but even Itachi, who had once used shadow clones to attend school, was stunned. When had he left the clone and disappeared? Meanwhile, Naruto, already at home, taking off his clothes to shower and go to bed, muttered, "I have to buy new clothes again. What a waste. Maybe I should trade the info about his brother secretly dating for some money from Sasuke." He left the clone in the water the moment he sensed the hidden observers, then teleported his real body away with the flying thunder god. In the inner world, the Nine Tails, like a parent seeing their child get perfect scores, nodded with satisfaction. It wasn't in vain that he and Minato had been drilling vigilance into Naruto's head every night during his sleep. These days in Konoha were far from... In Hinata's room, young Hinata was carefully wiping the sweat from Uchiha Izumi's face, who looked deeply... Uzumaki Naruto. Uchiha Sasuke. On the playground of the Ninja Academy, the crowd erupted into a frenzy as Irika called out the names. Naruto grinned, watching Sasuke step out of the line with an air of confidence. "So how are we doing this today? Want me to fight with one hand behind my back?" Naruto started the trash talk. "I'm not some weakling like Niji. Give it your all, or you'll lose for sure this time." Prideful Sasuke, never one to back down, made a thumbs-down gesture at Naruto, which drew screams from the nearby girls, and also earned him a pair of utterly hostile glares from the front row of the boys' line. In the girls' line, Hinata glanced timidly at Sasuke, silently praying that Naruto wouldn't beat him so badly that he'd be bedridden for a week, just like Niji had been. After her prayer, she turned to look at Naruto, blushing and mustering a small cheer, but only a faint voice of encouragement escaped her lips. In the first-year classroom, several girls were also leaning out the window watching Sasuke and Naruto on the playground. Among them was a pink-haired girl. Both sides ready. Irika, long accustomed to this scene, sighed inwardly and waved his hand. "Begin." The two moved almost simultaneously, colliding with each other, then trading blows like opposing forces, each countering the other's moves in a fierce and heated. On the roof of a nearby tall building, Uchiha Itachi, dressed in casual clothes, leaned against the wall watching the battle between his younger brother and Naruto. To be honest, the first time he witnessed this scene, he had thought Sasuke and Naruto were truly evenly matched, merely two children of exceptional talent for their age. And the reason Sasuke came back every night pestering him for special training was simply because he was slightly inferior to his opponent and refused to accept it. But after several recent observations, he noticed that although Sasuke had improved significantly, he had never once landed a truly effective hit on Naruto. Not just him, but even the Hyuga kid who always flared up with rage against Naruto and everyone else. They seemed to manage a back and forth, but in reality Naruto had never taken a single direct blow. Could it be that he uses a shadow clone even at school? As the pioneer of using shadow clones to attend classes, Uchiha Itachi found himself unable to fathom this 7-year-old child. But that wasn't what concerned him. He leaned against the wall and looked up at the sky. He was calculating the time. On the playground, Sasuke slipped up and Naruto delivered a beautiful yet treacherous sneak attack. A flying kick that struck the side of his thigh, instantly causing Sasuke to lose his balance and fall. That's enough. Naruto wins. Iruka called out promptly, and the classmates let out a collective groan. It seemed no one could beat this Uzumaki Naruto. Damn it, I should have dodged that one. But compared to last time, I saw through all your feints today. Next time for sure. Lying on the ground, however, Sasuke wasn't too upset. Instead, he was reflecting on his own mistakes. He had no choice. He was used to get up. Naruto wiped his nose and grinned. Told you you can't beat me. Let's go another round. Both sides formed the seal of reconciliation. Seeing them about to clash again, Iruka quickly called out. Back in the line, Sasuke was still muttering under his breath, clearly not convinced. But suddenly, as if sensing something, he turned his head to look at the roof of the nearby tall building. There was nothing there. Hyuga standing beside him spoke. What are you looking at? Nothing. Oh well, speaking of which, your later moves were too slow to start. You need to change your approach. Yeah, I need to think of another way. Can't let that guy keep getting cocky. Sasuke replied instinctively, then retorted, those moves you mentioned won't even work against him. At least on the topic of defeating Naruto, the two of them had plenty in common. Next group. As the sun slowly set, moonlight gradually enveloped the village. Let's call it a day for now. Naruto, who had been hanging upside down from a tree, suddenly leaped down and called out to Sasuke, who was still training. Among the three who trained after school, Hinata always left first due to the strict curfew of the Hyuga clan. Although Naruto told her not to worry, she kept apologizing profusely, which often left Naruto and Sasuke unable to handle her. And Sasuke, ever since he learned that Naruto had no home to return to, never voluntarily ended the training session. It was always Naruto who called it quits, and only then did Sasuke stop and go home. That was also why occasionally Sasuke would train until he was nearly exhausted and Naruto had to escort him home. Because sometimes when Naruto got an inspiration, he simply couldn't stop. This early. But today Sasuke clearly wasn't satisfied. He paused, panting slightly, and looked at Naruto with displeasure. Hey, don't tell me you're stopping early because you feel I'm about to catch up to you. Not at all. I have plans with someone today, and I'm starving anyway. Naruto put his arm around Sasuke's shoulder and grinned. Besides, we're heading in the same direction. Sasuke looked at him doubtfully. The Uchiha clan compound was in the farthest corner of the village. Who on earth was Naruto meeting? Report emergency situation. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki Naruto is heading back with target number 1. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Hearing the report, Danzo, hidden in the shadows, frowned and immediately issued an order. Lure him away. Isn't this Naruto? A ninja wearing a Chūnin vest suddenly appeared before Naruto and Sasuke. Before they could react, he enthusiastically walked up to Naruto and laughed loudly. Who are you? Naruto was taken aback by this. I'm a friend of Iruka's. He often talks about you. Come on, let's go get some ramen. My treat. The overly familiar Chūnin grabbed Naruto without giving him a choice. Is this the person he made plans with? Sasuke looked at them with a puzzled expression but didn't care anymore. Since Naruto was going for ramen with a friend, he quickened his pace to go home for dinner. Oh, don't be in a hurry. Seeing Naruto growing suspicious, the ninja assigned to lure him quickly improvised and blurted out, your uncle. Oh, don't be in a hurry. Seeing Naruto growing suspicious, the ninja assigned to lure him quickly improvised and blurted out, your uncle. Your father's younger brother. What? Inside Naruto's body, Kurama reacted almost identically, then looked at Minato Namikaze with slight confusion. Since when did you have a younger brother? What younger brother? Minato was equally bewildered, but soon Kurama shared his perception with him. When the former 4th Hokage saw the man's face, his expression changed. A root organization member. Naruto, although I am your father's younger brother, I have no idea who your father is because I was abducted by human traffickers before I could even remember anything. Later I was abandoned, suffered an accident, lost my memory, and drifted outside for over 20 years. Now after all these years I have returned to my homeland. Although they told me my identity, I cannot recall anything on my own. The only thing I know is that I still have a relative like you. Naruto was utterly dumbfounded. Even the root censor-type ninja watching from the shadows was stunned, and the Nine-Tails and Minato within Naruto's inner world were also left speechless. This was the most outrageous fabrication imaginable. Does Terai really have such a talent? His comrades watching from the side exchanged bewildered glances. For the first time, they felt that having Terai serve as a ninja en route might be a waste of his talent. Terai spoke eloquently, rambling for nearly 10 minutes without giving Naruto a chance to interject. Finally finding a break, Naruto quickly said, "Uncle, how about we talk another time? I have an appointment." Terai could not let him leave, so he hastily tried to stop him. "Naruto, you can't go yet. I haven't told you the story of my foster mother." Naruto's head was spinning, so he made an excuse. "I'm just going to the restroom. He'll be right back." Even Terai could not refuse this excuse, but he remained persistent. Just as he was about to try to persuade Naruto to stay, perhaps even fabricating some Konoha custom to justify that uncle and nephew could go to the restroom together, Naruto had already vanished in a flash. "Follow him. Wait, he's back." Root's comrades were about to act, but soon saw Naruto, returning holding his pants and scratching his head. "You're done that fast." Terai was also puzzled, but the fact that Naruto had returned was certainly good. However, the censor-type ninja watching from the shadows suddenly appeared and exclaimed, "Damn, it's a shadow clone." Ignoring the previous order from the Hokage that Root was forbidden from contacting the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, he rushed out from the shadows and shouted at Terai, who was still laughing with the clone. Naruto, who had already slipped away to the side, realized the shadow clone had been discovered and muttered, "It's definitely a scam. Good thing I'm sharp. Calling himself my uncle. That might fool a 5-year-old, but I'm not falling for it. I'm not playing with you anymore. Sister Izumi said she wanted to ask me about grilling today, so I can't keep her waiting." With that, Naruto casually dispelled the shadow clone and vanished on the spot, using the Flying Thunder God technique. "Damn it, that brat." Almost immediately, Terai and the other Root ninjas arrived at the spot, but no matter what method they used, they could not find any trace of Naruto. Their expressions turned extremely grim. "We need to inform Lord Danzo immediately. Let's hope the Nine-Tails hasn't gone to the Uchiha compound." Meanwhile, inside Naruto's inner world, Minato's expression suddenly became very serious. Could it be that this is the moment? The Nine-Tails looked at Minato's expression thoughtful. Just as it was about to speak, suddenly an extremely familiar and undisguised malice was sensed by it. "It's him." The moment Naruto landed via the Flying Thunder God, a shuriken flew through the air toward him, startling him so much that he immediately ducked down. "Surrender." "Naruto, is that you?" A cold voice suddenly turned into a cry of surprise. Uchiha Izumi looked in astonishment at Uzumaki Naruto, who had appeared right beside her. She was dressed in a sharp ninja outfit, the iconic Konoha forehead protector covering her pristine brow. Gone was her usual gentle demeanor, replaced by the appearance of an icy beauty. Her crimson Sharingan, unique to the Uchiha clan, added an eerie charm. But Naruto, who had just stood up, had no time to appreciate Izumi's rare appearance. The moment he landed and dodged the shuriken, he suddenly felt a surge of intense malice and killing intent erupting from the building behind. He did not know that the brightly lit building before him was the headquarters of the Konoha police force. He only felt as if a monstrous beast of apocalyptic destruction was rampaging inside. He could sense the fear and dread of many people, but all were swallowed up by a pure, indescribable killing intent. Naruto instinctively turned to look at the floor of the building behind him. The windows glowed with light, but were dim, as if something was blocking the illumination. It was blood. It was blood. The vivid red stung Naruto's eyes. Sister Izumi, what is in there? I feel the people in that building are disappearing." Naruto felt a shiver run through his body. He couldn't help swallowing a chill creeping up his spine. She moved in an instant, placing herself in front of Naruto to shield him, and said urgently, "You need to leave now. It's dangerous here." Naruto's words only heightened the tension in Izumi's heart. She vaguely knew that this child could sense surrounding malice. His unconscious words confirmed that the situation inside the building might already be. Izumi dared not be careless. As she protected Naruto with one hand, her three-tomo Sharingan spun at full power, her sharp dynamic vision locked onto the entrance of the police station. "Here it comes." The moment the masked Obito stepped out of the door, 3 shuriken flew through the air toward him. The timing, speed, and angle were flawless, but the shuriken passed through Obito's body without any resistance, embedding themselves into the wall of the building. Obito slowly turned his head, examining Uchiha Izumi with the single Sharingan behind his mask. Impressive eyes. What are you protecting? In response, Izumi hurled 3 more swift shuriken, but they again passed through him harmlessly. How is that possible? Izumi was stunned, but before she could react, Obito's ghostly figure appeared before her, and his hands carrying chains passed through her body, locking her entirely. The immense force from the speed sent Izumi crashing to the ground with a cry of pain. The chakra-controlled chains had already bound her tight. Nothing. Obito, now behind Izumi, paid no attention to her struggling. Instead, he looked around in confusion at the empty surroundings. Just now there was a strange and familiar chakra fluctuation. Obito frowned beneath his mask. Naruto managed to escape. That's good. On the ground, bound by chains, Izumi breathed a sigh of relief. But as she watched the masked man turn around pulling a blade from the void toward her, her heart was once again filled with fear. Facing death, she did not display the resolve of an Uchiha ninja, but the genuine terror of a 13-year-old girl. In her moment of despair, tears streaming down her face, she murmured softly, "Save me, Itachi. Your Itachi can't save you." Obito thought mockingly. But at that instant a sound erupted behind him. The roar of a water dragon. Sage Art Water Release Heavenly Light 3 Roar Whirlwind Scatter Frost Freeze Water Dragon Bomb 0. The surging waves coiled into the shape of a flood dragon charging toward the two with the force of a mountain collapse and a tsunami. Water release. In this place, a hint of mockery flickered beneath Obito's mask. Sensing the attack, he instantly activated Kimui, his body turning ethereal. The water dragon roared forward but passed through him harmlessly. A formidable water release, but unfortunately, it was utterly useless against him. He no longer paid attention to Uchiha Izumi, who was bound by chains and helplessly swept away by the water dragon. Instead, he immediately turned to look toward the source of the water dragon. Who was it? So it was indeed the masked man I fought back then. He was Obito. At the far end of the water dragon, Naruto, shrouded in peculiar chakra, lifted his head. At this moment, a red eye shadow appeared at the corners of his eyes, his expression complex and utterly unlike the emotions a young Naruto would show. Seeing that the water release had no effect on his enemy, he did not stop. A torrent of water spewed endlessly from his mouth. Water release is useless against him. The Nine-Tails voice echoed in his ear. I cannot lend you my own chakra, first because of the seal, and second because I cannot let him realize Naruto is here. At most I can share natural energy. You can only use Naruto's chakra. This is a power he does not know about. Leave immediately, Minato. Indeed, the one using the water release now was Minato Namikaze, inhabiting Naruto's body. Time rewinded slightly. When the Nine-Tails sensed Obito's chakra, it immediately wanted to warn Naruto to flee. But unexpectedly, the ability to sense malice that Naruto had gained prematurely due to its own influence was now shaken by the endless negative emotions emanating from the Uchiha clan grounds. Perhaps because in this life it no longer entangled Naruto's thoughts and dreams with malice and resentment, it found itself cowering in such a situation. Minato, prepare yourself. I will pull Naruto's consciousness into the mental space, and you will. Realizing something was wrong, the Nine-Tails made a snap decision. It could sense the approach of malice. Once Obito discovered Naruto, that ability of his would not be so easy to shake off. Alright, I understand. In that instant, Minato Namikaze grasped the Nine-Tails' intention. Without any preparation, the next moment, he opened his eyes and saw the girl's figure shielding him. After lightly brushing her garment, he had already teleported away from the spot. Even the fully focused Uchiha Izumi did not notice Naruto's departure. Lowering his presence to the minimum, he concealed himself in the most suitable corner to observe the situation. Almost simultaneously, he attempted to connect with the natural energy transmitted by the Nine-Tails. As the strange red-eye shadow appeared on Naruto's face, Minato's perception multiplied exponentially. He had activated Sage Mode. Without needing any reminder, Minato Namikaze had already made the most reasonable judgment and decision regarding the situation and himself in an instant. He was the yellow flash of Konoha, a hero who had fought through the ninja war. Using Naruto's body, how long can this Sage Mode, which I am not adept at, last? Minato murmured to himself, then focused his attention on the current situation. Even Obito at this moment did not notice. He simply dismissed Uchiha Izumi's action of shielding Naruto as insignificant. Just as he prepared to finish, Izumi, Minato inhabiting Naruto's body had already moved. Sage Art Water Release Heavenly Light 3 Whirlwind Scattering Frost Sealing Water Dragon Bullet 0. Though the name was bizarre, it was essentially an enhanced version of the water release Water Dragon Bullet technique. But under the enhancement of Sage Chakra, the power of the Water Dragon Bullet technique was incomparable. Coupled with Naruto's own vast chakra reserves unique to the Uzumaki clan, in an instant, an almost endless torrent of water surged forth, turning the entire area in front of the Konoha Military Police Headquarters into a pond engulfing both Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Izumi. Previously, when Minato had discovered that Naruto possessed wind and water chakra, nature's the water release jutsu, he taught was exactly this. In his lifetime, his own 5 chakra natures were wind, lightning, and fire, but that did not mean he was ignorant of water release. On the contrary, Jiraiya once remarked, compared to Minato Namikaze, anyone else seems inadequate. Mastering most ninjutsu was merely a part of his genius. However, water release technique, who is it? Having already activated his intangibility, Obito moved directly against the current. The surging water had no effect on him. Instead, it became the perfect beacon for tracking his enemy. In almost an instant, Obito reached the water dragon, yet his Mangekyo Sharingan saw no one there. Boom! Another roar of the water dragon, but this time it struck from behind him. It almost seamlessly continued the previous flow, still trapping Obito within the waves. How did he move? Obito spun around only to find that the source of this water dragon was even farther away than when he had rushed over before. The opponent had instantly distanced himself by such a length and accurately attacked him with water release again. But still it was useless. As long as Kamui's intangibility was active, he could ignore any attack. Obito once again went against the current, this time using his Sharingan to track the enemy's movements. Already reacted. Even Minato had to admit the difficulty of Obito's ability. He glanced at Uchiha Izumi, who had collapsed at his feet. She had been struck by the water dragon and brought here, and on her garment was the flying thunder god mark that Minato had just placed. In that instant, while attacking Obito with the water release, Minato used the impact of the Sage-enhanced water technique to send Uchiha Izumi. Because of Obito's intangibility, he was not carried away. Instead, he moved toward where Minato had been. Before Obito reached his location, Minato had already used the flying thunder god technique to move to Uchiha Izumi's side. This back-and-forth distance gave him enough room to maneuver. Moreover, this operation allowed both him and Uchiha Izumi to be beyond Obito's line of sight, while also preventing Obito from discovering who he was and what abilities he possessed. This was the combat awareness of Minato Namikaze. Still not leaving. The Ninetales' voice sounded again, but this time there was no urgency in it. It vaguely guessed Minato's thoughts. It's tonight, isn't it? Minato thought to himself, knowing the Ninetales could hear. The night when the Uchiha clan is annihilated, as you mentioned, Lord Ninetales. Probably. So what do you intend to do? Use water release to keep him trapped in the water. In the darkness of the night, visibility in the water will be poor, slowing his movements. Until he ascertains my true capabilities, he will likely not easily dispel his intangibility. Furthermore, based on the information from our previous encounter, while intangible, he cannot launch attacks or perform other tech. Secondly, you mentioned that his Kamui intangibility lasts only for a certain period. He cannot maintain it indefinitely. Once he is forced to materialize without knowing the enemy's location, he may not continue the pursuit. Minato calmly explained his tactics. Then you would need to confine him for a considerable time, constantly redirecting him with the flying thunder god, and without letting him detect. Your chakra reserves will be insufficient. Besides Naruto's chakra, I also have my own. Minato's voice was very calm. After converting and absorbing the chakra you have been continuously transmitting to me, Lord Ninetales, I should be able to sustain for a while with the total amount. Why go this far? If you want to save this girl, you can use the flying thunder god to take her away right now. The Ninetales seemed to see through Minato's thoughts. You still want to save the entire Uchiha clan. Naive. Even if you get through tonight, will peace reign tomorrow? Lord Ninetales, I understand your meaning. I also understand the third Hokage's thoughts, and I can grasp the reasons behind this decision for the village. I am even more aware that stopping them now, once your transformation and existence are exposed, will bring unnecessary danger to Naruto. Of course, I also fully understand that the future enemies you are guarding against are even more dangerous and powerful. Minato paused for a moment. Under Sage Mode, he sensed Obito's approach. He did not stop using chakra. Just as Obito was about to reach him, he used the flying thunder god to return to his previous location and launched another Sage technique. But from what I have seen and known, even at this very moment the Uchiha clan is still a member of Konoha, and I am still the Hokage carved on the Hokage rock. The name of Hokage I bear is a vow made to all members of Konoha. I will protect the village and its people. They are facing danger now, and I must not flee. This is something I can never abandon. At this moment Naruto's gaze was exceptionally resolute, the soul burning within this small body. In his past life, even at the cost of his own life, he had sealed the Ninetales to protect the village. His name was Minato Namikaze. He was the fourth Hokage of Konoha. Never changed. Even risking yourself and your own child to uphold the name of Hokage you really are. Sensing Minato's resolve, the Ninetales seemed to see before its eyes the figure that made its heart ache. The man draped in the seventh Hokage's cloak. It could not help but sigh, you two truly are father and son. Then let this old fox lend you a hand, Minato. Use shadow clones. Perceiving Minato's determination, the Ninetales seemed to see the figure that made it yearn, the man in the seventh Hokage's cloak. It couldn't help but remark, you two truly are father and son. Then let me help you, Minato. Use shadow clone technique. The shadow clone technique required hand seals, which meant the water style technique would have to be momentarily interrupted. Moreover, in Sage Mode, the chakra required for the shadow clone was even greater than before, which would cause Minato to end the attack, prematurely unable to continue the strategy he had set. But Minato did not hesitate. The moment Kurama's words fell, he had already released the shadow clone. As another Naruto appeared beside him, Minato was shocked to sense a slight fluctuation in the chakra of this shadow clone, and then the clone slipped from his control. TCH, this feels strange. The shadow clone Naruto smacked his lips, and even in this urgent situation, he took the time to kick his legs and pinch his face, as if warming up. Then the shadow clone Naruto turned to look at Minato, who was now possessing the real Naruto's body, and waved his hand impatiently. "Leave this to me now. Go do whatever you need to, and be quick about it. I'm not used to this human body, and I can't guarantee how long this clone will hold." Minato had not anticipated that Kurama could control the shadow clone through chakra, a feat he had never heard of before. Moreover, if anyone else were present and knew the truth, they would surely find it both absurd and eerie. The two Narutos conversing with each other were neither of them the real Naruto. The real Naruto's consciousness remained in the mental space, utterly bewildered as he looked around at the gray mist that obscured everything except the thick fog. After fumbling for a while, Naruto arrived at the railings symbolizing the seal and peered suspiciously at the interior, which was completely obscured by the mist. "This looks familiar. Where is this?" The water style stopped. Though still in a state of intangibility, Obito sensed the change in the surrounding water flow, his gaze turning cold. Has he already left? If his target escaped, that would be troublesome. He had promised Uchiha Itachi, and this matter could not afford the slightest exposure. But who was this person? The Uchiha clan had such a formidable fighter. "Hey, what are you thinking?" A brash and disdainful voice suddenly came from above. Obito startled and looked up, yet he saw a face he never expected to find there. Kakashi. Obito froze, then realized that blurting out this name was a mistake. He should not react so strongly to this person. How anyone paying attention could deduce his identity. Still, he could not have imagined that the opponent would be Kakashi, who looked exactly the same as during the Canopy Bridge incident, even down to his physique. "No." Obito snapped back to reality, anger flashing in his Sharingan. "Do you think such a crude transformation technique can fool me?" His figure twisted, and in the next second he appeared behind the Kakashi. His attack came swiftly, but the Kakashi seemed to have anticipated it. As Obito used Kimui to shift position, Kakashi had already dashed in another direction with astonishing speed, like a red thunderbolt. The attack missed, and Obito could not even detect any chakra fluctuation from the opponent, as if it were pure taijutsu body flicker. How was that possible? Obito looked up, his expression dark beneath the mask. He hesitated. The opponent's actions were clearly meant to draw his attention. Moreover, unlike before, the enemy was no longer trapping him with ninjutsu, but instead used a transformation technique to become the Kakashi. The opponent made no attempt to hide his intention to stall for time, and the Uchiha girl from earlier had not been found either. Something had changed. Obito sensed that something was off. A plan meticulously orchestrated by the Leaf's higher-ups to annihilate the Uchiha clan should not have allowed such a person to infiltrate. Which faction did he belong to? Just as Obito was about to head to Uchiha Itachi to confirm the person's identity, the shadow clone controlled by Kurama, now transformed into Kakashi, stopped in his tracks. He turned around and uttered a name with contempt. "Uchiha Obito, not going to continue. Who could this person be? He actually knows my true identity." Obito was startled, but fortunately his mask concealed his expression. This matter had already transcended his pact with Itachi Uchiha. The exposure of his identity itself was more important than anything else. At this moment, Obito Uchiha no longer considered the survival of the Uchiha clan. With a ferocious expression, he pursued the shadow clone of Naruto, which was controlled by the Nine Tails. No matter who he was or what abilities he possessed, as long as he knew his true identity, he could not let him live through the night. Even if this person was the third Hokage himself. "He's taken the bait. Let's have some fun with him." And as the Nine Tails saw Obito giving chase, a surge of satisfaction arose within him. After all, he had been manipulated by these Uchiha plenty of times. Making a fool of him now was a way to vent his own frustration. However, once Obito became serious, he clearly no longer held back. The eerie flickering of his Kimui nearly caught him several times. The Nine Tails controlling this clone with the aid of natural energy, and completely disregarding the clone's lifespan, pushed the limits of the shadow clone that Minato had created, using it in an almost overloaded manner. It could move at a speed that in the Nine Tails' memory was close to that of Naruto when he first mastered Sage Mode. For an ordinary ninja, this was already a speed beyond the naked eye's ability to track. Of course, this did not mean that this clone could unleash the power of Sage Mode. In fact, under the condition that the Nine Tails chakra could not be exposed, relying solely on the meager strength of the shadow clone, having sacrificed all other aspects to prioritize speed, it would be doomed once caught. Moreover, as things stood, even with erratic dodging within the Uchiha compound, it was only a matter of time before Obito with his Kimui caught up. "Minato, you need to move faster. Don't be late this time." At that moment, Minato appeared at Naruto's house dragging Uchiha Izumi, who was still bound by chains. "How did the flying thunder god mark I left earlier end up?" Arriving in Naruto's room, Minato frowned as he took in the surroundings upon landing, but quickly understood. He saw the trident-shaped kunai placed on the table. He never expected his flying thunder god kunai to be in Naruto's hands. Back when Minato became the fourth Hokage, he had gifted a flying thunder god kunai to every major clan in Konoha as a contingency measure. This kunai now indicated that Heihachi Hyuga indeed knew Naruto's true identity, making matters even simpler. The flying thunder god mark left by Naruto, and if the Hyuga compound hasn't changed. Found it. Ordinarily, flying thunder god marks recorded the user's chakra, so even if others learned the technique, they could not use another's mark. But for Minato, Naruto's mark was an exception. This was because he had spent 3 months in his dreams repeating the design for Naruto countless times. Whether it was sensing chakra or applying the flying thunder god technique, Minato was far more familiar with it than Naruto. Placing one hand on Uchiha Izumi's body, Minato slightly adjusted his perception of the flying thunder god mark, and then both figures vanished once more. They'll review a bit more tonight, and then go to bed early. Tomorrow we'll get to see Naruto-kun and the others again. Hinata was studying when the image of Naruto came to mind. Ever since Naruto had invited her and Sasuke-kun to train together every day, she had been able to naturally stay by his side and improve alongside him. For the shy Hinata, this daily routine brought her immense joy. "Little Hinata, please take care of her for a moment." Startled by the voice behind her, she quickly turned around. For the Hyuga clan with the Byakugan, even the dark room was perfectly clear. Hinata saw Naruto place a girl bound tightly in chains on the floor, then vanish without a trace. Huh. A bewildered Hinata stared at Uchiha Izumi lying on the ground. What in the world? Fortunately, the Hyuga clan is an ancient family unchanged from years ago. Following his memory, Minato moved nimbly through the corridors of the Hyuga estate and making no sound. Who goes there? Soon Heihachi Hyuga, seated in meditation, suddenly activated his Byakugan. Veins bulging at the corners of his eyes, the naturally stern-faced Heihachi had already activated the Byakugan that could see through everything around him. His expression was icy. He hadn't expected another rat to sneak into his own home. Today he was home, and these petty intruders truly had no regard for the Hyuga clan. This reminded him of an incident that Konoha and the Hyuga wished to forget. Someone had infiltrated the estate, he had subdued them, but in the end it had cost his brother Hisashi Hyuga his life, a meaningless sacrifice. Thinking of this, Heihachi, already burning with anger, stepped out of his room. Just as he was about to identify the intruder whose chakra he had caught with his Byakugan and make them realize that Konoha and the Hyuga clan were not to be trifled with, he was stunned. Meanwhile, elsewhere, after parting ways with Naruto, Sasuke Uchiha rushed back to the clan compound, feeling uneasy as he looked at the familiar streets. A sense of dread surged within him. It's not even bedtime yet, so why is there no light anywhere? Suddenly Sasuke felt a chill down his back. An instinctive sense of being watched made him turn to look at the lamppost behind him. Nothing. What's with this feeling of unease? This was the second time today he had felt eyes on him. Sasuke clenched his fists, his inner anxiety growing stronger. He suddenly broke into a run, his expression tense. He deliberately avoided the completely dark main street and ducked into an alley, then stopped. Houses, walls, the ground. Everywhere he looked was stained with blood, and people lay motionless in pools of it. Many shuriken and kunai were embedded in the doors, each bearing traces of blood, as if telling the story of their completed mission. Some of the blood on the walls had dried, while more still flowed slowly on the ground. What in the world? Uncle Annie, what happened to you? Trembling as he moved forward, Sasuke, glancing around in fear, spotted familiar faces. With a horrified expression, he rushed over to check on them, only to find them already dead, blood still streaming from the deep wounds on their backs. Young Sasuke was now panic-stricken. Not knowing what had happened, he stepped back in fear, then suddenly realized something. Mom. Dad. Sasuke sprinted home, the scene along the way like a hell's cape. Bodies, blood, and shattered houses everywhere. He couldn't understand what had happened to the peaceful compound from just this morning. Sasuke sprinted home and yanked open the door, frantically searching like a headless fly. The entrance, kitchen, bathroom, living room. He checked everywhere. Finding no one in any room, Sasuke's fear grew deeper, for every corner of the house was as dark and devoid of light as the outside. No, there must be somewhere I haven't checked. Sasuke suddenly remembered his father's room, which resembled a dojo. It was a place his parents and brother rarely allowed him to enter. He instinctively ran toward it. There. Clutching at this straw of hope, he staggered to the door, but as he reached out to push it open, he froze. Then terror engulfed him. Someone was there. Breathing, heartbeat, footsteps. Chakra. None of it was hidden. Sasuke clearly sensed a presence in the room. But only one person. Is it father? It must be father. Sasuke's entire body tensed, trembling with fear and rage. His mind flooded with horrifying scenes, and he struggled desperately to shake off the move. The young Sasuke gritted his teeth, resisting the urge to flee, and reached out to push the door open. Crimson blood. As he had seen all along, blood slowly spread across the floor. The moment Sasuke pushed the door open, the sight that greeted him was the bodies of his parents lying in a pool of blood. This image struck Sasuke's young heart. His face was filled with shock and disbelief, even his fear was shattered. His subconscious refused to believe his eyes. "Mom, Dad, what happened to you? You've come." A soft, ethereal voice drifted from the darkness. A voice both familiar and foreign. Sasuke's hair stood on end, his pupils constricted. Who was speaking? In terror, he looked up and saw a familiar face emerging from the darkness. The figure wore a stark, unfamiliar ninja outfit stained with blood, and the crimson eyes beneath the leaf forehead protector stared coldly at him. Itachi exuded a bloody, murderous aura, but Sasuke, oblivious, rushed toward him, as if seeing a savior and a hope. "Brother, you're still here? What about Mom and Dad?" Thud. He was cut off by a merciless shuriken. Sasuke's body instinctively dodged, but the blade still grazed his shoulder, leaving a gash on his arm. Falling to the ground, Sasuke clutched his wound and looked up, his eyes filled with disbelief as he stared at the still icy Itachi. Why? What? Trembling, he backed against the doorframe. Sasuke couldn't understand why his gentle brother would do this to him. "Your reflexes are better than before. It seems their daily training this year has been effective. But I didn't expect Sasuke to come home a bit earlier today. I can only hope Madara Uchiha can handle the rest. I still have something I must make Sasuke remember." Seeing Sasuke barely dodge his shuriken, Itachi sighed inwardly. But his face remained impassive. Ignoring Sasuke's terrified, pleading eyes, he closed his own slowly. "Foolish little brother." Then he abruptly opened his eyes, now transformed into the three-bladed shape of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Tsukuyami. Sasuke's vision went pitch black. When he saw what was happening around him, his expression shattered. No, stop, brother, why? Stop, I beg you, why? Father, mother, run. Brother, stop. Before him was a true hell on earth. Uchiha Itachi stood like a demon in a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The eerie light of his Mangekyo Sharingan illuminated the area, and his blade and tools mercilessly reaped the lives of the familiar clan members Sasuke saw every day. While Sasuke writhed in agony, Uchiha Itachi silently bore immense pressure. He not only had to maintain the stability of Tsukuyami with his eye's power, but also control the damage to Sasuke, lest his mind collapse and die. Screams, wails, curses. Desperate voices echoed in Sasuke's mind. Finally, he collapsed to the ground, clutching his head, sobbing heart-wrenchingly, tears and snot streaming down his face. Huff! Huff! Sasuke's cries made Itachi even more exhausted, but he could not show a shred of emotion. In his plan, Sasuke had to remember this horror and hatred so he could grow stronger quickly and protect himself. Because Itachi, who had been taken to the battlefield by his father since childhood, understood that the endless wars among those who fought all stemmed from hatred. Only hatred could drive people to pursue overwhelming power. And as the cursed Uchiha clan, they were born to use hatred to unlock the immense power buried in their bloodline. Grow stronger, Sasuke. From now on, you must learn to take care of yourself. Finally, Sasuke stopped crying. He lay slumped on the floor, tear streaks, clearly visible saliva uncontrollably drooling from the corner of his mouth as he stared blankly at Itachi. Why? Itachi looked down at Sasuke's eyes. Amid the pain, a crimson pupil slowly emerged with Tomo beside it, though Sasuke himself seemed unaware. 2 Tomo. I thought his chakra would be insufficient for only 1 Tomo. Is this the result of training with that Naruto? Sasuke's nearly fading pupils trembled as if provoked by those words. Just for this, Sasuke's nearly fading pupils trembled as if provoked by those words. Just for this, Sasuke, like a wounded wild dog, trembled on the floor, but struggled to prop himself up. His hair, soaked with sweat from pain, fell over his forehead, slightly obscuring his eyes, making it hard to see the familiar face before him. Why can't I see my brother clearly? Why has he become so distant? That is important. Itachi's calm voice came again. Important? Don't joke. Barely standing, Sasuke dared not recall the horrors he had just witnessed. He charged forward, hysterically screaming, his mind blank. He only wanted to tear apart this terrifying dream. This must be a dream. Itachi watched the Tsutomu Sharingan staring straight at him, bloodshot. He thought he couldn't delay any longer. Because Sasuke had returned early, he had to deal with him first, leaving some hidden Uchiha clan members still alive. If those clan members survived, what would the village do? Could he really protect Sasuke? Itachi dared not think. Sasuke's flying punch was easily blocked by Itachi. Before Sasuke could pull out his other hand hidden behind his back, a surge of impact nearly crushed his Itachi delivered a controlled knee strike that sent Sasuke's small body nearly airborne. Ugh! Sasuke spat out a mouthful of blood. Before he could fall, Itachi's hand clamped around his neck, suspending him in midair. Agony, psychological collapse, and suffocation blurred Sasuke's vision under the Sharingan. The crimson Sharingan faded. Tears streaming, he stared at the cold Itachi and whispered faintly, "This is a dream. You're not my real brother. Not real." Foolish little brother. I've been playing the role of your good brother all along, just to test your abilities. Foolish little brother. I've been playing the role of your good brother You will become the subject of my test of power. You have that potential, but right now you are not worth it. You share the same aptitude as I do, the ability to learn the Mangekyo Sharingan. But to acquire these eyes there is one condition: you must kill your closest friend and family. Once you possess eyes like mine, come before me. Itachi suddenly halted his prepared words, noticing that Sasuke's hand hidden behind his back was tightly gripping a kunai. Sasuke, on the verge of fainting in his grasp, trembled all over. His almost lifeless eyes once again gleamed with a crimson hue, revealing both fear and terror and a trace of an indelible rage, like a final flicker of life. Itachi realized he did not know his brother as well as he thought. At least he couldn't understand where this unyielding spirit came from, even when Sasuke's mind was nearly shattered. Rasengan. A whirling sound abruptly erupted between Sasuke and Itachi, a verdant light rising from below like the sun breaking through clouds. In haste, Itachi released Sasuke and dodged the sudden attack. In the moment of evasion, he did not counterattack because the opponent's almost warning-like shout of the technique name indicated no intention to ambush him. Sasuke, falling to the ground, coughed violently and barely looked up to see the figure standing before him. In his fading consciousness, the silhouette was deeply imprinted. Nah, are you? Too. Sasuke lost all strength and fainted. Naruto Uzumaki. Itachi recognized the intruder, the striking blonde hair and the signature whisker marks on his face. It was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki of Konoha Naruto Uzumaki. After unexpectedly separating him and Sasuke, Naruto glanced at the kunai in Sasuke's hand. Seeming to understand something, he immediately drew a shuriken and aimed at Itachi, assuming a battle-ready stance. After unexpectedly separating him and Sasuke, Naruto glanced at the kunai in Sasuke's hand. Seeming to understand something, he immediately drew a shuriken. He couldn't even understand why he was here, and that technique, just now, was it the legendary 4th Hokage signature jutsu, the rank Rasengan requiring no hand seals? Had he already mastered it? Then why had he deliberately driven him back without attacking his main body? Hiding his abilities so well, how much had he seen? And if the legendary Madara Uchiha, who could control the Nine Tails, were to discover him? However, this was a misunderstanding on Itachi's part. When the 3rd Hokage ordered the lifting of restrictions on Naruto in the village, he strictly suppressed the news that Naruto could use the Flying Thunder God technique, only issuing the de-restriction order. Thus, even Itachi Uchiha was unaware of the means by which Naruto had appeared here. If it had been anyone else at this moment, Itachi would not have hesitated. Even if it were a village jonin, he would have killed him directly, because tonight's events must not be known. But Naruto's identity made him pause. And it was this hesitation that the suddenly arriving Naruto seemed to notice, prompting him to act as if he were about to pick up Sasuke and flee. Mangekyo Sharingan Tsukuyami. Itachi suddenly activated the powerful Jinjutsu dwelling in his left eye, pulling the seemingly unprepared Naruto into the illusion space. Then a crow flew in the illusion space. In desperation, he would use Shizui's Koto Amatsukami to make Naruto forget everything that happened today, then hide him away, never letting Madara Uchiha discover him. At that moment, a short distance from the Uchiha clan grounds, Danzo, who was leading the root organization in search of the missing Naruto, frowned at the person blocking his path. What do you want, Heishi Hyuga? He hadn't expected the head of the Hyuga clan to appear here and stand before him. These major clans knew full well what was happening tonight. They should all be staying at home. How? Danzo glanced at the several Hyuga members behind him clad in elite ninja jackets watching him with their Byakugan. He could even sense some gazes directed at his bandaged parts, and this feeling of being seen through greatly displeased him. Sensing the hostile attitude, the root members behind Danzo also prepared for battle. Lord Danzo, I apologize, but by order of the Hokage, please come to the Hokage's office. As if oblivious to the tense atmosphere, Heishi Hyuga, dressed in a formal kimono, kept his hands in his sleeves, his stern face devoid of hostility, adopting an official demeanor. Sarutobi, the Hokage wants to see me, and he sends you to inform me. Don't jest. Move aside. Danzo snorted coldly, naturally disbelieving Haishi's words. Even if the 3rd Hokage had urgent business, he wouldn't have the Hyuga clan head deliver the message. Sending an Umbu member would suffice. Heishi Hyuga's personal arrival must have ulterior motives. Could the Hyuga clan be colluding with the Uchiha? Impossible. Given Haishi's timid and cautious nature, showing up now would only bring trouble to his clan. Could it be that he was telling the truth? Did Sarutobi actually send him to stop me? Has that man gone soft? No, Sarutobi is probably displeased that I sent root members to contact Naruto earlier. Indeed, he has lost all sense of right and wrong. Doesn't he understand what truly matters tonight? Danzo's inner thoughts were extremely lively, frantically speculating on the reason for Haishi's appearance with his clansmen. But soon he lost interest for the most important task now, was to quickly collect the Uchiha clan with their Sharingan. However, Hayashi still did not yield, standing firm before Danzo. Has the Hyuga clan grown too comfortable lately, daring to interfere with Root's operations? Danzo stared at Hayashi with his one remaining eye, a hint of menace in his gaze. I am merely following the Hokage's orders. I hope Lord Danzo will cooperate. Hayashi reiterated his assertiveness, puzzling Danzo. The two sides remained deadlocked. But before long, Danzo decided not to waste time. He stood with hands behind his back, his left hand giving a hidden signal. The Root members immediately recognized Danzo's intent. After I strike, attack, without mercy. He considered himself the enforcer of Konoha's shadows, taking extraordinary measures in extraordinary times. His ruthlessness was not something that a pampered figure like Hayashi, who only sees the surface, could understand. The Uchiha could be annihilated, so the Hyuga were nothing to him. However, just as Danzo was about to act, a sudden chill ran down his spine. An intense killing intent aimed solely at him surged from the distant woods. Danzo sharply turned to look, but there was nothing there, as if his feeling had been just an illusion. Just as Danzo was in doubt, a light cough sounded behind them. What's all this commotion about? The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, walked over, his face devoid of its usual kind expression. Yuan Fei. Danzo's face grew even more somber upon seeing the newcomer. Could it be that he was the one who had just revealed murderous intent toward him? After once again gesturing to his subordinates behind him to stay put, Danzo sidestepped, allowing Hayashi, Hyuga, and the arriving third Hokage to face each other. Though Danzo remained silent, this action was clearly a question directed at Hiruzen. What was the meaning of Hayashi Hyuga's presence? Lord Hokage. Hayashi Hyuga, gazing at the arriving third Hokage, allowed a subtle shift in his previously rigid expression. Though he quickly concealed it, it did not escape Danzo's watch. What's going on? Hiruzen frowned, looking at Hayashi. It was precisely this question, coupled with Hayashi's inadvertent expression, that solidified Danzo's conviction that his suspicion was correct. Hayashi Hyuga was not sent by Hiruzen at all. He had ulterior motives. Believing he had fully grasped the truth, Danzo decided to strike first. The man who had deliberately stepped aside now moved forward, addressing the third Hokage. Hayashi Hyuga forcibly obstructed the Root's operation, then claimed you, the third Hokage, had urgent business with me and ordered me to return to your office to see you. As he spoke, Danzo secretly glanced at Hayashi Hyuga. Seeing the latter's barely concealed anxiety, a smug satisfaction swelled within him. Trying to bluff me, without any embellishment, simply by confronting Hiruzen, your crime of usurping the Hokage's orders to influence Root will be inescapable, Hayashi Hyuga. After tonight's resolution of the Uchiha, the Hyuga clan's loyalty to Konoha would also need to be reconsidered. At the very least, the head of this main family. Hearing Danzo's words, the third Hokage's gaze beneath the hat shifted to Hayashi Hyuga again. Confused, for he knew Hayashi's character well. Cautious no less than himself, and a clan leader who valued his family. How could he at such a sensitive moment engage in such reckless provocation against the village's higher-ups? What was to happen tonight was already set in stone. Unable to change anything, the third Hokage had been observing the situation through his crystal ball from his office. When he saw Hayashi Hyuga leading his men to block Danzo, his years of experience as Hokage allowed him to sense something amiss. He rushed over immediately. I indeed received orders from the Hokage to invite Lord Danzo to the Hokage's office. However, to Danzo's surprise, Hayashi Hyuga reaffirmed this before the third Hokage. The tension in his white eyes was still palpable, yet he stared directly at Hiruzen Sarutobi and emphasized again, by the Hokage's orders. Have you lost your mind? The Hokage stands right before you. If there truly is something, why must it be said in the office? The Hokage, myself, and you are all here. Speak now. Danzo looked at Hayashi as if he were a fool. Even some of the Hyuga clan members beside Hayashi cast doubtful glances at their leader. Let's see what you'll do now. The third Hokage silently watched Hayashi Hyuga, studying his eyes and expression. Hiruzen's weary, powerless gaze suddenly ignited with a spark of clarity, as if he had grasped something. His armored body beneath the Hokage robe trembled slightly, uncontrollably. Seeing Hayashi Hyuga still persisting in his folly, Danzo snorted coldly. What a farce. Seize him. Just as Danzo was about to order his men to apprehend Hayashi Hyuga, Hiruzen uttered words Danzo could never have imagined. Indeed, it was I, the Hokage, who gave that order. The third Hokage spoke each word deliberately, ignoring Danzo's incredulous expression. He stepped forward, placed a hand on Hayashi's shoulder, and said with a firm voice, but since Danzo is unwilling to go to the office, that's fine. Let your subordinates attend to their duties, we can talk right here. Impossible, tonight is. Danzo was truly enraged. Hiruzen, that old fool, was blatantly lying. This was never his order. He was clearly covering for Hayashi Hyuga. What were these two up to? But before he could finish, the third Hokage turned to him, his face expressionless, and said softly, dismiss your subordinates, Danzo. But Danzo, I am the Hokage. Upon hearing this, Danzo's face twisted with rage, his grip so tight, he nearly crushed his cane. At that moment, after activating the Mangekyo Sharingan's Tsukuyomi, Itachi Uchiha, with a crow resting on his palm, froze. Before him stood not Naruto Uzumaki, who should have been trapped in the illusionary world of Tsukuyomi, but a figure he recognized, yet one that had long become. The world of Tsukuyomi was under his control. No one could perform a transformation jutsu in this realm, let alone cast illusions on him. Nice to meet you. Well, I saw you when you were a child, so perhaps it's not the first time. But I suspect you're not unfamiliar with me. The golden-haired man in a white cloak adorned with flame patterns offered him a gentle smile. My name is Minato Namikaze. Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage of Konoha who had fallen in battle. Itachi Uchiha's pupils violently contracted, his mind racing. In an instant, a torrent of thoughts surged through Itachi Uchiha. As a member of the Umbu, he had never been able to determine who had been teaching Naruto Uzumaki the masterful shuriken techniques, the high-level taijutsu and ninjutsu, and the reason why he had appeared before him just now. Upon seeing Minato Namikaze in the Tsukuyomi world, he finally understood the only possibility. Have you been residing within Naruto Uzumaki's body all along? Residing? Well, it's a bit different, but you can think of it that way. Minato was about to explain to Itachi, but he scratched his head and decided to focus on the pressing matter. You're Itachi Uchiha, right? Despite Minato's lack of hostility, Itachi did not let down his guard. The sudden appearance of the fourth Hokage, what was his purpose? Itachi, This illusion space is quite peculiar. It seems to affect even time and space, doesn't it? Minato rubbed his nose, then relying on his keen perception, he initiated a topic. Yes. What's the time difference compared to the outside world? Minato asked in a familiar, easygoing manner. Itachi blinked, his Mangekyo Sharingan seemingly reluctant to disclose his ability to Minato, as he was still uncertain about Minato's intentions. Moreover, he was unsure whether the fourth Hokage who had been confirmed dead in the village still stood with Konoha. It seems that despite the time constraints, I have to explain a few things to you first. Minato had to admire Itachi's exceptional ninja discipline. Even after believing in Minato's identity, he remained vigilant. Yet Itachi showed no hostility toward him, as the Hokage, aligning with what Kurama had told him earlier. His stance was indeed rooted in his own vision of Konoha. Still, it was a dilemma. He had to convince Itachi Uchiha first, or any attempt to change this would be futile. Where to begin? Let's start from the moment I reawakened within Naruto's body. At the entrance of the Uchiha Police Force headquarters, two figures darted back and forth across a lake. The one ahead, like a crimson lightning bolt, wove and twisted, plunging into the water, disappearing into buildings and vanishing among the trees. Yet no matter how swift his speed or how unpredictable his direction, he could not shake the eerie figure behind him, one that flickered in and out of existence like a scene cut from a film. However, the more anxious of the two was not the leader, but the one who had wasted considerable time in pursuit. This bastard is fast, but what makes him truly troublesome is that he seems to anticipate where my Kamui will appear every time. A sensory jutsu. Or perhaps he has a special dojutsu like the Byakugan. Frustrated, Uchiha Obito looked up as the figure plunged into the water, once more his attack missing again. He was stalling for time. Obito was well aware of this. But who was this man, and how did he know Obito's true identity? If he was from Konoha, did that mean Uchiha Itachi also knew about him? No, he couldn't afford to dwell on this. If all else failed, he could call the other him, the one monitoring Danzo, to launch a pincer attack. His enemy would have no escape. Obito clenched his fists, feeling his composure slipping away. And the reason was that every time he tried to force himself to calm down, the fake Kakashi's head emerged from the water again. It was still the image of the white-haired boy in a mask that Obito remembered. The clumsy acting and the transformation technique already seen through by his Sharingan, all of it seemed like a deliberate mockery that drove Obito to lose control of his emotions. Moreover, the Kakashi formed from the Nine Tails was even more infuriating than the Kakashi in Obito's memories. Its taunting remarks only fanned the flames of his rage. What's the matter, Uchiha Obito? Your Mangekyo Sharingan isn't working so well, is it? Is it blind already? I always have to wait for you. Oh, I get it. No wonder you were too slow to save Rin back then. Damn it. Obito finally cursed, charging at the Nine Tails with murderous intent. The Nine Tails, in the guise of Kakashi, laughed heartily and dove to the bottom of the water. But inwardly it was not so carefree. It could sense that this shadow clone was nearing its limit. Minato, don't let my expectations go to waste. Inside the Tsukuyomi space, Uchiha Itachi lowered his head, falling into a long silence. Yet to Minato Namikaze, that silence was deafening. Though time was short, and the time differential within this illusionary space was unknown, Minato Namikaze waited patiently for Itachi's answer. So, finally Uchiha Itachi looked up. His expression remained icy, but the grief that nearly overflowed from his Mangekyo Sharingan awakened by the death of his best friend, pierced Minato's heart. What exactly am I doing? All of this? For what? Tears streamed down his face. Itachi's tears. Countless thoughts swirled in his mind, but the only emotion etched deep into his soul was a self-mockery bordering on self-destruction. Never had he loathed himself so profoundly he even entertained the thought that he should not exist. Minato watched Itachi in silence. This is not your fault. He wanted to offer comfort, but the words would not come. Yes, the great wrong was already done. Though Uchiha Itachi was only 12 or 13 in Minato's eyes given what he knew, he could not treat him as a child. Those condescending words of consolation, which seemed understanding, but were actually patronizing, were not something Minato Namikaze had the right to speak. After all, he was still the fourth Hokage of Konoha, a title that made him part of the weight bearing down on Itachi's tragic life. After all, he too considered himself an unworthy father. After all, he had only just learned that the root of everything was a group of fanatics who had mistakenly pursued peace, and in the situation, they orchestrated those who prided themselves on their cleverness slaughtered each other, while the mastermind sat back and reaped the benefits. How ironic. Even after learning the truth, it was only natural for Itachi to feel despair toward the village, the Uchiha clan, and even the Hokage. But the next moment Itachi's actions shocked Minato. After nearly breaking down in silent tears, he discreetly wiped them away. When he looked up at Minato again, his expression was grim and resolute. Lord Fourth, I don't have much time left to maintain this Tsukuyomi space. If you need me to retain some combat power, the Mangekyo Sharingan can only endure for another half hour. Tell me, what should I do? Minato admitted that he was stunned by the young man before him. What kind of indomitable heart must he possess? And how rotten had Konoha become to push this boy to such a point that he had to make this choice? But regardless, Itachi's attitude had already made Minato's plan half successful. First, we must ensure the survival of the remaining Uchiha clan members, Minato said, then added, there are still some survivors, right? Because my younger brother Sasuke came back early, I couldn't finish off some of them. I only used Genjutsu to restrain them, and some must have gone into hiding. But Uchiha Madara, no Uchiha Obito, won't let them live, Itachi said, clenching his fist. Rest assured, I have a trusted comrade keeping him occupied, but we need to hurry. After you dispel this Tsukuyomi space, we'll gather the survivors immediately. Hearing that there were still survivors, Minato nodded. Survivors. But by now the Uchiha clan grounds will be surrounded by ANBU. They won't let the Uchiha leave. If we want to escape. Itachi looked up at Minato, his gaze resolute, yet tinged with death. Lord Fourth, let me break through alone. As you said, the Uchiha's rebellion was a fact, and the order given to you shows they were wary of you. Don't be so quick to contemplate sacrifice, Minato interrupted calmly, stating his plan. But the Uchiha clan of Konoha must disappear tonight. That is beyond doubt. Then, the Uchiha clan still cannot escape this fate. Itachi was losing his composure. Please trust me, Lord Fourth. You were able to. No. Disappearance does not mean death, Minato said, shaking his head. Death is one form of disappearance, but leaving without being discovered is also disappearance. As for the ANBU you're worried about, or rather the root organization, mainly Danzo, I have arrangements. This time at least he won't be able to intervene. Don't worry about him. Moreover, I once hit a flying thunder god Kanai in a secluded place. The environment there isn't great, but it's absolutely hidden. In short, gather the survivors, and I'll use the flying thunder god technique to take them away. Let the Uchiha leave Konoha. Uchiha, Itachi murmured, finally understanding the fourth Hokage's intent. This was a path he and Shursui had never considered. They had always weighed the village against the clan, but never thought to lead a portion of the clan away. Not all of them, but to give them a choice. Yes, leaving this Konoha is the best choice for them, Minato said, gently looking at Itachi. This time I believe the Uchiha clan will not repeat their mistakes. Whether it's the village or the entire shinobi world, I believe the survivors will change everything. But that change will take time. I understand. Itachi closed his eyes, suppressing all emotion. Then let's begin. Minato patted his shoulder, ready. Itachi closed his eyes, slowly channeling chakra to dispel the Tsukuyomi, when Minato suddenly spoke. Itachi, your father was not only your family, but also the clan's leader and a Konoha shinobi. But as a father myself, I understand that his choice was not only an answer to the village and the clan, but also an expression of love for you and Sasuke. Facing the destruction of the clan, he still chose not to fight you. His sacrifice. I am sorry. Minato did not speak those final words, for they were meaningless. Instead, he said something else. You must learn to accept his choice, understand his helplessness, and realize what his final concession to your path means. In the end, surpass the fate he could not escape. Minato smiled warmly. That is the task you children must accomplish. And also the true inheritance of the will of fire. Itachi said nothing, but now he understood his path. Tsukuyomi release. Outside the Uchiha clan grounds. Having already dismissed his subordinates, Danzo listened to Hyuga Hayashi's words, his lungs nearly bursting with fury, barely restraining himself from engaging in a real fight with Hayashi. Lord Hokage, I suspect that Danzo is a member of the Uchiha clan. I have received intelligence that the Uchiha are plotting a revolution and Danzo intends to lead the root organization back to the Uchiha clan grounds to rendezvous with the others. Hyuga Hayashi's words tonight were nothing short of shocking, yet his deadpan face radiated an air of unwavering honesty. What? Is such a thing possible? The third Hokage also wore an expression of utter astonishment, as if he knew nothing. The Uchiha are plotting a revolution. Before Danzo could speak, the third Hokage turned to him, his shocked expression unchanged. So you are also a member of the Uchiha clan. I am your father. Danzo nearly burst into a torrent of curses, but he suppressed his anger with great effort. Hyuga Hayashi, that scoundrel is clearly spouting nonsense here. Just moments ago he claimed to be acting on your orders as Hokage, and now he says he received intelligence himself. Is there a single word of truth in his mouth? And you, Sarutobi Hiruzen, we had an agreement earlier. What is this charade now? Were we just performing a comedy routine in the Hokage's office not long ago? It was evident that Danzo's fury had nearly congealed into an expression akin to a volcano about to erupt, and the third Hokage understood. After all, they had been comrades who knew each other's roots for a long time. He had to spare him some face. With this thought, the third Hokage cleared his throat lightly, as if speaking well of Danzo, and turned to Hyuga Hayashi. Hayashi, Danzo is after all a village elder. I know him inside out. You suddenly claim he is a Uchiha, and that he is plotting a revolution. Do you have any evidence? Lord Third Hokage, these Byakugan of mine can clearly see that beneath the bandage on Danzo's face there is a Sharingan concealed. However, Hyuga Hayashi did not delay further. After confirming that there were no others around, his expression suddenly turned serious, and he pointed a finger at Danzo's right eye. My. Hayashi's words caught the third Hokage off guard. He had thought Hayashi was merely stalling Danzo to buy time, but he never expected such an unexpected gain. Shizui's whereabouts had always been a source of regret for the third Hokage, especially after learning that someone had impersonated Shusui's to commit. Shizui's whereabouts had always been a source of regret for the third Hokage, especially after learning that someone had impersonated Shusui's to commit a major crime in Kirigakure village. He was even more troubled by it. For the third Hokage, Uchiha Shusuke, who almost regarded the will of fire as his creed, was the last safeguard for the Uchiha clan in his eyes. If not for Shizui's disappearance, he might not have allowed Danzo to act against the Uchiha clan, and whether the Uchiha would have reached this point remained uncertain. Similarly, these words sent a chill through Danzo's heart, which had been burning with rage just moments ago, calming him down to the point of being frozen at the bottom of an icebound valley. He could not understand how Hyuga Hayashi knew. Was there a traitor en route? Impossible. Every one of the survivors from that day's operation was under the control of the tongue-severing seal, unable to leak information even in death. Was it seen through by the Hyuga clan's Byakugan? But his bandages were specially made, and before he had adapted to Shizui's Sharingan, there was hardly any trace of ocular power or chakra flow. Even the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan should not have detected it. How did he find out? Who told him? Danzo had already noticed the dangerous look in the third Hokage's eyes, an expression he had not seen on Sarutobi's face for a long time. Having dismissed his subordinates, he suddenly realized something was wrong. He who was supposed to be in control seemed to have fallen into a trap. If he did not handle this well, forget about retrieving the Uchiha corpses. He might even end up falling here today. No, I cannot let. Realizing that the situation was hopeless, Danzo's breathing quickened, and he turned pale. Nonsense. Utterly foolish. Sarutobi, you will regret this. Without giving them a chance to speak, Danzo threw down his threat and turned to leave. Though he deliberately kept his back straight, his retreat was utterly pathetic, and he did not even consider calling back the root members. Watching Danzo's retreating figure, Hyuga Hayashi, with veins bulging around his Byakugan, had already channeled chakra into his hands hidden in his sleeves. He had confirmed the surroundings and was waiting for the third Hokage to speak. If the third Hokage gave the order at this distance, Danzo was still within the range of his 8 trigrams 64 palms. This was a golden opportunity. But until Danzo gradually disappeared from the Byakugan's field of view, the third Hokage just stood there smoking. His gaze flickered with killing intent several times, but in the end he remained silent. Hyuga Hayashi closed his eyes, slowly sighing deeply within. He knew that the third Hokage had once again indulged his former comrade. If I had struck immediately, would the third Hokage have actually stopped me? Back then, if I had chosen to fight the Cloud Village rather than hand over Hizashi, would the Cloud have... If I had struck immediately, would the third Hokage have actually stopped me? Back then, if I had chosen to fight the Cloud Village rather than hand over Hizashi, would the Cloud have really dared to start another war with Konoha? He did not know, but he realized that he and the third Hokage were the same. They both lacked the courage. Hyuga Hayashi looked up at the starry sky, his expression complex. As the fourth Hokage had said, the current Konoha exudes the scent of rotting wood from the roots to the trunk. How can a rotting wood sprout new shoots? The answer that yellow-haired youth had given him was so firm and resolute. Only by burning away the rotten wood with fire can the new leaves once again hang in the sky. Inside the Uchiha clan's main residence, as the Jinjutsu space dissipated, Itachi woke from the Tsukuyami and gazed deeply at the fallen Sasuke, but could not bring himself to look at his parents. Take your parents' remains. At least, let them rest in peace. Then let them care. Minato interrupted Itachi, placing his hands on Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikoto and lifting his head with Naruto's face, showing a serious, then let them care. Minato interrupted Itachi, placing his hands on Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikoto and lifting his head with Naruto's face, showing a serious and resolute expression. What can they do even if they care? When Itachi turned back, Minato had already vanished with his parents' bodies, leaving only the unconscious Sasuke lying on the ground. He was still replaying Minato's words. What could he do? Why should he care about what they valued? Itachi lowered himself and reached out to touch Sasuke's forehead. Forgive me, Sasuke. Let's go. Time is tight, we must be quick. Yet before he could dwell on it, Minato's figure appeared abruptly in the room once more. Knowing the urgency, Itachi hesitated no longer. He lifted the unconscious Sasuke and followed Minato as they swiftly departed. The two moved with incredible speed, exchanging not a single word. After locating every survivor, whether trapped in illusions or hiding, they were all exposed under Itachi's Sharingan and Minato's perception. Itachi immediately subdued those conscious and hiding clan members, and without explanation Minato placed his hand on each one. Their figures vanished and reappeared. Itachi keenly noticed that after a dozen or so people, every time Minato returned from using Flying Thunder God, his expression grew visible. The fourth Hokage's chakra consumption isn't significant, but why is he? Uchiha Itachi's heart tightened. Watching Minato grow increasingly exhausted, yet still silently transporting every survivor they found at high speed. He finally realized how absurd his and Shizui's earlier thoughts had been. What thinking like a Hokage, what finding his own path, and facing reality. He Uchiha Itachi was nothing but a clown who, after believing he had seen through the darkness and understood the world and truth, could accomplish. He had never clearly told himself what was right. He had only warned that doing so wouldn't be wrong. And in reality, they had no idea how to make the future they desired better. They only knew how to seek light, but not how to become the spark that ignites light in the darkness. Uchiha Itachi, who had never been led by light and only knew how to act in the shadows, saw for the first time a figure that truly embodied the essence of the Hokage. A fire worth pursuing for a lifetime was right here. This figure was now forever etched into his eyes. Meanwhile, in his heart, he had quietly made a decision. As Itachi and Minato raced against time, the battle on the other side was also nearing its end. Boom. Like a cannonball, the shadow clone controlled by Kurama crashed into the water, the force nearly causing the clone to dissipate. But this time it wasn't because it wanted to continue circling Uchiha Obito. It had no escape route, having been forced into the water by the two opponents. Yes, two opponents. On the water's surface, the masked Uchiha Obito followed closely behind, while another person with black cloth wrapped around his eyes stood on the edge of a building, locking down all possible escape routes for Kurama. This guy's outfit is from the Akatsuki. Who is he? And how did he get here? I didn't even sense his presence. Kurama frowned, not recognizing Uchiha Shursui. His malice perception could not detect any hostility from this person. Yet he was genuinely helping Uchiha Obito, and it was his sudden appearance that blocked Kurama's path, leading the Kakashi Shadow clone into a desperate situation. You have no escape. Uchiha Obito roared, materializing as his hand finally touched the opponent. Whoever you are, once inside Kimui's dimension, you'll be at my mercy. Let me see your true face. But Obito suddenly saw the Kakashi stop moving, turning to look at him with undisguised mockery and scorn. Especially with Kakashi's face making that expression, it shattered Obito's composure. This ends here today, little brat of the Uchiha. Tell Uchiha Madara that our hunt is coming. Bang! A familiar sound distorted by the water echoed. As the smoke dispersed with the current, Obito's Sharingan beneath the mask glared wide, his eyes bloodshot from anger and fear, the rising blood pressure turning them crimson. Obito felt as if his eyes would bleed without even activating his ability. Shadow clone. A shadow clone. It was just a shadow clone. He had been toyed with by a mere shadow clone for so long. And that last sentence, what did hunt mean? Were they also an organization? What was their relationship with Uchiha Madara? Who was this person? Fury mixed with endless questions. At this moment, Obito cared nothing about Konoha or the Uchiha clan. If he could, he would have torn the entire village apart to find this person. Fury mixed with endless questions. At this moment, Obito cared nothing about Konoha or the Uchiha clan. If he could, he would have torn the entire village apart to find this person. Above, Uchiha Shursui sensed the disappearance of a chakra in the water and sighed inwardly. After a while, a beetle finally floated up from the water. Or rather drifted up. Shursui looked at the water stains on his clothes, lost in thought. Since you've succeeded, let's go meet up with Uchiha. Shursui remained calm, though he was inwardly wondering who the person captured by the opponent was. But to Shizui's surprise, the masked Uchiha Madara did not reply as before. Instead, he coldly said, "Handle it yourself," and vanished. What's going on? Shursui was stunned. Then a shocking thought flashed through his mind. Having been urgently recalled from monitoring Danzo, abandoning the plan, and nearly exposing his abilities, the legendary Uchiha Madara had still failed. Sir, this is the last one. Itachi's shadow clone carried an unconscious child found among the corpses and gently placed him before the golden-haired boy, who sat motionless on the ground. Minato said nothing. Already exhausting his own source chakra, his consciousness was hazy and vision blurred, yet he still placed his hand on the child Itachi had brought. Flying Thunder God activated in Minato, and the child disappeared again before Itachi. Watching this, the Itachi who had been tending to Sasuke saw his respect rise to an indescribable level. Although he could sense that Minato's chakra was still surging considerably, his current state could not be faked. Perhaps the Flying Thunder God technique also consumed Minato's spirit. But whatever the reason, Itachi was deeply moved. Alright, now what about Sasuke? Should he be taken along too? Minato, controlling Naruto, appeared again, sitting in the same spot as before. He turned to look at the unconscious Uchiha Sasuke placed nearby, asking weakly. He had transferred nearly 50 people in total, and by the end, he had to conserve even the energy to walk, having Itachi bring the survivors to him for his technique. The great clan of Konoha reduced to this in a single night. Among them, there were hardly any with ninja combat capability, because those with fighting ability were the first to be eliminated. No, leave Sasuke here. The third Hokage promised me he would protect him, and he can grow up alongside Naruto-kun. Uchiha Itachi quickly said, I now know what to do. You. No, there's one more person. But the weakened Minato interrupted him. Make a shadow clone, and give me your hand. One more person. Itachi was taken aback, looking at Naruto's face, then seemed to understand. He immediately complied. At this point, even if Minato asked him to gouge out his eyes, he would not hesitate. Itachi created a chakra-filled shadow clone and implanted a certain technique into it. Minato noticed and looked up. Seeing Itachi had understood, Minato said no more, grabbed hold, and the two vanished. With Minato gone, the Uchiha clan grounds now truly held only him and Sasuke as the surviving clan members. In Hinata's room, young Hinata was carefully wiping the sweat from Uchiha Izumi's face, who looked deeply troubled. She could tell that the other seemed to be trapped in a... She could even faintly hear her murmuring a name, but the voice was too indistinct for Hinata to make out. She should be fine, right? Hinata glanced back worriedly at the pile of chains on the floor that she had spent considerable effort to remove. Just moments ago, when her hands touched those chains while unlocking them, she had felt her chakra become strangely unstable. It even affected her state of mind, bringing a sense of oppression and discomfort, as if her chakra were being sealed, much like when her father had struck her pressure points during training. She wondered where those eerie chains had come from. Moreover, earlier she had heard considerable commotion from the main gate in her father's direction. Many footsteps coming and going, which seemed highly unusual at this hour. Naruto-kun, what has he gotten himself into? I hope he is safe. Hinata murmured. Only now, in the brief moment of calm, did she realize something. It seemed that Naruto-kun had just called me Little Hinata. He had never addressed me that way before. That Naruto-kun felt unfamiliar and strange, yet gave me a sense of closeness, like being by father's side. What am I thinking? Naruto-kun is nothing like father, of course. As Hinata, lost in thought, shook her little head, Uchiha Izumi on the bed let out a soft groan and slowly opened her eyes. An unfamiliar ceiling. Where is this? Ah, you're awake. Hinata quickly stood up and approached. You all... No, this is bad. Go inform the village. The security forces are under attack. Izumi, feeling aches all over, quickly recalled what had happened and grabbed Hinata's small body, shouting. Her delicate face was filled with alarm, and in her panic, she unconsciously activated her 3-tomo Sharingan. The security forces are under attack. Hinata was startled as well. Though naturally shy, she was not one to be easily frightened. As the eldest daughter of the prestigious Hyuga clan, she understood the gravity of the situation. She quickly stood up. I understand. Rest here, and I'll find someone to inform. But as the anxious Hinata stepped out, 2 figures suddenly appeared in her room, as if from nowhere. Little Hinata, no need. Then, before she could leave the room, a familiar, yet weak voice sounded behind her. Though the voice was soft, Hinata was startled. Who is it? Naruto-kun, what's wrong with you? Instantly, Hinata, who had just reached the doorway, activated her Byakugan and turned around, her hands already in the gentle fist stance. But the next moment, she saw the figure of a yellow-haired boy slumped on the ground. Startled, she hurried over to support him. As she helped him, she noticed that he was not only completely limp, but also deathly pale. His usually bright azure blue eyes were now utterly lifeless. How could this be? Naruto-kun, are you all right? Are you injured? Hinata felt a pang of pain seeing him like this. She knelt down, letting him lean on her shoulder to steady himself. Normally Hinata would never have done something so embarrassingly intimate, but at this moment, she didn't even realize it. All she wanted was for Naruto to be more comfortable. She didn't even think about how he had appeared in her room twice now. Her mind was entirely focused on his condition. Could it be related to the attack on the security forces that the older sister had just mentioned? Had Naruto-kun encountered enemies too? Hinata. But the next second, that familiar energetic voice rang in her ear. She saw his azure blue eyes bright and clear staring directly into hers. Naruto's tone was full of confusion. Where is this? How did I end up here? Hinata blinked, watching as Naruto lifted his head from her shoulder and stood up. He showed no sign of the weakness from moments ago. Even under her still active Byakugan, she could clearly see a surging, yet steady chakra flowing through Naruto's body as he looked around her room. He was perfectly healthy. More importantly, his tone had returned to the one she knew. Such a big room. From that place, just now. No, this is bad. Hinata, go inform everyone. Izumani is in danger. Seeming to realize where he was, Naruto belatedly grabbed Hinata's hand and shouted. This scene feels strangely familiar. It seems like it just happened. This sense of déjà vu startled Hinata. As Naruto, full of energy, prepared to run out, she finally snapped out of it and called out, Naruto-kun, what about this? Hinata stared at the now empty bed, her brain momentarily overwhelmed. What on earth was going on? Where had that big sister gone? You really went all out, Minato. Inside Naruto's inner world, the Nine-Tails gazed through the bars at the faint glimmer of light floating in the air, Minato's chakra flickering like a candle in the wind, and was left speechless. If I hadn't returned in time after you sent those two off, even that sliver of chakra would have been lost. Indeed, I must thank you, Lord Nine-Tails. Minato's chakra, now too weak to form a human shape, barely bobbed up and down as if offering a bow. Then his voice, faint and almost inaudible, emerged. Why not use Naruto's chakra? I can sense there's still a considerable amount left and used in his body. I fear unforeseen circumstances. If something truly goes wrong, I must leave Naruto enough cards to protect himself. Minato's voice came in fragments. Though the Nine-Tails was still trying to feed him chakra, the remnant of Minato's original chakra could no longer withstand the strain. But you are truly remarkable, Lord Nine-Tails. No unexpected incidents occurred until the very end. Minato couldn't even imagine how the Nine-Tails managed to hold off Obito for so long with just a shadow clone. Having faced him twice himself, he knew all too well the difficulty of that opponent's abilities. Yet the Nine-Tails had merely controlled a shadow clone, and when it sensed the Nine-Tails pulling him back into the inner world, its near-perfect condition stood in stark contrast to his own pitiful state. Leave your trump cards for the kid. Naruto has me. The Nine-Tails wanted to scold him, but hearing the fading sound of Minato's chakra, it ultimately couldn't be bothered to say more. Alright, stop talking. Your original Bodhis chakra is almost completely drained. The Nine-Tails said irritably. Now it'll take at least a year or two for you to recover to your previous state. I can supply you with chakra, but in your current state it's hard to convert it into your own. You'll have to take it slow. He'll try. Minato now seemed extremely weak, feeling as if he was being lectured by an elder. What about Naruto's training? He'll handle it. For now, just focus on yourself. The Nine-Tails said casually. Minato recalled that it had once claimed it wasn't good at teaching others. Though he suspected it was just an excuse, the ever-worried Minato still felt a vague unease. As it continued feeding chakra to Minato, the Nine-Tails suddenly thought of the unfamiliar Akatsuki member with the black cloth over his eyes. Who was that person? Why haven't I seen him in the future? Did something happen to the early Akatsuki that caused him to disappear, or have things changed somewhat? After pondering for a while, without finding a match in its memories, it stopped considering the matter. Its deep voice rang out again, perfect timing. It's time for the current Naruto to learn some things. And I can also start teaching Naruto to harness natural energy and unlock the Sage Mode. I'm sorry for the trouble. Minato's chakra fell silent for a long moment, and the Nine-Tails quietly waited for him to continue. I still haven't done enough. I failed to protect so many people I knew well, and I couldn't change many tragedies that should never have happened. Perhaps because he had no human form to hide his expression, or because of the significant cooperation they had just shared, Minato now regarded the Nine-Tails as his closest confidant. He rarely and genuinely revealed his frustration and pain. When I truly try to change something, I realize how weak I am. Good to know. So, the Nine-Tails glanced at Minato's chakra. Did you succeed this time? I don't know. I did my best. Minato's chakra wavered, betraying his inner turmoil. He slowly recounted everything he had done that night, including his handling of Uchiha Itachi. After listening, the Nine Tails remained silent. Finally, Minato could no longer hold back and asked in a low voice, "Lord Nine Tails, do you think I've changed anything?" "It depends on your goal." The Nine Tails swished its massive tail. Honestly, knowing that a number of the Uchiha clan had survived didn't please it. It had never liked that clan. But it couldn't deny that Minato, as he said, had truly done his utmost. He had also relayed the information to the third Hokage, though it doubted the old man would reach the conclusion Minato desired. "Your goal, eh?" Minato was taken aback. "If you aim to leave a combat force for the ninja world in the future and a decent ally for Naruto, you did reasonably well." The Nine Tails paused for a moment before giving its fair assessment. That Uchiha Sasuke's brother did influence the battle situation in some ways. I'm not good at compliments. Anyway, Uchiha Itachi is indeed, as you suspected, a talented individual. And from your description, he probably holds you in high regard now. Then, if your goal was to save the Uchiha clan and secure the full power of that family, you were wrong from the start. The Nine Tails suddenly narrowed its vertical pupils, and a dangerous, ominous aura filled the air. "If I were you, upon learning the fate of the Uchiha clan, I would have already thought of how to kill him in advance." Darkness enveloped all around. The night was desolate and silent. Moonlight cascaded down like water, illuminating the Uchiha clan grounds that had become a hell on earth. The air was thick with a nauseating mixture of blood-charred flesh and decay. The Uchiha clan, once the most formidable family in Konoha, the premier ninja village of the 5 great nations, had after this night become nothing more than a chapter in the annals of the ninja world. The young boy who would bear the name of Uchiha into the future had been left by his brother at a prearranged location, destined to walk a path of inevitable hardship. At that moment, Uchiha Itachi, having finished his cleanup, stood at the edge of the blazing inferno. He had already cleansed the bloodstains from his black ninja attire, his gaze fixed upon the fiercely burning house, once called home, and within his crimson eyes an unfathomable glimmer flickered. "It seems you have finally found the path you believed to be right, Itachi. Is this the last vestige of your familial affection? You don't want your clan's corpses to be desecrated." A clear, cold voice sounded from behind, but it was not the person Itachi had been waiting for. He was all too familiar with the owner of that voice, so familiar that he would never have expected to meet him here again. Itachi slowly turned his head. His Mangekyo Sharingan glowed with an eerie red light under the moonlight, and the shock in his eyes was unmistakably genuine. Shursui, illuminated by the moon and the fire, Itachi's pupils clearly reflected the other figure. Though his build had changed slightly, though his eyes were covered by a black cloth bandage, and though his skin bore an unnatural pallor unlike that of a North, none of these could prevent Itachi from recognizing him at a glance. After all, in the 2 years that had passed, Itachi had not once forgotten this companion, who was both his mentor and friend. The expression on his face upon seeing him was truly remarkable. So remarkable that Shursui, being an astute observer, failed to perceive the real reason behind Itachi's inner shock. In the Tsukuyomi world, the 4th Hokage, who had recounted his plan and future to Itachi, had never mentioned that Shursui was still alive. Something had changed. "You and that Uchiha Madara. He saved me, and I joined his organization. He sent me to fetch," Shursui replied calmly. As soon as he finished, Uchiha Itachi suddenly frowned, pressed his hand to his right eye, and a look of pain flickered across his face. Then he closed his Mangekyo Sharingan. "It seems you've overused your ocular power." Seeing this, Shursui harbored no suspicion. He stepped forward, extended a hand, and supported Itachi. "Thank you." As if relieved to have met Shursui, Uchiha Itachi slowly opened his eyes, now showing only the ordinary 3-demo Sharingan, appearing unguarded before the other. "To be able to see you again. I thought you were dead. It truly stirs my emotions." Before the ancestral home that was nearly consumed by flames, Uchiha Itachi spoke, while gazing at Shursui through those eyes, then shifted his gaze to the black cloth covering Shizui's eyes. Sensing Itachi's stare, Shursui said calmly, "I have gained a new power, but I cannot yet control it well. I cannot show it to you." Upon receiving Shizui's reply, Itachi's heart sank to the depths. He had not responded to their former secret signal. He had not even noticed the truth in Itachi's eyes. Nevertheless, on the surface, Itachi displayed his superb acting skills. His expression perfectly conveyed a complex mix of wariness and indescribable emotion, that of a man who had just slaughtered his own clan, yet met an old friend amid a mountain of blood and corpses. "It's over. Shall we go now?" Shursui did not even ask a single question about what Itachi had done to his clan, as if such matters no longer concerned him. Itachi turned back to look at the fading fire. He felt that the memories of his parents and younger brother had also been burned away, leaving only a ruin behind. He was silent for a moment, then replied, "You go ahead. I need to say a few words to Konoha's high-ranking officials." Shursui made no objection and vanished from the spot with a flicker. Itachi stood still. The wind carried a strong scent of blood mingled with some unfamiliar odor. Someone was still watching him from the shadows, but it was neither Shursui nor that Uchiha Obito. Given their skill, they would not be so easily detected. It must be the belated root ninja. After confirming the identity of the hidden observer, Itachi understood their purpose and simply ignored them, vanishing in a flicker. Swoosh. Two masked root operatives landed on the spot where Itachi had just stood. One of them, his expression hidden behind the mask, said with complexity, "We're too late." He used fire release to dispose of the bodies. Did he sense something? Search again. Maybe there are some remnants. Otherwise, it won't be easy to report to the higher-ups. Damn it. If it weren't for that Hyuga. At a secret location, the third Hokage stood alone. From there, he could vaguely see the brightly lit village in the distance. After a long wait, he still did not see Uchiha Itachi appear. Because of Hyuga Hayashi's uncharacteristic behavior today, the third vaguely guessed at a possibility and let out a long sigh. He knew that some of his decisions from the day he had agreed to them were irrevocable. Itachi had not returned to report as agreed. That was a silent answer in itself. Moi. Suddenly the third sensed something amiss. He turned to see a kunai hurtling through the air. With a crisp sound, the sharp blade embedded itself several centimeters into the floorboards at his feet. Tied to the kunai was a strip of paper. The third looked toward the direction from which the kunai had come, and he could faintly see a crow blending into the night, vanishing into the sky. He opened the secret message. The first line indicated a hidden location, the place where Itachi had previously arranged to conceal Sasuke. The letter also contained another piece of information. When the third saw it, he was completely stunned. A target suspected to be Uchiha Shursui is in the Awaken. At that time, within a desolate ancient ruin in a land covered by swirling yellow sand far from human habitation. After temporarily settling the other clan members, Uchiha Izumi cautiously stepped out of the ruins. She looked around and finally spotted Itachi, standing silently before two tombstones on a relatively flat stretch of ground. Perhaps because she had just experienced a life-and-death moment, Izumi approached Itachi from behind gently and lovingly wrapped her arms around him and rested her head softly against his back. She seemed to want to convey comfort through her affection, to warm the man she believed at that moment was the hero who had saved the clan. And this time Itachi did not refuse, he accepted this final embrace. Her long black hair fluttered in the wind. Her delicate face pressed against his back, full of anticipation, waiting to hear how he had saved their people. The wind and sand blew, and a bright moon hung in the sky. Stars dotted the heavens, and a pair of beautiful figures poured out their hearts under the moonlight. What a lovely and romantic scene. However, as Itachi calmly revealed the truth, Izumi released her embrace and staggered back several steps. The rustling sound of her feet on the sand was piercingly loud. When she raised her head again to look at the turned Itachi, her eyes, which had just been as bright as the moon, were now utterly hollow, devoid even of the color. There is no greater grief than the death of the heart. Why? Tell me this. Izumi's voice trembled and was hoarse. Itachi said nothing. The next moment a kunai flew straight at him and plunged into his chest. The pain made Itachi involuntarily furrow his brows. Bright red blood flowed from his chest, trickling down his blood-stained ninja attire and dripping onto the yellow sand. With just a little more force, the kunai would have pierced his heart. But it stopped right there. The hand holding the kunai trembled uncontrollably, as if tearing at an open wound, but the blade could not advance a single inch further. She placed her other hand on the hilt, as well, wanting to drive it into the heart of the man before her. But in Izumi's hand the kunai felt as heavy as 10,000 June, and she simply could not push it. Tears silently streamed down Izumi's face. They had met that night during the Nine-Tails rampage when he saved her at the entrance of the ninja academy. She greeted him with joy. They talked by the lake. During her daily walks in the clan, she always hoped to run into him, eager to hear his thoughts. And there were so many more. All these memories flashed through Izumi's mind, each scene a moment of the young girl's time with him. But all these images froze. Frozen on his face of confession, frozen on the embrace she had just given him. Then, like the wind and sand, they all dissipated into the desert. She could not bring herself to do it, as she could not take revenge. She could not get lost. Accompanied by a word so cold it could freeze the night desert, Izumi pulled the kunai from Itachi's chest. When she raised her head again, her glistening, tearful crimson Freedomo Sharingan stared fixedly at the man she had once admired. Never appear before me again. Otherwise I will kill you. Izumi turned around resolutely and walked away without looking back. She did not even notice that at the moment of her turn her tear-filled crimson eyes had formed a sharp blade pattern. Watching Izumi's departing figure, Itachi clutched his chest wound. It hurt terribly, but he could not tell whether the pain came from his heart or his body. He let out a self-deprecating smile, looked at the flickering flames in the ruins, then at the two nameless tombstones. After a long while he too turned and left. Suddenly a memory returned to his mind as a shadow clone dispelled. Uchiha Itachi froze in place. The trap he and the fourth Hokage had set for Uchiha Obito had failed. Obito had not come to meet his shadow clone in person, nor had he triggered the Kodoame Tsukimi planted within the clone. Moreover, the master of Kodoame Tsukimi, Uchiha Shursue, was still alive. In the Akatsuki organization. Afterwards, in a ward within the Konoha hospital. No. Sasuke woke up from his dream, cold sweat pouring down. Is it a dream? It's a dream. He panted heavily, but his heart was filled with relief. At this moment, Sasuke's mind was entirely occupied by the nightmare he had just had. He saw his elder brother slaughtering his entire clan, even his father and mother fell victim. How is this possible? While comforting himself mentally, Sasuke subconsciously raised his hand to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead, but a sudden pain shot through his arm. Lying on the bed, he glanced over and saw the bandages wrapped around his arm. When did I get injured? But the next second he suddenly recalled. It was the wound from the shuriken thrown by Itachi on that night of the dream. As if realizing something, his eyes widened, and he hastily looked around only to find that the surroundings were utterly unfamiliar. Unfamiliar ceiling, unfamiliar walls, unfamiliar bed, and the strong smell of disinfectant. Is this a hospital? Sasuke's heartbeat suddenly accelerated, unease brewed into a storm within him. He abruptly sat up, threw off the blanket, and prepared to get out of bed. Thump. In his haste, he nearly collided with the bedpost, but he had no time to care about anything else. Sasuke stepped barefoot onto the cold, hard tiles. He felt pain all over his body, but gritting his teeth, he supported himself against the wall and walked out of the room only to hear voices of others chatting in the corridor. Yes, a whole clan wiped out overnight. It's truly terrifying. Is that child the only survivor found? He was also quite injured when discovered. What will he do now? What are they talking about? Hiding around the corner, Sasuke listened, growing more alarmed. The conversation between the nurses and doctors seemed to tell him that the nightmare was real. In the past few days, aside from a few kids who came to see him, no adults have visited. Isn't he supposed to have an older brother? That brother has also gone missing, probably in that fire too. They were the prestigious Uchiha clan of the village. How could... Sasuke couldn't listen anymore. Ignoring the pain, he gritted his teeth and dashed out of the hospital, heading toward the direction of his home in his memory. Impossible. His heart roared. When he arrived at the Uchiha clan's compound, or rather the ruins, he stood frozen. He tore off the seal tape at the clan's entrance and stepped into what he remembered as a peaceful and beautiful home. Before his eyes were the damaged houses with traces of battle, the blackened walls that seemed to have been scorched by fire faintly revealing the familiar shapes he once knew. Young Sasuke couldn't bear the blow. He dared not look any longer and simply ran desperately, head down. Pain shot through every part of his body as he moved, but at that moment Sasuke seemed to feel nothing, only rushing toward his home. And when he arrived at the place he should have known so well, panting heavily, Sasuke's eyes were filled with disbelief. Gone. There was nothing before his eyes. Only charred ruins remained. Sasuke trembled. He didn't even have the courage to step into the rubble, where he had once cooled off. There was nothing before his eyes. Only charred ruins remained. Sasuke trembled. He didn't even have the courage to step into the rubble, where he had once cooled off. Everything was gone, and at the same time it meant everything was true. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, nearly all the Jonin and high-ranking officials in the village had gathered. Some even voluntarily stood in the corridor because there wasn't enough space, each with their distinct personalities. Take Might Guy, for example. With his physical condition, he could hear clearly even standing outside the door, but at the moment he had no intention of joking with his friend Kakashi, whom he hadn't seen in a year. Both inside and outside, everyone's expressions were grave. Well, after investigation and summary, the above situation has been confirmed. Next, Konoha will officially issue bounty notices to the other great nations and hidden villages, declaring to the shinobi world as rank criminals, rogue ninjas. Are these two? Within the Hokage's office, the third Hokage put down his pipe. The gathered elite of Konoha could not read his expression, listening only to Shukaku's solemn announcement. 2 copies of the bounty notices were slapped down before everyone. Konoha's rank rogue ninja, the true culprit behind the massacre of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Itachi. Konoha's rank rogue ninja who disappeared long ago, suspected of being involved in the attack on the 4th Mizukage of the Hidden Mist Village, former Konoha Jonin, Uchiha Shursue. The Ninja World Wanted List. A regulation signed by all nations and villages. Once a village declares a ninja a rogue regardless of their past achievements or reputation, they are henceforth severed from their original ninja village. Because powerful ninjas naturally possess combat prowess that surpasses ordinary people, they pose an excessive threat to any group seeking peace. Moreover, there were already many who were unwilling to stay content, a fact that all villages tacitly acknowledged. Whether for espionage, murder, or even sedition and rebellion, such crimes were not uncommon in the shinobi world, though every village had seen them repeatedly. Thus for the shinobi world, which at least on the surface sought stability, the rogue ninja system once proposed was basically unanimously approved and adhered to by all villages. Simply put, if someone in the village committed acts harmful to the village's interests or was deemed to have done so after weighing the pros and cons, the village would announce the rogue ninja list to the ninja world, publicly severing ties with that individual. Upon receiving the news, other ninja villages would tacitly agree that whatever the rogue ninja did afterward was no longer the concern of the original village. After all, to put it bluntly, which village didn't have its share of troublemakers? For ninjas, a profession that literally puts their lives on the line, it was only natural for some to seek personal gain through their own power. If after a village issued a rogue ninja decree, you still held the village accountable for that person's actions, then, when all rogue ninja deeds were tallied up, every village would be implicated. Thus it was better to treat this as a mutual regulation, the very reason the rogue ninja system existed. Consequently, a large portion of each village's umbu was tasked with hunting down their own village's traitors to prevent the leakage of village secrets or ninja. Similarly, capturing rogue ninjas from other villages ahead of time could yield secrets that would otherwise be inaccessible. Yet this was also a gray industry akin to bounty hunting, done by some but never openly acknowledged. Rogue ninjas were also classified by danger level using the same ranking system as missions from D to S. In strength, rogue ninja indicated strength at the level of a major village's jonin, or even capable of threatening a kage, the most serious of serious offenders. Once confirmed, other villages were to be notified immediately. Asuma, go to the land of wind, and Sunagakure. Yes. Chozi, you go to the land of lightning, and Kimogakure. Got it. Shikabi, you are responsible for notifying the land of earth, and Awagakure. Be cautious, as since the war ended they have regarded Konoha as a thorn in their side. Those stubborn old men there are not easy to talk to. I understand. As the third Hokage distributed the tasks, several jonin assigned to major powers and Chūnin responsible for smaller factions filed out of the office. Then the third Hokage picked up the final mission scroll. Then the personnel to notify all major powers, including these 3 other nations, have been decided. However, for the land of water's Kirigakure, I intend to send. Before the third Hokage could finish, the Fire Shadow advisor, who had been listening the whole time and realized he had no part in this, could no longer sit still. Normally Sarutobi would first consult with him and the advisors on such occasions. Why was today so different? Wait for Kirigakure, I have a suitable candidate. Danzo spoke, his single eye fixed on the third Hokage and the others adopting a business-like tone. Kirigakure has been claiming that the disappearance of their Mizukage was the work of Uchiha Shursue, and they demand compensation from Konoha. Now that the missing Shursue has been declared a rogue ninja, then. Kakashi, you go. But before Danzo could finish his analysis, the third Hokage completely ignored his argument and continued issuing orders. You. Danzo's face alternated between pale and flushed. However, before he could erupt, Kakashi, who had been silently leaning against the wall outside the door, walked in. When Danzo, who hadn't seen Kakashi in over a year, caught sight of his current appearance, he was momentarily stunned, for he seemed to see a long. Although Kakashi still covered most of his face with his forehead protector and mask, and his eyes were even more dispirited than before, the only difference was his white hair, which in everyone's memory should have been neatly groomed, now appeared extraordinarily wild. It looked as if on his way back to the village he had suddenly realized his hair was too long, and without a care drew his blade and hacked off most of his white locks, leaving it comically short. Yet no one could laugh at the sight. Instead, as Kakashi stepped into the office, many perceptive individuals present felt as if an incredibly sharp blade was being unsheathed, an icy aura emanating involuntarily. On his right shoulder was a white armband embroidered with a red triangle. A short sword and another long blade were strapped to his back. He was a completely different person from over a year ago, exuding a murderous aura. Many in the room recognized the origin of this attire, and their expressions changed to varying degrees. After entering, Kakashi barely spoke or glanced at others like Danzo, who he deemed irrelevant, and walked straight to the third Hokage. After a simple nod of greeting, he reached out to take the mission scroll and subconsciously glanced at the man on the wanted list, someone familiar, yet somewhat strange to him. This time, no need to look at the wanted list. You've been doing combat and pursuit missions for over a year. I'm giving you a different task. The third Hokage looked at Kakashi's transformed appearance, feeling deeply gratified. He couldn't help but stand up and pat his redand white embroidered shoulder. This time you just need to communicate properly with Kirigakure. Hokage-sama, I doubt they will be easily persuaded by words. After all, their village has had so many troubles, and even lost their kage. That elder Yuan sure finally found the culprit. And Konoha being the scapegoat, there will inevitably be some back and forth. Kakashi withdrew his gaze from the wanted list, his lazy eyes regaining a hint of seriousness. How far can I go? Upon hearing Kakashi's question, the third Hokage's face nearly creased with smiles, a stark contrast to Danzo, who stood by, ignored his face black with it. Use your judgment. The third Hokage waved his hand, grandly laughing. Kakashi replied softly with a yes, then walked straight out of the office. He glanced at Guy, who was still standing in the hallway, flashing his big white teeth at him, nodded, and then vanished with a body flicker. Kakashi replied softly with a yes, then walked straight out of the office. He glanced at Guy, who was still standing in the Gecko Hayate, a Konoha Jonin who, like Guy, had not yet received a mission, watched Kakashi leave and couldn't help but ask. That guy was still the same as before, but for some reason over a year ago he suddenly took on a bunch of extremely high difficulty missions and left the village, specifically targeting rogue ninjas and terrorist organizations. Actually, I only ran into him after a long time when I met him in the village today. As he said this, Guy began to tremble all over. Seeing this, Gecko Hayate thought, I know this situation, and quickly searched his pocket for medicine for his senior. But Guy clenched his fists and shouted, so youthful and passionate. I'm so excited I might pee myself. Just by looking at Kakashi, I can tell he's grown much stronger. I can't be left behind by my eternal rival. Alright Hayate, let's first go all out to the bathroom, then train even harder. Poor frail Hayate had just pulled out his precious medicine from his pocket when he saw the deep green figure reach out and grab him, dragging him into a green whirlwind that instantly vanished from the Hokage's office. Only then from the empty corridor came Gecko Hayate's helpless cry, already flustered in the wind. Gazenpai, the Hokage hasn't dismissed us yet. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, the remaining people couldn't help but admire Might Guy's peculiar ability to read the situation and his brilliant exit strategy, unanimously declaring they could never learn such a trick. Thus they obediently took their leave. In the end, only the third Hokage Danzo, the two advisors who had been sitting there watching the show from start to finish, and the resigned Nara Shukaku, who was about to leave and close the door, remained. What exactly do you mean, Sarutobi? Danzo's roar erupted the moment Nara Shukaku, with a resigned expression of please go ahead, skillfully closed the door behind him. Sarutobi, you are the Hokage. In front of the village's shinobi, we couldn't directly contradict you and undermine your authority. But what you just did was far too— The Konoha advisor Mito Kato, and also turned his gaze, his unfriendly eyes behind his glasses, clearly stating his stance. How can you send Kakashi as he is now to the village hidden in the mist? Alright, my old friends, don't be so heated. The third Hokage, however, had anticipated their words. He pressed his hands down, waiting for them to calm slightly before speaking slowly. I understand your concerns. The Mist Village is a major shinobi village after all. They've likely already received news of the Uchiha clan's annihilation and know what they're dealing with. True, but we still don't understand why you must send Hatake Kakashi at this time. He also possesses the Sharingan. Are you not worried that the Mist will use it as a pretext? The other advisor, Kohor Yutane, immediately added, Konoha has lost a major clan and is severely lacking in combat power. We cannot afford to provoke the Mist Village's displeasure over a mere notification. The third Hokage listened to their words, lit his pipe, and took a few puffs, letting the smoke create a momentary pause, as if to let everyone calm down. The others were fine, but Danzo, whose anger had been consistently ignored, was in agony. Sarutobi was clearly giving him a warning over the Shursui incident, and on top of that his subordinates had failed to collect many Uchiha remains. Danzo was seething with pent-up frustration. What puzzled Danzo most was where Sarutobi's confidence came from. In any case, I understand both of your views. After they watched the third Hokage smoke for a while, the entire office nearly filled with haze, Hiruzen Sarutobi finally nodded belatedly, then turned his gaze to Danzo. So my esteemed Hokage assistant Lord Danzo, do you have any brilliant insights? Mito Kato and Kohor Yutane exchanged glances. Sarutobi was practically being sarcastic. Had something happened between him and Danzo? Danzo, however, cursed Sarutobi the old fox in his heart, gripping his cane tightly, before finally suppressing his anger. After the third great ninja war, Konoha formed an alliance with the Hidden Sand. The Mist Village, however, has had little contact with the outside world due to internal affairs. This is an opportunity. I had hoped to use it to see if Konoha could also reach an alliance with the Mist. That would shift the balance of power in the shinobi world. The Cloud and Stone villages would be at a disadvantage and forced to abandon their border harassment of Konoha. It must be said that Danzo, as the Hokage's assistant, had a rational analysis of the larger picture. Though most of his proposals typically served his own hidden agenda, if Konoha could indeed ally with the two other major villages, as he suggested, the leaf, which had been sandwiched between them, would turn the tables and secure an invincible position with no need to worry about its rear. Even the two advisors nodded repeatedly. Sarutobi also understood Danzo's point and gestured for him to continue. Thus, the Mist Village's losses at this moment are a critical diplomatic factor. If Konoha offers aid to compensate for their losses, they will recognize our goodwill. And I have a skilled subordinate well-versed in such matters. It's not too late yet. Let him replace Kakashi. I understand. If the Mist Village is willing to form an alliance, that would indeed be good. However, there is no need to replace him. I trust Kakashi will make the right choice. The third Hokage looked up at Danzo, narrowing his eyes. After all, the primary purpose of this mission is to deliver a rogue ninja wanted notice not to engage in diplomacy. But at this time, sending Kakashi, who possesses the Sharingan, don't you think it's inappropriate? They couldn't help but recall the sharp, oppressive killing intent Kakashi had exuded when he entered the room. Those in the know thought he was delivering a notice. Those who didn't might think Konoha was sending him to provoke, or even challenge the Mist Village, which was currently without a Mizukichi. I have faith in Kakashi's abilities. He won't offend the Mist Village over this. And if the Mist Village takes offense at such a trivial matter, it shows they have no intention of forming an alliance. The third Hokage tapped his pipe, scattering some still smoldering tobacco. He has always been measured. There's no need to worry. But, no buts. But, no buts. The third Hokage shook his head, cutting off Danzo's words, a resolute expression appearing on his face, one rarely seen in recent times. Kakashi is the most suitable person. There is no need for further discussion. Danzo was so enraged he could barely catch his breath. Even the onlookers could see that the third Hokage had rarely shown such determination, a stark contrast to his usual tendency to compromise and mediate. The two advisors who preferred to stay out of matters fell silent. This decision of yours is utterly foolish. Watch your tone, Danzo. To everyone's surprise, the third Hokage harshly rebuked him. I am still the Hokage. The third Hokage had resorted to outright authority, disregarding reason. The two advisors exchanged astonished glances, clearly shocked. Fine. You will regret this. Danzo, trembling with rage, spat out his threat, turned around, and slammed the door behind him, startling Nara Shukaku, who had been standing guard. Shukaku stared blankly at Danzo's furious retreating figure. When was the last time he had seen the third Hokage so firm? The two advisors, more perceptive than Danzo, realized the matter was settled. Further words would be futile, so they stood up and took their leave. Of course, they offered some necessary reminders, but to the third Hokage at that moment, they went in one ear and out the other. After all, only Hiruzen Sarutobi alone in the office knew deep down that Danzo's analysis was not flawed. His points and intentions were all reasonable, but that would never change his decision. Because his reason for choosing Kakashi was simple, he was the disciple of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Thud. The sound of kunai hitting the target came intermittently. Mingren, hanging upside down from a tree branch like a wilted cucumber leaf, looked utterly Mingren. Hinata, who was also training, looked worriedly at Mingren, swaying like leaves in the wind, and forced herself to encourage him. When we went to the hospital yesterday to see Zhuozhu, the doctor said he should be fine. He'll surely be back soon. Thud. Another kunai was thrown. Mingren, whose mind was not on training, finally jumped down from the tree and sighed to Hinata. It's not just about that, guy Zhuozhu. You also mentioned that I took Sister Quan to your house before, but then she disappeared. This really baffles me. I don't even have any memory of it, yet I did appear at your house. It can't be that I was sleepwalking, can it? Moreover, for some reason, I haven't been dreaming when I sleep these days. Every morning I wake up without any sense of satisfaction, only an unusual emptiness in my heart. But mentioning this would seem too sentimental, so Mingren didn't say it in front of Hinata. Still can't use your technique to find her. Hinata stopped training and said somewhat sadly. Although Hinata didn't know Quan, and even felt a tiny bit of jealousy that Mingren was so lost over a girl, her kind nature made her worry greatly about the missing Yuzhibo Quan. Yeah, it's really strange. That mark should be impossible to erase, but I really can't sense the seal I left on Sister Quan's hand last time. Mingren frowned, looking like his brain was overworked, then turned to Hinata. But I can easily sense the mark on you, for example. Mingren's strange wording made Hinata's face blush, but she still subconsciously looked at the small spiral mark on her palm. That was the first time Mingren shook hands with her. I'll better not recall it, too embarrassing. Seeming to think of something, Mingren's mood suddenly sank. Could it be that even Sister Quan has met with an accident? After all, Zhuozhu's clansmen all. It was clear that Mingren was so worried that he couldn't muster any interest in training. The understanding Hinata quickly changed the subject. Mingren, why don't we go to the hospital to see Zhuozhu now? You see, although Ningxi said at school today that he would visit, maybe Zhuozhu has already woken up. After all, with such a big incident, he must be at a loss. When he first wakes up, Hinata said seriously. As friends, I think it would be better for us to stay with him. Hearing this, Mingren thought for a moment, and said, Hinata, you're right. That makes a lot of sense. Knowing that guy Zhuozhu's personality, who knows what he might do when he wakes up to find out such a big thing happened. Let's go quickly. With that, he hurriedly grabbed Hinata's hand and ran toward the hospital. Hinata breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. Actually, she wasn't the only one who noticed Mingren's confusion. In Hinata's memory, even her father had noticed. Since that day her father had spoken to her sternly, yet gently telling her to try to avoid letting Mingren stay alone after school, and if she had to go home, she should bring. The gist was to stay with Mingren as much as possible. Father must have hoped I could help Mingren more, she thought. Naive Hinata thought this in her heart, completely unaware that if her father's words were understood from another perspective they meant that she herself must be within Mingren's protection in all places except home and school, and must never be alone during this period. At that moment Zhuozhu was sitting alone by the riverbank, staring blankly at the lake water. Father, mother, he murmured to himself, his lips moving a few times, but unable to make a sound, as if his throat was blocked. Finally tears could not help but flow dripping onto the grass. You've already been discharged from the hospital. At least leave a message for someone. A familiar voice sounded behind him. Zhuozhu quickly wiped his face to remove the tear traces, and turned to look at the white-eyed young man who was carrying a fruit basket in both hands, his chest still heaving from running. Then without a word Zhuozhu looked away, stood up, and prepared to leave. Ningxi, who had been looking for him for a long time, watched his departing back and silently followed. Zhuozhu started running. Ningxi lifted the fruit basket and also accelerated. The one in front was in pain all over his body, while the one behind was almost exhausted from chasing. Yet both of them remained silent, their speed increasing until they were both panting heavily and slowly stopped. Huff, are you done running? After discovering Zhuozhu missing from the hospital, Ningxi had been running everywhere with his Byakugan activated, barely able to catch his breath. Finally, after taking a deep breath, he couldn't help but speak. Zhuozhu clutched his stomach where the spot struck by you still ached faintly, but he looked up at the sky and remained silent, not answering. We all know what happened. I can understand how you're feeling. If you're done running, let's talk. Ningxi looked at Zhuozhu, speaking to him as if to himself. You know him from the Rishong branch family. My father was the head of the branch family, but he died when I was 4 years old, forced to death by the main family. And after my father died, my mother starved herself to death in depression within a few days. I tasted the pain of loss earlier than you. Ningxi's words made Zhuozhu's heart jolt, and he finally fixed his gaze on him. He is the same as me. This feeling is unbearable. I also know what you want to do now. And I can tell from your eyes that you know who your enemy is, and you want so I think you are luckier than me. Lucky? Are you mocking me? Zhuozhu suddenly became furious, anger and hatred making him lose his reason. He rushed forward and grabbed Ningxi's collar. Yes, lucky. Do you know what this is, eh? Ningxi, still grabbed, gave a bitter smile. He reached out to untie the bandage bound around his forehead, pointed at the strange green mark on his forehead, and said word by word. Zhuozhu, have you heard of fate? I am from the Rishong branch family. When I was very young, I was branded with the caged bird that forbids me from ever betraying the main family. I can never escape the shackles of the main family for my entire life. I can only live forever to protect the main family that killed my parents. Hyuga Niji's words made Sasuke unconsciously release his grip on the other's collar, staggering back a few steps. Do you understand now, Uchiha Sasuke? Having experienced loss, just like you, I can comprehend your pain. Saying you are more fortunate than me is because even the possibility of revenge was once denied to me. Niji revealed the deepest secret of his heart, and the weight of that secret was something Sasuke could now empathize with. I don't know. Once, Sasuke, on the verge of being overwhelmed by guilt and apology, keenly caught the key phrase in Niji's. Yes, before I met Uzumaki Naruto. Niji retied his bandages covering the caged bird and looked into Sasuke's eyes as he spoke softly. After our first duel at the academy. Or rather, after I unilaterally crushed him, he came to apologize to me in the hospital. That guy, who would after inflicting heavy damage turn around and chat with an attitude of friendship like that. Anyway, he then asked me why I hated Hinata so much, why I hated the main house. Then he learned about the existence of the caged bird. Do you know what he said to me? What did he say? I thought it was something serious, but it's just a very complex sealing technique. Niji repeated Naruto's exact words from that day in the hospital, words that were brimming with warmth and confident smiles. I just can't fully understand the principle of this sealing technique yet. But that's fine. As long as I'm strong enough, I'll find a way to break it. Sasuke, who could fully imagine Naruto's expression at that time, had the image of that yellow-haired boy appearing before his eyes. A narcissistic, smug, but truly the fate I saw in my eyes was nothing more than a technique that could eventually be unraveled in the eyes of a boy 1 year younger than me. Niji clenched his fists with a mixture of reluctance and melancholy. So looking at him, I suddenly thought, if I worked hard enough, if I could possess that kind of power, then maybe my future could also change. As long as one is strong enough, they can do what they want. Even the so-called fate can be rewritten. Niji's words left Sasuke speechless, as if he understood what Niji was trying to say, but didn't want to admit he was moved. He pursed his lips and finally uttered slowly, I think you've been beaten by him too much. As if you haven't. Niji retorted with a glare from his Byakugan. Then they exchanged bitter smiles, the atmosphere somewhat awkward. Niji picked up the fruit basket that had been hanging on his arm during the chase. Only one apple remained stubbornly and lonely at the bottom. Its companions had long been flung out of the basket's warm nest during that endurance race. This is a consolation gift from them. You need energy to train. Whether you want to seek revenge or do anything else, first set a small goal, work hard to get stronger, and defeat Uzumaki Naruto. Niji took out the apple and handed it to Sasuke. Sasuke took it, looked at it as if he had made a decision, and with a slight force broke it in half and handed one half back. You too. Crunch. The crisp apple burst with juice in his mouth. Naruto, who was sitting on a tree not far away eating a fruit he had picked up on the road, leaned against the trunk and watched the two. He muttered to himself, the outcome is good, but that small goal of theirs will be hard to achieve. Actually, it's impossible. Sasuke-kun Nijini, I do your best. Meanwhile, Hinata, holding Naruto's hand, showed a relieved smile, placing her other hand over her heart and silently cheering for them. Then she glanced guiltily at Naruto, who was munching on an apple and watching the show, and added in a low voice, I also think Naruto-kun won't lose. Moi. Naruto turned his head in confusion. Hinata, what did you say? Nothing. As the sun set, the new sprouts of Konoha were growing strong. Meanwhile, inside Naruto's inner world, phew, finally done. Kurama let out a long breath as it looked at the scene before it. The previously cramped, gloomy, cold, and dark space like a sewer had dissipated, completely replaced by a pure white scene, filled with lush greenery, blooming flowers, and vibrant life. Kurama was quite satisfied with its handiwork. Although Naruto's inner world in this life was no longer as dark as before, with the seal still in place, creating such a landscape in his spiritual realm had required considerable effort from Kurama. Minato, what do you think? Give me a review. Over the years of companionship, Kurama had unconsciously gotten into the habit of seeking Minato Namikaze's opinion and asking him to comment on the classroom it had crafted for Naruto. But when it turned back and saw the chakra mass wrapped in red chakra deep in slumber, it cut itself off. Well, just sleep well. Kurama couldn't help but recall the memories it shared with Minato in the dead demon-consuming seal. In the past life, from mutual hatred to mutual understanding. It wasn't just Naruto, Minato Namikaze was the same. Souls trapped by the dead demon-consuming seal would fall into endless conflict with each other, but Kurama's in half was merely a chakra aggregate, essentially just sealed within the death god's grasp. After a long struggle with Minato, they grew tired of fighting and eventually began to chat. Though most of the time they had little to say to each other, just like now in Kurama's memory, its understanding of Minato was second only to its understanding of Naruto. Minato was also a companion that Kurama, though it never admitted it aloud, acknowledged in its heart. That was why, even with some risk, it had preserved this portion of Minato's chakra at the first opportunity in this life. Although Kurama never considered itself as sentimental as humans, having once enjoyed the company of companions, the loneliness that followed was always especially profound. When the figure of the seventh Hokage and his Haori appeared once more in Kurama's mind, it had to admit that in a sense it understood the meaning of loss even better than Sasuke and Niji did at that moment. But its purpose in this life was to ensure that Naruto would never suffer any loss, and also to ensure that it itself would never experience any loss. To that end, there were still many things it had to do, even some things that must never be known to others before they were accomplished. That was also why Kurama had never considered using the fist bump method to reveal everything to Minato or Naruto, because it now held a secret that must never be known to anyone. So over the past few days, aside from organizing the spiritual space, it had also been contemplating how much it should tell Naruto. Anyway, let's pull him in first. Kurama flicked its tail, ceased further deliberation, and after confirming that Naruto had just returned home after seeing Hinata off, locked onto his spirit. Then, a bewildered Naruto appeared before it. Where is this? Mingren stood there dazed. It wasn't that he was shocked by being suddenly pulled into this space. After all, it had happened a few days ago, and once you've experienced something twice, you grow accustomed to it, and wouldn't be startled. What truly astonished him was that this place bore an uncanny resemblance to the realm he often visited in his dreams, a pure white space much like the one he frequented nightly. Yet this locale was even more vibrant and colorful than its dream counterpart. Mingren glanced left at the grass, then right at the flowers. The more he observed, the more a profound sense of familiarity enveloped him, igniting his curiosity. How can you be so engrossed in observing your own inner world? A sudden voice echoed in his ears, startling the fully absorbed Mingren so much that he nearly leaped into the air. Turning around, he saw a row of familiar bars that seemed incongruous with the surrounding environment, and behind them a colossal nine-tailed fox regarding him with keen interest. Mingren instinctively cried out, "A monster." Why do I feel like I've shouted that before? He scratched his head, pondered deeply, paced back and forth, squinted at the bars, and finally struck his palm in a flash of realization. Wasn't this the fox monster that had appeared in one of his dreams before? He had thought it was just a dream, but it turned out this fox was real. Speaking of foxes, only then did the belated Mingren's eyes widen as he pointed at the nine-tailed fox, stammering, "You are the one the village talks about." Before he could finish, the nine-tailed fox interrupted him. "Stop clowning around." The fox's tail slammed heavily against the ground, jolting Mingren off his feet for a moment, physically cutting off his unfinished words. "Time is limited. Today I'll first brief you on a few things to prepare you." Before he could, expecting a drawn-out exchange, Mingren instead sat down directly upon hearing the fox's words, curiously touched the mist that felt cool and icy, and after confirming it posed no harm to his body, assumed a studious posture and looked obediently at the fox. So this was the instinctive response cultivated by Shuimin's daily lessons in his dreams. Observing Mingren's behavior, the nine-tailed fox was inwardly astonished. Though it often listened to Shuimin's lectures, the manifestation in the subconscious and the actual waking state were entirely different. At least this version of Mingren, the model student, was something the fox had rarely seen in its memories of both this life and the previous one. Namikaze Shuimin was truly a fearsome man. Aren't you curious about who this old man is? You just said this is my inner world, so you must be the nine-tailed fox demon the villagers always talk about. No wonder they always stare at me and talk behind my back. It's true. Mingren looked up, scrutinizing the fox in amazement. You're so huge. Are you really inside my body? How is that possible? Is it some kind of sealing technique? Mingren's overly calm and purely curious reaction caught the fox off guard. However, this was partly because the fox had jumped to conclusions. Though this Mingren had also experienced a childhood of sorrow and loneliness, with the guidance and help of the fox and Shuimin, he had gained much more. Surrounded by friends and those who acknowledged him, and with the fox's malevolent thoughts and chakra restrained, this Mingren was indeed growing up in the light of Mai. His exceptional performance had earned him the title Apex of the ninja school within just 2 years of enrollment. Classmates and even students from other grades, those who were one and sought to prove themselves, all believed that only by defeating Uzumaki Mingren on the school grounds could they claim dominance over the ninja school. Otherwise, they couldn't graduate claiming to be the top student. All of this made him much more accepting of the existence of the fox that had once brought disaster to the village compared to the Mingren in the fox's memories. Moreover, at this moment, Mingren couldn't sense even a trace of hostility or danger from the colossal creature before him. Quite a lot of questions at once. The nine-tailed fox explained candidly, "First, this old man is indeed sealed inside you. However, as you know about sealing techniques, without the corresponding method to release it, I can't get out, nor will I harm you, so rest assured. Besides, I have no other intentions toward my now. The destruction of my back, then, was partly due to being influenced by someone. Secondly, this is your inner world, created by your own mind. I'm just borrowing it. And the purpose is to teach you cultivation." "Cultivation? Does that have something to do with the one in my dreams?" Mingren froze, then asked eagerly. "That's not me. You will meet him later, but not now. Don't interrupt me." The fox grew impatient. "In short, for certain reasons, I will personally teach you a special form of energy manipulation during this period. Once mastered, your strength will multiply it. That powerfully." Mingren's eyes sparkled with excitement. "But unlike the lessons in your dreams, this cultivation requires extremely precise control and willpower, so it can't be learned through the vague method of dreaming." The fox explained, "That means you must come to this spiritual world during your normal waking hours to receive training. The cultivation will greatly drain your energy, so in the early stages you'll likely need to eat and sleep to replenish after training. And there are some other preparations. So you'd better find someone to take care of you, because after training you might be unable to move for a while." "Oh, I understand." Mingren nodded, a look of comprehension dawning on his face, clearly having already chosen someone in his mind. "Good, then listen carefully. What you need to prepare." Wait. I have other questions." Mingren, seeing the fox's decisive start, hurriedly interjected. "I want to know, a few days ago, I suddenly ended up in a strange place, and when I came to, I was at Kyushin's house. Was that because of you?" "Pretty much. You were in danger and panicked, so I took control of your body to save you." The fox answered all questions readily. "Once you were safe, I returned." "Then do you know what happened to Sister Quan?" Mingren asked quickly, finally having a clue. This had been worrying him for days. Uchiha Quan. Don't you have the flying thunder god mark on her?" Hearing Mingren's question, the fox was taken aback. During this time, it had been busy adjusting the scene in the spiritual space, and hadn't paid much attention to anything else except whether Mingren encountered new. "I can't sense the mark on Sister Quan anymore. Don't you know either?" "Can't sense the flying thunder god mark. Impossible. I remember Shuimin saying that the flying thunder god mark never disappears." The fox was also stunned, its gaze involuntarily drifting to the chakra mass it had temporarily decorated as the sun in the sky, muttering, "Could it be that I didn't learn well enough? Or did Shuimin hold back? It can't be that I only remember 20 or 30%, can it?" Unable to find an answer, the fox answered honestly, I really don't know about this. Perhaps someone can answer you later. Is that so? Then can you tell me what exactly happened in Sasuke's house? Mingren sighed. However, this question perked up the fox. Its enormous tail even stood upright, and its tone carried a hint of excitement. I have to tell you this properly. First, Mingren, remember this: the Uchiha clan doesn't have many good ones. From now on, if you see a Uchiha, strike first without mercy. Of course, your friend doesn't count. But among the others, the most despicable is that Uchiha ban. That guy is nothing but One sat and listened, the other lay and spoke. The scene was so harmonious, like that of old friends who had known each other. Naruto, standing before the grand gate of the Hyuga clan early in the morning, leaned against the wall and yawned incessantly, looking sleep-deprived. Father, I'm leaving now. Hinata, who had long been ready for school, glanced back at Naruto's state, quickly greeted her father Hiashi, who was training in the courtyard, waved to her little sister, stumbling out of the house half asleep, and then trotted over to Naruto. As Hinata and Naruto walked side by side, Neji, who had been waiting at the edge of the yard, silently kept a distance and followed them. Until they were far away, Hiashi Hyuga remained unruffled, continuing to practice boxing with his clansmen in the courtyard. Hey, what's up with the clan head these days? He used to follow the young lady everywhere to protect her. Now, not only does he not go out himself, but he's also acting out of character by not allowing the young lady to leave the house. She even has to wait for that Naruto kid to come pick her up before she can go to school. Hey, what do you know? Haven't you noticed that the clan head has even canceled our secret protection? Yeah, why is that? Idiot, what would happen if we secretly protect? Would eventually see something we shouldn't. This is telling us not to disturb the young couple's relationship development under— is that so? What else? Originally, the young lady used to go to Naruto every day on her own. Although that Naruto kid is quite excellent, our Hyuga clan is the top clan among the great clans of Konoha. The clan head surely wants the young lady not to be so forward and throw herself at him. I know it's to let the young lady maintain the dignity of a great clan to be more reserved. By having Naruto take the initiative to pick her up for school, he'll care more about Lady Hinata in his heart, understand. Oh, so that's it. I thought it was because Naruto is stronger than both of us and the clan head was dissatisfied with our performance as guards, so he stopped using us. Sigh, that's why you're a clueless rookie. No love experience at all, so naive. Look who's talking as if you have a girlfriend. Hey, wait, according to your analysis, why did the clan head still let Neji follow them? Yeah, let me think. I see. Although they need to cultivate feelings, they're still young. Having Neji as a third wheel is definitely to prevent the young lady and Naruto from being too prematurely. Ida, Kosuke, the two of you step out. Hiashi Hyuga finally couldn't stand it anymore. With a loud roar, he pulled out these two chatterboxes who hadn't noticed that everyone else had stopped moving to listen to their gossip from the morning training formation. Full of energy so early in the morning. Then you two good for nothings go over there and spar. Hayashi's snow-white eyes stared at them, making them tremble, and a sense of unease arose in their hearts. Sure enough, Hiashi coldly said, as clan guards you can't even focus on daily training. Then the sparring will have no rules, actual combat. You won't stop until one of you is completely unconscious. Keep fighting. Oh no. Hyuga Ida and Hyuga Kosuke looked at each other, knowing that the clan head's order was unbreakable. Today it seemed one of them would have to fight to the death. Then they exchanged a smile, revealing an expression of mutual understanding like the most intimate friends, and the same thought arose in both their minds: he'll go all out from the start. I can't give him a chance to counter. Sorry, Ida Kosuke. Wah. Naruto stretched and couldn't help letting out a long yawn. Naruto-kun. Did you not sleep well last night? After Naruto's fifth yawn, Hinata finally couldn't help asking. Hinata, I didn't just not sleep well. I didn't sleep at all. I listened to it rambling all night. My head is about to explode. I didn't even change clothes before coming out. Naruto drooped his head, his eyes half open, looking as if he could fall asleep at any moment. After all, since he was 3, he had been going to bed early and dreaming every day. His biological clock was long set. Listening to someone ramble all night. Hinata was stunned. No wonder she saw Naruto wearing yesterday's clothes. But she already knew about his background. She hadn't heard that Naruto was living with anyone after leaving the orphanage. Could it be that Sasuke came to him to complain last night? Hinata thought immediately. Oh, by the way, Hinata, I won't go to the training ground after school today. Can you come to I've thought about it for a long time, and I think you're the most suitable. I need you for something tonight. Naruto remembered the Nine Tails instructions and casually said to Hinata. Boom. Hinata's brain instantly short-circuited. Neji, who had been eavesdropping behind them, even activated his Byakugan in anger, ready to take down the lecher Naruto. But he thought it over and realized he was no match for him, so he held back for now, planning to go back and get reinforcements after school. Go. To your place. This night. That's not. Hinata, who had grown accustomed to being by Naruto's side, reverted to her former blushing shy self. She placed her 2 index fingers in front of her chest and tapped them together at an astonishing speed, almost sparking. You'll go after school. Since it sounds troublesome, are you not free today? I am willing. Hinata, whose face seemed to be dripping with blushes, nodded, as if making a very important. All right, since it's about training, we can't be careless. He'll be in your care, Hinata. Naruto, who had been yawning, forced himself to be energetic and said with a grin, please take care of me. At training. Yeah, training, what's wrong? Oh no, nothing. Training. Ugh, let's hurry to school. Having said that, Hinata, covering her embarrassed face, dashed off. Naruto, still drowsy, was startled and quickly chased after her, shouting, no need to rush, Hinata, class hasn't started yet. Meanwhile, Niji, who hadn't been paying attention to the conversation, was seriously thinking whether it would be better to go back and report now. After all, he wasn't sure how long those things would take. What if it was too late? Inside the Ninja Academy, Irika, who was lecturing, had veins bulging on his forehead, forcing himself to continue teaching, thinking to himself that he would just pretend not to hear the thunderous snoring. How could that be possible? Schwanwa Mingren, stand up. The merciless chalk flew like a shuriken towards Mingren's head, who was sound asleep on the desk. However, even in his sleep, Mingren instinctively raised his hand with closed eyes and casually swatted the chalk away, as if shooing a mosquito. Mingren, teacher Yaluka is getting angry. Chutian, sitting next to him, seeing Yaluka about to explode, quickly and discreetly pushed Mingren. Is class over? Mingren slowly lifted his head from the desk, yawned, and looked dazedly at the podium. Then, as if realizing something, he quickly put on the appearance of a diligent student, attentively listening, as if nothing had happened. Teacher Yaluka, why did you stop lecturing? It was so interesting, I can't wait to hear the rest. Upon hearing this, most of the class cast admiring glances at him. Truly their class youngest, but still acknowledged big brother Mingren. His shamelessness was absolutely remarkable. Yaluka was also stunned. This Mingren kid, although he usually kept making small disturbances, often chatting with Chutian beside him, or goofing off with other classmates, this was the first time he had actually slept in class. He had originally thought maybe something happened last night, so just waking him up would suffice. But this guy actually turned the tables. Very well. Since you love sleeping so much, you'll follow me to the office after school and sleep as much as you want. No, teacher, I was wrong. I have things to do tonight, I'm sorry. Teacher Yaluka's status instantly rose several levels in the hearts of the classmates. Even a genius student like Mingren, whose ninja skills everyone could see were unparalleled. Wow, everyone was shocked. Their class most awesome and incredible boy, big brother Mingren, was actually being made to stand in the hallway. Teacher Yaluka's status instantly rose several levels in the hearts of the classmates. Even a genius student like Mingren, whose ninja skills everyone could see were unparalleled, received fair punishment without bias. Teacher Yaluka. Lee Loaka beside him was so excited that tears streamed down his face, and he stood up to give this great teacher a big hug. Little Lee, what are you doing? Sit down properly. Hey, let go. You little brat, go stand in the hallway too. Bang. The classroom door was slammed shut by Yaluka. Outside, little Lee and Mingren both looked miserable, exchanged a glance, and could only hang their heads in submission. Seeing that Mingren was about to fall asleep standing up, little Lee, who had been secretly observing him, suddenly looked as if he remembered something and quickly said to Mingren, Mingren, I haven't had a chance to chat with you before. Last time Teacher Kai asked me about how you were doing. Teacher Kai? Which teacher is that? I don't know him. Mingren was stunned. But Teacher Kai said he was your good friend despite the age difference, and even gave you his own training ground. Training ground? Oh, that thicky-browed uncle. Is he a school teacher too? Mingren finally remembered that interesting uncle, and then noticed that the Lee Loaka in front of him looked very similar to that uncle in both attire and features. He clearly remembered that at the start of the semester the other didn't look like this, so he couldn't help asking, is he your father? No. Lee Loaka quickly waved his hand to deny. I also got to know Teacher Kai only recently, last year. That day I was training at the village's public training ground. Teacher Kai happened to pass by, and said he was looking for a new training place as his original one was given to his friend. So as a return for sharing the training ground, he gave me some guidance. That's why I respectfully call him Teacher Kai. Oh, I see. Mingren said he understood, but he was still scrutinizing the other from head to toe, thinking in his heart that they must at least be relatives. Too similar, at least an uncle-nephew relationship. But Teacher Kai is a jonin, very skilled in taijutsu. Before I could practice a few more times, the public training ground I often went to became unusable. So before he left the village last time, he said he would let his friend know so that I could also use his original training ground together. Later I found out that the training ground allocated by the village to Teacher Kai was given to Yuhi. Little Lee scratched the back of his head, which had a watermelon-rind hairstyle, laughing awkwardly, as if still organizing his words. At this moment, our clever Mingren had a sudden realization. So you came specially to tell me that the thicky-browed uncle is doing well, right? Oh well. Little Lee was stunned, looking at Mingren's bright smile, and for a moment didn't know how to speak. Actually, he had told a little white lie. What Maite Kai had said to him was that they were all classmates of the same year, so no need to worry, and just let Little Lee go directly to Mingren. But whether it was Rishiang Chutian Rishiang Ningxi or Yuzibos Wuju, they were all outstanding members of genius clans, let alone Mingren, who had set the legend of the pinnacle of the ninja academy, since enrollment truly a genius among geniuses. Healy Laka, who couldn't use ninjutsu or jinjutsu, was a nobody in the classic grassroots who could only work hard on taijutsu, and the gap between him and them was like a chasm. When facing them, Little Lee's inner inferiority made him dare not propose something like training together. This time it was a rare opportunity to talk alone with Mingren, which gave him a little courage. Is that so? That interesting, uncle. I really haven't seen him for a long time. Seeing Mingren drowsy and about to fall asleep again, Little Lee was at a loss. Was Mingren's attitude just now not understanding or rejecting? It must be rejection. A genius ninja like Mingren, how could he not understand the meaning of my... That's right. An ordinary person like me, how could I train with geniuses like them? Little Lee withdrew his gaze and lowered his head to hide his dejection. But for some reason a voice kept echoing in his mind. Lee, the mettle of youth is the passion shown inadvertently. Aim high, believe in yourself, work harder, and then you too can become a great ninja. Maite Kai's gleaming white teeth and the thumb that gave him courage kept echoing in his mind. Don't give up, me. I. Little Lee clenched his fists, closed his eyes, mustered his courage, turned to Mingren, and shouted, please let me join your training too. Oh sure. Mingren answered him almost instantly. Xiaoli was startled. When he opened his eyes, he saw Naruto standing with his hands clasped behind his head, a brilliant smile, revealing his pearly white teeth, showing no trace of the drowsiness from moments before. I thought it was something serious. Among friends there's no need for such formality. Just say it directly. Naruto grinned, and Xiaoli looked at him, his vision blurring with tears. He wiped his eyes with his hand, and kept murmuring his thanks. Naruto, Rock Lee, both of you are making such a ruckus while standing in the corner. Sasuke, you're here. The classroom door slid open with a whoosh, and Irika leaned out, his face flushed with anger. But before he could scold the two disobedient students, he caught sight of a figure approaching down the corridor. Naruto, who had already noticed him, turned with a smile and greeted Yo Sasuke. You finally made it to school. Still clad in his signature dark blue short-sleeved shirt and shorts, his handsome face bore an aloof and distant expression, yet there was an unmistakable shift in his gaze as he looked at Naruto. Sasuke replied softly, then withdrew his gaze from the two fools standing in the corner, nodded to Irika, and entered the classroom. You two come in as well. Seeing Sasuke silently return to his seat, Irika's anger subsided considerably. He beckoned to Naruto. During the subsequent lesson, Naruto struggled to keep his spirits up, aided countless times by Hinata's subtle nudges of her finger beneath the desk. Finally, he managed to stay awake and endure Irika's entire class. As the bell rang for dismissal, Naruto collapsed onto his desk and fell into a deep sleep. Sasuke, who had stood up to approach him, sat back down again. That night, the silhouette of Naruto I vaguely glimpsed. Was it an illusion or... A conflict raged within Sasuke's eyes. But before he could think it through, his classmates were already sizing him up and whispering among themselves. A conflict raged within Sasuke's eyes. But before he could think it through, his classmates were already sizing him up and whispering among themselves. Some were curious, some sympathetic, some fearful. Their voices and stares surrounded Sasuke, a situation he had never experienced before, leaving him deeply uncomfortable and irritable. Would it be the same even at school? Sasuke-kun. Just as Sasuke was lost in thought, Tintin with her twin buns and a group of classmates gathered around. Under Sasuke's rather cold gaze, she handed him a small box. What's this? Sasuke was taken aback. It's a little token from all of us. It's not much, just what the classmates could pull together. Tintin, as the female representative, flashed a bright and lovely smile. Yes, Sasuke-kun. We don't really know what to say, but you have to stay strong. I've been rooting for you from the start, and I still believe you can beat Naruto. Hinata, Neji, and Naruto have been telling us. Idiot, why bring that up? Amid the jostling and chatter, Sasuke pieced together the gist. He looked at the modest amount of money in the box on his desk, then turned silently to gaze at Neji, who was pretending to admire the scenery, and Hinata, who was conscientiously fanning Naruto, whose face was buried in his notebook as he slept. Thank you. Sasuke spoke from the heart, though his voice was barely audible. As the sun set, Naruto, who had finally caught up on his sleep at school, perked up after class. At the school gate, he gathered Rock Lee, Neji, Sasuke, and Hinata, and after a brief introduction, he said, Hinata and I have some errands today, so we'll head home first. Neji, could you take Rock Lee to the training ground? However, Neji, who had grown accustomed to being around them, stiffened at Naruto's words. He said solemnly, inconveniently, I also have urgent business to attend to at the clan compound. I'll take my leave first. With that, before Naruto could react, Neji vanished with the speed of a lifetime. Oh well. Then what about you, Sasuke? Not convenient these days either. I need to sort out my living arrangements first. Sasuke glanced at Naruto and turned away without a second word. Well, okay. Rock Lee, I'll take you to the training ground. It looks like you'll be on your own today, Naruto said to Rock Lee with a hint of awkwardness. No problem. Training in solitude is a stamp of youth. I'm already fully accustomed to it. Rock Lee replied with a determined look, not taking it to heart. After all, everyone had genuine business, and if they truly disliked him, Naruto wouldn't have brought him along in the first place. Moreover, training alone was precisely the moment to strive and surpass himself. At the thought, Rock Lee's eyes blazed. Oh, even Naruto was amazed by Rock Lee's fervor and optimism. With everything arranged, Naruto finally led Hinata to his room. Excuse me. Though she knew it was for training, Hinata was still very nervous as she stepped through the doorway, speaking softly. Then she curiously surveyed Naruto's home. With her high emotional intelligence, she could only describe it in one word: sparse. It's fine, make yourself at home. Oh, your family has many rules, Hinata. Just treat it like a training ground. Naruto was relaxed. He tossed his small bag onto the bed and sat cross-legged. So Naruto-kun, what exactly do you want me to do? Hinata withdrew her gaze and looked at Naruto, who had assumed a meditation pose. Oh, it's simple. Here. Naruto pulled out a wooden stick from beside the bed, thick as an arm, and handed it to Hinata. He said seriously, if I stay motionless for over an hour, hit me hard on the head with this stick until I wake up. Hinata took the stick, looked at it, then at Naruto, utterly bewildered. What did this mean? What kind of new training method was this? It was so hard to understand. You have to hit really hard. Let me think. Right, you need to infuse it with chakra. That will hurt more and be more effective. I'm counting on you. Naruto clasped his hands and reiterated, then closed his eyes and calmed his mind. When he opened his eyes again, the familiar bars and Kurama appeared before him just as they had many times before. Still the same pure white inner world, except this time clusters of natural energy of varying sizes floated before. Ready, Naruto? Kurama looked at Naruto, a grin curling at the corner of its mouth. Yeah, bring it on. Naruto clenched his fists, looking eager. I'm ready. Ugh. I'm so excited. The trump card, Sage Mode. Good, then I won't waste any more words. Let's start now. Kurama waved a claw and a mass of natural energy flew toward Naruto, enveloping him completely. Then, bang. In the next second, Naruto, still wearing an expression of anticipation, turned into a stone statue, his fists still clenched. Ari. That was Naruto's last thought, and then his consciousness fell into a blank void, as if he had truly become stone. Failed, huh? That's to be expected, Kurama muttered. After all, I already told him the solution. In an hour, when his physical body is struck, no matter what state his spirit is in, he will naturally wake up. Then we'll try again. Kurama looked at Naruto's stone spirit, adjusting the size of the natural energy clusters before it, and muttering, I don't know how to teach Sage Mode either. Let's just find the upper limit Naruto can withstand by trial and error. That should be the right approach. Above the petrified Naruto, the energy mass of Minato, which served as a light source, was still asleep, but it trembled uneasily as Kurama's words fell. In Naruto's room, Hinata knelt obediently before him, tightly gripping the thick wooden stick in her hand, staring fixedly at Naruto's face with her Byakugan. However, after gazing for a moment longer, Hinata's mind began to wander. Naruto-kun looks so handsome when he's quiet like this. In the Hyuga clan's mansion. What? Hayashi Hyuga, who had been calmly brewing tea with an air of profound composure, instantly erupted, his Byakugan flaring open as he unconsciously crushed the teacup in his hand. However, the scalding tea splashing onto his hand failed to capture Hayashi's attention at that moment. He suppressed the urge to rush over to Naruto's house. His gaze swept over the Hyuga branch family member who was relaying Niji's message, his expression dark and unsettled. Calm down, Hayashi, you must remain calm. Haven't you already come to terms with this? After all, he is the offspring of that esteemed personage. Though it happened earlier than for him, as they say, the disciple surpasses the master. The branch member kneeling below watched the clan head Hayashi, sitting there with veins bulging around his eyes, muttering to himself. Finally, unable to hold back, he reminded, clan head, blood. What, bleeding already? These children are too early. No, clan head. I meant your hand is bleeding. Hayashi then looked down at his palm, still clutching the shattered teacup, where a cut from the ceramic shard was oozing blood. Hayashi cried out in dismay, then covered his face with his other hand to hide his expression. Just as the subordinate considerately took out the emergency medical kit that ninja carried and prepared to bandage the clan head, he heard Hayashi murmur, "This was my most beloved cup, to leave me so soon." The clan head isn't mourning the cup at all. He's definitely using it as a metaphor, and his attitude seems to be one of tacit approval. As the subordinate wrapped the bandage around his hand, he silently complained, "Father, hasn't sister come back yet?" Just then little Hanabi Hyuga wandered over from her room, blinking her big adorable eyes as she looked at her father and asked. Having finished bandaging Hayashi, the subordinate tactfully took his leave. Watching his beloved little daughter, Hayashi beckoned to her, and Hanabi obediently nestled into his arms. Holding his dear daughter Hayashi's expression softened slightly. He stroked her hair and said, Hanabi, why are you still awake so late? Tomorrow I'll have to check if you've been slacking off on your studies. I practiced well after dinner, Hanabi said, proudly grinning. That's amazing, Hanabi. You're such a good girl, unlike your sister. Sigh, when you see your sister tomorrow, don't ask her what happened today. Huh? What do you mean, father? Hanabi looked adorably puzzled, completely failing to understand her father's seemingly unrelated remark. Hayashi said no more, only silently sighing in his heart, and with a hint of resentment. How exactly did that esteemed personage raise his son? So precocious. And even if he was truly that impatient, he should at least give some explanation. And so this misunderstanding deepened in Hayashi's internal turmoil. Sometime later, Naruto-kun, I'm sorry. With a sharp thud as the wooden stick struck Naruto's head, the intense pain jolted him awake. Clutching his head, he cried out, that hurts. Naruto-kun, are you okay? A worried Hinata quickly dropped the stick and helped him up. I'm so sorry, was I too rough? No, it's fine. I'll thank you, Hinata. Naruto waved his hand, his face filled with lingering fear as he recalled what had just happened. The experience of his consciousness turning to stone was terrifying. Unable to move or think, yet still aware of the passage of time. It was an indescribable torment. Naruto-kun, are you really training? I don't. During the time Naruto was completely still, Hinata had activated her Byakugan multiple times to observe the changes in his chakra. However, perhaps her Byakugan ability was insufficient, as she could not detect any change in Naruto's chakra at all. In Hinata's eyes, for the entire hour, Naruto's chakra was like a calm lake, tranquil and undisturbed as always. It really is training, and Naruto started to explain, but his stomach growled loudly. Embarrassed, he rubbed his head. I'm starving. Let's eat first. As Naruto tried to stand up to get his prepared cup noodles, he found that he couldn't stand at all. His legs wouldn't obey him, as if they were still in the petrified state. Hey, I can't move. Naruto knocked on his feet. The muscles still had elasticity, not as hard as stone. But in his own perception, his legs still felt like stone. Naruto-kun, you might have just sat too long. Let me get it. Oh, okay. Sorry to trouble you, Hinata. It's on. Hinata kindly followed Naruto's directions, found the cup noodles, and prepared them. She looked thoughtfully at the cabinet full of cup noodles. After eating, Naruto patted his legs again. They seemed to have regained sensation, at least enough to stand. Seeing that Naruto was fine, Hinata breathed a sigh of relief. Naruto glanced at the sky outside, then turned to Hinata with a smile. There's still some time. Let me try once more, and then I'll walk you home. Okay. Although her curfew was almost up, Hinata, who couldn't refuse Naruto, tightened her grip on the wooden stick, now familiar with the routine. As Naruto's consciousness sank into his inner world again, he opened his eyes to see the Nine Tails and asked uncertainly, that situation earlier. Is that really the method to train a trump card? Of course, don't you trust this old fox? The Nine Tails, who had been waiting in the inner world, replied with an air of profound wisdom. Oh no, as long as it's normal. Phew, that hit from Hinata can really hurt. Naruto rubbed the back of his head, wincing. After all, only a sufficient shock of pain can awaken the spirit through the body. And your legs couldn't move earlier, because after your spiritual state was petrified for a while, your body was affected too. You just need to recover to move freely. After all, only a sufficient shock of pain can awaken the spirit through the body. And your legs couldn't move earlier, because after your spiritual state was petrified. This training method is something I devised, and I foresaw this, which is why I told you to call someone to help. The Nine Tails spoke with a tone of having anticipated everything, giving Naruto great confidence. Yosh, let's continue. It was a classic case of one daring to say and the other daring to believe. The Nine Tails picked another sphere of natural energy, slightly smaller than the previous one, and flicked it toward Naruto. Boom. Unsurprisingly, the moment the sphere of natural energy larger than Naruto's body enveloped him, the Naruto statue appeared once again. The road ahead is long and winding. While Naruto was training at the border of the land of water, halt. Who are you? Kakashi, carrying a pair of swords on his back, looked up at the Kirigakure border ninja moving through the trees. He scratched his white hair and said with a relatively serious tone, Konoha Jonin, Kakashi Hitaki here on a mission to visit Elder Genin of the Hidden Mist. Oh, my ninja? Shimu Kakashi, the one who's been making a name for himself recently. The Wuin ninjas fell silent, and then a figure resembling a captain appeared before Kakashi. She was a beautiful woman with long reddish-brown hair cascading past her waist. Her figure was tall and voluptuous with an alluring curve to her chest. Moreover, she exuded a unique charm that seemed irresistible to any man, especially the heroic spirit revealed between her brows, which made her even more captivating. But at this moment, more than her feminine allure, the beautiful body flicker technique she displayed before Kakashi and her courage to face this recently notorious my white-haired reaper in the ninja world all demonstrated the confidence of her strength as a ninja. A formidable opponent. From the first glance at this woman, Kakashi judged in his heart. If it were him a year ago, he might not even be a match for her. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Zhao Meiming. Her emerald green eyes lingered on Kakashi's face for a moment, then she smiled lightly. You look good. A fine man. On a mission, are you? For an outstanding figure like you, I'll personally accompany you back to Wuin village. This woman, she makes surveillance sound so pleasant. But Kakashi wasn't looking for trouble either. He then spread his hands to show he had no hostile intent. However, the Wuin ninjas were clearly not so easygoing. As Kakashi prepared to follow, Zhao Meiming, one of them, standing on a tree, suddenly spoke. Please remove your weapons. As he said this, he reached out, as if to block Kakashi. But just as Kakashi glanced away, Zhao Meiming ahead waved her hand. Forget it. I'm with him, so it's fine. Kakashi noticed that Zhao Meiming held an extraordinary status among these Wuin ninjas. When she gave an order for the Chūnin of Wuin to let Kakashi pass, the others didn't even raise any objection. However, due to the previous Blood Mist village policy, Wuin village was one of the 5 great shinobi villages that rarely communicated with the outside world, so little information about the ninjas within Wuin was known to outsiders. At least Kakashi did not know this. Zhao Meiming, who appeared here. Watching her figure disappear into the dense forest ahead, he withdrew his gaze and followed. As the 5 great nations possessed the largest territories on the map, the borderlines guarded by each ninja village were of utmost importance. Anyone attempting to sneak across the border would be killed without mercy. After the Third Shinobi World War, although there was no open hostility between the Mai of the Hua country and the Wuin village of the Shui country, there were many covert conflicts. In the past, the Rishiong and Yuzibo clans of the Mai had dealings with the Wuin village, and Kakashi was especially different. His grudge against the Wuin village was considerable. Back then, the one who implanted the 3 tails into Lin, ultimately forcing Lin to kill herself in his own hands, was likely from the Wuin village. This was also why the advisors in the Hokage's office had been so opposed to his mission to the Wuin village. Mr. Kakashi, do you not like to chat? After they had been traveling for a while, Zhao Meiming, who was leading the way, suddenly stopped and turned to look at Kakashi with a half-smile. In front of a charming lady like you, I think most men would be too shy to show their faces. Kakashi still wore a lazy expression. I'm already being quite Is that so? Zhao Meiming tilted her head slightly, fixing her beautiful eyes on Kakashi's eyes, a teasing smile curling at the corner of her lips. I think Mr. Kakashi is afraid of being charmed by me, and that's why he deliberately ignores me. Hearing this, Kakashi helplessly tapped his own forehead protector with his finger. After all, I have a mission. I'm quite clear about separating public and private matters. After that, Kakashi glanced behind him. Although there was no movement, he had been aware from the very beginning that quite a number of ninjas were following them. Moreover, their tracking skills were so superb that they were likely elite-level operatives, or above, probably from the Wuin village's assassination. However, Kakashi still focused his attention on Zhao Meiming ahead of him. After all, the most troublesome one was her mission. Yes, of course. The mission of a Mai ninja is naturally important. Mr. Kakashi wants to see Lord Yuan, right? Zhao Meiming's tone, which had been charming and seductive, suddenly turned dangerous. But we can't let a Mai ninja meet Lord Yuan so easily. For safety's sake, I'd rather take Mr. Kakashi there myself. Don't worry, I won't kill you. If possible, I'd rather go myself. Kakashi sighed. After all, making it so formal with injuries and blood won't look good for either of us. From the start, they had never intended to let him enter the Wuin village normally. Their vigilance had never been relaxed from beginning to end. Is it just because I'm a Mai ninja that I get this treatment? Or is it that what Yuzibo Shursui did in the Wuin village is more hated than I imagined, or something else? Hey, don't worry. They'll be as gentle as possible. Zhao Meiming let out a light laugh. Then the Wuin village experts who had been trailing them all along appeared and surrounded Kakashi. She coldly ordered, capture him. Just don't kill him. Make sure he loses combat capability, then confirm the true nature of his mission. Yes, water release mist concealment technique. As the Wuin ninja performed the technique, a thick fog that was impossible to see through gradually covered Kakashi's vision, and even the opponent's chakra and breathing became undetectable. As the Wuin ninja performed the technique, a thick fog that was impossible to see through gradually covered Kakashi's vision, and even in the midst of the mist, Kakashi's lazy voice came slowly, filled with helplessness. It's too late to sweet-talk me now. Zhao Meiming chuckled. Troublesome woman. Kakashi muttered, then suddenly raised his head. The blade was drawn, and lightning flashed. Right before Zhao Meiming's eyes, the mist concealment technique, cast by as many as 5 Wuin ninjas, was torn in two by a swift, thunderous slash from top to bottom. Then, after the lightning flash cut through the thick fog, the moment that crimson gaze fell upon Zhao Meiming, Kakashi's figure vanished from the mist. Not good. That was her lightning-fast thought, but by the time she truly felt the threat, it was already too late. Kakashi's threatening face was already right in front of her. In just one breath, that short blade could pierce her throat. She had to stop the hand seal she was halfway through and dared not move. Even when she thought she had victory in hand, she was subdued in an instant without even having time to. Zhao Meiming was secretly shocked. In her memory, the Kakashi at this moment was the most decisive person she had ever seen. The time it took for him to break through the technique and appear before her was so fast that not only the other Wuyin ninjas already in position, but even the noise of the lightning he had unleashed could not catch up. Even when she thought she had victory in hand, she was subdued in an instant without even having time to activate her technique. However, Kakashi did not continue to act. He sheathed the long sword in his hand and moved the short blade away from her neck. Zhao Meiming was stunned. "See, I have no hostile intent." Then pushing down his forehead protector to cover his Sharingan, Kakashi continued walking forward nonchalantly. His unique magnetic voice sounded behind her. "Continue leading the way, miss. This time don't bring so many guards. Are my ninjas all this unreasonably strong?" Zhao Meiming stared blankly at Kakashi's back, reaching up to touch the thin wound on her neck left by the blade. No hostile intent. If she hadn't stopped her hand seal and given up resistance, there was no doubt that the blade would have severed her head. The killing intent of this man at that moment was genuine. He was not at all afraid of the consequences of killing a Wuyin village border ninja. Shimu Kakashi. Thump. Another heavy strike landed and Naruto woke up again with a cry of pain. But this time Hinata had learned from experience. As soon as Naruto opened his eyes, she picked up the ice pack she had prepared earlier and gently pressed it against the swelling lump on his head, rubbing it softly. "Thank you, Hinata." Naruto watched the stars slowly fade from his vision and sighed. "This is way harder than I imagined. It's really tough. Naruto-kun, can you move your legs this time?" Hinata asked meekly, carefully massaging the spot where she had struck him. Seems like I need to wait a bit too." "Oh." The two of them stayed in silence for a while, but unlike Hinata, whose mind was racing with thoughts, Naruto's expression was completely blank. He sat motionless, his gaze vacant like a stone statue. "Sorry, Hinata, could you help me lie down for a bit? I think my legs have gone completely numb." Suddenly Naruto, who had been staring blankly, grimaced. "And my head is spinning. I feel like throwing up. How could it be that I hit you too hard?" Hinata immediately grew anxious. "No, it's not your fault. It's just that my mental state seems a bit off." Naruto's energy visibly drained away, and he sat there lifelessly, as if he had lost his soul. Startled, Hinata quickly helped him onto the bed. After lying on the bed for just a moment, Naruto snapped back to reality and looked at his own body with a hint of confusion. "Naruto-kun, just rest on the bed for a while. I'll get you a glass of water. If you still feel unwell, I'll go call a doctor right away," Hinata said softly, her brow furrowed with worry. Thank you, Hinata. But don't worry, I just need a little rest." Naruto nodded gratefully, then closed his eyes and sank into thought. Seeing Naruto return, Kurama instinctively prepared to toss more natural energy his way, but Naruto quickly waved his hand to stop him and explained his situation. "This is my oversight. It seems that being turned into stone for too long and stopping your thinking affects your developing brain. Although you won't be in any real danger in the spiritual world, given your young age and still developing mental strength, this kind of influence can still pose a risk." Kurama speculated and deduced the cause after hearing Naruto's question. "Yeah, it's really serious. Just now I felt like my mind went completely blank. And my mind and body felt completely detached from me. It was as if I had turned into a stone statue in the real world too. I couldn't control my thoughts or my body." Naruto shook his head, grumbling with his arms crossed. "Is that so? That does sound dangerous. It seems we can't. Alright, let's stop here for today. From now on, we'll just practice for a while each day. The main issue is that we still haven't figured out exactly how much natural energy your body can absorb, so we can't move on to the next step." Kurama recalled, then waved a paw. "Alright, go back. Don't let that girl worry." With a wave of Kurama's paw, Naruto's spiritual form vanished before. "It seems teaching isn't as easy as I thought," Kurama muttered, looking up at Minato's chakra mass. Thinking about it, in the past life, he hadn't really taught Naruto anything. He just condensed chakra and sent it over. The only exception was the tailed beast mode, which was just him burning himself out. Could it be that he really had no talent for teaching? No way. Kurama flicked his tail, dismissing the thought. He would never admit to such a flaw. When Naruto opened his eyes again, he saw the familiar ceiling. He tentatively stretched his limbs and found that they were much better, so he jumped off the bed. "Naruto-kun, how are you feeling?" "It's nothing, just a side effect of training. I'm pretty much fine now. Let's call it a day. They'll walk you home." Taking Hinata's hand, he headed for the door. "Huh. Now Hinata was taken aback. "Yeah, what's wrong? It's already dark. Hey, something smells good." Naruto sniffed the air, then his gaze landed on the 2 cups of instant noodles on the table. Steam was rising from them. Clearly, they had just been brewed. I was afraid you might be hungry." Hinata averted her gaze shyly. "But we just ate." Naruto scratched his head, but quickly shrugged it off. "Still, this training is really exhausting. I can handle another cup." "Then Hinata, can you still eat this one?" Hinata's voice was barely a whisper. The night had grown deep. The pedestrians on the street had thinned out, leaving only the streetlights flickering with a faint glow illuminating Neji Hyuga, who was pacing anxiously. He stared at the house ahead. In the simple second-floor room, Naruto and Hinata had gone in and not yet come out. The clan hasn't made a move. Could it be? He stared at the house ahead. In the simple second-floor room, Naruto and Hinata had gone in and not yet come out. The other person noticed him too. They stared at each other. After a long pause, Neji broke the silence. Why are you here? None of your business. Are you planning to investigate the secret of his strength? Humph. Another long silence. Finally, Neji cleared his throat and asked, mind if I join? None of your business. Are you planning to investigate the secret of his strength? Humph. Another long silence. Naruto patted his round belly and let out a satisfied sigh. This training makes me lose control of my body completely. It's terrifying. I even forgot I was hungry. Such dangerous training, Naruto. Do you still want to continue? Hinata thoughtfully handed him a cup of tea after the meal, then naturally gathered the leftover noodle cups on the table into a trash bag, as if it were the most ordinary thing. Oh, of course. This is a trump card. Naruto grinned. Once I master it, it'll be incredible. Seeing Naruto like this, Hinata felt encouraged. She picked up the wooden stick and cheered, then I'll do my best too. Looking at the stick, Naruto's confident smile turned slightly awkward. Come on, let me walk you home. But when Naruto and Hinata opened the door and stepped outside, they saw two figures they never expected. Sasuke, Neji Nijinii. Naruto and Hinata both widened their eyes and exclaimed in unison. Sasuke and Neji, looking guilty as if caught red-handed, were hastily fumbling with keys in front of another room's door. The other two stared back at Naruto and Hinata. Their expressions varied. You two. What are you doing? Naruto pointed at them, then a light bulb went off. Are you trying to break in? What the hell? Sasuke glared at Naruto, already prepared with an explanation. The village arranged for me to stay here temporarily. So Uchiha has not only become your neighbor, but also Mingren-kun's landlord. In the classroom the next day, Chūnin asked with a shocked expression. Yeah, he told me this morning when I left the house. He said he agreed to the village reclaiming the Uchiha clan's land, and in return the village gave him a huge pile of money. And then that guy actually bought the building where my home is. Mingren turned his head to look at the empty seat of Zhuazhu, gritting his teeth. He's going to the village today to sign some contract. I knew that guy had a weird look in his eyes yesterday. Damn it. Just thinking about having to pay him rent from now on makes me feel sick all over. So that's how it is. Actually, Mingren-kun mentioned last time that the place he lives now is indeed arranged by the village. Chūnin suddenly understood, and then a thought arose in her heart. Could I discuss with father about letting Mingren-kun come live at our home? What am I thinking? Chūnin. Oh no, nothing. Moi. What's wrong? I just asked you something, and you didn't answer. Mingren tilted his head and looked at Chūnin strangely. So sorry. Chūnin quickly lowered her head. I was distracted. Mingren-kun, what did you ask just now? I mean, that guy Ningxi has been staring at me since last night, and this morning, when he picked you up, he's still staring. What's wrong with him? Mingren glanced sideways at Ningxi, who was sitting behind him, and staring intently, then touched the tip of his nose in confusion. Well, Chūnin hesitated for a long moment. Actually, after I returned home yesterday, I felt that Ningxi, father, and my little sister were all acting a bit strange. Maybe something happened in the family, but they didn't tell me. That big families are not easy either. Mingren seemed to think of something and quickly added, Chūnin, you must be careful. After all, Zhuozhu's family just had a tragedy. If something unexpected happens to your family, be sure to tell me early. No, it can't be that bad. Chūnin was also a bit frightened. They'll go talk to him. Mingren immediately put his practical spirit into action. Sure enough, in a conversation where Mingren and Ningxi were on completely different wavelengths, like a chicken talking to a duck, they ended up arguing and then broke into a fight. While the result could be considered a small scuffle since it ended quickly. Inside Mingren's inner world, the Nine Tails watched Mingren's ordinary yet heartwarming daily life and narrowed its eyes. In its memories, Mingren's past life, school life, was not clear to it. At that time, it was full of hostility and hatred, constantly influencing Mingren's thoughts, trying to drag him into the abyss of darkness. And at that time, Mingren unconsciously more often experienced the sadness of being isolated or ignored by others. Even though there were a few friends who could play with him a little, it was only for a brief moment of mischief at school. So Mingren chose to stage some ridiculous pranks in the village with the hope that someone would care about him and pay attention to him. In this regard, the Nine Tails felt a sense of guilt. So if possible, it would be quite happy to see Mingren spend his childhood carefree like this, and then walk the path that his dreams lead him to. But if the enemies and dangers that are destined to come are not resolved, this world will not give it and Mingren this opportunity. On this point, nothing in this world is more clear than the Nine Tails at this moment. Boom. A mass of natural energy even larger than any Mingren had ever seen appeared before the Nine Tails. And that mass of energy was slowly expanding at a speed almost visible to the naked eye. If at this moment the spirit in heaven, Shuamen, regained consciousness, he would be shocked to find that within this continuously expanding natural energy, a faint trace of chakra could be sensed. This huge mass of natural energy at this moment actually exhibited the characteristics of sage art chakra, but this completely violates the principles of sage art. Extracting completely pure natural energy and then blending it with chakra, maintaining a fixed ratio between them, otherwise the energy would become unbalanced, either being devoured by nature's power and transforming into another form or failing to condense sage art chakra at all. In any tradition of sage art, the proportion of natural energy in the form sage art chakra is always 1/3. But at this moment, the mass of natural energy before the Nine Tails, or rather sage art chakra, had completely broken this law. It was like an army of natural energy with a single chakra soldier mixed in, completely out of proportion. And unlike other sage art chakra, this mass of energy even exhibited the property of self-refining and expanding. Just a little, the Nine Tails swallowed this mass of energy again into its body, then a dangerous glint flashed in its fox-like eyes. Datong Yu clan, I truly look forward to the expressions on your faces when you see this gift. Meanwhile, in the Wuyin village far from my Kakashi, who had encountered no further surprises along the way, finally met the esteemed Yuanshi, whose status in Wuyin village was no less than that of the Mizukage under the guidance of Zhou. The Uchiha clan annihilated 2 shrank rogue ninja. Unexpected, truly unexpected. This is indeed a lamentable outcome. Yuanshi, with a hairstyle that unmistakably marked him as a strong man, appeared kind and benevolent. Under the protection of several elite ANBU from Wuyin village, after confirming that the intelligence Kakashi had reported was accurate, he looked at the my ninja before him. But does this also confirm that my acknowledges that the crimes committed in Wuyin village were done by Uchiha Shursui? Of course we do not deny it, Kakashi smiled. And I believe that the actions in Wuyin village may only be the tip of the iceberg. Oh, if even the incident that caused the disappearance of the Wuyin village Mizukage is only the tip of the iceberg, then what is his real purpose? I wonder if Yuan Shidono has heard of an organization in the ninja world called Shao. Shao. The shrewd and experienced Yuanshi keenly sensed that Kakashi was implying something in this organization's name. Yuanshi remained silent, waiting for Kakashi to continue. According to Mui's intelligence, it is certain that Uchiha Shursui has joined this organization. And during my years on missions outside, I have heard rumors that some of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist who defected from Wuyin village have also joined a certain organization. After hearing this news, Yuanshi remained silent for a moment. Then he looked at Kakashi and suddenly spoke. Your visit here is not just to inform about the rogue ninja, is it? Is my interested in making a deal with Wuyin? As the sun slowly set over Wuyin village, Kakashi, having completed his mission, was walking along the streets of Wuyin, taking a leisurely stroll with interest. He even saw a bookstore displaying the early serialization of the Makeout Paradise series that had long been pulled from shelves in Mai. Different from the previous impression of the infamous Blood Mist village in the ninja world, although one could still feel a tense and serious atmosphere in the air, the Wuyin village that Kakashi saw now was quite peaceful. It seems that Lord Yuanshi's governance methods are even more skillful than imagined. Even in the situation where the village's Kaguya has disappeared, the entire village shows no signs of wavering. After noting down some observations about Wuyin village in his mind as he walked, Kakashi turned his head a bit helplessly to look at the beauty beside him. Miss Miming, is that icy glare of yours in order for me to leave? For a dangerous person like you, even if Lord Yuanshi had not ordered it, I would keep an eye on you as long as you are within Wuyin village. Zhou Miming, who made no attempt to hide her surveillance and hostility, had completely abandoned her earlier leisurely attitude and instead followed closely beside Kakashi with full vigilance. Kakashi glanced at the almost healed wound on her neck, then looked behind her at the 2 elite jonin from Wuyin village who were following them closely. Are they experts of extraordinary skill, proficient in taijutsu? Kakashi understood in his heart. Obviously, the previous lesson had made her understand that as a ninjutsu-type ninja, she could not gain an advantage against Kakashi, who possessed astonishing close combat skills, so she had prepared in advance. Before a secluded river cave, Uchiha Itachi followed Uchiha Shursui as they guided a small boat forward. I thought you changed your mind. I didn't see you that night. The village's higher-ups were trickier than expected. It took some time to shake them off. Is that so? Shursui gazed at Itachi's expressionless face, noncommittal. We're almost there. Ahead lies the organization of that man, Uchiha Madara, though he's hiding his identity under the alias Toby, posing as a low-level outsider with no real skill. Shursui nodded, then pointed to the black cloth covering his eyes, adding, not just him. Me too. Apart from the organization's leader and his confidant, only you know our true identities. Consider this a heads up so we don't slip up. In the organization, my name is Shihika. A simple disguise then. I don't need one. Your deeds are too notorious, it's pointless. Besides, joining as a newcomer with an overly mysterious identity would only invite more scrutiny. You seem to have experience. As they conversed, the boat pulled up to the cave entrance, and they stepped inside. The cave was vast and hollow. The moment Itachi set foot inside, he sensed faint traces of chakra on the stone bed and floor. Likely surveillance ninjutsu. Anyone passing through would be detected. At the deepest point of the cave, a bizarre colossal stone statue loomed before Itachi. Its mouth gaped wide, its face tilted skyward, yet embedded in the rock wall, its hands raised, as if cradling something in front of its chest, as though it were roaring. Itachi also noticed the statue's eyes seemed obscured. For no reason, he felt a vague resemblance between this eerie sculpture and the Uchiha Shursui beside him. Well, if it isn't Itachi. Long time no see. A figure emerged from the shadows atop the statue's palm, calling out to Itachi with a familiar tone. Orochimaru. Itachi's heart stirred. He hadn't expected that the shrank rogue ninja, once a taboo subject in the village, had already joined the Akatsuki. Orochimaru had been a former disciple of the third Hokage. After failing to vie for the fourth Hokage's position, he had vanished without a trace. No wonder the Umbu had never been able to find him. Yet Itachi's expression remained impassive, as if he calmly accepted encountering a fellow villager within the organization. Haha, I've heard all about you. You truly understand that darkness is the essence of a shinobi. Casting aside those burdens like villages, clans, and comrades. That's the right move. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with undisguised excitement, but Itachi only felt disgust. He sensed that Orochimaru's thrill wasn't simply about his joining the organization. It was for some other reason. Compared to the fourth Hokage, you Orochimaru fall far short. Ignoring Orochimaru, Itachi turned his attention to the masked man who also appeared from the palm. The man acted boisterously and carefree, greeting them. Brother Firefighter, you're back. Boss, they're here. Brother Firefighter. Itachi cast a sidelong glance at Shursui, who remained utterly indifferent to the nickname. Connecting it to his alias and the clownish behavior of the masked man, he fell into thought. Later, Itachi finally met the rumored leader of the Akatsuki. When he saw Pain's Rinnegan, Itachi was inwardly startled. The Rinnegan of the Sage of Six Paths, a myth he had only heard of in the Uchiha clan's secret lore, turned out to be real. Such eyes truly existed in this world. But Itachi's acting never betrayed his inner thoughts. The true goal of the Akatsuki is to bring lasting peace to this shinobi world. The Akatsuki will replace the 5 great nations and rule everything. To that end, we need to accumulate more power. Uchiha Itachi, who has rejected Konoha, we welcome your joining. An ambitious wish. Staring at those mythical eyes, Itachi wondered how much of this speech was true. But he had already resolved to become the eyes of the will of fire, to uncover the truth and monitor the Akatsuki's movements so that the future envisioned by the fourth Hokage could come to pass. Under Pain's gaze, Itachi decisively carved a mark of betrayal onto his Konoha headband. Itachi, this ring is your code name. Pain handed the ring inscribed with the character Scarlet to Itachi, then led him to meet the other. Whether it was Juzo Biwa of the Mist, Seven Swordsman Orochimaru of Konoha's legendary Sannin, or intimidating figures like Kakazu and Sasori, Itachi was somewhat surprised, but still anticipated their presence. Yet when a boy with pink pupils appeared before him, also clad in the Red Cloud black robe, he was genuinely shocked. The missing fourth Mizukage of the Mist Village is actually in the Akatsuki. How is this possible? Sensing Itachi's gaze, Yagura slowly turned his head and looked at him calmly. Jinjutsu. A puppet. What is this? From now on, Itachi will be paired with Juzo Biwa. Proceed with the plan as before. Hearing his assignment, Itachi remained impassive, silently observing the pairs as they departed. So the one operating alongside the fourth Mizukage is Shursui. Ignoring Orochimaru's request to switch partners, Pain reiterated the mission to the assembled members, then dismissed the Akatsuki. After everyone had left the cave, Conan approached Pain, frowning. Pain, we've already gathered enough members for the plan, even more than needed. Should we continue? Pain said nothing, instead turning to gaze at the colossal ghetto statue, as if lost in thought. The rings that allow you to more easily perform the light illusion body technique have all been distributed. Should I forge more? Yes. Conan wanted to say more, but watching the Akatsuki expand at an accelerated pace, she felt a vague unease. Yet she didn't want to burden Nagato with additional worries, so she held her tongue. After Uchiha Itachi joined, Conan's vigilance against the man claiming to be Uchiha Madara reached its peak. With Uchiha Shursui also in the organization, 2 mini members had been brought in by him, even including the Three-Tails Jinchuriki, the fourth Mizukage, who was originally one of their targets. She couldn't understand it, but privately Nagato had told her he knew the reason for their joining. And no matter what happened, the Rinnegan-wielding pain possessed absolute power to suppress them all. Yet Chūnin remained uneasy. All of this compelled her to prepare in advance. She had an unspoken premonition that things would not unfold as Nagato imagined. With a sharp crack, the wooden staff was deflected by Naruto's arm. As he lifted his head again, a fleeting glint of fox-like crimson flashed in his eyes before reverting to their azure hue. "Naruto-kun, you finally did it." Hinata's joyful cry rang in Naruto's ears, and then he felt a soft, fragrant warmth collide into him. Dazed for a moment, Naruto was equally thrilled, laughing as he lifted the equally delighted Hinata and spun her around several times. "Ah, Hinata, thank you so much. I've finally mastered it." Naruto grinned, about to show off to Hinata when suddenly a wave of dizziness washed over him. Accustomed to this by now, Hinata quickly brought over the prepared meal. "A whole year. It's been so tough." Naruto ate heartily, savoring the food Hinata had made, and sighed with emotion. Indeed, a whole year had passed. During that time, they had repeated this training almost daily. For both Naruto and Hinata, they had grown accustomed to each other's company. "We should tell Sasuke-kun the good news too. He's always been so concerned about your training, he's come to check on you countless times." As she spoke, Hinata skillfully and habitually served Naruto another bowl of rice. "How I promised him I'd teach him once I learned it. He always says he doesn't need it, but I know he's curious. Though he's probably still training and hasn't come back yet." After a satisfying meal, Naruto glanced at the clock they had bought specially and said to Hinata, "Should I walk you home?" "No, let me tidy up here first. You should get some rest." "Oh." Naruto watched Hinata's brisk movements as she cleaned up, lost in thought. Somehow he found himself asking Hinata, "Do you think we're like, eh?" Hinata paused, looking at him with confusion. "Naruto-kun, did you say something?" "No, nothing." Naruto's face flushed, and he quickly waved his hands. Hinata tilted her head adorably, but then dismissed it. Afterward, under the glow of the night and streetlights, Naruto walked Hinata home. Waving goodbye, he watched her figure disappear into the Hyuga compound. Faintly, he could hear the sound of Hinata talking with her father. A long-lost feeling of loneliness crept back into his family. Naruto murmured, but soon composed himself and turned back. He didn't head straight home, however, but went in another direction. He wanted to see someone else who was surely missing his family. Ha ha ha. The sound of labored breathing and pounding came from the dense forest ahead. Naruto stood on a tree branch, silently watching Sasuke, training hard in the clearing. This was the secret training ground of the Uchiha clan. Naruto understood Sasuke because that was just how he was. It wasn't that he was hiding his training from Lee and the others, nor that he was deliberately avoiding them. Because ever since the Uchiha family incident, and after he had challenged Naruto with his Sharingan and lost disastrously, he had come here every night to train in secret. Naruto had taken that fight seriously, knowing what had happened to the Uchiha clan. During the battle, he had told Sasuke the truth as he knew it. But Sasuke's answer was resolute. "You cannot understand. I cannot forgive. Cannot understand." That was what Sasuke had said to Naruto, even when he was beaten to the ground, utterly exhausted, yet refusing to pass out. Yes, Naruto had no family of his own, so how could he understand the pain of losing one? It was then that he allowed Sasuke to land a punch in a dazed moment. He could never forget the fierce determination in Sasuke's eyes at that moment. Defeating him had become Sasuke's most important goal. It was fortunate that Naruto had taken that challenge seriously, otherwise if he had brushed it off with a shadow clone, Sasuke's mentality might have shattered. But thank you, Naruto, for telling me that there are still clan members alive in this world. It's wonderful, truly wonderful. Those were the last words Sasuke spoke, tears streaming down his face, before he "Who's there?" Sasuke suddenly sensed something jerking his head up. His crimson Tsutomu Sharingan stared directly at the spot where Naruto had, but he saw nothing, as if it had been an illusion. Sasuke had never told anyone about this place. Except for Itachi, only one person knew and had been here. Naruto. Did he come to tell me he succeeded? Sasuke froze, then stopped his movements. He'll tell Neji and Lee tomorrow. Back home, Naruto stretched, looking at the room Hinata had cleaned spotlessly. Smiling, he sank into his inner world. I did it. The Nine Tails half opened its eyes, watching the overjoyed Naruto, pretending not to notice that the boy had composed himself outside before coming here. Now try to enter this form actively. All right. Naruto clapped his hands confidently, closed his eyes, and red eyeshadow appeared at the corners. When he slowly opened his eyes, his azure pupils had been replaced by a pair of dangerous red vertical slits, and a sharp, yet restrained aura swirled around him. Naruto looked at his own body in wonder. It's incredible. I feel like I can hear so many sounds, see more colors, and my body is unimaginably light. He threw a casual punch into the air, and the sonic boom it produced was almost deafening. As I told you, get familiar with this power first. At your current level, this Sage Mode amplifies your physical abilities several times over, which may actually make it hard for you to adapt. Amazing. This is a true trump card. By the way, why is it called Sage Mode? Naruto's fox-like eyes looked at the Nine Tails in confusion. Shouldn't it be Fox Sage Mode or something? Call it whatever you like, I don't care. The Ninetales swished its tail, then seemed to recall something. Oh, one more thing. Your father has something to say to you. Naruto was stunned. Didn't you say my father was dead? Did I say that? I remember you said his spirit in heaven is always watching you. Naruto. A gentle voice sounded behind him, filling him with both surprise. The unfamiliar yet familiar voice made Naruto's heart leap. He turned around immediately and saw a will-o-the-wisp floating in midair. The wisp floated before Naruto's eyes, smiling at him. Naruto, I am your father. Father. Naruto was frozen. See, my words weren't wrong, were they? The Ninetales wagged its tail, unable to hide its amusement. Perhaps the image of Shui Min's appearance was so profoundly shocking that Ming Ren's emotions remained in a peculiar dimension, a state of being neither fully joyful nor fully startled. Although Ming Ren could not deny the genuine surprise in his heart upon hearing that he could still see his father, the fact that he once had a family and a father was in itself the best news for him. But to be honest, faced with this form of a will-o-the-wisp, he could not bring himself to feel happy from the bottom of his heart. In fact, more than the reunion with his father, what filled his heart was awe at Jiawei, never expecting that the being inside him could actually summon the spirit in heaven of his own father. This was the first time he had truly seen a ghost, and it was an eye-opening experience. There was even a trace of fear. Ming Ren, it's been a while, and you've grown so much. Shui Min's chakra flickered, his tone tender. Fa. Wait, are you really my dad? Ming Ren stammered a little after all the scene before him was too unbelievable. Shui Min, you should change your appearance before Jiawei, who had been watching from the side, finally couldn't stand it anymore and began to retort. Shui Min. What's wrong? Jiawei asked in confusion. Actually, it's not that I want to use this form, but it seems I cannot yet restore myself to human form. Shui Min answered awkwardly. After awakening, he had urgently asked Jiawei to see Ming Ren, but only upon appearing did he realize that his chakra cluster form could not be transformed for the time being. Can't you have a little more ambition? Jiawei said this, but his body honestly still reached out to help Shui Min adjust his chakra. As Jiawei's red chakra slowly flowed and Ming Ren watched in shock as the will-o-the-wisp, claiming to be his father, gradually revealed the silhouette of a human figure within the light. Yellow hair similar to his own, but a shade darker, azure eyes, a straight nose, a slightly upturned corner of the mouth. A visage more mature and handsome than his own. Ari. Ming Ren looked at Shui Min's appearance, feeling a sense of familiarity. Seems like I've seen him somewhere. And when Shui Min's body fully formed, and the redand white patterned Haori was manifested by his chakra, Ming Ren finally remembered where he had seen the other. On the iconic building of Konoha, the faces of successive Hokages carved into the cliff face. Fourth Hokage. Ming Ren looked at Shui Min's appearance, and the perfectly fitting Haori murmured, Is he my father? In an instant, Ming Ren connected many things. The legend of the heroic fourth Hokage, the Ninetales inside him, the villagers' attitude toward him from the... But Ming Ren felt as if he couldn't think of anything, his mind a blur. Your current appearance. I see you have achieved sage mode with the help of Lord Jiawei. Shui Min smiled warmly, and after returning to human form, he was back in his familiar state. Then he looked at Jiawei behind Ming Ren with gratitude in his eyes, while Jiawei merely twitched his ears, clearly not intending to disturb this father-son reunion. Are you really my father? Ming Ren still stared at him in a daze, repeating the question. Yes, Ming Ren, as real as it gets. You are the son of me, bluffing Shui Min, that is beyond doubt. Shui Min seemed a bit worried about being doubted, his tone becoming more serious. You've really worked hard, Ming Ren. I've always been watching. Shui Min looked at Ming Ren's current appearance and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. He had previously used Ming Ren's body to activate Sage Mode with the help of Jiawei's power, but he had been unable to observe himself then. Now seeing it with his own eyes, Ming Ren's Sage Mode form was quite different from Jiraiya Sensei's, yet the calm and natural feeling it gave him was exactly the same. After the sigh, just as Shui Min was about to reach out and pat Ming Ren's head, Ming Ren suddenly struck. This turn of events that no one could have predicted left Shui Min completely caught off guard. Not to mention that this punch was delivered in Sage Mode with immense force that struck Shui Min's abdomen, instantly causing him to double over in pain, his face contorted. Although at this moment, he was merely a mass of chakra being within Ming Ren's mental world, the pain would be transmitted to Shui Min's chakra in accordance with Ming Ren's perception. This scene truly surprised Jiawei and also amused him. After all, in the past life, when these two father and son met, he had opened a room and not let Jiawei see it, so he didn't know the specifics. Ming Ren actually reacts like this. It's you, isn't it? It's you, right? Ming Ren lowered his head, his tone seemingly accusatory, and even a hint of sobbing could be heard. Are you resenting me, Ming Ren, for sealing Jiawei inside you while leaving you first, causing you to be so lonely as a child without giving you a proper happy childhood? All of this is my fault. Shui Min was startled, then began to hurriedly confess and apologize with heartache. But Ming Ren withdrew his fist, and then threw his arms around. At his age, his height only allowed him to bury his face in Shui Min's abdomen, but he hugged so tightly, crying out, "The voice I've always heard in my dreams. That was you, Dad, wasn't it? I recognized it. Why did you tell me only now? Why did you hide it from me? Why didn't you tell me earlier that you were always watching over me? I also have a family. I also grew up under my father's gaze. I was never alone." Ming Ren's words struck Shui Min's heart like a hammer. So this was what he cared about. Shui Min was moved. He hugged his son back tightly. He bluffing Shui Min was never one to easily show emotion, but at this moment, he said nothing more. As the two acknowledged each other after a long while, they waited for Ming Ren's emotions to settle. Shui Min gradually began to tell Ming Ren about his past, also mentioning his mother, Xuanhua Jixinai, while Ming Ren kept recounting the experiences of the past year that Shui Min had not known. Jiu Wei quietly watched the father and son converse, and his gaze softened. Its lifespan was long and endless, and with the interweaving of memories from two lives, Jiu Wei now regarded Ming Ren and Shui Min not only as cherished companions, but also with a mentality akin to that of an elder. Once it had told Shui Min not to reveal the truth to Ming Ren too early because it would put the originally weak Ming Ren in a dangerous position. But now Ming Ren possessed a solid foundation and had mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, sealing jutsu, and the Sage Mode that could give him infinite potential in the future, and this power would continue to grow as he matured. By then, the current ninja world would have no existence that could threaten Ming Ren, and there would be few who could become his enemies, including those future foes. Once he himself was unsealed, there would be no trouble either. So now Ming Ren was also worthy of knowing his own life and future, and Shui Min also believed that he would choose the right path. Lord Kurama. Moi. As Minato called out, Kurama finally snapped back to reality. Gazing at Naruto's unguarded radiant smile, the fox also grinned. What finished your father-son heart-o-heart? Yes, both Naruto and I must express our gratitude. Truly thank you so much. Minato smiled at Kurama, who could even detect a faint redness in the man's eyes, though he concealed it well. Hehe, Kuramas. I know the fox has been so kind. Over the past year I could never master the fox Sage Mode, but he never once got angry. He taught me with utmost patience every time. Naruto's tear tracks were still fresh, but he followed his father in bowing solemnly to Kurama. Thank you very much. Kurama. Minato noticed the name first, startled, then observing Kurama's demeanor quickly understood it was likely the fox's true name. Enough with the sentimental nonsense. Kurama snorted as usual, but he accepted the gratitude of the Minato father and son. Naruto then deactivated his Sage Mode. Seeming still young, the physical exhaustion from the enhanced state was too much for him, so Kurama let him return to reality first. After all, there would be plenty of time for idle chatter later. Now Naruto's inner world fell back into the state, with only Kurama and Minato. There's something I must tell Ku. After Naruto left, Minato seemed to ponder how to address the fox. However, Kurama quickly said indifferently, "You may also call me Kurama." He told Naruto, first, not me. Not that he only wanted Naruto, but rather he wanted Naruto to be the first to call his true name. Minato understood Kurama's tsundere nature. Understanding Kurama's tsundere tendencies, Minato smiled. Then Lord Kurama, regarding the seal's release. Though it may no longer be necessary for you now, the missing key is with Master Jiraiya. Should Naruto try to contact him? Not for now. That irresponsible Jiraiya isn't easy to find anyway. Kurama flicked his tail. There's still time. Naruto is young now. Let him enjoy a happy childhood. That's what you as his father should consider. But don't slack on training either. Meeting you is Naruto's fortune. Minato closed his eyes, thinking again. I said no sentimentality. By the way, I just heard Naruto wants to teach others the Sage. Fox Sage Mode you taught him. But from his description, the learning method isn't easy. Well, that's Naruto's good judgment. After all, my self-created Fox Sage Mode, as long as one has enough stamina, the energy doesn't deplete easily. Far superior to those Toad Sage Modes. Kurama could hardly hide his pride. But it will be difficult for him to teach his friends in reality. Once they turn to stone, it's not like in the spiritual world where a simple knock can wake them. They would truly lose their human consciousness. It seems Lord Kurama is quite pleased with that name. Minato thought to himself, then nodded. Of course, I've already experienced the uniqueness of this natural energy you possess. If Naruto's physical stamina weren't insufficient, I could sense that my Fox Sage Mode could have lasted even longer. However, the danger you mentioned, Lord Kurama, does exist in the training method. So though I don't know much yet, may I ask, could we start with a small amount of natural energy and gradually increase it to find the optimal tolerance without petrification? Yet as Minato's words fell, Naruto's mental world fell into a dead silence. Seeing Kurama's frozen expression, Minato seemed to understand something. It appeared that from now on Naruto's training would have to be his own. Waking from the inner world, Naruto felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. Even in a mental state, the physical toll of maintaining this mode is immense. I've been doing spiritual training all year and haven't worked on my stamina. Starting tomorrow, I need to. Just as Naruto was assessing his condition, a knock came at the door. At this hour, it could only be him. Yo, Sasuke. Naruto opened the door, his smile so bright it made Sasuke's eyes squint. Did this guy actually master a new technique? Sasuke was stunned. What's wrong? Why aren't you saying anything? I was going to ask if you've mastered that trump card of yours, but your expression says it all. Sasuke sized Naruto up and said with a hint of annoyance. Hehe, you saw through me. But don't worry, tomorrow, I'll go to the training grounds. I'll show you Hinata Niji and Lee the power of this new move. Naruto rubbed his nose looking proud. If you want to learn, I'll teach you too. Who cares? Sasuke's face showed disdain, and he briefly lapsed into memory before stating firmly. And with your teaching style, no one in the world could learn. What did you say? Then why are you here? To collect the rent. Huh. It's not time yet this month. I changed my mind. Pay 10. Naruto was speechless. Coming in the middle of the night to collect such a small rent. Did you even believe that excuse yourself? But Sasuke was just making an excuse. He didn't actually expect Naruto to pay now. After confirming that Naruto had indeed mastered his so-called ultimate move, an impatient Sasuke was about to leave when Naruto suddenly spoke. Sasuke, let's go find your clan together someday. I think I know where they are. Sasuke was startled but didn't turn to look at Naruto. His back told Naruto he was suppressing his emotions. As long as they're alive. I can't yet. But one day I'll bring Itachi's head to them. Then let's face your brother's matter together too. I told you this is between him and me. Sasuke suddenly spun around, grabbing Naruto's collar. You promised before you wouldn't interfere. I did say that because you said I didn't understand, so I couldn't join your fight. Now I understand your feelings, so. Naruto said solemnly, I want to witness. You are my friend. No matter what choice you make, I want to witness it and accompany you. Naruto said sincerely. Just as I want to help Niji break the fate he speaks of as your friend, I will never let you be alone. You may not believe it, but I feel now that I can understand you. Sasuke let go, raising his head to meet those eyes that held no lies. Understand. He had once told Naruto that he couldn't understand. Sasuke regretted saying that a little, but he never expected Naruto to remember. Suit yourself. After a long silence, Sasuke returned to his room and uttered those two words before closing the door. Naruto looked at the closed door next door, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. A breeze blew, and then spring arrived. A nearly perfect transformation technique, clone technique, and substitution technique. Congratulations, you have passed the graduation exam, Uchiha Sasuke. Iruka gazed in awe at the clones and transformations he could not see through, then handed the Konoha ninja headband to the boy. Sasuke accepted the headband, nodded, and left the classroom. This is truly an astonishing class. Not only Uchiha Sasuke, but also Hyuga Niji and Hyuga Hinata have displayed techniques that even we Chūnin cannot see through. Truly the outstanding scions of great clans. Another Chūnin teacher beside him, recalling the scene of the graduation exam just now, could not help but sigh in admiration. And even Rock Lee, who passed purely through taijutsu. Honestly, Iruka Sensei, the class you led might become a legend at the Ninja Academy. Haha, it's a bit of a coincidence. This year's exam focused on overall performance, and Lee's taijutsu was so outstanding that his single discipline score sufficed for graduation. Having such excellent students is truly my honor. Iruka felt both proud and a little embarrassed, but Mizuki Sensei, your class also has many talented individuals like Yamanaka Ino and Aburan Shino. Haha, that's true. After all, their ninja journey has just begun. Perhaps future students can surpass these geniuses. The pale-haired male teacher called Mizuki smiled gently, but soon shook his head. But they probably can't surpass this class. After all, the others are fine, but that Uzumaki Naruto. Recalling the examination scene of the blonde boy, Mizuki's heart was far from calm. If the Uchiha and Hyuga skill left him a Chūnin unable to see through their techniques, then Uzumaki Naruto was someone he couldn't even see when he made his move. They were not on the same level at all. Returning to his classroom, Sasuke nodded to those who greeted him, then looked around and asked with some confusion, "Where is Naruto?" Boss Naruto was called out after the exam. It seems to be a student who enrolled not long ago. Hearing that Naruto was about to graduate, he took the last chance to hurriedly challenge him for the top of the Ninja Academy. After all, Boss Naruto has been undefeated across all grades since he entered the academy. The new students all want to replicate that feat. Replicate what? They have no hope before Boss Naruto graduates. What's that kid's name? I think it's Sarutobi Konohamaru. Sarutobi. That surname caught Sasuke's attention. It was the surname of the third Hokage. Meanwhile, at the academy's main gate. Big brother Naruto, this time I will definitely defeat you. Konohamaru, whose baby teeth hadn't even grown and properly, pointed arrogantly at the other, full of confidence. I will make you acknowledge me as your disciple Kore. Big brother Naruto, this time I will definitely defeat you. Konohamaru, whose baby teeth hadn't even grown and properly, pointed arrogantly at the other, full. Let him be. He's been serious ever since he started school, all for the sake of defeating Naruto. Little Moegi shook her head. You're quite confident, Konohamaru. Naruto stood with his arms crossed, his golden hair shining under the sun, matching his brilliant smile. At 11, he looked sunny and handsome, looking at the other expectantly. Looks like you haven't learned your lesson from last time. How could you possibly defeat me? After you beat me last time, I went home and thought hard, devoting myself to research for over a week. Finally, I developed my strongest new technique. Even my grandpa was defeated by it, so I came to challenge you, Kore. Oh, the third Hokage was defeated by you. Sensing that Konohamaru's words were not bragging, Naruto was surprised and curious. He clapped his hands. Then I guess I'll have to get a little serious. Hyuga Neji, standing nearby, watched the two filled with fighting spirit and sighed helplessly. Every time I see him being so serious with a kid, I feel like an idiot. Naruto-kun always takes children's dreams so seriously. Hinata tidied her slightly longer hair and said softly, girls always develop faster than boys. Perhaps because of her habit of cooking for Naruto, Hinata was already showing the slender figure of her future self. Even without makeup, she looked fresh and refined. I think he's just full of childishness. Neji, seeing his young mistress love philter, shook his head and got up to leave. Nijini, I'm leaving first. Lee should already be at the training ground. I have a new technique I want to try on him. New technique. Watching Niji's retreating figure, Hinata turned back to look at Konohamaru, who was already making hand signs on the field. She had always felt something. Even now, Nijini, who frequently challenges Naruto, might not be any different from Konohamaru. Transformation. Konohamaru shouted, and a puff of smoke enveloped his body. Transformation technique. That could defeat the Hokage. Seeing Konohamaru's secret technique, Naruto dared not be careless. He focused intently, his eyes fixed on the figure. Then, as the smoke slowly cleared, a seductive long-haired girl struck an extremely provocative pose, wearing nothing, with only a few wisps of smoke from the transformation covering the unspeakable parts. Naruto was stunned. Konohamaru's friends and Hinata, who were watching from the side, were also stunned. Neji, who had turned back halfway, was also stunned. Hihi's secret technique, sexy jutsu. How about it? Even Grandpa fell for it. I came up with it after seeing those magazines under your bed last time. Ouch. Konohamaru, having cancelled the transformation, held his head in pain, tears in his eyes, looking at the grim-faced Naruto before him. Don't talk nonsense, kid. What are you saying? What does it have to do with me? Naruto angrily retracted his fist, but cold sweat was already pouring down his back. Konohamaru seemed to sense something. He looked past Naruto to see Hinata smiling behind him and was utterly shocked. This was the first time he had seen someone smiling, yet showing no trace of mirth. Hinata's smiling gaze. So scary. I feel even big brother Naruto's aura can't compare to big sister Hinata. Konohamaru trembled. But still, I have to admit, you're a talented ninja, kid. Before Konohamaru could recover, Naruto suddenly grinned at him. Then, Naruto, boss Naruto, can you take me as your disciple? Konohamaru quickly asked. Naruto turned around and said, you're still 2 days too early to be my disciple. Konohamaru's face fell, but he soon heard Naruto's second half. 2 days. Wait 2 more days, and he'll become a genin. Then he'll personally teach you a few. Awesome. Konohamaru jumped 3 feet high, spinning around in excitement, then waved his hand and shouted at Naruto's retreating back. Big brother Naruto, after you graduate today, I will carry on your legend. I won't lose to anyone except you, and I will continue to stand at the top of the Ninja Academy, Kore. Oh, keep it up. Naruto raised his right fist to encourage him. Big brother Naruto is a real man, not looking back, so cool. As Naruto's fanboy, Konohamaru was now full of admiration. Meanwhile, at the next corner, Hinata had already caught up with Naruto. She gently poked his waist and said, today you'll clean your place again, okay? Ahaha, of course. Naruto, who had just shown off, had cold sweat streaming down his forehead like a waterfall. He nodded frantically like a chicken pecking right. Inside the Hokage's office, the Jonin had gathered, encircling the crystal ball on the third Hokage's desk, observing the latest batch of graduating ninja school students who were about to become genin. Today was the day for the graduates of the Ninja Academy to be assigned to their teams. Since the establishment of the Konoha Ninja Academy, the rule had been set that a Jonin would lead 3 genin to form a squad for missions, a mechanism for nurturing. Hyuga Neji and Hyuga Hinata have received extremely high evaluations. Although the teams were not yet assigned, Asuma still smacked his lips, looked up at the Hyuga clan head standing beside his father, and said with a smile, Lord Hayashi, the Hyuga clan truly produces talented individuals. It is also their own hard work. Hayashi Hyuga, contrary to his usual stern demeanor, nodded gently. Clearly he was very satisfied with the performance of both. There is also Uchiha Sasuke. Another Jonin added. Although he is not the top newcomer this year, his strength is undeniable. Even among the genin who graduated in previous years, few can rival him. They are all outstanding children. To be honest, I was far from their level back then. Weren't you just a dead last back in the day? Everyone in your year was better than you. I recall you even got beaten up by a junior from the year below you at school. Asuma glanced at that Jonin and teased. No way, I had excellent grades actually. Guy, you and I were classmates. You have to vouch for me. Who are you? Mike Guy heard someone calling him, turned to look at the other's face, thought for a moment, and asked seriously. Amidst the chatter of the many Jonin, only Kakashi remained silent the whole time, completely unaffected by the antics of his clownish friend. Kakashi, what is your opinion? The third Hokage seemed interested in Kakashi's views and directed the topic to him. Rather than Sasuke, the last survivor of the Uchiha clan, or the Hyuga, I am more interested in the current top newcomer. Kakashi looked up. He had to answer the third's query. As his words fell, the Jonin who had been discussing the Hyuga, or the Uchiha, shifted their attention. The top newcomer of this year's graduates. Undisputed, it was that Uzumaki Naruto. Because of his identity, the Jonin had initially avoided discussing him. Now that Kakashi had directly brought it up, everyone turned their gaze to the third Hokage. As if sensing their anticipation, the third cheerfully shifted the image in the crystal ball to that yellow-haired boy. He was surrounded by the crowd in the classroom like the moon surrounded by stars. That was the immense popularity he had gained after achieving an undefeated record for 6 years at the academy, becoming a legend. Hinata was not among the crowd. She sat quietly in her own seat, seemingly lost in thought, but her gaze was secretly fixed on Naruto, who occasionally flashed through the crowd. I hope I can be assigned to the same team as Naruto-kun. That would be the best. And as the saying goes, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. While Hinata was focused on observing Naruto, Hyuga Neji was also staring straight at Hinata from behind. The young lady is completely devoted to that Naruto kid. Sai, the clan head's worries are not unfounded. At this rate, I'm afraid that Naruto kid might really marry into the Hyuga clan. And just as Neji was observing Hinata, Rock Lee's intense blazing gaze was also fixed firmly on Neji. Nejikin, that new move of yours yesterday was so powerful, so passionate. I can't let you get ahead of me. Youth does not allow for slack. Tonight, I will run 500 laps around Konoha on my hands. Behind everyone, the cute girl with a bun hairstyle Tintin tilted her head in confusion. Because she sat at the very back, she could see the whole scene clearly. Hinata is thinking about what Naruto is up to. No need to say it, the whole class knows. Neji is worried about Hinata. But what is this with Rock Lee? That fiery gaze. Could it be that they are that kind of relationship? At this thought, Tintin suddenly looked horrified, as if she had opened the door to a new world, and even wondered how she would interact with these two. Sitting in the second row by the window, Sasuke rested his chin on his hand in boredom, watching the group fool around, and snorted coldly. What a bunch of boring people. Amidst the commotion, Iruka finally arrived late. First, congratulations to all of you. From today onward, you are full-fledged Konoha ninjas. Iruka looked at his students, whom he had known for years, somewhat emotional, but he still had to fulfill his duty as a teacher, and continued. But don't let your guard down. You are still just newly graduated genin beginners among beginners. The truly tough ninja path has only just begun. Next, the village will divide you into groups of 3 based on your results, each forming a squad to carry out missions under the guidance of a Jonin-level instructor. Hearing this, everyone had different thoughts. Hinata clasped her hands in front of her chest, silently praying. I hope I get to be with Naruto-kun. Neji watched Hinata like this and couldn't help frowning. I hope the young lady won't rely too much on Naruto. Meanwhile, Rock Lee was still thinking, are 500 laps enough? Why not add more, make it 1,000 laps straight? Tintin was still trapped in the new world she had discovered. I've heard of it, but I just don't understand. I hope I don't end up on a team with them. Only Sasuke seemed to see through everything as he looked out the window while Naruto rested his hands behind his head, looking full of anticipation. Now I announce the members of Squad 1. Iruka called out names while watching everyone's reactions. Squad 3, Hyuga Neji, Rock Lee, and Tintin. No way. Tintin wailed, grabbing her cute buns on her head and burying her face on the desk. Neji and Lee looked at Tintin's reaction with confusion. Had they offended Tintin? Why did she seem so aggrieved? Squad 7, Uchiha Sasuke, Hyuga Hinata, and Uzumaki Naruto. Awesome. Naruto leaped from his seat, cheering loudly, his eyes narrowing into joyful slits as he waved excitedly at Hinata and Sasuke. Looking forward to working with you all, looking forward to it. Yeah. Once the list was announced, the students had no complaints about the overall division. The village had clearly considered everything thoroughly, ensuring that these newly graduated genin were paired with teammates whose compatibility suited them well. Alright, that concludes the team assignments. You are now dismissed until the afternoon. Later, gather with your teammates at the designated locations and wait for your respective jonin instructors to contact you. Once again, congratulations on embarking on the path of a ninja. With Iruka's speech finished, some students led by Rock Lee were moved to tears and clustered around him as they left first. The others gradually filed out of the classroom, eagerly anticipating the afternoon when their teams would assemble and set out to undertake their first mission. Hey! As Lee dashed out of the room, Neji, who had also risen from his seat, suddenly called out to Sasuke, a cryptic smile on his face. What's up? You and Naruto are in the same team, and I'm not. Do you know what that means? Get to the point. Sasuke frowned, sensing something unusual in Neji's tone. Naruto is the top rookie. Considering team balance, he naturally wouldn't be grouped with the second-ranked rookie. Neji's smile turned distinctly mocking. This means the village's evaluation of you and me is that they believe I'm the second, and you're just third place. Huh. Sasuke let out a cold laugh, his gaze icy. If this is your boring provocation, I accept. We can have a match later to see who's truly the second rookie. Fine. Tomorrow, evening training ground. Don't be late. Seeing his goal achieved, Neji readily agreed. He then turned to look at Tenten, who was still on guard and confused, and walked away alone. That guy. He did it on purpose. Sasuke also noticed Neji's excitement, somewhat surprised. After all, although Neji was somewhat reserved, he wouldn't usually provoke him over such a trivial matter. It seemed he had indeed come up with a new trump card and wanted to test it against him. Thinking this, his gaze involuntarily drifted toward Naruto, who was chatting with Hinata because his and Neji's small goal. We just have to wait in the classroom, no need to go anywhere else this afternoon. Sasuke, how about the three of us go have a meal together? As if noticing Sasuke's gaze, Naruto suddenly appeared behind him, hand on his shoulder, his bright smile looking almost adorably foolish in Sasuke's eyes. Ramen again, I suppose. Sasuke, already accustomed to Naruto's ghostly teleportation, glanced at Hinata and said knowingly, You two go ahead. See you this afternoon. With that, Sasuke's figure vanished with a poof into smoke. Ever since they found out Naruto occasionally used shadow clones to attend class, this had become a habit of theirs. Still as unsociable as ever, Naruto shrugged and smiled casually, then cheerfully grabbed Hinata and chased after the group to invite Iruka Sensei to join them for ramen. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, the Jonin assigned to the teams went to prepare, Kakashi being no exception. But just as Kakashi stepped out of the Hokage building, an arm clad in a dark green tight-fitting suit was already slung around him. Yo, my rival Kakashi. Your team. Don't get so close in this heat. Before Guy could finish, Kakashi irritably brushed his hand off and sighed. Don't you have preparations to make? I know those kids inside out. They're all bursting with youthful energy. They've already passed the test in my heart, ha. Guy laughed heartily, smacking Kakashi on the back with his left hand, completely ignoring Kakashi's look as if he were staring at an idiot. By the way, Kakashi, why did you decide to come back to the village as a Jonin instructor this year? I thought you'd continue with the missions related to the Mist Village. I was so surprised to see you in the office. If the timing weren't so bad, I'd have challenged you to a rival, the third Hokage's orders. Probably because of Uchiha Sasuke. Kakashi found an excuse to cut Guy off in time. Uchiha. That makes sense. Now in the entire village, you're the only one who can teach him to use the Sharingan. Guy easily accepted the reason. But what are you going to do about it? What do you mean? Uzumaki Naruto. Kakashi stopped in his tracks. Guy looked at him seriously. When everyone was just here, why didn't the others mention Uzumaki Naruto from the start? Guy looked at Kakashi, analyzing earnestly. Because he's too strong, already far beyond the level a genin should reach. Although Uchiha Sasuke and Hyuga Hinata in the same team also have abilities beyond ordinary genin, they still have obvious shortcomings that need to be corrected. But Uzumaki Naruto is different. Due to his overly comprehensive abilities, even among the Jonin in the village, very few can still teach him anything. This could become a hidden danger. Perhaps the pride and confidence this power gives him will make him pay a huge price in the future. Kakashi, as his Jonin instructor, you must make him realize this. Guy studied Kakashi's expression as he spoke, seemingly trying to convey his meaning sincerely, while avoiding touching on Kakashi's inner sorrow. If it were a few years ago, Guy wouldn't have bothered to offer such a reminder. But because Kakashi's demeanor had changed drastically in recent years, it even reminded Guy of the time when Kakashi had joined the Umbu, and was known as the cold-blooded Kakashi in his most desolate period. He was caring for his friend in his own way. Guy, don't worry about my subordinates. Kakashi looked up, and the soul visible I showed a hint of a smile. And don't worry about. This was one of the rare times Kakashi had shown such straightforward friendliness toward Guy, making even Guy pause in surprise. But Kakashi had indeed understood the subtext of Guy's words. Rather than talking about Uzumaki Naruto, Guy was actually reminding him how strikingly similar the current situation was to the one when Minato Sensei had. Kakashi naturally saw that Guy had in that instant associated it with his own past, and thus he was worried. Moreover, Naruto was even more outstanding than he had been back then. Once he experienced the pain of being unable to do anything, he would face even greater. Since he had already moved on from that darkness, he would never let others repeat the same regret. Unlike the impression others had of him, as the Konoha's strange blue beast, Kakashi was well aware of the true intentions behind his friend's actions. After all, this was a man who, even when he was sinking into the abyss, would persistently entangle him under the guise of a match. A truly good man. Kakashi understood the message he wanted to convey. Since you figured it out so well, that's great. Seeing that Kakashi understood, Guy clenched his fist, flames burning in his eyes. Then, as Jonin instructors of different teams from the same graduating class, the fire of youth is already burning. How about it? I think now is the perfect time for a rival match. Let's see whose teaching is better, whose subordinate becomes a Chūnin first. Hey Kakashi, don't walk away. Watching Kakashi's back as he turned and walked away, Guy hurried to catch up, but Kakashi used the body flicker technique to disappear, leaving behind a sentence. Next time, let's use rock, paper, scissors. You've already lost this match. This is far too slow. It'll be dark soon. I wonder what kind of person they are. Could something have happened to the Jonin? After all, we're in the village, so probably not. It can't be that he got lost, can it? Naruto, half leaning against the desk and complaining to Sasuke, and Hinata suddenly jolted, his gaze shifting toward the door. Has he already sensed me? Such a formidable perception. Kakashi outside the door was startled. He had spent little time back in the village these past few years and had just been drawn into a chat by Guy, thus lingering longer at the memorial stone. He had then used the body flicker technique to hasten his journey. But at this moment, the instant Kakashi landed, he felt Naruto's gaze upon him. Sliding the door open, Kakashi surveyed the entire classroom. The vast room now held only Uchiha Sasuke, who sat in his seat, eyeing him coldly, Hyuga, Hinata, who politely bowed in greeting, and Uzumaki Naruto, who was frowning as if pondering something. Sorry I'm late, Kakashi began. But you three are more composed than I expected. Let's move to another place to talk. With that, Kakashi took the lead. Hinata noticed Naruto's peculiar expression and asked curiously, Naruto-kun is something? I don't know. I feel like this instructor looks familiar. I think I've seen him somewhere before. Naruto pondered deeply but couldn't recall where he had met this white-haired Jonin. After all, the man's distinctive appearance should have been unforgettable if he had truly seen him. Let's go. Sasuke had already risen and followed. Soon the group arrived at an open rooftop. From now on, we'll be teammates in the same squad, undertaking missions together. First, let's do a simple self-introduction. Kakashi looked at the three and casually began. You can share things like your name, what you like and dislike, or your dreams. Any information like that. Is there a purpose to this? Sasuke suddenly interjected. As fellow ninja in the same squad, it's essential to know basic information about your comrades. And though this information may seem ordinary, it can prove unexpectedly useful for seeing through common transformation techniques or disguises. Kakashi turned to Sasuke. Perhaps you think you already know each other well, but you may not truly know these simplest details about one another. And besides, I'm here someone who's just met you. He'll go first. Naruto said enthusiastically. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. What I like is Ichiraku ramen, and what I like most is eating Ichiraku ramen with friends. What I dislike is turning into stone. Yeah, I really hate that. As for my dream, I want to become the Hokage, one who surpasses all others, and make everyone understand each other. Well, that's an impressive dream. Kakashi nodded, though inwardly he wondered what Naruto meant by turning into stone. Next, let's hear from the lady, Kakashi said, shifting his gaze to Hinata. Ah yes, my name is Hyuga Hinata. What I like. Her gaze unconsciously flickered toward Naruto beside her expression tender. I like the spirit of never giving up. I dislike things that are cold or expired food, and my dream is to always stand by someone's side and help them. Hearing this, Naruto turned to Hinata and offered a broad, radiant smile, which made her blush and shyly look away. They really resemble Minato Sensei and Kushina-sama. While their personalities are different though, Kakashi thought, watching Naruto and Hinata. My name is Uchiha Sasuke. I have few likes. If I had to say, it's becoming stronger. I hate deception and lies. As for dreams or such, I have none, only a goal. After I defeat a certain someone, I will kill a man with my own hands and bring his head to honor my clan. Sasuke also glanced at Naruto, who returned the gesture with a bright smile. After mentally muttering idiot, Sasuke turned to Kakashi and said, now it's your turn to introduce yourself to us. Taking in the behavior of Hinata and Sasuke, Kakashi confirmed his suspicions. He said casually, my name is Hitaki Kakashi. I have few likes and dislikes. As for my dream, I don't have one for now. Sensei, you're being a bit sly. Naruto said, exasperated. We know nothing about you except your name. Well, after all, I'm a Konoha Jonin. Even the simplest information can be considered classified. It's not easy to share. Kakashi stroked his chin deliberately, making a flimsy excuse. You must protect your own information and not reveal it carelessly. Consider this your first lesson. Kakashi stroked his chin deliberately, making a flimsy excuse. You must protect your own information and not reveal it. Kakashi squinted one eye and waved his hand. Today was just for us to meet and get to know each other, and it's helped me understand the three of you as individuals. Then he stood up, turned around, and waved. Now you're dismissed. Assemble tomorrow at 5 a.m. at the training ground to the far right of the village's main gate. Before we start missions, I have a second lesson for you. A lesson? Kakashi-sensei, shouldn't we be heading straight to missions? Hinata was surprised. This differed from what she had heard in her clan. You're referring to the so-called mission that is actually a drill and assessment for the jonin in charge of their respective genin. But that's a bit unnecessary for you three now. Kakashi wore an expression as if he had anticipated this. I have a rough idea of your abilities, and you likely already understand the importance of. So instead of a childish drill, what you need is this lesson from me. These words piqued the curiosity of both Sasuke and Naruto. As for the content of the lesson, you'll find out tomorrow. Hey, race a heads up. Kakashi suddenly pulled a kunai from his pocket, spun it in his hand for a moment, then said sternly and seriously to the three, bring your ninja tools, equipment, and medicine. Prepare everything you can imagine. Because if you don't give it your all, this lesson might make you die. The three of them caught their breath. Oh. The nine tails inside Naruto's inner world suddenly chuckled. Minato, as you expected, that Kakashi has indeed noticed the weaknesses still lingering in Naruto now. After all, Kakashi is my excellent disciple. I trust he will teach Naruto well, Minato replied with a smile. But I believe Naruto will also give him a pleasant surprise. It might be more of a shock, the nine tails responded. Aware of Naruto's inner turmoil at this moment, it was genuinely looking forward to the arrival of the next. Kakashi's words, seemingly light-hearted yet laden with implicit threat, sent each of them back home with their own thoughts. That night some lay awake, some conserved their strength, and one continued to train in silence. As dawn broke and the first rays of sunlight touched Konoha at 5 in the morning, the three members of the new Team 7 had already assembled at the designated meeting. The training ground Kakashi had chosen was far more spacious than the public training grounds usually available to Konoha shinobi. When Naruto arrived, they only needed a brief glance to realize this was a practice field reserved exclusively for the village's elite jonin. It was the same size as the training ground Guy had previously given to Naruto, likely Kakashi's personal designated area. Naruto-kun, about the danger Kakashi-sensei I mentioned yesterday. Could it be? Hinata's expression carried a hint of worry as she looked at Naruto, wanting to discuss what might happen today. Don't worry, Hinata. No matter what happens, I'll protect you. Naruto replied in his usual carefree manner, giving Hinata a thumbs up, then flashing his white teeth at Sasuke beside him. And you too, Sasuke. Just take care of yourself. And stop copying Rock Lee's mannerisms. It makes you look even more foolish. Sasuke ignored Naruto's antics, adjusted his ninja tool pouch, then leaned against the tree trunk behind him, closing his eyes to rest. Hinata paused briefly, sensing that Naruto's confidence today was unusually high. She never doubted him, so she simply nodded and said no more. As time ticked by, the sun, which had barely peeked over the horizon with a pale belly, now hung directly above them, radiating an increasingly scorching heat. Naruto, who had initially been eager and alert, gradually lost his patience and completely relaxed his guard. Finding a shady spot under a tree, Naruto plopped down on the ground, yawning frequently from lack of sleep, while idly using shuriken to target the falling leaves from the branches above. Thud, thud, thud. As the last 3 shuriken in his pouch pierced 6 leaves in quick succession and embedded themselves into the trunk, Naruto finally shouted skyward in frustration. So slow. What is that Kakashi-sensei even doing? Hearing Naruto's incessant complaints, even Sasuke, who had been pretending to rest with an aloof demeanor, couldn't help but frown. Indeed, it was too slow. Hinata, however, remained the picture of patience, calmly pulling a large insulated lunchbox from her bag. Naruto-kun, Sasuke-kun, how about we have a little something to tide us over? I was a bit nervous this morning and couldn't sleep, so I got up early and made some extra breakfast. Oh, great thinking, Hinata. Now that you mention it, I've been starving for a while. This teacher made me miss breakfast. Naruto's eyes lit up and Sasuke walked over as well. After all, during the days Hinata trained with Naruto, Sasuke, as their neighbor, had occasionally tasted her cooking and had gotten used to joining them for meals. Just as they were about to eat something to tide them over, a perfectly timed, yet belated greeting reached their ears. Yo everyone, good morning. Kakashi appeared before them with a smile. Good morning. It's almost noon, you chronically late, Naruto immediately complained. Well, you see, I just got lost on the path of life, and then a black cat crossed my path. Seeing the 3 kids' skeptical looks, Kakashi coughed awkwardly. Anyway, back to what we're doing today. Sensei, that transition was way too forced. Naruto's dissatisfaction was practically written all over his face. But Kakashi, seasoned and experienced, ignored Naruto's protests without batting an eye and continued. The reason I called you here today is simple. As I mentioned before, I have a certain understanding of your abilities. Your basic skills are quite impressive. However, compared to the skills honed in the academy, I'm more interested in seeing what you can do in real combat. Real combat. At those words, Sasuke's expression shifted, his gaze growing serious. Hinata remained quietly beside Naruto as usual, but her eyes turned resolute and determined. Oh, it seems these two possess more of the qualities a shinobi should have than I expected. If things go smoothly, they might take a big step forward on the path of a ninja in no time. Kakashi took in their reactions and saw no trace of fear toward real combat, which pleased him greatly. Then he turned his gaze to Uzumaki Naruto. The excitement on that face perfectly showcased Naruto's exceptional acting skills. This kid. Kakashi couldn't help but recall the previous night, when he had waited until Sasuke and Hinata left Naruto's room before visiting him. Tomorrow's lesson at the training ground is actually a practical exercise he'll conduct with you. Real combat. That's awesome. Hearing this, Naruto seemed thrilled, but his excitement was soon cut short by Kakashi. But for you, Naruto, this exercise isn't about fighting. It's about acting. Huh. Your strength has already been recognized by almost all the Jonin during your time at the academy, including myself. Even I think there's no need to assess your abilities further. Kakashi paused, studying Naruto, as if considering something, then continued. But Hinata and Sasuke are different. Though their skills are excellent, they still have a flaw that cannot be ignored. And this flaw is fatal for a shinobi. A flaw. Naruto blinked, then pressed. What kind of flaw is so serious? Dependence. Kakashi looked directly at Naruto, enunciating each word. For them now, relying on you seems like a natural thing. They don't even realize it. But have you considered this scenario? In the missions they'll undertake later, you might not be by their side. The night wind, accompanied by moonlight, drifted in through the window into Naruto's home. Leaning on the windowsill, Kakashi gazed at the bright moon and murmured, and that is something you cannot help them correct. So for tomorrow's practical exercise, I need you to lose. Kakashi glanced around at the three of them, speaking in a casual tone. He then took out a pre-prepared alarm clock and showed it to everyone. It's 10:30 now, and the training ground is the entire... Kakashi glanced around at the three of them, speaking in a casual tone. He then took out a pre-prepared alarm clock and showed it to everyone. It's 10:30 now, and the training ground is the entire field. As long as you don't lose before 12 o'clock, you pass. Fight against you. Sasuke looked at Kakashi, his fighting spirit ignited. Engaging in actual combat with a Jonin elite of Konoha. This was a rare opportunity for Sasuke, who was eager to gauge his current strength level. After all, I need to assess your combat abilities. I can't just have you fight each other, can I? Kakashi chuckled lightly, then beckoned to Hinata. Hinata-kun, could you pass me that lunchbox? This one. Hearing her teacher, Hinata obediently handed over the bento box. That's right, and the lid too. Okay, thank you. Taking the lunchbox under everyone's watchful eyes, Kakashi slowly closed the lid and placed it beside the alarm. And as a penalty, if anyone loses before 12, that person gets no lunch today. What a petty penalty. Naruto groaned, clutching his growling stomach. He had to fake a loss. There was no way he'd get to eat. Similarly, if you manage to win, you can eat early. With that, Kakashi's playful expression faded, and his eyes grew serious, tinged with killing intent. A word of advice: fight with the resolve to kill me. Otherwise, as I said before, you'll lose your lives. At these words, Sasuke and Hinata's bodies tensed instantly. They could sense the chilling, killing intent radiating from Kakashi, something they had never encountered at the Ninja Academy. Yet there was no retreat in their eyes. Even Naruto noticed this, feeling a swell of pride for his teammates. Then he'll go first. Sasuke glanced at Naruto, who hadn't moved. Though puzzled why Naruto wasn't the most eager this time, he decided to probe Kakashi's abilities before Hinata could. You misunderstand, Sasuke. Kakashi seemed to read Sasuke's intention and waved his hand. No need for turns. You'll all... With that, Kakashi formed hand seals. A puff of smoke appeared and quickly dissipated, revealing 4 identical Kakashis before them. Shadow clone. Indeed. You only need to fight my shadow clones. It seems you're already familiar with the shadow clone technique. Kakashi's real body casually leaned aside and continued. That makes it easier. A shadow clone creates a tangible copy, but it disappears after taking one sufficient hit. So the only rule of this exercise is to avoid being defeated by my shadow clone. Defeating one clone means you've won. Of course, if you beat all of them, I lose. Kakashi's shadow clones stepped forward and guided the 3 to spread out a bit, preventing interference. Oh, and for fairness, I won't call the start. You decide when to begin. The moment you make the first move, my clones will act. That's fair. Just a shadow clone. Sasuke closed his eyes slowly, seeming disappointed. Meanwhile, Hinata, facing her own clone, assumed a fighting stance fully. Only Naruto, eyeing the approaching shadow clone, looked troubled. What's wrong, Naruto? Kakashi noticed his hesitation and kindly bent down to ask. Well, sensei, not to brag, but Hinata and Sasuke have some idea of my strength. Naruto scratched his head and whispered in Kakashi's ear, if I lost to the real you, that might be believable, but they won't easily by me losing to your shadow clone. Oh, is that so? Kakashi squinted, nodded, then said gently, then how about adding some restrictions? The real Kakashi, sitting nearby, suddenly spoke up. Oh right, Naruto. Since this is a practical test, I need to add one more rule for you. Kakashi's voice was loud enough that Sasuke and Hinata, fully focused and ready to strike, couldn't help but pay attention. He stood up, surveyed the area, then drew his longsword and traced a large circle around Naruto and his shadow clone. Your body flicker technique is already famous in the village. I've seen enough. No need to test that. This time I want to assess your other abilities, so fight within this circle. If you or my clone step out, you lose. Kakashi sheathed his sword and tapped the perfect circle he had drawn. I see, got it. Naruto smacked his fist into his palm, grinning. Then no problem, we can start. Boom. The moment Naruto uttered the word start, Kakashi's killing intent erupted, freezing the air itself. Then a flash of lightning. A blade stroke slashed down from in front of Naruto. Startled by the killing intent, Naruto barely reacted, twisting his body backward to dodge. Yet before he could evade the first blade, Kakashi's shadow clone appeared behind him, another short sword thrusting straight at his back. The speed was so fast that it seemed as if attacks came from both front and rear simultaneously, overwhelming and unstoppable like a thunderbolt. Was this just a shadow clone? So fast. Hinata and Sasuke, who had activated their dojutsu in an instant, were stunned. Could even Kakashi's shadow clone suppress their strongest teammate Naruto? Fortunately, Naruto's superior taijutsu allowed him to narrowly escape the pincer attack, but losing the initiative, his evasive movements were clumsy. It seemed he was already straining to dodge each slash from the shadow clone, let alone counterattack. Seeing this, Sasuke grew anxious and instinctively moved to help Naruto regain ground, but Kakashi's shadow clone blocked him. The white-haired Jonin's expression remained nonchalant. How about it, Sasuke? Hinata? Since Naruto has started, shall we be? At that moment, the shadow clones that had seemed unremarkable to Hinata and Sasuke now appeared dangerously formidable. Sasuke, whose Sharingan was spinning rapidly, had been trying to create distance. Seeing the figure closely pursuing him, he without hesitation formed hand seals and unleashed a fire-style fireball jutsu in an attempt to intercept. But it was easily dodged, and the distance between them was not widened at all. Damn, he's unbelievably fast. If he gets close. Sasuke frowned. Kakashi's speed far exceeded Sasuke's expectations. In an instant, he perceived that Sasuke intended to create distance to provide long-range support for Naruto, so he immediately dragged him into the quagmire of close-quarters combat. Then, as he had anticipated, Sasuke chose to use ninjutsu to delay him, while he himself adopted the opposite approach of close-quarters combat, which in turn caused Sasuke to lose the initiative against this shadow clone of his. However, Sasuke's combat instincts were truly commendable. He had no intention of hiding his abilities and directly activated his Sharingan, not giving his clone a chance to bypass his line of sight. A Tutomo Sharingan, decent fire-style jutsu, and physical ability to keep up with his shadow clone. Kakashi, who was the only one sitting in the center, not participating in the battle, observed them and made his analysis. Moreover, Sasuke quickly realized that he could not shake off the opponent's shadow clone in a short time, so he directly turned and leaped into. It seems he also wants to use the more complex terrain to create new opportunities. After all, with more obstacles, the faster one moves, the more constrained they become. A good judgment. Kakashi was quite satisfied with this, but the opponent still hadn't realized that a fundamental flaw existed in his subconscious decision. However, this was also within his expectations. On the contrary, Hinata Hyuga's performance surprised Kakashi a bit. Likewise, intending to support Naruto at the first moment after being intercepted by the shadow clone, she focused her attention on the opponent in just a moment. With chakra condensed in her fist, she cautiously and effectively fought against the clone she faced, aided by her Byakugan, seemingly unaffected by Naruto's current disheveled state. When the gentle fist of the Hyuga clan was executed by her, it left the shadow clone somewhat overwhelmed. After all, Kakashi couldn't truly go for the kill against them, which made Hinata the one who was aggressively pressing the attack. Movements in the slot. When the gentle fist of the Hyuga clan was executed by her, it left the shadow clone somewhat overwhelmed. After all, Kakashi couldn't truly go for the kill against them, which made Hinata the one who was aggressively pressing the attack. Is she truly calm, or is her trust in Naruto stronger than I imagined? Kakashi, realizing he might have misjudged Hinata's character, stroked his chin. He had originally thought Hinata would be the first to lose composure, with the typical mindset of a teenage girl most concerned about her crush, but unexpectedly, she was even calmer than Sasuke in battle. In contrast, Sasuke was more affected by Naruto still trying to find a way to bypass his clone. Although one could still see a somewhat impatient demeanor, it was still a decent performance. Should he probe further? Kakashi-sensei, what should I do next? Suddenly Naruto's voice reached Kakashi's ears. He was rolling and dodging in all directions, looking quite disheveled, but Kakashi knew it was all a facade. This guy, in the moment he barely dodged the blade, could still speak so vigorously in his ear. To be able to do this with pure taijutsu, how much has he been hiding? After all, when he was only 6 years old, his 3 basic jutsu were already at a fairly high level. You're quite the calm one, aren't you? Kakashi couldn't help but remark. However, he also kept his voice low to avoid being heard by Hinata, who was a bit closer. Hehe, it's because you're going easy on me, sensei. He once again narrowly avoided Kakashi's lightning-fast strike, even having a few strands of his blonde hair from his forehead clipped off looking so perilous. But Naruto still found time to make a funny face at Kakashi. Going easy. Kakashi rolled his eyes fiercely. He had no such intention. Apart from not using ninjutsu, and the Sharingan, this shadow clone of his was already attacking him with full force. Because he also didn't think a single shadow clone could do anything to Naruto. Whether it was the Flying Thunder God, or other techniques, the latter had sufficient self-preservation ability. This point had already been proven by the third Hokage when Naruto was only about 6 years old. Moreover, now facing just one of his shadow clones, he couldn't do anything to him. I really don't know how he trained. Was Minato Sensei this strong at his age? Hehe, after all, they're both very strong too. Naruto dodged another attack. And they definitely know I'm strong, so they— Hehe, after all, they're both very strong too. Naruto dodged another attack. And they definitely know I'm strong, so they won't worry for long. So this is their only weakness now. Kakashi suddenly sighed and said softly, "Sorry, this might hurt a bit. Bear with it." Suddenly a thunderous roar erupted around Naruto. The piercing sound of Chidori like 1,000 birds crying accompanied the blade that unexpectedly pierced through Naruto's arm. He clutched his right arm, blood streaming down. Then, as if too severely injured to stand, he wobbled unsteadily. He clutched his right arm, blood streaming down. Then, as if too severely injured to stand, he wobbled unsteadily. "Naruto, you're out of bounds." Kakashi's voice drifted down lightly, while inwardly, he couldn't help but admire Naruto's superb acting. If he hadn't known in advance, he would have thought he had actually dealt him a fatal blow. Moreover, his ability to understand tactics was astonishingly high. With just a single glance, he could perfectly coordinate with him. This kind of understanding was clearly the result of professional training. Naruto-kun. Hinata, who had been maintaining her composure and observing the whole situation with her Byakugan, let out a startled cry. Disregarding everything, she wanted to rush to Naruto's side. And it was this moment of distraction that Kakashi's shadow clone, having already sheathed the blade with a different direction in his hand, kicked out, sending Hinata's body several meters back and losing her balance. However, Hinata hadn't yet realized the opening her loss of composure had created. She hurriedly stood up, but in the moment she raised her head, she could only see that Kakashi's shadow clone had already completed its hand seals. Not good, it's a genjutsu. Hinata was startled. The moment she realized it was already too late. Her eyes glazed over, and she had fallen into Kakashi's genjutsu. Meanwhile, in the woods, Sasuke, observing the situation with his Sharingan, had a different reaction from Hinata. Instead of pressing forward, he immediately sought to evade and retreat the moment Naruto and Hinata failed. The power of a Konoha Jonin far exceeds my expectations. Even Naruto was defeated so easily. Sasuke thought, his expression growing anxious as he realized he couldn't shake off Kakashi, and even his breathing rhythm became unstable. Witnessing this, Kakashi's shadow clone chasing Sasuke seemed to seize a perfect opportunity. It drew a blade crackling with lightning, the sound of chirping birds suddenly rising, and the clone accelerated just as it had when striking Naruto. Raikiri blade. Kakashi's shadow clone even shouted the name of the technique. Not good. However, Sasuke, startled by the same move that had just defeated Naruto, instinctively crossed his arms in front of his chest in a defensive stance, hoping to minimize the damage from the unavoidable strike. But then, poof, the shadow clone vanished the moment it neared Sasuke. Huh. Sweat trickled down Sasuke's forehead. He landed weakly on the ground, suddenly realizing that during his retreat, he had unknowingly left the training grounds. TCH failed to stay within bounds. Just like that idiot. Somehow Sasuke felt a sense of relief. Inwardly, he was grateful that his constant vigilance had finally allowed him to dodge the move that had taken down Naruto. At least he hadn't been hit, which was better than being injured. But this outcome meant that none of the three had passed the practical exercise, and Sasuke's pride was somewhat tempered. He couldn't help but speculate that this Jonin instructor intended to use his overwhelming strength to warn them against arrogance and complacency, reminding them that there is always a greater power beyond. No dinner for anyone. Looks like we're all wiped out this time. However, when Sasuke returned to the training ground, and Hinata woke from the genjutsu, they were surprised to see Naruto, who had supposedly been injured and unconscious, standing before them, shaking his head with a sigh. What is this? Let me explain. Kakashi glanced at the now unable Topper 10 Naruto and sighed. First, you, Hinata. At the start of the battle, although Naruto was at a disadvantage, you did well because of your trust in him. You suppressed my shadow clone and kept an eye on the battles involving both Naruto and Sasuke. I think you already sensed early on that the shadow clones facing you and Sasuke were not as powerful as the one fighting Naruto. Kakashi first looked at Hinata, who was still worriedly gazing at Naruto's shoulder, But when Naruto was actually injured, you who could have pinned down or even defeated my shadow clone to create an opportunity became the easiest point to break through. If this were a real battlefield, you who could have defeated the enemy and rushed to support Naruto the fastest would have fallen quickly instead. Do you know what would happen after that? Kakashi's tone suddenly turned serious and cold. Next, because of your mistake. The injured Naruto would have to face the dilemma of either abandoning you or fighting alone against multiple enemies while wounded. Worse still, if you were captured and used as a hostage, the pressure on your teammates would increase and the chances of victory would become even slimmer. Hinata opened her mouth, seeming to understand something. She closed her eyes, reflecting on what had just happened, and then her expression turned grim. She realized that Kakashi's words were no exaggeration, and if such a situation actually occurred, it would only be more severe. Because Naruto would never abandon her or any other companion to escape alone. She had become a burden to Naruto. That was something Hinata could never accept. As for you, Sasuke. Kakashi looked at Sasuke, who had been silent with his head down since hearing that Hinata could defeat the shadow clone, and his tone softened slightly. It seems you already understand. Your problem is blindly judging the enemy's strength. You didn't even engage my shadow clone in a direct confrontation like Hinata did. Of course, avoiding an enemy's strength isn't necessarily wrong. In fact, more often when facing a threatening opponent, the first priority is to gather intelligence. Your initial retreat was indeed a rational and correct choice. But if I'm not mistaken, you saw Naruto fall into disadvantage the moment I engaged him. So you directly concluded that my clone was too powerful to confront and never considered fighting it Hiden. Indeed, Kakashi's words struck a nerve. Sasuke's handsome face showed reluctance as he looked up as if wanting to argue, but he couldn't find. Moreover, afterwards you kept your judgment and focus on Naruto, never seriously considering why Hinata, who is weaker in direct combat, could suppress my shadow clone in a short time. In fact, the shadow clone you faced had nearly the same chakra level as the one Hinata fought. If you had analyzed and observed carefully and made more probing attempts, I believe defeating the clone would have been only a matter of time. But until you ignored the boundary and fled the training ground, you never realized this. Kakashi's words pierced Sasuke's heart like needles. With his extensive experience in the Umbu and years of missions, Kakashi's insight was sharp. The weakness he saw in Hinata and Sasuke was precisely their clear perception of Naruto's strength. For Hinata, it was trust and concern. For Sasuke, it was seeing Naruto as an unattainable goal. Once this mindset forms, it may be good for them as comrades, but it's highly problematic for them to become independent ninjas. That reliance on a stronger person, it becomes both a shackle on themselves and a heavy burden on the one they rely on. Just like my own relationship with Minato Sensei back then. So although in this simulated battle you were calm at first, made commendable judgments, and had great trust in your comrades, especially Naruto, the impact on you when that trust was broken was too great. Kakashi concluded, you are Konoha ninjas who will walk this path. You must understand that no matter how strong or reliable a comrade may be, there will be times when they cannot make it in time, or even face danger. If you place too much expectation and trust in them, and the day comes when that trust cannot be fulfilled, or even collapses, will your choices be just as pathetic? Kakashi's question resonated deeply. Hinata and Sasuke fell into reflection. That should be enough. They are both smart. This reminder will surely make them aware of the issue. Now it's this kid's turn. Kakashi thought to himself, then turned to look at Naruto, who was also lost in thought, and narrowed his eyes. Naruto, let me see your wound. Oh, okay. Naruto casually unzipped his jacket and pulled it off while Kakashi leaned in. Looking at the wound on Naruto's shoulder, which should have been a conspicuous puncture, he found that it had already healed to a large extent. Not even a scar remained. Although it was a deliberate stab by Kakashi under their mutual cooperation, a precise injury that avoided damaging the meridians and bones. But it was still an attack infused with lightning release chakra. Yet how much time had passed? Even the burn marks caused by the high temperature of lightning release were near. Seeing Kakashi silently staring at Naruto's wound, and anxious, Hinata quickly took out the medicine and bandages she had prepared in her medical kit and handed them over. Seeing Kakashi silently staring at Naruto's wound, and anxious, Hinata quickly took out the medicine and bandages she had prepared in her medical kit and handed them over. It's fine. Sensei definitely held back. See, him perfectly fine. Naruto, seeing Hinata's worried expression, quickly waved his arms to demonstrate his health. Seeing that Naruto was indeed fine, Hinata was still uneasy and prepared to bandage him properly. It does look like you're fine, but Naruto. Kakashi, watching Naruto jumping around to prove his health, suddenly spoke up. Do you want another real battle to discover your shortcomings? If you win, the punishment for all three of you will be waived. Edge. Naruto made a puzzled sound. Meanwhile, Sasuke, who had already understood what just happened, looked up at Naruto with some surprise. Did he discover Naruto's weakness? But does such a thing really exist? Sasuke, who had originally intended to reflect on his own issues, could not help but scrutinize Kakashi. He was far too invested in studying Naruto's weaknesses. Over the past few years, he and Neji had put in no small effort in this regard. Naruto blinked, then his face filled with excitement. He had never been afraid of challenges. Although Kakashi-sensei had said earlier that this exercise was mainly to make teammates aware of their own problems, that was why he had cooperated so much. But in the end, he had been itching for a fight all along. Naruto's expression said it all. Hinata, who was checking his wound, quickly used her Byakugan to meticulously examine him from top to bottom, then tactfully stepped aside. Kakashi looked at Naruto's eagerness, thought for a moment, and then used the shadow clone technique again, but this time only one clone appeared. Just a shadow clone. Naruto looked somewhat disappointed. Sense it carefully. I've split almost half of my chakra. The combat power that the clone and the original can unleash in a short time won't differ much. Kakashi and his shadow clone patted each other on the back. Also, you don't need to hold back against the shadow clone. That way you can fight more freely, right? Naruto thought for a moment and felt that Kakashi's words made a lot of sense. Then the two of them stood apart. Sasuke and Hinata also watched the pair with serious expressions. The battle between Naruto and Kakashi-sensei was probably the highest level of combat they could witness at the moment. Each of them activated their bloodline limits dojutsu, determined not to miss a single moment. This time there are no restrictions. The area is also unlimited, the entire training ground. You can use any ninjutsu. Kakashi shed his lazy demeanor and revealed the 3-Demo Sharingan that was usually hidden under his forehead protector. Of course I will fight seriously as well. The condition for victory is when one of us inflicts damage on the other, and that's it. No other conditions for deciding the winner. How about it, understand? Sharingan. When he saw the Sharingan, Sasuke was startled and couldn't help furrowing his brows. He didn't understand why Kakashi had the special eyes of his clan, and only one at that. Kakashi-sensei, you also have the Sharingan. Naruto was also puzzled. Sasuke's Sharingan had displayed astonishing effects more than once in their previous sparring matches, but wasn't it supposed to be a special ability of Sasuke's clan, just like Hinata's Byakugan? It's a gift from an old friend, Kakashi explained briefly. Now focus on the battle. Do you understand the rules? Oh, I understand. Come on. As Naruto's words fell, Kakashi's astonishing killing intent suddenly erupted. Naruto instantly felt an indescribable stabbing sensation all over his body. This was almost the most intense level of killing intent he had ever sensed. He's serious? This thought flashed through Naruto's mind, and he immediately became fully focused. Even Sasuke and Hinata, who were watching from the side, were intimidated by this invisible pressure. But what surprised them even more was that Kakashi-sensei was actually the one who initiated the attack. Kakashi, holding a blade in one hand, turned into a blur and charged straight at Naruto. Water release, water formation wall. However, Naruto was not flustered at all. Having anticipated this, he formed hand seals and released a water release technique. The moist air around him instantly condensed into water waves, forming a surrounding net that enveloped his entire body, hiding his figure behind the wall of water. Water release. Water formation wall is usually only used to block ninjutsu attacks. This technique is a feint. Kakashi, instantly discerning Naruto's intention, was extremely fast. The moment the water formation wall formed, he had already drawn his sword, coating it with lightning release chakra, and slashed horizontally. The water stream of the water formation wall was actually severed in the middle, and the lightning on the blade pierced through the figure of Naruto behind the wall. Naruto-kun. Even though she knew Naruto wouldn't be defeated so easily, seeing this scene still made Hinata's heart clench. Bang! The Naruto in front of Kakashi turned into smoke as the clone dispersed, and then an excited shout rang out from above Kakashi's head. I'm here. He looked up sharply. Although the backlight from the sun was somewhat blinding, the extremely strong dynamic visual ability of the 3-Demo Sharingan allowed Kakashi to capture Naruto's posture at that moment. I'm here. He looked up sharply. Although the backlight from the sun was somewhat blinding, the extremely strong dynamic visual ability of the 3-Demo Sharingan allowed Kakashi to capture Naruto's posture at that moment. Fox Sage Mode. What caught Kakashi's attention even more was that as Naruto descended toward him, there was a spinning, spiraling mass of chakra in his hand. Kakashi was astonished. This technique is. It was the signature move of his own master, the 4th Hokage, and a rank ninjutsu with devastating power. Rasengan. Kakashi was astonished. This technique is. It was the signature move of his own master, the 4th Hokage, and a rank ninja. That was only natural because Kakashi didn't know that Naruto was currently holding a Sage Art Rasengan amplified by the Nine-Tails Sage Chakra. Kakashi saw through Naruto's plan. Without any hesitation, he also gathered lightning in his other hand, which was hidden behind his back. After discerning Naruto's tactic, he and Naruto were of the same mind. Neither intended to drag out the battle. One strike to decide the victor. Chidori. How this technique? The piercing sound like 1,000 birds chirping seemed to evoke a memory in Naruto's mind. A scene he had felt familiar with ever since meeting Kakashi, but could never recall where he had seen him before. It was the first time he had faced life-threatening danger. A lightning release like the chirping of 1,000 birds, and a fleeting crimson pupil only back, then the killer intent was nowhere near as powerful as now. But inexplicably, even with the overwhelming killer intent, Naruto still couldn't sense any malice from him. It seemed he had no intention of harming him. Instinctively, his body responded by channeling less sage chakra into the Rasengan, making it somewhat smaller. Boom. The instantaneous sonic boom plunged everything around into an unnatural silence, followed moments later by a thunderous roar that echoed throughout the training ground. The sound spread far and wide as the two colossal chakras collided violently. The sheer magnitude of the impact even caught the attention of the third Hokage, who was reviewing documents in his office. Startled by the vibrating window pane, he set down his papers and gazed toward the training ground. Meanwhile, at the training ground, Sasuke and Hinata, caught in the shockwave of the collision, instinctively raised their arms to shield themselves. Even the mere aftermath nearly caused them to lose their footing. Steadying themselves, they hastily looked toward the center of the battle to see the outcome. Drip. Naruto stared at Kakashi, who was right in front of him, his fox-like vertical pupils wavering. He clearly saw that after the initial clash, Kakashi did not press on. Instead, he withdrew his lightning release, turned sideways to evade the attack, causing Naruto's Rasengan to merely graze his shoulder. But even a graze from a Rasengan condensed from sage chakra was enough to tear a bloody wound across Kakashi's shoulder. The splattering blood left Naruto frozen in place. Shadow clones vanish upon being hit, but this wound and blood. This is no clone. 8 gates open. Kakashi, who had been waiting for this moment, activated his already prepared taijutsu secret technique without hesitation. An unprecedented surge of chakra erupted from within his body, instantly enhancing his physical prowess. He lunged forward. In the instant Naruto was stunned, his hand, now devoid of the Raikiri chakra, touched the forehead protector of Naruto. Kakashi-sensei, I didn't mean to. Although the Fox Sage mode had already sensed Kakashi's movement, Naruto hadn't yet snapped out of his daze. The blood clinging to his face made him instinctively apologize in panic, and so. Snap. A crisp, loud flick to the forehead protector. Konoha Taijutsu Ultimate Technique 8 Gates Secret Art 1 Finger Flick. Kakashi raised his finger, then looked at Naruto, who had fallen to the ground, a smile spreading across his face. He seemed completely unconcerned about his own dangling arm and the bleeding wound. This is your only weakness, Naruto. Kakashi also sat down, using the hand that had just performed the Konoha Taijutsu Ultimate Technique to remove his forehead protector and cover his Sharingan. You've never truly drawn blood. Too many friendly sparring matches are different from real combat. When you possess the power to truly kill an enemy, the first thing you must overcome is your own heart when you first draw blood and take a life. As Kakashi finished speaking, the shadow clone that had been standing aside as the real body vanished. From the very beginning, it was Kakashi's real body. Kakashi-sensei. Hinata rushed over the bandages she hadn't used for Naruto, finally coming in handy. Now we're even, all right. Kakashi looked at Naruto, who was still staring blankly at his shoulder, and suddenly smiled. Even. Not just for making you bleed earlier, but also for putting my own life before you once as atonement for attack. Kakashi scratched his head, then raised a hand and waved it in front of his face. Sorry about that. So it really was you, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto finally slowly exited the Fox Sage mode, a complex expression on his face. He didn't ask why, because after learning to sense malice, Naruto could clearly feel that after the assassination attempt there were far fewer other gazes watching him. He didn't ask why, because after learning to sense malice, Naruto could clearly feel that after the assassination attempt there were Naruto suddenly leaped up, grabbed Sasuke, who was still savoring the fight, and headed toward the village. I'm starving. Hinata, after you bandage him up, come. Oh, is it Ichiraku ramen? Kakashi laughed. Sasuke, are there any super expensive ramen shops in the village? How expensive can a ramen shop be? There must be, right? Let's find one. Aren't you hungry anymore? Well, we can fill up on Hinata's bento first, then look for an expensive shop. Watching Naruto's troubled expression, Hinata, who was bandaging Kakashi, finally caught on. She casually wrapped the bandage and said, took his and mentioned he was planning to offer an Awaken annual subscription for Ichiraku ramen. Watching Naruto's troubled expression, Hinata, who was bandaging Kakashi, finally caught on. She casually wrapped the bandage. Kakashi-sensei, you have to buy one for yourself too. Ichiraku ramen is delicious. Kakashi, feigning helplessness, looked at Naruto's radiant smile, and his heart stirred. It was truly rare to see such peerless combat prowess at this age combined with such a kind personality. At that moment he recalled Naruto's words from yesterday. My favorite is eating Ichiraku ramen with friends. inherit, and become a Hokage who surpassed. To be honest, the mission to assassinate Naruto was classified as top secret, and Kakashi should have kept that secret buried deep in his heart forever. But when he realized that the Nine Tails inside Naruto might have already known, he made this decision. Moreover, now that he had met Naruto again, and the latter possessed sufficient self-defense capabilities, he no longer held back. Forgiveness or unforgiveness, venting his anger or indifference. Whatever choice Naruto made, Kakashi would have no complaints. Because Kakashi increasingly believed that the Naruto before him would create a future like never before. Yo Kakashi, what great luck running into you here. I've arranged an intense training session with my subordinates tonight. How about you? Kai's familiar loud voice once again echoed in Kakashi's ears, causing the latter to sigh inwardly. He couldn't even enjoy a peaceful dinner. Kai's familiar loud voice once again ignoring the displeased stares of other patrons in the tavern. The excited Kai initially assumed it was his old friend's usual dismissive reply and was about to launch into a persuasive discussion. However, upon sitting down, he noticed that the other was not wearing his usual ninja attire, but civilian clothes, and was eating with his non-dominant hand with bandages visible on his right shoulder. You're injured? Kai asked in surprise. Did you have a mission today? Shouldn't you be with your subordinate? Xuanwen, seeing Kai's incredulous expression and the look of realization dawning on his face, Kakashi helplessly nodded. It's exactly what you're thinking. No way. Kai's voice suddenly rose an octave, drawing the attention of the surrounding patrons once more. Don't disturb others. Were you? You must have held back, right? Kai quickly whispered. I used Baryon Mode. For a moment, silence fell between them, broken only by the sound of Kakashi tapping the table. After all, he had already finished his meal and was about to leave before Kai sat down. Whether intentional or not, even during meals, no one ever caught a glimpse of Kakashi's true face. On any other day, Kai would have been scheming to arrange another fateful duel with his old friend, but at this moment the shock of what he had heard made Kai almost forget his scheduled training session with Shaoli. So you're saying Mingren's strength has reached, or even surpassed, the level of a Shangren? Yes. Then, Kai finally began to understand the meaning behind Kakashi's earlier words. Are you planning to suggest to the Hoying that Mingren should be promoted directly? Not quite there yet. Kakashi stood up, supporting his shoulder. But I am considering it. Based on his current performance, he just needs. He paused, then looked at Kai's thoughtful expression, pointing to his own shoulder. You see the state I'm in. Can't you lend me a hand and walk me home? It's just a few steps, but won't interfere with your plans with your subordinates, will it? Hey, really? Is my youth not burning bright? I'm already falling behind the new generation. I need to burn my youth even more. Kai could tell that Kakashi was deliberately changing the subject since the place was crowded and not suitable for further discussion. How about this, Kakashi? Let's go together. Your injury is no problem. I'll carry you on my back for training. You're just treating me as your training weight, aren't you? Kakashi retorted, watching Kai stand up and skillfully drape the other arm over his shoulders. As soon as they stepped out of the tavern, Kai seemed to remember something. Oh, right, Kakashi. I heard that after your mission in Wuin village, that ninja from Wuin, what was it? He came to the village a few times, said he had a mission related to to deliver, but every time he asked about you. You don't even know his name, so why are you gossiping? It wasn't me gossiping. At first I thought you had offended someone outside, and they were here to settle a score. But Hong took it very seriously, saying only female ninjas can understand other female ninjas. Then since Hong said that, are you a female ninja? No, I am a genuine passionate youth. So you definitely don't understand. If you don't understand, don't talk nonsense, right? Huh, that seems to make night fell. Rishiang Ningxi sat in place with his eyes closed in meditation, while Shaoli, who usually trained beside him every day, without fail, was mysteriously absent. Ningxi couldn't help but think of the expressions on his own face and Tian's face when they saw their Jonin instructor Kai earlier today. They had almost mistaken him for Shaoli's father. And the two of them were so familiar with each other. To be honest, though, his memory was a bit hazy. He and his own father had never shared even a tenth of that closeness. Sha, as the night wind howled, a slightly abrupt footstep sounded. You're here. Ningxi sized up Zhuizhu, then raised an eyebrow. You came well prepared. Given your confidence, I assumed it wouldn't be a minor skirmish. And I already learned my lesson this morning. Zhuizhu, dressed in a training suit, approached Ningxi, his wrists wrapped in bandages, a kunai pouch strapped to his leg, and a forehead protector on. Tissue or Rinshu? You wouldn't play Huanshu in front of an Uchiha, would you? Zhuizhu, who had sparred with Ningxi countless times, spoke. Still Tissue, but with a slight difference. Ningxi narrowed his eyes, noticing that Zhuizhu seemed different from yesterday. At least the usual arrogance had been tempered. Zhuizhu understood, then closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the Shuang Goyu Zai Lunyan had already activated. The number of times they had sparred over the years was nearly countless. Both regarded Mingren as their goal, and whenever they devised a new technique or idea, they would seek each other out to test its effectiveness. In this back and forth, they had actually sparred more often than they had trained with Mingren, their skills constantly pushing each other forward. Ningxi also activated his Baryon, then warned, "Go all out." Based on the advice of Xiao Li and my mentor, I've made some modifications to this move, but I still can't control the damage well. As if you're sure you can hurt me. Kakaxi's guidance from the morning training ground pierced Zuozu's heart like a needle, constantly reminding him of his shortcomings. But he had to admit that he was indeed a little unconvinced. However, at this moment Zuozu understood more than most that his resentment stemmed from his own issues. That so-called pride held no value, and he would not take it out on others. After all, long ago, after repeatedly losing to Mingren, he had realized that there is always someone stronger. His deeper dissatisfaction was merely self-blame for his poor performance. Gentle Fist Technique, 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Under Ningxi's Baryon, a massive 8 trigrams diagram spread beneath his feet, and everything within the diagram was vulnerable to the ensuing storm of attacks. I thought it was some new move, but it's just your old routine. As he caught Ningxi's charging figure with his Xilinian, Zuozu let out a sneer and was about to use Chikila to accelerate backward when a familiar voice suddenly rang out from behind him. 8 trigrams, 2 palms. Another Rishiang Ningxi appeared from Zuozu's absolute blind spot and launched an attack. An unavoidable strike. Was it a shadow clone? But Niji and Hinata had both said before that the Hyuga Gentle Fist's precise manipulation of chakra simply couldn't be performed. When he realized what was happening, Sasuke, who was halfway through forming hand seals, immediately changed his move, attempting to strike through the Niji behind him and evade. But the timing and angle of Niji's shadow clone were simply perfect. Sasuke had barely noticed his presence before he was struck by the clone. Too late to realize, for palms. The moment the second palm struck, Niji's true body had already landed blows on Sasuke's acupoints. Sasuke immediately felt the chakra flow in his body stagnate. Niji's Gentle Fist technique, augmented by the Byakugan, made it nearly impossible to evade subsequent strikes once it hit, let alone such a pincer attack. The speed and impact of the strikes were doubled. Sasuke, who had clashed with Niji many times, knew very well that the Gentle Fist's opening acupoint strike could only be broken at the start in their previous battles. Once he was hit, it meant defeat. 8 palms. 16 palms. Another nearly synchronized acupoint strike. At this point, Sasuke seemed to have given up, allowing the attacks without any reaction, merely crossing his arms in front of him to protect his face and eyes. It was as if he was completely disregarding counterattacks. Niji also noticed Sasuke's unusual behavior, but he suppressed his doubts and pressed on to fully execute his technique. Under the dual strain of the Gentle Fist and the Byakugan, Niji's shadow clone was insufficient to sustain the final blow. But the damage already inflicted was enough to send Sasuke under the dual strain of the Gentle Fist and the Byakugan, Niji's shadow clone was insufficient to sustain the final blow. But the damage already inflicted was enough to send Sasuke, already in midair, falling helplessly to the ground. As Sasuke fell, Niji, standing on a tree branch, was gasping for air. Clearly, using a shadow clone to employ the Byakugan and Gentle Fist had taken a heavy toll on him. Intense pain all over his body and the stagnation of his chakra made Sasuke's body tremble uncontrollably. "This is my new technique." Niji looked at the silent Sasuke lying on the ground and said deliberately, "The two extremes Gentle Fist. I studied Naruto and discovered that one of the secrets of his strength, aside from his immense chakra, is his peculiar perception of all hostility. Although your and my chakra reserves are not small compared to our peers, they are far inferior to his. As you know, the Hyuga clan's Gentle Fist is not just taijutsu. It involves observing with the Byakugan and precisely releasing chakra through the fingertips, which requires a considerable amount of chakra. I had tried before. Even if a shadow clone is infused with sufficient chakra, it cannot utilize the Byakugan's power and thus becomes a..." Niji recalled the words of his opponent from a time he lost to Sasuke. "So I changed my approach. Instead of using the shadow clone to attack, I use my real body as bait for the shadow clone. Moreover, to counter Naruto's special perception ability, I specially trained in concealing my presence. Even your Sharingan didn't detect my inactive shadow clone just now. As long as the speed is fast enough and the clone is well hidden, I can render the enemy unable to use chakra from the start. That way, even if Naruto has," Niji said with a hint of pride. "But that still won't defeat Naruto. Also, you call this a new technique." However, Sasuke did not struggle to get up as Niji had expected. Instead, he lay on the ground, asking, as if in self-abandonment. Hearing his words, Niji showed a puzzled expression. "You? What kind of setback have you faced?" He knew his own attack very well. Although the Gentle Fist was a torrential assault, the final move of the shadow clone had not landed, so according to Sasuke's character, he shouldn't be acting like this. At least he should have gotten up again. "I saw Naruto's full power unleashed. Is the gap that big?" After it ended, I specifically inquired. Our team's instructor Jonin Hatake Kakashi seems to be one of the top jonin in the village. But even a powerhouse like him had no advantage in a clash with Naruto, and even Hatake Kakashi, the eternal rival that Master Guy. Nizi opened his mouth, intending to not only show Sasuke his new technique, but also to remind him to maintain his fighting spirit against Naruto, to keep improving together with him until the day they defeat Naruto. But now it seemed that Sasuke had been so beaten down that he had lost that long standing. No. Niji suddenly realized Sasuke couldn't be so dejected because of Naruto's performance. 6 years of constant failure, and on top of that this guy still carried the blood feud of his clan. How could he fall for such a reason? So you noticed. Sure enough, as Niji activated his Byakugan again, he finally discovered that Sasuke, who had been lying on the ground exchanging idle words with him, was now surging with a special chakra that he had seen before. After the gentle fist's acupoint strike, the chakra in Sasuke's body could not be condensed. But it couldn't stop him from absorbing another energy. This technique of mine can't be activated at will like Naruto's. I simply couldn't understand that idiot's teachings. I've been pondering it for years before finally getting some insight. So I had to let you ramble on a bit to distract you, otherwise your eyes would have noticed. Sasuke, who had been hiding his eyes with his arms since being targeted by Niji, revealed them. 3 tomo slowly revolved around a pair of vertical fox pupils with black eyeshadow at the corners, different from Naruto's. But the sage chakra, uniquely refined from natural energy, was now surging within Sasuke's body. He had indeed been shaken, or in fact the intensity of his wavering and his self-deprecating anger at the gap with Naruto had caused his Sharingan to evolve again. That blow did not knock him down, instead it fully awakened his fighting spirit. Uchiha Sasuke bore the name of the entire Uchiha clan. Before killing Itachi, and before defeating Uzumaki Naruto, he had never considered sinking into despair or giving up. Defeat, despair, being pointed out as inadequate. Sorry, he had experienced all these things countless times at Naruto's hands. He was long used to it. Sorry Niji, I did play a trick. The new number 2 you wanted, they'll let you have it. Seeing Niji take a serious stance, activating his Byakugan again, Sasuke instead cracked his neck and rotated his wrists, his 3-tomo Foxied Sharingan, filled with arrogance. But I also have a new technique I just stole to try on you. Watch out. It's the technique of our team's instructor Jonin. Even my Sharingan could only barely grasp the gist. Of course I can't control the damage either. In the next instant his right hand gathered all the sage chakra he had just condensed, manifesting almost visibly as waves before Niji's eyes. Niji could even hear the sound of electric arcs like 100 birds chirping. Niji had never been so serious in a duel with Sasuke. Under the overwhelming pressure, he moved first. Rotation. Sage Archidori. At the root headquarters. In the dim corridor, a slender figure advanced slowly. He could have moved in complete silence, yet deliberately allowed his footsteps to echo. Even so, even the most perceptive sensory-type ninja of Root seemed to turn a blind eye to him. Knowing full well that he was one of the most wanted criminals in Konoha, they still permitted him to wander through the darkest corners of the village. It's been a while. What's wrong with your guards? Did they not get paid? Has Master Sarutobi stopped funding your protection of Konoha? Seeing Danzo, his body wrapped in bandages, appear before him, the newcomer shrugged and asked with a hint of sarcasm. Orochimaru, as an shrank rogue ninja of Konoha, you dare to show up here? That's too bold. Danzo narrowed his eyes and gestured to his personal guards. Seize him. But before they could act, Orochimaru, his face pale, gave a sinister smile. His body dissolved into several venomous snakes that scattered in all directions. Humph. Not the real body. Danzo deliberately tapped the floor with his cane. Strengthen security from now on. You didn't even detect such a dangerous intruder. Meanwhile, outside Konoha, Orochimaru's real body received the memories from his clone and fell into thought. Is Danzo being watched? He didn't refute my words. Looks like it really was that old fool, the third Hokage. Things have changed a bit, haven't they, Master Sarutobi? Nearby, Kabuto, wearing glasses, overheard Orochimaru's muttering and frowned. No wonder contact with him was cut off for so long. It seems we can't just recruit him as an ally. No matter. He was never more than an insurance policy. If he's useless, so be it. But I must say that sanctimonious act he's putting on, almost like the third Hokage's hypocritical facade, is truly repulsive. His snake-like eyes narrowed into a dangerous slit. Go to the village and gather Kimimaro and the others. Then all of you will hide at the secret base outside Sunagakure and await my orders. Orochimaru said coldly, target the 4th Kazekage. And if necessary, contact Sasori of the Akatsuki at any time. He still thinks you're under his control. Maybe we can make use of them. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. Kabuto acknowledged the order and vanished before Orochimaru's eyes. Orochimaru looked up at the moon and murmured to himself, I wonder if that beast in Sunagakure has gone mad like the Three Tails. I was hoping to get some intel on those so-called tailed beasts through Danzo. Better to be cautious and approach it first. After all, they're father and son. If he gets involved, it'll be troublesome. The night was still, only the moonlight silently watched the brewing storm. So you two already knew? Naruto blinked, looking at the two people, or rather one person and one beast, who were closest to him. Back when Kakashi attacked you, how do you think you escaped that genjutsu? Kurama sneered. Without me handling it, would you still be so free, eh? Including that clash between you two, Kurama and I both saw that Kakashi was trying to point out your shortcomings in actual combat, something you truly lack. We just didn't expect him to use his own body as a lesson. Minato gently ruffled Naruto's hair. At least it shows he still feels guilty about what happened before. If Naruto hadn't held back and broke his arm instead, I'd say that would make us even. Ahaha, Kurama, you're kidding. How could I do that? Naruto finally understood the situation. After making a bit of a fuss, he calmed down and realized their good intentions. Naruto, you are now a ninja. Although it's different from my time. We can barely call it an era of peace, no need to go directly to the battlefield. Minato continued to display his ever-improving teaching skills, seizing the opportunity to lecture Naruto. But the path of a ninja is always paved with blood and tears. Even though we both know you're already exceptional as your father, I still need to ask you one more time after what you experienced today. Are you truly ready to take another's life? Minato's question was sharp. Before this, Naruto might not have fully grasped the concept, but today was different. He experienced firsthand how his power could easily harm others. How did he feel about that? Honestly, I don't know, but if it's necessary, I've already figured out what I need to do. Naruto didn't give an immediate answer, and both Kurama and Minato could see that he had been pondering this all day. Dad, can you tell me how you went through it? Sure. When I first stepped onto the battlefield. Kurama watched the inner world still as bright as day and saw Naruto listening with rapt attention as Minato narrated in a calm tone. A sense of melancholy settled in his heart. Come to think of it, what was Naruto thinking in his past life? By then it was already the next morning. That day the Hokage's office received an early visitor. As the third Hokage strolled leisurely into the office, he saw Danzo already waiting inside and deliberately put on a surprised expression. Danzo, my assistant, what brings you here so early today? Last night, Orochimaru infiltrated Root with malicious intent, and I discovered him. Orochimaru. He appeared. What a troublesome business. Danzo stared expressionlessly at Sarutobi's act. He had probably already dispatched Umbu to pursue Orochimaru, given how many informants he had planted around Danzo. Yet here he was pretending to know nothing. I'm aware of the matter. He'll make arrangements to investigate it. But the time has come to assign missions to the new batch of genin. In the past, mission assignments for new genin required approval from the advisors. Danzo suppressed his anger as he reminded. Of course. That's why I've reviewed these missions with Hamura and Koharu. The third was still beaming. They're perfect as initial missions for the new genin. What about me? Danzo finally lost his temper, slamming the table. Sarutobi, do you still respect me as your assistant Hokage? You don't inform me of meetings, you don't consult me on Umbu operations, and now, I don't even have the authority to review the new genin's missions. I thought you were too busy leading Root and training Umbu operatives, so I didn't want to trouble you with trivial matters. The third picked up his pipe and exhaled slowly. But it seems you're still eager to contribute to Konoha. So how about this? He pulled out a mission document that had been prepared in advance and handed it to Danzo. His voice remained steady. Leave the Orochimaru matter to you. What do you... Opening the document, Danzo saw a detailed report that even recorded how many times he had tapped the floor yesterday. He understood everything. Glaring angrily at the third Hokage, Danzo didn't say another word. He simply slammed the door as he left. That man is getting more and more impatient. The third sighed and shook his head. Then with his back to the window he said, well then Kakashi, you may come in.